days to the present. As a member, you'll receive the Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years, and the Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Good morning!
It's time to wake up. It's 5, and we're live.
Oh, is this thing on? I don't care. I want him to hear.
This is the pregame show, your early morning shot of sports on 95.7 The Game. Come on!
Welcome back. It is the pregame show. Joe Spadoni. I hope you all had a lovely weekend in the Bay Area, across the world, across the USA, this great nation. Hope you all had a lovely and safe St. Paddy's Day. For those of you who observe, if you wore green, good on you. If you didn't, I don't really care. And yeah, if you pinch someone, well, don't be surprised if someone claps back at you. Don't hurt someone because they didn't wear a certain color, right? There's my PSA. And if you're hungover, you're going to work this morning, you know what? That's a good effort on you. That is what America was all about. That's what it was founded on. Going to work on a Monday morning hungover after St. Paddy's Day. So we got a lot to talk about. Warriors-Lakers happened on Saturday night in what was a strange game for a multitude of reasons. That ending, particularly, we couldn't figure out the 24-second clock. I mean, we've got billions of dollars invested in this sport, and we had to go to a ref using a stopwatch and the PA guy doing a countdown. Oh, man. Warriors get the win, 128-121 over Los Angeles. They finally get that, winning in LA off their back, particularly against the Lakers. Hasn't happened in a couple of years now. So Warriors win. Got 3 players going into 20-plus figures. Jonathan Kuminga started the game en fuego, scoring 8 straight. You got Wiggins at 16, Curry at 31, Thompson at 26, and then Draymond Green, 6 points, but 12 boards and 13 assists. That was a game high for both teams. Ty and D'Angelo Russell as well, who also had 13 assists for the Lakers. LeBron James tried his hardest, 15-23, 40 points. The guy's almost 40 years old. It's absolutely incredible, as Draymond Green would say, but it wasn't enough to overcome the absence of Anthony Davis, who left early after only 12 minutes of play, got poked in the eye. Probably should have been a foul call, but it wasn't called. And they're calling it a eye abrasion. And he's questionable for the Lakers matchup tonight, in which they play the Atlanta Hawks in Los Angeles. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Comcast Business text line. Or are you diving into this weekend? There's a lot. We had the Players' Championship. Scottie Scheffler being the first player ever to go back-to-back at the Players, which is unofficially the 5th major, as we call it. Kind of gets us into major season, if you will. The Masters coming up next month. And, man, where's my twinkle at? I pulled that, and I need to put it on my board, because there's something about listening to that jingle, and it really does get springtime in the air, at least for me. Maybe you're different. Maybe you don't care about golf. Maybe whenever your parents or your dad put it on, you'd fall asleep, and that's fine too. It's a great music to fall asleep to. It is. Oh. It's just... It does something. You got a Hello Friends from a Jim Nance, and that's when you know springtime is coming or springtime approaches at the Masters. So Scottie Scheffler getting it done, and obviously a former Masters winner as well, Masters champion, as they like to say, getting that green jacket. Could have been diving into March Madness and all of the conference tourneys and what happened there, and we're set with the bracket of March Madness. And as I pull it up now, because I have to go through all this right now, it's a lot. You know, there's sometimes I wish like I was like my wife. Most of the time I don't. God love her. Love you, Jade, if you're listening. Hope you're not. 5:05 a.m. means I'm in trouble. But there's some times where I was like, you know what? I wish I didn't watch any basketball. I wish I didn't know any prior knowledge, because it feels like every year when the brackets come out, the least you know, the better. Honestly, the least you know, the better. I truly believe that. I swear to God, every time I see someone that has this, I was like, there's no way this person watched this if they have San Diego State, right, last year making it, if they had Florida Atlantic making it, right? There's no way. There's no way. Speaking of no way, here are the 4 number 1 seeds. You got Houston in the South region. You got Purdue in the Midwest. You got North Carolina in the West and UConn in the East. I saw this. It's not like it's breaking news or anything like that, but it's pretty wild that there have been no NCAA champions from the Mountain or Pacific time zone since 1997, at least on the men's side. That being Arizona. That's pretty crazy. Since 1997, no West Coast or even, Mountain Coast, I don't know, Colorado, the Rockies, whatever the hell. Geography wasn't my specialty, all right? It's crazy. But maybe, just maybe, after we got a Pac-12 team in the championship game in NCAA football, maybe, just maybe we'll have one in basketball. Not holding my breath, though. Arizona, which would probably be the one team to do that this year. They lost to Oregon in the conference tourney. The conference tourney also, when I'm watching that, it always throws me off. I was like, no. I can't have a conference tourney unless there's a super hot team. Like, I remember back in 2011, I think it was my senior year of high school, the Cardiac Kemba, UConn Huskies. I picked them. That was probably the greatest bracket I ever had because I had them going all the way. After Kemba won the Big East, and Jim Calhoun was still the head coach over there at UConn. They went on that legendary run. And by the way, Kemba Walker, I think he's right up there as maybe the greatest college basketball player I've ever seen. Just that entire run, what it encapsulated. That guy couldn't miss in the clutch. Could not miss. Now, the championship game was kind of ugly for both causes. Is that against Butler, I want to say again? Maybe I'm mistaken. 888-957-9570. I know Butler went a couple times when I was in high school. I can remember the other opponent outside of Duke, obviously. Gordon Hayward shot, bounced off, what have you. But, hey, early tourney action, YouTube, Twitch, search 95.7 The Game, likes and subscribe. We're streaming all day long right here on 95.7 The Game, Monday through Friday. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball as the Warriors get back in action tonight against the New York Knickerbockers. Coverage of that right here on 95.7 The Game starts at 6 o'clock. Warriors Live. But if you have some bracket knowledge, you got teams you like, teams I should be aware of, hit me up on Twitch or YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to Nicole Diaz. Good morning to Enter the Draymond. I like that. Denzel, or is it Denzel? Potato. And all of you on the Comcast Biz text line, 888-957-9570. I feel like I always pick Houston the last few years. Kelvin Sampson's crew and co. to make a deep run. They just never do. Purdue, they've been choking every single year of damn near my entire existence. North Carolina? Okay. It's going to be one of those big teams, though. It's going to be someone who has a at-large bid because it's been that way for the past 20 plus years. I think I was looking at the Ken Palm rankings. And if you don't know what the Ken Palm rankings are, it's basically the accumulation of everything in a given year, strength of schedule, strength of victory. It's everything boiled down into one. I kind of just view it as war, basically. And maybe that's a gross understatement. And I'm sorry to all the college basketball diehards. I'm just, every year I start turning on a game like when the season starts, January, February. I was like, what am I doing? We still have NFL on. We got NBA basketball. Why am I'm a sick person watching St. John's versus Rutgers or something like that. And the quality of the game, it's the worst it's ever been for college basketball. Now I'll watch it. I'll enjoy it because of the madness aspect of it. When a team like a Florida Atlantic, or remember the Florida Gulf Coast Dunk City of the past. God, I love that team. I think Andy Enfield, whatever it is. Still at USC, hasn't won diddly poo. Fight on though. But you get a team like that, you start rooting for. You like San Diego State last year, another team. That was fun. Or UConn, who just blasted their way through. Maybe they'll do that again. Danny Hurley and co. Good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work. This is the pregame show, Joe Spadoni. It's kind of just, a feel it out Monday here. And I was getting into work today. I was like, what's hitting me? Yeah, the Lakers-Warriors game. That was a big win. Warriors needed that win. They did. I had not a bad taste in my mouth because you know what? The Warriors aren't going to complain about a win. But that felt like the 9-10 preview. And I didn't really get a good sense of this Lakers-Warriors matchup. Hell, even since that double overtime game, right? Over at Chase Center. God, almost hit click in the cart on that game. I should have gone. Ugh. One of those games where you look back, it's like, what the hell was I thinking? I didn't bring my kid. I didn't go with my best friend. We were all planning it at the park earlier today, and they're just like, maybe not. Maybe it'll be a dud. It turns out it wasn't. It was one of the greatest regular season games we've all seen from two of the greatest of all time. But since that game, we've had Lakers-Warriors without LeBron and Lakers-Warriors basically without Anthony Davis. Which, if you're the Warriors, you're not going to say, I don't care, I need to win. But if you're going to play them at full strength potentially, the Lakers, that is, in the play-in, I would kind of like to have that matchup a little bit more and to have beaten them at full strength. But, and this is a big but, shout out Kim Kardashian. If you do play them at home as opposed to on the road, it's massive. You know why that's massive? Because the Lakers in the Western Conference are the only team in the top 10 with a losing record on the road. How crazy is that? Out of the top 10 teams in the Western Conference, the Lakers are the only team with a losing record on the road. So that makes a big deal. It makes a big difference to the Golden State Warriors to have that home court in that play-in scenario. And again, they take on the Knicks tonight, 7 o'clock. Coverage of that right here on 95.7 The Game. And then you got the Grizz. Then you got the Pacers before going on the road Sunday to Minnesota. So you got this 3-game homestand. I'm looking for this team to go at best. Hell, maybe at worst. You need to go 3-0 here. Get greedy. The Knicks, they still don't have Julius Randle. Although, OG, don't call him AJ Anunoby, seems to be doing some things over there in New York. It just was a great trade for them. It's been a great trade for them. The Grizzlies, where is Ja? Yeah, he's gone. Now, we know what happened earlier in the season. It feels like that was a different team. They should handle the Grizz, but Warriors should handle a lot of teams that they don't. Pacers, Halliburton, he's nice. Should win that game. So if you do what you're supposed to do, you're looking at 38-31. As we pull up the Western Conference standings right now, you still got the Thunder on top. You got the Nuggets a half game back. Nuggets, by the way, just eat your hearts out. That Kyrie Irving hook shot game winner, are you kidding me? It's one of the great game winners you're ever going to see. I mean, Kyrie Irving, I don't think he's known for having Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the skyhook game. I didn't know he had that in him. But my God, just running across the court, just right in front of the free throw line. My goodness. I think the Nuggets would be 13-0 since the All-Star break, if not for 2 buzzer beaters, one against Kevin Durant and then this one against Kyrie. That just goes to show how well they're playing. Even their losses, it's just like, man, probably should have won the game. But I don't think the Nuggets are crying about regular season. They look like they are primed for playoff mode as we got a little less than a month here to go in the regular season. Got the T-Wolves, the 3rd spot. The Clippers, they're at the 4th spot. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They're kind of reeling, losing 2 straight. Pelicans, Kings at the 6th seed now. And look at that 6th, 7th, 8th spot in the West. All tied, basically, with the Kings having one less loss. 38-28 for Sac. 39-29 for both the Mavericks and the Suns. Then you got the Warriors at 35-31. Lakers 36-32. Warriors at the 9th spot right now. So the season ended today. The Lakers would be coming to Chase Center, which is a big deal. As I just mentioned, considering the Lakers' struggles on the road this season. 12-20 for the Lake Show on the road. 12-20 as opposed to 24-12. Let's listen to some of the sounds after the game. 888-957-9570. How much stock are you putting into that win for the Warriors, Dub Nation? Or are you just looking at it like, hey, we needed that win so we could potentially climb into 8th, 7th, 6th spot. Right now, you're 3 games back of the 8th seed. Suns, Mavericks. Not looking great, but hey, keep winning. Good things happen. Team Lurkin, by the way, I don't know if we have to keep our eye on them, but they've won 5 straight. They're 7-3 in their last 10, and they're getting hot. The Houston Rockets, 32-35. They're still 3.5 back of both the Lakers and the Warriors. Just keep your eye out just a little bit. Just keep it on the peripherals, if you will. Steve Kerr, after the game, if he saw urgency he was looking for prior to this game.
Yeah, I thought we were sharp, especially offensively. We did a great job taking care of the ball. Got a lot of good possessions, and it just was a matter of time before our defense kicked in. I mean, they had their way in the first half, so much better job in the second half, challenging shots and getting multiple stops in a row to try to generate some momentum.
All right, what about that bizarre end to that game, Steve, with the clock issues, all that? One of the possessions, the Warriors, their shot clock restart mid-possession, so they had it was like 13 and then just clicked back to 24. I was like, oh, okay. And then they disallowed a LeBron James three-pointer. There was just a whole bunch of crap going on in that game. And it was very fun. It was back and forth. It was not great defense. No Anthony Davis, obviously, for the Lakers. Warriors defense hasn't been amazing this year as well. But it was a fun game. It was Steph and LeBron. These guys are going at it, right? And then it just came to a screeching halt with like a minute 40 left. Steve Kerr, your thoughts?
It was bizarre. It was bizarre. I mean, it seems like a few times a year you get clock issues. That's about as extreme as I've ever been a part of, where the backup unit doesn't work either. And it's unfortunate. I felt bad for the fans. It was a great game. And all of a sudden, the last 2 minutes, it's, everyone's just kind of looking at each other, wondering what to do.
More from Kerr on how he does not like replay. This was good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of replay. I think we should have replay just for buzzer beaters, and that's it. I mean, we don't. The whole goal is with replays to try to get everything right. But there's 100 plays at each end. every night that are subjective. It's not a game. It's not tennis. It's not Hawkeye where the ball's either in or out. It's there's all kinds of subjective stuff that happens. We're never going to get everything right. I think the flow of the game is way more important.
I do think they should have Hawkeye, though. With some of those, in Hawkeye, if you don't know, tennis, that tracks whether a ball is in or out. If it's hit the line, they have the technology to do it now. And sometimes it's like 1/16th of an inch, either in or out. And it's pretty amazing, the technology, which we have access to, but we refuse to use it when it's 4th and inches. And we have billions of dollars invested. And we're still using the chain gang in NFL. And same with basketball. We're still judging if the ball went out on the line. Did it look like it went out? Did it not go out? We have the technology to use that if we wanted to, but we don't. But listen, I get Steve Kerr, and he's from the old school, no replay, all that sort of stuff. But listen, he's been the benefactor of replay in the past, and he will be the benefactor in the future when it comes to instant replay, especially in 2 minutes, especially in do or die scenarios. You'll want to get the calls right. I get it. For the sake of the game, for the flow of the game, there is something to be said about that. But if we need to get the calls right, and that's what we're asking on a day in and day out basis, and we're asking, the highest of the highest when it comes to our expectations of the referees, and we can all acknowledge it gets a little tight, gets a little antsy, there might be a little quick whistle, what have you. Let's just get it right when it comes to replaying. I'm not mad at that. Now, what is allowed to be reviewed, what's not allowed to be reviewed, there's some interpretation that needs to be solved there because there is too many things happening when it comes to instant replay in the NBA where it's just, it's almost like, if I can compare it to pass interference in the NFL. Remember when they were allowed to do it for a year, just a few years back? You were allowed to challenge pass interferences. And more often than not, it was pretty blatant that there was PI, but the NFL was like, nah, we're still not going to call it. So then don't even make it reviewable if you're not going to recall it. It's kind of how I feel. And I think that's what Steve Kerr's getting at in some of these replay calls, where it's like, it's so blatant, and yet you're sticking with the original call. Like, what are we doing here? That I have some frustration with, and that I understand. I understand that. More from after the game, 888-957-9570. Again, I want to hear some of your takeaways from the Warriors' 128-121 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. Warriors now 35-31 on the year. Lakers fall to 36-32. Warriors now 18-14 on the road. And again, I've been mentioning all morning, that's massive to get this 9th spot potentially. I know you want to get to the 8th or 7th, potentially. You're 3.5 games back right now of the Suns and Mavericks. But it's massive just to get home court in that play-in game because the Lakers are so bad on the road this year. I mean, that's why it's kind of laughable that I even consider, the Lakers a true championship contender. I don't want to play them in round 1. Really? If I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves, I am not scared of LeBron James and Anthony Davis at all. And Anthony Davis is eye patch wearing. I don't know what he's going to do. He just needs to go goggles from here on out. Go Kareem, baby. Let's go. Go Kurt Rambis. Bring the goggles back. It's a good look. We still have the specs in Major League Baseball. I see Zach Gallen rocking those things. Remember Eric Gagne back? I know we don't like him in the Bay. But come on. With the little turtleneck. Going at Bonds. That was, I feel like Martin Scorsese. Whenever that video comes on like 3 times a year when it pops in your feed, John. The Eric Gagne versus Barry Bonds. That's peak baseball. That's cinema right there. That is roids v. roids, and I'm loving it, baby. Bring it back. Come on. Who's that guy, by the way, doing like the steroid Olympics? That stuff's great. That's awesome. That should just be the real Olympics. I don't care what you're taking. Everyone's just like, come on. Like, everyone's on something anyways. They're trying to be in peak physical condition. Maybe that's a hot take. I think Kruger was in one day, and we were talking about that, and Styles was in when Styles was still with the station, and we were just talking about it was like hot takes that like could get you canceled or something. I don't know something like that. But mine was basically like, let's just legalize steroids for everyone. Aren't you setting a bad example for your kid, though, Joe? I was like, no. Hey, listen. I'm not going to outright tell Benjamin to take steroids if that's the difference between him, getting drafted or not. But I'm not going to tell him to do it. All right? Listen to his nutritionist. Listen to his trainers. If that's what he's doing, I don't know. I'm telling him to get into golf anyways. To hell with the NFL. I mean, maybe he has a growth spurt. Maybe he gets to 6 foot. The genetics are against him. He's 5'11", like his old man. Maybe he can get up there. Who knows? Stick to golf, though. All right? Get a good swing going. We're practicing right now. We're hitting the range. The longevity will be there for him going forward. All right? So that's what we're going to be working on. I'm not going to be Tiger's dad out there by any means. I'm not going to be pushing him. I'm not that kind of parent, but we'll be hitting the balls out there. I did feel bad the first time I took the little guy out to golf when he was like 3 years old. Just swinging. I got him a little club. It's nice. He's just swinging out there, and then a couple like 5 or 6 strokes later, just, Daddy, my hands hurt. And he just was gripping it so hard. He was hurting his little hand. And then I couldn't find a golf glove for like a 3-year-old. I'm sorry. I couldn't find one. I felt bad. And I was like, oh, did I just ruin his potential love of this game? My bad dad. Took him back a couple weeks ago. He's 4 years old now. Loved it. Couldn't hit the ball worth a damn, but you know what? He had a good time. And felt like I accomplished something there. I didn't have him hate the game that I love the most. That the game he's probably going to be hating going forward because golf does that to people. It does. By the way, Scotty Scheffler, back-to-back Players Champion. First time it's done in the history of the Players Championship. The unofficial 5th major, if you will. And again, where's my jingle? I have it here somewhere. Coming up, people. Get a little teary-eyed hearing it. Don't you, John? It's just the Masters. It's coming up. A tradition unlike any other. And a tradition unlike any other here on the pregame show is usually breaking super late. We're not going to do that. We're going to break right now on time. 888-957-9570. Thoughts on the Warriors-Lakers game? Thoughts on the weekend, your bracket, what have you? Anything you want. It's just a wide open Monday here on the pregame show. Joe Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Rio's homemade.
Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Now, back to the pregame show on 95.7 The Game.
We back. Pre-game show, Joe Spadoni, 95.7 The Game. Watch. Such a sick beat. That whole album. 2001, man. That's just... There's certain beats that are just timeless, and I think Dr. Dre has like... Beats by Dre, obviously. He's got like 5 of the top 10. Just... You can go... Watcher, you can go Still Dre, you can go with anything from that album, basically. And it's just chef's kiss. I taught my little girl to do that, by the way, the little chef's kiss. So cute. Baby Nora. She headbutted me last night, though. While we were laying in bed, I was reading a book to her. I can't really see it on the YouTube chat, so it looked like the shiner went. I had a good, like, just welt on my face for the better part of it. It looked like someone punched me. No, it was my 1-year-old thrusting her big head on my face and just falling down. And she just laughed, of course. I was like, ah! And kids just think your parents' pain is funny. So, you know, that's what she did. Yeah, I still love her, of course. Yeah, just kids. 888-957-9570. They'll be hurting you their whole life in more ways than one. But you know what? We're always there for them, right? Always. And the Warriors are always there for us. Right? 95.7 The Game fan. Warriors, Knicks, tonight, 7 o'clock. Warriors live at 6, right here on 95.7 The Game. We're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. We're talking about the Warriors win over the Los Angeles Lakers on Saturday night. Fun game that kind of, you know, ended just meh because of the clock issues. Maybe that's just me. Maybe all Warriors fans don't care. Listen, they just want a damn win, and they don't want to have to play in LA in that 9-10 seed scenario, potentially. And from the 478, Dub Nation says, F the Fakers. That was a statement win in Los Angeles. There you go. Statement win. Do you consider that a statement win, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. For me, had AD stayed healthy and you win it, because that is such a game changer to me. Now, the Warriors can't control that. They can't control that. But as soon as Anthony Davis left the game, there is no worse team. Let me rephrase that. There is no worse defense in the NBA than a Lakers team without Anthony Davis. That's just point blank fact. Look it up. I don't even care if Pro Basketball Reference is anything, if it says otherwise. I watched the games, and that Lakers defense without Anthony Davis is brutal. The Warriors should have won, and they did. So it's hard for me to call it a statement win. But I think the biggest win for them, if we're just going like, I don't know, like not emotional wins, but just mini wins, if you will, within that one. Klay Thompson, 9 of 15, 5 of 10 from beyond the arc, 26 points after the debacle of a series he had in Los Angeles last year, in which it was kind of hard to watch, to be honest. I mean, growing up there, his dad was a champion with that team. His favorite player was Kobe Bryant. Like, he grew up in that building, and he shrunk under the lights, and it was just a hard watch last year. So for him to have that performance, kind of just off the bench too, for his mentals going forward, I think is huge. Stephen Curry, now the three-point shot efficiency wasn't there, but 12 of 24 overall, 31 points. For him to have a big game in that building, also big. And Jonathan Kuminga, a young guy who didn't get really an opportunity to play in that series at all last year against the Lakers, also big for him. So many wins within said win were kind of bigger for me. with those three individuals' performances. Draymond Green, obviously, 4 points shy of a triple-double, 13 assists. Unbelievable. Draymond Green, man. When he's on the court, he is spectacular. Stephen Curry on if this game felt like a big deal.
You didn't have to tell me anything. I've missed the last three, so I was excited just to be back. You obviously understand the ramifications of every game we play down the stretch. I know the guys fought hard in Dallas and, lost it late, so you want to have a nice bounce back performance. But every game, especially against teams that are, right in the standings, where it's all jumbled up in that plan, like every game matters. So, and I knew we haven't won here in a while. I think it's been like 2 years ago. So that was on top of mind too.
Exactly. You got, those uncomfortable pictures out of your head if you're the Warriors and if you're a Warriors fan. Just, why can't we win against this Lakers team in Los Angeles? What is it about them? They're 36 and 32. They're the 10th spot right now. I know they have LeBron and AD, but we're better than this, right? Why can't we just beat them? And then with every loss, it's just like, can we beat them? Can we? And then it just kind of feels insurmountable. So this was big for the mentals of the Warriors, more so than the standings, in my opinion. Now, the standings are important, but for the mentals of potentially playing this team in a play-in scenario again, a team you've lost to in a play-in scenario in Los Angeles, in the first iteration of the play-in game a few years back. Remember LeBron seeing 3 rims or whatever it was, and he shot. It's just, he was explaining to Curry after that. That's what I remember. That was kind of the lost season, if you will, but it was Andrew Wiggins getting experience, Jordan Poole getting experience, and then obviously that springboarded that team to winning a championship the year later. But that play-in game, and it was still kind of the COVID, like post-COVID, so it was kind of a full arena, kind of not. Then LeBron hits that step-back 3 in Curry's face. 3 rims, you couldn't say, just ridiculous. So they've had history there. Obviously, history last year in the playoffs. Lakers winning in 6 games, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Will we get a kind of round 3 here, if you will, in a play-in, playoff scenario? Warriors would rather get to the 7th and 8th spot. And again, if you're just joining us, Warriors still 3 games back of that. Suns and Mavericks right there, neck and neck. They're both tied at 39 and 29 by virtue of the tiebreak. Mavericks at the 7th spot. And then you got the Sacramento Kings clinging to that 6th seed currently at 38 and 28. They have 1 fewer loss than both Dallas and Phoenix. More from Stephen Curry on if there was some confidence gained in this win.
I know AD missed the second half, but you understand what they were playing well as well, and you understand what they do. They're putting pressure on you in the paint. If we try to keep the offensive side of the ball simple and not turn it over, then we give ourselves a great chance to defend them in the half court. Bron's going to get his. When AD was out there, he's going to get his. You try not to let him get too many open looks from 3. And when we got stops, we were able to run too. JK got open a couple of times in transition. Wiggs did as well. So for us to push the pace off of stops is always big against a bigger team like that. And only 18 free throws.
Watching that game, and I felt like this way in the double overtime game, and I said the same thing. And it was tougher after a loss, obviously, for a lot of Warriors fans. They're just more upset, and I get it. But just you got to appreciate the greatness that is Stephen Curry and LeBron James sometimes. Like, you just got to take a step back and just watch what these guys are doing at their age. Stephen Curry, just turning 36 years old. It might not be like this forever with him. I mean, LeBron James is going to be 40 at the end of this year, and he just dropped 40 points. Like, that doesn't just happen. And he was efficient. 15 of 23, 3 of 5. Steph, wheeling and dealing. Still deadly, driving to the rack. Still faster than everyone else out there. Coming off an ankle injury too, to boot. Like, appreciate what these guys are doing. And the more I watch them, and Bonte and Doc Pondia were talking about this on X the other day. Like, this is the greatest kind of player rivalry to me in the NBA, in the history of the NBA. I think it's better than Magic and Bird. If you want to go to Michael Jordan and whoever, right? Kobe and LeBron, but there wasn't really any playoff history between them, if any, none. Like Bonte was getting at it, and I agree with him there. I think it has surpassed Bird and Magic. I think it's just the greatest player rivalry in the history of the NBA. What say you? 888-957-9570. I see him back there right now. He's looking dapper today. Warriors Knicks tonight, 7 o'clock, Chase Center. Be there or be square. Dante DiVincenzo coming back home. Not really home, but, won a championship here. Or didn't win a championship. He didn't win a championship here. See? So it shows how much I know. He got paid after playing here. Why do you think he won a championship here? He didn't. He was here last year, one and done. Shout out NCAA tournament. A lot of these teams are going to be one and done. March Madness, we're still taking your picks if you want. Give me a team that I need to keep an eye out for. And also, if you think I'm smoking rocks and that Curry and LeBron is not the greatest player rivalry in the history of the NBA, let me know. 888-957-9570. I see these guys pushing each other at age 36 and 39. All due respect to Bird and Magic, and I know there was extenuating circumstances with Magic Johnson, but Larry Bird, his back gave out on him. Like, what these guys are doing right now, it's unprecedented in the game of basketball. We got to appreciate it on 95.7 The Game.
Join us today during the Jeep Celebration event, where right now, well-qualified lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport S 4xe for $329 a month for 36 months with $3,960 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 4/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Our world is constantly changing, and every day,
Welcome back. Pre-game show, Joe Spadoni, 95.7 The Game. That was my friend, Tim Roy on the rejoin. My friend. Tim Ryan. We'll be on the call tonight. Warriors, Knicks, 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. He was on the call Saturday night, in which the Warriors took down the Los Angeles Lakers 128 to 121. I just got a text from Big Boss Man, Matt Nahigian. We're doing something. We're starting something today on the Morning Roast, and I can't wait for it. That's just a tease. You don't know what it is, but it has something to do with me, Bonte Shasky, and the callers. So just chew on that for a little bit. As I'm talking to all of you, we've been talking a lot. We've been talking about, was that a statement win for the Warriors in Los Angeles? I lean no. It was a good win. Was it a statement win? What statement are they making? They're still a 9 seed. I guess they got out of the 10 seed, but 9-10 matchup, still the same. Although playing it at home is more preferable than playing it on the road in Los Angeles, a place Lakers have kind of owned the Warriors last couple of years. That's why it was so important for the Warriors to get that win, much needed win. The mentals for Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, and the young guy Jonathan Kuminga there, all scoring 20-plus points in that Warriors win. We talking about that. We're talking about appreciation and the greatest player rivalry in the history of the NBA. It's just not even close anymore. Just with the level of play these two guys are having, it's Stephen Curry and LeBron James. Never have I seen two players in a given sport bring out the best in each other. Maybe Brady and Peyton Manning for a little bit, but Brady just skyrocketed past Peyton later on that career to the point where it's just like, it's not even in a discussion anymore. And Peyton was he is an all-timer. He's a top 10 quarterback in the history of the sport. What, he's won 4 MVPs, something like that, ridiculous. He was amazing. 2 Super Bowls. But Tom is on another level. And maybe LeBron is just on a step above Steph Curry when it comes to legacy right now. LeBron might end up being the greatest player of all time. Some people will never say that. They'll always say Michael Jordan. Steph, if he wins another, he'll probably be in that top 5 discussion. And these guys show out whenever they're playing each other every single time. Every single time. So it's got to appreciate it, man. It's got to appreciate it. And I'm going to probably get in texts here at 888-957-9570 or on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm not going to appreciate Jack Spadoni. Screw that guy. Never forget 3-1. I'm not telling you to forget. I'm not telling you to like the guy. I can appreciate greatness. I don't have to like the person. It is what it is. There's plenty of athletes I don't care for, that I respect what they did on the field. Outside of that, no, I can't stand them. A lot of coaches the same way. I love looking at the championship bracket. By the way, it's bracket season right now. You got Houston, the number 1 seed in the men's side, South. You got Purdue, the Midwest, the number 1 seed. Then you got North Carolina in the West, UConn in the East. And my favorite thing to do every year is go through some of these college names and see if I could guess where these colleges are from. Like, I'm seeing one right now. UConn, defending champion. They're playing 16th seeded Stetson. Now, is that Stetson Bennett? Champion with the Georgia Bulldogs. Rams backup, maybe still. I don't know. I know he's dealing with his own stuff off the field. So hoping the best for Stetson Bennett. But Stetson University, no chance. I get what Vermont. Let's just guess Vermont. Stetson University. Central Florida. There you go. Of course it's Florida. All these schools. I don't even know how to pronounce this one. Duquesen. Duquesne? Duquesne? Is that French? I don't know. That is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'll ask Steiny. Or I don't have to ask. Maybe the text line can help me out with that pronunciation sensation. Tim Roy, I am not. Samford, still don't know where that is, and they've been playing this tournament for a while. McNeese. I know my niece. Her name is Marlo. I have a niece named Farah. I have a niece even named Phoenix. Yes, the bird. Yeah, those are the names now, people. You know, we have Phoenix. Yeah. So some of these names, McNeese. They were probably celebrating St. Patty's Day hard yesterday. McNeese. Wagner? No. Howard? Yeah. Spadoni, you need to brush up on your college basketball knowledge, your college university knowledge. If you don't have the name of the city or the state in front of your name, and if you're not Duke, chances are I don't know where you are. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. Even Florida Atlantic, places like that. I don't know where that is. Isn't all Florida in the Atlantic? I guess there's like the Gulf. There's not in the Pacific. Central Florida, that's more specific. That helps. UTEP. That helps. All right. Colgate, that's a toothpaste. They have good whitening stuff, though. Yeah, Howard, Wagner, no chance. Grand Canyon, I've been there. I know where that is. St. Mary's, local, so I know, but I wouldn't have known. 888 Drake. Yeah, see, come on. That's a rapper. 888-957-9570. Your locks of the tourney, I'll take them. I'll do it for today. Today only. We got 4 minutes, 3.5. Who do you like, people? Stetson Cologne, there you go. I'm guessing Stetson's in South Dakota. No, you were wrong. It's in Central Florida. It's not University of Central Florida. That's Duquesne. There you go. Duquesne. I like Duquesne better, though, to be honest. Yeah, Duquesne, yes. Yeah, I don't. Again, what are we doing here with some of these university names? I'm sure there was a famous person with that last name, and they founded the university, yada, yada, yada. They were a famous donor. I get it. All right. Klay Thompson, can you get me off this? What was the feeling like of that Lakers-Warriors game?
No offense to the LA crowd, but you couldn't really tell. I mean, I've been here during a finals game when I was 20 years old. I was very lucky to go with my dad in 2010. So didn't quite feel the same, but it was still a very important game, and I'm very happy with the turnout from our fans. It's cool to see how many Warrior fans show up.
Oh, yeah. Warriors fans travel. Absolutely. Like, that is one of the things, I'm not going to say underrated, because in the Bay, more than anywhere else, I will say this, they should be talked about like the Yankees fans travel, like the Red Sox fans, like the Dodger fans. Now, the Dodgers are on a whole nother level because I don't see the Giants fans traveling down to Chavez Ravine like the Dodgers fans traveling up to Oracle Park. Now, a lot of that is because just the Dodgers have just been kicking the Giants' ass, especially down in Los Angeles for quite some time now. So maybe you just don't want to go there. A lot like the Warriors, against the Lakers. Basketball's different. I get it. Football's different. But when it comes to the Giants, when they're playing well, they travel. The Niners, they travel. I just go back to multiple times last year, whether that was in Jacksonville, whether it was in Washington, all those places, they showed up. They showed up in Seattle too. Enemy territory. And then the Warriors, they're everywhere. Because you got not only the Warrior fans, but you got the Curry fans. And you got all the little kids, all that sort of stuff. They love them some Stephen Curry, and why not? He's a family man. He's a good guy. He's got child number 4. He's not ruling out a presidential run. All right? That's just Stephen Curry. Hey, Steph, how's your body feel?
It was as expected. Like, body felt good, loosened up as we went. And it was nice to just get my reps back and feel the competition again, even though it was just, 9-10 days. I did miss it for sure.
We missed watching you, Steph. 888-957-9570. That's all for me today. We'll try to be better tomorrow. Or do better. Do gooder. I kind of like that one more. Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, though, they're great. And they'll be up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. of Morning Roast.
At Golden State, a win they had to have will get a win here in L.A. Golden State will win here for the first time since November of 2021 and beat the Lakers here for the first time since October 19th, 2021. Horn sounds, hug shakes, or rather hands and hugs on the floor. I don't know what I'm doing. Final score, Warriors 128 and the Lakers 121. I'm discombobulated by the bizarre finish to this game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Should I give a long one after beating the LA Lakers, or should I just delay it like the game at Saturday night in the fourth quarter?
What was that?
What was that, NBA? We have to do better on a primetime night, and what was a very good basketball game. Very good. You got LeBron and Steph, which we're going to get into, meeting for the 50th time in the regular season. Plus, I guess if you want to add the play-in, that's 51 times. And then, of course, the NBA Finals appearances or whatnot, and it lived up to all the hype. But what was that, folks? We can't get the shot clock right. We can't get the time right. We can't just say, you know what, we'll keep the time on the floor. We're going to wait 23 minutes to figure that out as 15 seconds elapsed off the clock, or was it just 5 seconds? I lost count. It was like, what are we doing here, NBA?
It wasn't just the shot clock. It was the two challenges preceding it, with Doris Burke not knowing and JJ Redick not knowing. You can't review the travel portion of it. Like, I'm yelling at my television, like, what are you talking about? Just the whole sequence was ridiculous. Here's the other thing. LeBron hits the corner three, a sick corner three, okay? I'm not convinced that the heel was down on the actual... Like, because you know how your shoe can, like, let's say here's the ground, and I have the phone right now. The shoe could be up off the ground ever so slightly, because you know how your shoe's not perfectly flat. It kind of bends up and down, or bows, if you will, on the back and the front end. The whole thing was ridiculous. I didn't think Draymond was for sure on the line. I didn't think LeBron was for sure on the line. The fact that we're reviewing these things, Steve Kerr was alluding to it in the postgame. Like, the whole thing, it makes no common sense. And I think that's my biggest problem. It's like, guys, this is an entertainment platform.
This is entertainment. And Saturday night.
You zapped all of the climax of the ending. It was horrible.
So the final 2 minutes of Lakers-Warriors took exactly 23 minutes.
It was that long.
And 27 seconds of real time to complete. 23 minutes and 27 seconds. And
It's unacceptable.
it is unacceptable.
No, it is.
That's from Worldwide Rob Perez on X. He's all NBA or whatnot, but we're sitting there in the studio like, really? What is going on here? So it almost overshadowed what was a great win for the Golden State Warriors, who had lost 11 straight games in that building. Crypto.com Arena hadn't won there since November 28th, 2021, when they beat the LA Clippers. So it was a good win for the Golden State Warriors. As we say, good morning to everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Comcast Business Text Line as well. We see you. Good morning to you all out there getting off your graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting off of work, or if you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Be safe on those roadways as we get ready for March Madness. What a weekend of sports. Bay FC winning their first ever game. Watching me some soccer yesterday on the pitch down in L.A. That was pretty cool. Had a lot of stuff going on. JUCO West Valley goes 34-0 to win the Junior College Men's Basketball Championship. Fifth team to ever do so, with JUCO to go undefeated. Unbelievable run for them. I know you're out there at West Sunset.
Spectacular
day. It looked beautiful. The photos looked awesome as all the little leaguers are getting their swings out there. But you get the Warriors beating the Lakers, and all of a sudden, I feel like there's a little pep in our steps here this morning on the Monday, Shasky.
Well, they got to 3 home games this week, and then they go on the road. And so that Laker win was huge. And can we just give a quick round of applause? If you got it on the board, Spadoni. I mean, first NBA all soft, in the words of Joe Spadoni, Anthony Davis. This guy, he's got his hands up right now on the other side of the glass. Like, is this guy's retina going to be detached? Like, seriously, what?
Like he got scratched in the eye.
Poked.
Dude, my
Corneal
little guy's like 4 months old. He scratches his own eye every single night while sleeping when he gets out of his sleep sack or whatever the heck that thing is called that he's in. Anthony Davis getting paid, what is he, $50 million this year? Can't come back into that game?
That eye was swollen, though.
Oh,
it was swollen. That's what hey, listen.
Give
that
me
eye
a
was,
break.
That eye was swollen
He
shut.
missed one shot, and I knew, like, this guy's coming out of this game.
Hey.
He clanked off the back room. I knew he was coming out.
Hey, but you know what? That changed the game.
Oh, you think?
That changed the game.
The whole broadcast, they're like 60 points now in the paint.
Yeah, well, that's the numbers I have here. So, in the first quarter, points in the paint, Lakers 14, Warriors 4. Lakers were able to do whatever they wanted to do in the first quarter. Hell, in the first half, the Lakers shot 57% from the floor and 47% from three. And the points in the paint, I mean, it was all Lakers after the first quarter. But from that point, after the first quarter, for the rest of the game, the last three quarters, Warriors 58 points in the paint, Lakers 40. That's right, 58-40. So they were able to flip it. They were able to go to the rack at will. They dropped 38 assists in that basketball game. The Golden State Warriors, that is. Steph was doing his thing. Klay Thompson, we're going to get into him. Jonathan Kuminga's showing out.
Jonathan Kuminga was awesome.
Jonathan Kuminga's fine.
How about the first half? It felt like AD was sagged off him, and he took a little there was one, he like walked into a three. He walked into a mid-range, and then he hit one in the corner as like a little mid-range. I was loving the game from Jonathan Kuminga. And then as the game progressed, he had a couple high-low passes. It reminded me of Iggy and Draymond back in the day. That's what it reminded me of.
Speaking of Draymond, I thought he was phenomenal on Saturday night. I thought he was hooping, man. Season high tie, 13 assists, his 6th double-double of the season, 12 rebounds. As you mentioned, a 4-on-3. The gravity is Stephen Curry. You want to double him, he gets the pass off to Draymond Green. We had, speaking of Iguodala and Shaw Livingston and all those guys coming baseline, catching that jam. We saw Kuminga do it over and over. We saw Andrew Wiggins do it. I saw a spirited Andrew Wiggins on defense. Maybe, just maybe, that could be the turning point of this season for the Golden State Warriors. Now, I'm not sitting up here saying championship or deep run here, but here's the reality. You're 2 games behind the Dallas Mavericks in the loss column. You're 2 games behind the Phoenix Suns in the loss column. You're 3 games behind the Sacramento Kings in the loss column. You play the Mavericks 2 more times. You play the Lakers another time. It is possible just to get into the 7-8. That's what you got to look at. You want to try to get out the 9-10. Can you get to 7-8? Now, Kyrie Irving would have been nice if that back ribbed it.
Did you see that?
I mean, that shot was just ridiculous. And what was a
left-handed hook shot?
It's one of the best NBA games I watched all season.
I couldn't believe that shot.
I mean, the shot was incredible.
Me screaming at Evan Giddings earlier last week about how I'm taking Kyrie over Dame has aged so beautifully in the last couple of days.
Well, Dame did drop 16 assists against Phoenix earlier that day.
I'm still taking Kyrie.
Dame did hoop yesterday against the Phoenix Suns.
Aren't you?
I think Milwaukee, I mean, the best ability is availability, right? And I know Dame Dollar is available. I mean, look, you could go Kyrie. I'm taking Oakland's own Dame Dollar. I got no problem with that. But Kyrie is just, I mean, him and Luka were putting on the show yesterday. Just Jamal Murray down the stretch, all that stuff. But I'm looking at Dame Dollars real quick. His stat line from yesterday, 31 points, 16 assists.
Yeah.
So he actually put on a show, too, on the ABC. But Saturday is about the Warriors and what they did. And I know right away you said we'll get the Magic and Bird and LeBron and Steph because I do think individually, another Steiny somewhere is going to kick a can somewhere, and some of the OGs are going to be like, Bonte, you were born in 1982. You don't understand. I understand what Bird and Magic did for the league. I really do. They saved the NBA. West Coast, East Coast, Lakers, Celtic, meeting 3 times in the NBA Finals in the 80s, meeting in the NCAA championship when Magic was at Michigan State, and, of course, Larry Bird was at Indiana State. What they did for the league will forever be submitted. They'll be forever etched in stone as the guys who saved the NBA, taking the NBA off a tape delay and making sure their product was live, especially during the NBA playoffs. But I also think LeBron and Steph has surpassed that individual matchup. They've met more times.
Oh.
They've met more times. They met 4 straight times in the NBA Finals.
It was the 50th appearance was Saturday.
Saturday.
They kept talking about 22 of them in the finals.
5 straight times, both of those guys have scored at least 30 in a game against each other.
Did KD rob us of some of that? Just in terms of like the head-to-head? Because it did feel like for the 2 years when KD hit the daggers in his face, I believe game 3 one year.
Game 3.
And then was it game 2 the other year?
No, game 3.
Okay, both times was game 3. Not that Steph wasn't a part of it. He was. It just felt like KD was a big part of 2 of those.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. It is a good point.
So you think Steph and LeBron have done more?
No, I'm not saying they've done more.
What do you say? Okay.
I'm saying this head-to-head matchup may have catapulted above Magic and Bird in terms of iconic Hall of Fame individual matchups. Now, look, most consecutive matchups scored 30 points each. Curry and LeBron have had 4 straight matchups in which both have scored at least 30.
That's pretty cool.
They've both put on shows, right? Steph Curry is 25th game this year where he scored at least 30. But you look at their all-time matchups when they matched up, and this was supposed to be the quote-unquote LeBron James era. It's Steph, like this little comment out of nowhere, and the Golden State Warriors kind of said, no. We're going to rewrite NBA history here. It's not just going to be all about LeBron James. We're going to be this little franchise on the West Coast in the Bay Area, and we're going to come out of nowhere, and we're going to win 67 games under Steve Kerr, and we're going to win the championship. So to meet in 4 straight NBA finals. Now, the Lakers and Celtics never met in back-to-back seasons, if I'm not mistaken. No, they did. They did. My bad. 84, 85, right?
There you go, 84,
85. I got to get my matchups right
83
here.
Was the 76ers.
But they only met twice a year. Now, for a long time, Steph and LeBron only met twice a year. Now they're meeting 4 times a year with the LA Lakers and the Golden State Warriors. I don't know, man. The modern day, I was just thinking about it as we think about we were playing a segment on the Warriors pregame show Saturday night. We're saying, who's got next? Who's the next rivalry? Is it Luka and Booker? Is it Anthony Edwards and maybe SGA? Is it Chet and Wemby? Is it Paolo Banchero and Tatum? Who's got next? We didn't expect this between Steph and LeBron. If we gotten it for over a decade, it's lasted longer than Magic and Bird. It really has.
Well, because Bird got hurt, and the eras were totally different. I mean,
they were different.
Look at the game logs for those guys over the decade, leading up to it. And then obviously what happened with Magic Johnson, it deprived everyone of seeing him at the end of his career. I think who's got next? All young NBA players against league officials. That's who's next.
Wow.
I mean, right? I mean, that's really, am I wrong? I mean, so no. Bird and Magic is just, I don't think you're going to knock it off its pedestal. There's a nostalgia wrapped around all of those things. And also, look at where the health of the league was prior to Bird and Magic, and look where the health of the league was prior to Curry and LeBron. The financials are very, very different in terms of the actual on-court, legacies and how the game is played. I might listen to that because there is an element of like Curry changing the game in terms of style of play. Yep. And there is an element of LeBron James positionless basketball and being a pass first guy that I do believe it's an intoxicating way to play the game. But Magic, I mean, Showtime Lakers and Magic, and then the way Larry Bird played the game, I mean, these are iconic styles.
No, you probably are right. You probably are right. I mean, it's a controversial take because of what Magic and Bird did for the league.
So I'm trying to think of like other sports, like how it would rival, like
Manning Brady.
That's his first thing I thought of, Manning Brady. Like who right now is Patrick Mahomes' contemporary?
Doesn't have Josh Allen, maybe?
Joe Burrow? I mean, Josh Allen
not Lamar Jackson yet.
Yeah.
But,
part
Joe
of what
Burrow.
makes a LeBron versus Curry thing is LeBron beat him. I think there has to be some balance between the two rivalries. Like Red Sox Yankees, for the longest time, it wasn't a rivalry, and then it was, and the Red Sox got the best of them.
It probably was Tom Brady, but he beat him twice, then he retired. For Mahomes.
Talking about Mahomes,
yeah, it probably was Tom.
Probably was Tom.
I mean, Curry versus LeBron is definitely one of the top 2 or 3 matchups in my lifetime. There's not,
easily, right? Easily. Like think baseball.
What
would it be in baseball?
Giants, Dodgers, but it's teams.
They met once in the playoffs together.
Yeah,
Giants, Dodgers.
I know.
You've seen it one time.
But you see it 20 times during the regular season.
Right.
And they're vying for I know it's not
But
the
it is
same.
different when you meet, so like the Celtics and Lakers, they met in the 84 finals and then the They met in the 85 finals. So Lakers ended up winning championship, 80, 82, 85, 87, 88. Celtics went 81, 84, 86. They met back-to-back years, 84, 85. So you got that. But these guys met four straight times at the highest level. And, the Kevin Durant factor is real. That is a real thing.
I think you have to play both sides of it when it comes to KD because you could make an argument the Warriors don't get back to the Western Conference Finals or to the finals without KD. I don't agree with that, but you could make that argument. The Warriors needed to kind of shift where they were at. You're getting not the best version of Andrew Bogut at that particular point in time. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. I say this. I still enjoy watching LeBron James. I know there's a lot of people that can't stand him. Yeah. I think we're going to miss him when he's gone. I miss Tom Brady, even though he's not there. There was something that I find intoxicating about someone that you hated for so long, and then eventually you tap in, and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to enjoy this all-time great while they're still there. Right. We just watched Aaron Donald retire. I didn't see that coming. Yeah. And now I kind of wish like I had appreciated Aaron Donald more, even though I did.
Right.
Emmitt Smith was a guy that I didn't appreciate for like 10 years. And then I watched him play for the Arizona Cardinals as an old man. I was like, you know what? This dude's an all-timer. Like, he's an all-time, but you should appreciate this guy while he's still there. Kershaw. I look at Kershaw and Verlander. These are the two aces of their particular, generations. And as much as I can't stand Kershaw, I also like watching him.
Right. Especially as he ages and you're like, wow, this guy's still pitching at a high level. He's still giving you 6 innings.
Came out when Lincecum came out.
Right, I know.
You know what I mean? Like think about that, Giants fan. So there is something that as I watch LeBron James, as he's only a couple years younger than me, it's like, dude, what this guy's doing, clean or not, is absolutely incredible.
Right. No doubt. And
absolutely incredible.
It is. The fact that the Warriors have won 4 championships during the LeBron era, during that player, because he's still, he dropped 40 on Saturday, and it's like now he's got the 3 ball. He's always been a streaky shooter from the 3-point line, even in his Cleveland days, the first go-round. But the things that he's still
the highest
doing.
Percentage of his career.
I know. He's got better with the jump shot.
The left side, he's like automatic.
Oh, yeah. He's automatic from the left side. He can go to the rack at all times. He makes the right pass. He hasn't changed. He's, like, to me, it's kind of just funny. I just laugh. I'm like, this guy's in his 21st year in the league. 21st year in the league. I believe he could play another 5 years.
I think everyone does.
He's averaging 25, 8, and 7.
Look, B.
Right? I'm like 25, 8, and 7 as a 39-year-old player who's grown up in this league since he was 18 years old. So to see him at 39, Steph at 36, still dominating the headlines. There's nothing like Steph and LeBron. Like, we're getting closer to all these young teams that are coming and whatnot. But you got LeBron and Steph on a Saturday night, which is must-see TV. And 2 of the best Saturday nights we've had in the NBA all season, they were both a part of.
Yes.
The double overtime game. LeBron becomes the oldest player to have, 30-plus points, 15-plus rebounds, 10 assists, and Steph drops to 46 with 9 threes. Then you get a couple more Saturday. That was January 27th. Now you get Saturday, March 16th, and they're out there dueling at Crypto.com Arena for a play-in spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's just a play-in, but there's still 39. No. I'm amazed at LeBron. I am. I can't stand him. I don't want him on my team, and we'll get to that in just a second.
God.
I want Steph to have more rings than LeBron. I'm sorry. That's why I want to know.
I'm going to start calling you Dr. Seuss. This guy's got a hat that's like 7 feet tall.
Right. No. Seriously. Why?
Because you're capped, dog. You know you'd take LeBron in a heartbeat. Any Warrior fan out there who's just in their head, just hear me out. Swapping out something like Wiggins for LeBron. You're doing it in a heartbeat.
No, of course you're doing it. Of course you're going to do a deal like that.
Of course you are.
But my point is, I want Curry to have more rings than LeBron.
Okay.
Like, is there any Magic Johnson or Larry Bird fan out there that wanted Magic or Bird to play together
totally different era.
During the height of their powers?
It was 35 years ago.
I hear it. So what, though? But there was probably, you think there was any Magic fans saying, like, man, I want my guy to play with Bird? I know they played the Dream Team together. That's the Dream Team.
I thought the Dream Team was pretty freaking awesome.
No, it was awesome.
I don't know. I think we kind of liked it.
The Dream Team was awesome. We're talking about NBA teams.
It's just different.
NBA teams.
It's totally different now.
Yeah, no.
Wouldn't you agree? It's totally different.
I want my guy to have more rings. Let's go to Milkman real quick in SF. Milkman, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How are you guys? No. I do not. Never wanted Bird and Magic to play together. Never.
How old are you?
And so let's not forget.
How old are you?
I'm 65.
Okay.
So he was in a heyday. Okay. So who are you? Were you a Bird or Magic fan? Both or?
My family's from Boston. What does that tell you?
That tells me he's a Larry. Okay. So you never wanted Bird to play with Magic. I feel you on that one. Go ahead, Milkman.
Only in the Converse commercial when they rolled the ball out.
That's how he hurt his back.
At their right. Now, don't forget the NBA Finals was on tape delay before Bird and Magic came in the league.
Yep.
And the sportscasters say, now, if you're going to watch the game, I'm going to tell you the score and all that. And then also, let's not forget that it was not a true rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics because the Lakers had never beat the Celtics until Magic beat the Celtics. The Jerry West Lakers never beat the Celtics. Yep. And the final thing was, of course, they met for the, I don't know what you call it, the college championship, Bird and Magic, right? So they had this whole huge dynamic between the two guys. And also, I don't want to get into it, but, Larry was and Magic was, right? So, and Lunch Pail versus Showtime, it was awesome. The best time ever. Ever. It's good now. Watch out for my boys. Have a good day, guys.
All right, Milkman.
I just think
his cadence was hilarious.
It was. I think when I see like the younger people and how they consume sports, they consume it more in a fantasy football way, where like their favorite players are on all these different teams. They're not so team affiliated the way we are as older folks. So, and I look at like trying to wrap our heads around the way we viewed sports in the 80s in 2024. It's difficult.
Yeah, but I still have that competitive edge. I'm still a competitor. Like I want my guys to rule over everybody.
Well, of course.
And I don't want my biggest rival who kept me from winning more rings to join up with me. So
if Patrick Mahomes wanted to come to the Niners,
well, that's different. We need a quarterback.
That's different.
Anyway, and I actually like Patrick Mahomes.
I'm happy with
I'm not mad. I don't hate.
Kidding me?
I actually like Patrick Mahomes. He might be my favorite player in the league. There's a couple here. All right, we'll break here. We'll pick this up because we're getting a lot of comments on this. I'll read this one going out to break. 954, Comcast Business Text Line. Diehard Warrior fan here. And I absolutely do not want LeBron stat padding on my team, quitting on them when they lose and making everyone win, every win about him. Don't want LeBron selling the narrative about how Steph couldn't win a fifth one without him. Absolutely not. 888-957-9570. We got some Bob Myers sound coming up. We'll recap that game Saturday night and preview tonight's game against the New York Knicks. All that coming up here on the Warriors Game Day, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Prize Picks is your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We're talking Dubs here on The Rust.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Draymond. Draymond played a phenomenal game Saturday night.
Some beautiful backdoor passes to Curry.
He was playing well.
The alley-oops.
11th game with 10 or more rebounds, 6 double-double of the season. He finished with 6 points, 13 assists, 12 rebounds. I thought Wiggins defended his ass off Saturday night. Kuminga's just consistent, 23 points. He's not afraid of the bright lights. He had double figures in the first quarter alone. Then you get Steph, who did not score in the first quarter, didn't score until about 7 minutes and I want to say 40 seconds. With about 7 minutes and 40 seconds left in the first half, he finally got up on the board with his points, and then next thing you know, he finishes the half with 13 points, finishes with the team-high 31, but not to mention Klay Thompson coming in the first half and stabilizing that basketball game. Klay Thompson, 21 of his 26 in the first half. In the second half, we saw him become a playmaker. I'm really proud of Klay Thompson, where his game is at. That's some great Draymond Green sound on Klay Thompson and where he's at mentally coming off the bench. I thought CP3 hit some timely buckets in the third quarter. And look, we saw a glimpse of Steve Kerr's playoff rotation. He only went 9 deep Saturday night. There was no Moody, no Looney, no Quinones, no Jerome Robinson, no Saric. Now, Looney and Moody and Saric are going to have to be ready to go because they're not going to be on the bench every single game. There's going to be moments for them to play. But Saturday, Steve Kerr said, I'm going GP2 6.5 minutes. Other than that, I'm going heavy Chris Paul, heavy Klay, heavy Trace Jackson Davis. Yeah. And I'm going with my starters. And it's starting five with Podziemski, Curry, Draymond, Kuminga, and Wiggins are now 7-2 on the season, Shasky. And I know a lot of people online are tweeting about Podziemski. Oh, he's getting too many minutes. Played a team high 34 minutes, 43 seconds. I just say watch the game. This kid knows where to be. He knows where to move the ball. Now, in the offseason, he's going to have to work on his three-point shot because that shot is presented to him.
He did hit one late.
In the third quarter.
Yeah.
So, look, man, Steve Kerr going 9 deep, which is what we wanted.
Yeah.
You got too many guys here. Playoff rotation. We saw a glimpse of it Saturday night, but obviously we're going to be talking about Steph versus LeBron. But just a really, really clean basketball game for the Warriors. Just one turnover in the second half, Shasky.
I don't know how. I know you watch it. You're locked in. But like the ABC broadcast was showing Chris Paul mic'd up.
Yep.
And we could talk a lot about like assist to turnover ratio and all that, but I love when you hear some of the things that he's telling Trace Jackson Davis, some of the young guys. He's like, hey, look, when you get subbed in, you don't get an opportunity to warm yourself up. So if there's an automatic timeout and you're going to get subbed in at that point, like get your legs going. And he was like talking about how like jog in place, you know what I mean? And I know it's just like these little subtleties that he's bestowing upon these guys I thought were really good. He was talking about to Trace Jackson Davis, hey, when the ball goes through the hoop in that situation, inbound it quick. I want to get a cheapie on the other end. And Trace said, okay. And then you notice later in the game, he does that.
Yep.
So
he's such a smart young man, Trace Jackson Davis. I'm so impressed with him.
But you ever hear when like we never get anything good when people are getting mic'd up? You have to have the right guy mic'd up.
Yep.
And when you have someone like Chris Paul, who's as old as he is and is as wise and is like literal coach on the floor. We say that so flippantly. Chris Paul has been awesome. And I know we're going the Expendables here as we go with all the old guys. Bonte, I want him back. I think Chris Paul's been really good, and I think that you cannot quantify how good Chris Paul has been for the culture and the team and the development of the young players through the box score. You have to watch it every single night. They have closed quarters better, and I think a large part of that is his wisdom.
Yep. They took care of the basketball. Again, 7 turnovers Saturday night. And to your point about Chris Paul, just 19 minutes on Saturday, 18 minutes, 53 seconds, but we'll round up. 4-7, 8 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. And as you said, you can't quantify what he's doing with the ball handling.
That's what I'm saying.
Telling guys where to be. Even when he doesn't have the ball, you see him on the wing.
Yes.
He's looking across the court. TJG, get down. Pot, stay out. He's directing traffic without the ball in his hands. It's actually a work of art. And he's another coach on the court.
Yes.
So now in these non-Steph minutes.
Yes.
I don't think we've really discussed all season long, despite the record, despite the Warriors being 35-31, despite their struggles.
Yeah.
I don't think we've mentioned much the non-Curry minutes. Because the non-Curry minutes have been fine. The bench production has been fine all season long. The non-Curry minutes, when you see it like in the fourth quarter, for example, I was eager to see what would happen once Curry got back into the game. Where would the lead be? Warriors were rolling. They're up 9. He gets back into the basketball game. Guess what, Jasky? They're up 9.
I know.
They don't lose the lead at all. Actually, they increase the lead until a couple late Laker buckets there, and then Curry comes back into the game. So with the non-Curry minutes that we discussed incessantly all last season, all the starters have an 8-point lead. Oh, they come back in, they're only up 1. This year, it's been completely different. The starters come out with a lead, and the bench comes in and flips the game and extends that lead. And a lot of that is due to Chris Paul and his wisdom and the way he runs a team.
Absolutely. And I think Klay Thompson going to the bench and accepting his role, I know we're going to dive into it a little later. Look, it's not a big sample size. So I'm not trying to say that this is who he is moving forward and all that. But there is something to it. I don't know how much. 53 starts. He's averaging 30 minutes in the 53 starts, 17 points a game, 41% from the field, 37% from three-point land, okay? In the 10 games off the bench, 4 minutes less per game, 4 more points per game, 7 percentage points higher from the field, and almost 8 percentage points higher from three-point land.
44.5% from three since he's come off the bench.
Yes, Chris Paul has been awesome off the bench. So is Klay Thompson. If this is the role moving forward for Klay Thompson, if they can find a way to work an extension, I think this has elongated his career and has made him more impactful and is exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of rejuvenating this entire organization, having some firepower off the bench.
We'll get that Draymond sound a little bit later because I thought he spoke very well about Klay Thompson and his mindset. Because Klay does worry about what people say about him because he cares. He cares about the way he plays. He cares about the way it looks. Right now, he's just playing free. He mentioned to us on a postgame show a few weeks ago after they beat Utah, and he goes, Bonte, I'm just more relaxed. I get to see the way the game flows. And, I get to come in there, second units. I have the freedom to shoot. I'm playing alongside Chris Paul. He's playing alongside TJD. So you got a perfect point guard who's going to get you the basketball right in the right pocket. You got a roller in TJD who's going to open up the floor. And then you got other guys around him, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's GP2, whether it's Andrew Wiggins. It just all works. And what Klay Thompson did in that second quarter, at one point in that second quarter, Shask, I believe he scored 13 straight points for the Golden State Warriors. He had scored 10 of the first 14 in the second quarter to keep them, because in the first quarter it was nasty. They were playing no defense. Lakers getting any shot that they want. They're struggling a little bit from the floor. And Klay Thompson, the first shot he hit, baseline, it was quirky, right? You're like, oh, no. That's Klay Thompson. Yes. He hits tough shots. And right then I was like, oh, it might be one of those nights for Klay. And it was one of those nights for him, especially in the first half.
And what I liked in the second half is, I don't know if he missed his first two or if he split, but he missed a couple. And then he was like, you know what? I'm going to pass a little. And then he started passing. So the discernment was there as well. Him and Trace have a nice little feel for the game together.
Great rapport. His playmaking ability in the second half, especially with TJD, understanding, let me just make the extra pass. It's okay. We're getting better shots here. And that's what Klay Thompson's doing right now. He's playing well. Warriors get a big win. They got to follow it up now. New York Knicks are playing some defense. Got some numbers on them. They've been shutting opponents down. They have OG Anunoby back. They beat the Kings on Saturday night, so they were not lighting up the beam up at the G1C Saturday night as the Knicks beat them, and they're coming to town here, and they want a little payback for what the Warriors did to them back at the Garden a few weeks ago. So that's all coming up here, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, March 26th.
we got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's feed him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Spinelli, why are you laughing? What up, Steph? Can't wait to see you tonight, man. I'm taking my mom to the game, as it is Women's Empowerment Night for the Golden State Warriors. So let me pull this up here because Laura Britt's going to join us at 9:20. She's going to be the pregame host tonight for NBC Sports Bay Area. Kareth Burke, as indicated, will be the color analyst. Jenny Kavnar and LaChina Robinson will do the play-by-play in color from the booth. They'll fill in for Fitz and Buki, and a very special night for the Warriors. And, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm really excited for these ladies to get a great time to shine out here. And I love what they're doing. You got Bay FC yesterday in the inaugural game, do their thing, and Women's Empowerment broadcast tonight, which all begins at 6 p.m. again. Jenny Kavnar, LaChina Robinson. Jenny will do the play-by-play. Of course, she was named the A's play-by-play voice for this season. LaChina Robinson has done a slew of WNBA games. She's been doing it for a long time. Laura Britt will host alongside Kareth Burke, as he indicated, and Jane Appel Marinelli, who's the former Stafford center, one of the studs down there at Stafford. She's going to do Dove Talk Live with Kyla Mills tonight. So a women's empowerment broadcast tonight at Chase Center right here on NBC Sports Bay Area starting at 6 p.m. So that'll be a lot of fun. But listen, can you play that cut one more time, Spino? One more time.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's feed him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
So
me gassing up Joe.
You also slapped the table there when he said that. That was 1,000% Joe.
I'm a table slapper.
So
I learned
Joe
that from
Lacob.
Sully on the Bone, you know?
so Joe Lacob. What was that, 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
A long time ago.
That was right after the championship season, right?
Where everything was different.
That was in October of this past year. That was last year. Joe Lacob right there.
So 2023.
Correct. Before this season.
No, that was old. That was at the old studio. I never forget it. That was at the old studio. Because because Joe Lacob was to my right when he said it. I swear. I never
He was
forget
not
it.
to my left. He was to my right.
No. He was to my right. That was at the old building. And he was like, I want that 4th. I want more than LeBron. And you got Joe. But that's the best part about it. That's the beauty of it. It's still Shasky is out here clamoring for LeBron to wear a Golden State Warriors uniform. Shasky, yes, Joe, I'm with you. I want my guys to have 5 and LeBron only to have 4.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's feed him to 5.
Right.
See, I think presented with new information, not knowing that Jordan Poole would implode, and not knowing Andrew Wiggins would be on a milk carton for multiple months of multiple seasons. So, things change. Things change.
This was October 18th, 2023 is what I have on the timestamp.
Whatever.
Here, so.
Okay.
It's all right. It doesn't matter.
Here's what I would say.
It's still the same feeling.
Whatever.
Can I ask you this question?
Sure.
When the Yankees were the reigning World Series champions and had won in 96, took a year off, then won it again in 1998. Did anybody say, we don't want to acquire Roger Clemens from the Toronto Blue Jays. We want to have more rings than Roger Clemens.
Yankees and Blue Jays aren't a huge rival.
I'm just asking.
Nobody cared. We were out here.
You tell me that you want the Warriors to operate like the Yankees.
No. They do. And I would open LeBron James. But if I had a choice, I'm saying, no, LeBron, you stay in L.A. I want more rings than you.
Okay.
The Blue Jays they won 2 championships in the early 90s. The Yankees sucked in the early 90s. They stunk. You know that. You watched the
I'm never saying no to an upgrade. That is my philosophy on roster building. Right. If somebody wants to come to you and they're one of the all-time legends, you say yes.
Now, I'm going to say something here, and it's not going to be a popular take.
Oh, my God.
But if there's anybody from the Lakers I want on the Golden State Warriors, it's not LeBron James.
Darvin Ham?
It's not Austin Reeves. It's not Darvin Ham. It's not D'Angelo Russell.
Did you see Reeves and Albert Pujols swap jerseys?
Dude, hilarious. After Austin Reeves had a horrible game.
Horrible game.
Trying to cook Steph early.
And Albert Pujols wrote like a paragraph on Reeves and Reeves just signed it.
So the guy to get from the LA Lakers is what the Warriors need because everybody's been screaming about it. I can hear Horace in Texas right now. I know y'all call him street clothes. I know y'all think he's soft. Anthony Davis is the guy to have on the Golden State Warriors, not LeBron James. I'm looking at his paint defense. His defense is still really good. And if Anthony Davis became a Warrior, we wouldn't need you to score all those buckets. We don't need you to hover around the three-point line. We just need you to block shots, defend at a high level, and we're good out here.
Did you hear that he has a new nickname? He used to be called the Unibrow. Now he's called the Cyclops.
Wow. That's
like
a half a point. That's not even. Where'd you steal that from?
I came up with it.
Where did you steal that from?
Because he's only got one eye.
No, you stole that from somewhere. I would rather have AD.
Come on, that was funny. Come on,
I would rather have AD. LeBron doesn't defend at a high level anymore. He picks and chooses. How'd that fly on this basketball team? I can hear Warrior fans right now, 15 games in. LeBron James just taking it easy on defense. No.
You know who'd love it? Boxer and Gerson. Because he changed it to the Anthony Davis report.
Look,
I would rather have Anthony Davis with Stephen Curry setting screens, rolling to the basket alongside TJD. Give me AD over LeBron James. We're talking about the wrong player.
So I think what's happened here is we're allowing too much wiggle room. Here are your two options, Bonte. I'm not letting you pivot off this. Either you're rolling back the exact same Warrior team next year, or you're making a move for LeBron. There's no in between. There's no other mythical trade out there.
Or AD.
Do you really think
Or AD.
if they rolled this team back, this exact team next year, that's good enough?
Nobody's asking for them to roll back the team. We're not even in the y'all season yet.
I'm not
but
allowing.
LeBron James, but let's be real. Anthony Davis would be the better fit on this team than LeBron James.
I could find other better fits all around the league, but that might not be available.
I have Jonathan Kuminga going to the basket with reckless abandon. I don't need LeBron James for that. I got Kuminga ascending. I'm taking away minutes from Kuminga. I'm taking away touches from Kuminga if I bring in LeBron James.
They can all play together.
Maybe. They probably
if
could.
Wiggins can play alongside Kuminga, I think LeBron's a much more sophisticated basketball player than.
I'm telling you.
Really?
AD would be the better fit on this team.
Who has not played well alongside LeBron?
AD would be the better fit.
Well, okay, but.
He would be the better fit.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would be a better fit alongside Curry. We could play that game till we're blue in the face.
I don't want LeBron James on this team. I don't. I mean, look, he's fine, but he's a ball-dominant player. He slows down the pace.
Yeah, but Curry does his best work off ball.
He does do his best.
I mean, he was destroying them off ball.
That's just one player. We got Draymond Green for that. Now, where do you slide Draymond Green? He doesn't have the ball in his hands.
They'll all figure it out. I always think of this way. The sophisticated great players.
Honestly, after that game, I'm going to ask Warrior fans, seriously, is Shasky the only Warrior fan who wants LeBron in the Warrior uniform?
I think everyone's full of crap. And I think that the second LeBron came here, everybody would have a change of heart. And they would be like, oh my God, we got LeBron.
You know why? Because we're about the Warriors, not the name on the back of the jersey, the name on the front of the jersey. We're all going to represent the Warriors. Not going to just throw in our Warriors gear and say, forget the Warriors. They got LeBron James. Of course, everybody's going to be on board with it. But honestly, if you had a choice, do you really want LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors, a guy we met 4 times in the NBA Finals and beat 3 times, and the one time he won, he snitched on Draymond Green and cried to the league, and Kiki Vandeweghe went for it to spin in Draymond Green for Game 5, and all of a sudden, Bogey goes down, and Iguodala goes down. It's still, we look back, you can't talk about 73-9 no more. Why? Because you talk about 3-1 after that. 73-9, they didn't talk about a 3-1 lead. We can't even talk about 2016.
If Curry wants him and he's at the forefront of bringing him in, everyone will fall in line. And a move like this wouldn't happen without Curry's approval.
I'd much rather have AD.
Okay.
Oh my God!
We can go around the league and pick lots of other better fits.
I don't want LeBron James. However, Bob Myers.
That's not the exercise we're doing.
Bob Myers last week. He joined us. And he joined us for 50 minutes. He was on a countdown show Saturday night. Now, I didn't see this until after my show because, most of you guys were locked into NBC Sports Bay Area for Warriors Pregame Live. But Bob was on with ESPN, Stephen A. Smith. Was Kendrick Perkins there or was it Michael Wilbon?
It was Wilbon.
Wilbon, Malika Andrews, and Stephen A. Smith.
And it was weird. I thought at one point it looked like they were on the court, and the next thing you know, they're in like a stage. But keep going.
So, here is Bob Myers on the LeBron Steph situation.
You know what I wish? I wish we could have seen them play on the same team for
LeBron
one
and
season.
Steph.
Yes, because you know why? They're perfect complements to each other. Their game. Forget that they're mega stars and the most popular players in the NBA. Curry and LeBron, more than anybody understands, complement each other on the basketball court. LeBron is the point forward, one of the best passers ever, and Curry moving off the ball. We're probably not going to get to see it.
We're probably not going to get to see it. And Bob, when I say that is, thank the heavens we're not going to be able to see it. The All-Star game is enough.
It is interesting that he is ripping some of my material that I used with him when we were on during the week. And I'm glad that Bob did that.
He didn't even answer the question.
That's a nice tip of the cap to me.
He didn't answer the question because he knows it's not happening.
Well, that's fine.
That's Bob Myers Saturday. Here's Lake Up either a year ago. There's a controversy with this one when this cut was played.
It was 10 years ago.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5.
Thank
Let's
you.
seed him to 5.
Right.
In my head now, I'm hearing Rick Tittle, don't make any noises when a guest is talking because when it gets cut up later, it will be used against you.
That's what makes the best radio. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. That cut will live on. Go ahead, Spinoni, get in here.
Oh, no, it's just Rick Tittle stories. That was it. Hated when I talked into his ear. Some hosts don't like it because it distracts them and stuff like that. So that's just one thing I remembered.
Yeah.
It's you, me, and Tittle. Let's have a McGriddle.
I'm with Von.
He used to say that
I know.
It's Shasky and Tittle. You could wake up with us and have a McGriddle. I love that, man.
I got a story about Rick Tittle real quick.
Love that guy.
Von on YouTube. That's just TV Bob Myers. That's not the real Bob Myers. That's TV Bob. See, we all have alter egos. Now, my quick story on Rick Tittle.
I love that Bob went there, though.
My quick story on Rick Tittle. My first month in 95.7 The Game, there was a lot of moving parts going on, right? And so I'm working with Rick Tittle, and I'm sitting in the quote-unquote A chair.
Okay.
Rick is like flustered.
Why?
And then Derek Papa comes up to me and says, hey, Rick's not used to sitting in the B chair. He just asked if you guys switch or whatnot. He's just more comfortable in that chair. I'm like, what? And then I thought about the 30 for 30 with Mad Dog and Francesca. Now, this came later when Francesca went straight to the A chair. And Russo's like, it's my chair. And stupid A chair, B chair stuff. But he like big leagued me into the A chair. I love Tittle, though. He's always good to me. His brother, I met his brother a couple times. He was always good. But that was my first interaction with Tittle. Was like,
but there are some shows where the A chair is only there to breathe a little on the microphone while the B is just running material for minutes on end.
Well, it's not this show.
No, it's definitely not this show.
I don't know who you're referring to.
I am clinging to your coattails as you are soaring up like Superman.
No. I don't know what show you're referring to. It ain't this show. We're getting touches, baby.
B, I can't argue with you.
You want to get 30 shots or get 31 up? Your turn.
What's the Klay Thompson? I'm not sacrificing.
I'm not sacrificing bleep.
Next question.
Because he used to be like, do you really want to be in the A chair? He'd be like, the A chair, you got to do all the reads. You got to do all the, that's 33% of your airtime. And I'm like, well, I'm going to get mine.
33% of your airtime.
I'm going
to be humble in this one.
Maybe I'm exaggerating, but something like that. And I was like, Matt, I'm going to get my touches. I'm getting my shots up. I'm getting my threes up.
Well-rounded. Just suspend.
Bay FC. Shout out to Bay FC.
Yeah. Can you
Women's
just do me a favor?
Baby, let's go.
Could you do me a favor? Just suspend logical thought for just a second when it comes to being a Warrior fan and zoom out and be the league. If you're the NBA, you can't get enough Curry LeBron, right? Right now, you just can't. You can't get enough of it. There's a reason 2 of the games have been on Saturday night. They want to showcase that. They understand Laker brand, LeBron brand, Curry brand, Warrior brand, massive eyeballs. We could talk all about, the league loves that they're in a plan. No, the league does not want them. The league wants them in the first or second or third round of the playoffs with 7 games. They don't want a 1 standoff game. So, the league has got to be sitting here going, oh, my goodness, how can we get both of these teams somehow into the playoffs? You know, I mean, they just
Can you
are.
imagine that? The Lakers not in the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying.
LeBron
Or the
James not in
Warriors.
playoffs.
If you look at the ratings over the last 10 years and you look at where the Warriors land in terms of most watched NBA games, they've got 90% of all the top games. All of them.
No, they do. This is good material, Shasky. Comcast Business Text Line. 510 Preach, Bonte. there's only room for one king in the Bay. And that's you, bro.
Oh, wow. Anna, thanks for chiming in from a burner phone.
She doesn't have a 510 number. You like that? You like that? No. And then Steph. You got to sound with Steph when he was with Steiny and Guru a couple years ago? LeBron James, and Steph was like,
changed.
no, not that dramatically.
If you can have Oral Hershiser pitch in a Giants uniform, Richard Sherman wearing a Niner uniform, anything can happen.
You got to understand, though.
Richard Sherman?
But they were well past their prime. Well past their prime.
I mean, Richard Sherman was one of the most hated non-Niners of all time.
And how did that end?
Oh, it didn't end great, but they made sweet music for 1 year.
Well, we all remember Super Bowl 54. And then Earl Hershiser. Earl Hershiser was just chasing a check.
Could you mark that?
Giants fans.
He's just not pronouncing his name properly.
Who? Hershiser?
Yeah. Give me the first name.
Earl Hershiser. Oral.
There we go.
Oral
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got for Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Don't try to distract me here. This is your little tactics to try to sidetrack me and get me off my point.
What did you
Oral Hershiser came here chasing a check. He was cooked at that point. And the Giants,
he wasn't in the
they were looking for PR. They were trying to get some fans in this. Nobody's going to Candlestick Park. The only thing Oral Hershiser did for the Giants was piss off Alex Rodriguez in the interleague play, and A-Rod was like, his stuff's done. He's washed, and he ripped them. All right? So get out of here. Get out of here with that.
It wasn't 40 consecutive scoreless innings in 1988 for Oral Hershiser?
We're talking about two juggernauts right here. It's Steph, LeBron. By the way, you're listening to 95.7
Juggernauts
The Game.
They're bigger than that. Keep going.
Well, there you go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Thanks for KGZ, FM Days 21 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. By the way, some breaking news here when it comes to the Giants. Our girl, my auntie, Renell Brooks-Moon, will no longer be in the booth for the San Francisco Giants at Oracle Park. She's been their one and only public address announcer since that park is open. This would have been her 25th season with the San Francisco Giants, and Susan Slusser has an article in the Chronicle where they part ways, the Giants and Renell Brooks-Moon. And I don't know if it had anything to do with money. I'm not even going to speculate. And I already sent out a text to Renell just saying, hey, thinking about you, auntie. Hope you're well. We're going to hear a different voice when, Lamont Wade Jr. walks up into the batter's box as a leadoff hitter, or Jung-Hoo Lee. It's going to be a different voice. And so those are going to be some big shoes to fill. But in this article, Renell has some great quotes. To my successor, best of luck and enjoy every minute of it. To the talented young control room crew, I cannot be prouder of you all. And last but certainly not least, the fans, 100% the best fans in all of baseball, many of whom have become personal friends. I can't thank you enough for your overwhelming kindness and support. I will miss you all the most. So she'll become public address announcer emeritus, and the PA booth at Oracle Park will be named in her honor during a home game this year. Forget a home game. It should be named in her honor for every freaking home game for the rest of this park's life. That should be the Renell Brooks-Moon broadcast booth. That's hands down.
I wish Lubman was here, because I thought they named the other booth, the play-by-play booth, after Lon Simmons, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, this is a different booth.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know, maybe the whole wing, who knows, B? I don't know. It does, well, look, Renell, Kruk, Kipe, John Miller, these are the voices that have been the voices for the Giants for most of us for the last 30 years. For most Giants fans, they introduced you to baseball. They taught you baseball. Their voices, their cadences, are kind of the soundtrack to how we view the game. And there's a lot of changes that are going to be happening over the couple years. I don't know what ended up happening with the Renell thing. Like, who knows? There's always two sides to the story. But I mean, I just think of the way Barry Bonds, it's etched in my eardrums.
She's got one of the best voices in Bay Area sports history.
I think we underrate how difficult the job is too.
Yeah, very difficult. She's locked in on it. I mean, she's an absolute icon. She's 65 years old now. One of the first black women to ever serve as a PA announcer for a Major League Baseball team. And she's synonymous with the Giants, man, throughout her time at Oracle Park. I mean, it's not even close. So, look, it's been a great run for her. I'm sure it's a mutual party. Who knows what's happening? But it's going to be a new voice, and that's sad that we hear about this a couple weeks before opening day.
Per the article, Brooks Moon and the Giants had extensive discussions about a new contract for 2024, which would have been her 25th season in the role, but the sides were unable to come to an agreement, according to the release. This is obviously via Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle.
You know, I hate to be this guy when it comes to the kids doing it. Look, you know how great the PA announcer is when they do we'll let the kids announce some of the players. And they're kids. They don't know what they're doing, but it's terrible. You know what I mean? 9 times out of 10. Very few of the kids that get opportunity, and it's more play and fun and to get kids to love the game and stuff. But you realize how great she is when you hear someone who's not her doing the job.
Yeah. So unable to come to an agreement.
That stinks.
In her 25th season, which would have been her 25th season with the San Francisco Giants.
You would feel you'd hope that there'd be an amicable resolution. And whenever there's a legend like this, you want them to be able to go out in a way that's dignified. You know what I mean? Having, even if, I didn't love the way Bochy went out, but seeing everybody have to give him a clap and a standing ovation, and there's something to that. And yeah, it stinks that this is going down this way.
I hope they didn't try to pity pitcher. I hope the Giants didn't try to pity pitcher or low baller or whatnot. Just, we couldn't work something out for a 25th season to get Rennell Brooks Moon, in that booth for a 25th season. We couldn't figure that out. I'm sure there's two sides to the story, but I reached out and just said, "OT, thinking about you. Hopefully she's doing okay." And obviously with the quote, Rennell's always got a positive outlook on life.
Yeah.
She's going to be fine. She's going to support the next PA announcer. She's going to support whoever replaces her. That's just who she is. She's one of the best people I've ever met in my life, man. So we're thinking about her. We'll probably have her on the show soon. Gosh, man, she was A++.
A beacon of optimism on a team that didn't have a lot of them.
No.
Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
You know,
and an ambassador.
Class act.
An ambassador. Whenever the Giants throw parties, she's there.
Absolutely.
She's there, and the players love her. Love her. So she's a lot of moms to a lot of dudes, a lot of aunties. She's an auntie to a lot of these guys, cousins, whatever it is.
I think the other thing is, when you're from this area and this is your home, you're one of us. Right?
Yep.
And Rennell was one of us. And I think
she
that
still is. Yeah.
Absolutely.
She is us.
Absolutely.
She's raised the bar for what we do, Shasky, because people forget KBL, KBLX. She's a Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer.
A legend. A literal legend.
Absolute legend. So we're thinking about Rennell as we'll shift back into the Golden State Warriors as they beat the Lakers Saturday night. 128-121. What's your big takeaway? Do you really want to see LeBron James try to join forces with the Golden State Warriors? Nobody wants that. But let's talk about the team here. Not about the offseason. The team, they have some newfound hope. I like the new rotation. Let's get into that here. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary.
Russell now with 19. A quiet 19. Curry catch and shoot 3. Got it on the left sideline with Russell right there. Downtown Magic by number 30, and it's 81-75 Warriors.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, team high 31 points. Didn't score in the first quarter, lit it up as he had his 25th 30-point game. You heard Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game for the voice of the Golden State Warriors. And the Warriors win their 18th road game of the season. Are now 18-14 away from home. 18-14 away from home. They've won 10 of 12 on the road. So they've been able to play very, very good basketball away from home. Remember, that was a big point coming into the season. It's something we talked about incessantly. Can they win away from home? They got to fix their road woes, and they did that right away, going 5-1. They're 18-14. Now, can they flip it at home? They're 17-17 at home. They have 3 home games this week. Can they start to play winning basketball? This is the worst home record for Steve Kerr at home in the Warriors since he's been head coach. We're going to throw away the 19-20 season and what happened there when they went 15-20.
Kai Bowman here.
That Kai Bowman, Eric Pascal, Omari Spellman. Who else was on that team?
It was the guy
Damian Lee, Jordan Poole.
The bench player that they had signed who got traded at the deadline.
Alec Burks.
Thank you.
Glenn Robinson Jr.
Robinson III, that's right.
Yeah. Marquise Chris.
I actually really like Marquise Chris.
I did like Marquise
Broke
Chris.
his leg and never
that
was
was
the
unfortunate.
same.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah.
He played well with the Dubs.
He did.
I did like him. But, they've got to fix that. They got to start stacking some wins here with 7 home games left in the regular season and try to get up to the 7-8 bracket here. They're 2 games behind the Mavericks and the Suns in the loss column. Phoenix has a tough schedule. They struggle in the fourth quarter. They've been struggling all season long in the fourth quarter. If the Warriors can just get into the 7-8, then all of a sudden, you know what? Maybe they can make a little run here in the playoffs because they are healthy again. And we saw this healthy rotation Saturday night, Shasky. 9 guys played. 9. GP2, 6 minutes, 32 seconds. The rest of the squad played at least 19 minutes. Moody didn't play. Ludi didn't play. Quinones didn't play. I'm not going to complain about rotations in a win. I'm not going to do that. Steve Kerr did what he had to do to win a basketball game, and I love the mindset going into it. Steve Kerr Friday said, we've got to win this game. This is like a playoff game. Rui Hachimura said the same thing for the LA Lakers, and you know what? We had a little bit of a playoff intensity Saturday night at Crypto.com Arena.
No, it was actually a really fun game until the final 2 minutes. And I don't want to lose my mind over it, but
it was embarrassing.
It was horrible.
It was embarrassing.
It was completely unacceptable. And look, we can talk about the shot clock thing. That didn't even trigger me as bad as the 2 back-to-back reviews.
Oh my God.
The 2 because to me, at that point, I was already exhausted because of the back-to-back reviews when it comes to the shot clock. First, the LeBron one. Look, I'm not trying to cape up for LeBron. I'm not 100% sure. If you call it a 3 in real time, when you go to review it, can you definitively say that his heel was flush to the ground and it was out of bounds? I don't know. Everybody who has a shoe, lift your shoe up and you look at the heel and the toe are bowed. They always kind of go up. It's
right.
So I didn't know that his foot was down. And then on the Draymond thing, that took forever. All right. Then there's the Draymond review after the jump ball which we kind of slept on it. Jackson Hayes, you got out jumped by Wiggins.
Yeah, no doubt.
After you were talking all that smack.
And Jackson Hayes has hops.
Yeah.
He could dunk too, man. He had some nasty dunks.
I was just gonna say, well, Draymond's going out of bounds, and he's gonna fire it off of Austin Reeves. Is that who he fired it off?
Yeah. Yep.
I want to say, and they're in a pause and they're reviewing his feet, and I'm not 100% sure his foot was conclusively on the line,
right?
For the exact same reason that LeBron's foot I wasn't 100%. So the whole thing, just common sense needs to prevail, and this is where. There's an in-game element where all the guys are saying, you saw Curry, come on, man, let's go. Steve Kerr's come on, let's go.
One thing I was worried about with all the delay, and by the way, in real time, the last 2 minutes took 23 minutes and 27 seconds. We were waiting in the control room to go on for the post-game show, and Sackey was a little ahead. He goes, dude, we got another review. And so finally, I just went to the control room and was just sitting with them because I was I need to know the live feed. Let's just, I'm not going to sit, but the fact that it was 23 minutes and 27 seconds that we're waiting around. And one thing that went to my brain immediately was, boy, what if somebody strains a hamstring from just being out here and tightening up?
Didn't think
what if somebody gets hurt What if somebody, after all that running, start, stop, what if something happens here in the last 2 minutes because of this long delay? And then finally you decide we're going to keep the shot clock on the floor. We should have done that right away. I remember Pop Warner football. High school football, college. The clock goes out. They convene for about 2 to 3 minutes. We're going to keep the time on the field. Let's go.
But the shot clock thing, it happened in the first half, and then it happened, I believe, in the third quarter because LeBron jumped off the bench and was like, yo, the shot clock, because it got stuck on 14 or whatever. It happened throughout the game. It was... I couldn't believe
how bad that was.
So
it almost ruined a great basketball game.
Well, and here's the other thing. The guys put the headset on, the NBA referees, when they're reviewing anything, and we don't get to hear anything. It's just a dude staring off into a screen. It's like, this needs to be page, text, whatever, into that guy's hip pocket, and let's keep it moving. To me, again, NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, 30 seconds. If it takes longer than 30 seconds, roll with what was called on the field.
No doubt.
I don't want to. This whole thing is out of control, and Steve Kerr alluded to it.
Yeah, here's Steve Kerr. I was just about to go there. Here's Steve Kerr on the bizarre situation with the clock.
It was bizarre. It was bizarre. I mean, it seems like a few times a year you get clock issues. That's about as extreme as I've ever been a part of, where the backup unit doesn't work either. And it's unfortunate. I felt bad for the fans. That was a great game. And all of a sudden, the last 2 minutes, it's, everyone's just kind of looking at each other, wondering what to do.
And then here's Kerr on how he doesn't like the replay review process.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of replay. I think we should have replay just for buzzer beaters, and that's it. I mean, we don't, the whole goal is, with replays to try to get everything right. But, there's 100 plays at each end every night that are subjective. It's not tennis. It's not Hawkeye where the ball's either in or out. It's there's all kinds of subjective stuff that happens. We're never going to get everything right. I think the flow of the game is way more important.
I agree with that 100%.
Totally.
100%. Here's Stephen Curry on the situation, because I haven't heard from Steph yet. This is the first time I'm going to hear this one.
It was weird because every time, I don't know why we had the hope that we did after maybe the second one, but every time they put the ball in, we're like, all right, we're good. And then 2 dribbles and the whistles came back. So I never seen anything like that in my 15 years, because usually there's like a backup plan of a secondary clock or something. So thankfully it was only, a minute and some change, minute 50 left. And once they did get the ball back and play, 2 possessions, and we kind of sealed the deal from there. But definitely weird. I watch a lot of golf. I don't know if they did like that playing through thing where you see the commercials running and they're just waiting for the game to come back, but it's probably not the greatest for TV.
Not the greatest for television. It was definitely not the greatest for television. Not the greatest for the fans. And all those celebrities sitting courtside. You got Bad Bunny. But seriously, you're trying to cater to all these crowds and all these fans.
Bennifer there. Come on.
Yeah, Bennifer.
What was he wearing?
Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. I don't know what it was.
Ben Affleck now, actually.
But Kim Kardashian. You got all these celebs there. You got all the fans there. You got people maybe go to their first NBA game thinking, what the heck is going on here? That's the wrong, out of all places to have a delay. LA's a wrong place to have a delay.
But so you reference the celebrities. I don't care about the celebrities. Let's just say you're average Joe, okay? The average Joe going to the game, you're taking your son or your wife or whatever. You spent probably premium money. It's Lakers Warriors. It's a Saturday night. And that's what you're going through as you're in the arena. And most people don't have Twitter like you and I. Because anything that happens at a game when we're there live, what do?
Right.
We jump to Twitter to find out what's going on.
Right.
They're not really announcing what the hell's going on. And so the people that are in the audience paying premium money are like, why would I ever want to go to a game again when I'm not being told at the game what's going on? I'm missing replays. I'm missing, the announcers talking about it. And then on the couch, I'm sitting there and I'm going, how does Mike Breen, Doris Burke, and JJ Redick not know the rules? You can't review Draymond traveling or not on this play. It's either inbound or out of bounds.
Well, you know what?
That was really I kind of looked at Mike Breen a certain way. And I think he's an excellent broadcaster, but you have to know the rules.
Well, no, but see, here's the thing.
What's that?
We sit back in the studio at NBC Sports Bay Area, Willie and I and Fezzi and Monty Poole. Hell, we don't know how the rules half the time because the NBA changes them so much.
Well, there's something to be said for that. You're right.
So there's the clarity of these rules. It's not clearly defined. The take foul, clear path. What if somebody fouls somebody 80 feet away from the rim? Isn't that a take foul?
Well, the out of bounds.
You know what I'm saying?
The out of bounds one that led to some dispute was Jackson Hayes and Wiggins, was it those two?
Yeah.
Where it's not whoever touches it last, it's who causes it to go out of bounds.
Right.
That's a very confusing one, too.
I mean, so these rules are confusing. Take fouls, charges, blocks, last 2 minutes of a game. Can you do this? Clear pass, take foul. We're confused about the rules.
Yes.
So it's hard for me to blame Doris Burke, J.J. Redick, and especially Mike Breen, who's on top of everything, about the rule book. The rules change. Like, they've changed the rules midway through the season. Midway through the year, they've already changed. Like, we're seeing less foul attempts. We're seeing less free throws now. They had the lowest amount of free throws in the month of February, 19.3. That was the lowest amount of free throws in a month since, I believe, the 80s. I got to get the stat down. I wrote it down somewhere. But
I'm here for less free throws, quite
I'm
honestly.
here for that, but it's no consistency with
that
the
I
rule
agree
book.
with. I mean, but
So
Rick Barry's been
we're all
talking about this
confused.
for a decade. They adjudicate the regular season one way, and then come playoff time, you're allowed to maul a guy off ball. I mean, every year you'd see Klay Thompson and Steph Curry with huge scars on their shoulders because they're getting clawed coming off of screens. The part that really sucks is after the action finally resumed, Steph picked the pocket of LeBron James, and we're not talking about that enough.
Yeah, exactly, because we all forgot. We were like, wait, they're playing again? Game was over. Then, of course, the alley-oop from Draymond
that tic-tac-toe play is...
The tic-tac-toe play is back.
They've had that for a decade. I love that play.
It's back.
I
That's
call
how you
it
know they're
tic-tac-toe.
humming.
Is it?
No, Fitz always calls it
Okay,
tic-tac-toe. That's why.
Is that okay? Maybe that's where I get it from.
Tic-tac-toe. Yeah. We all get it from that. Tic-tac-toe, 4-on-3. Draymond to Wiggins or Jonathan.
I love that high-low.
Look, man, I'm not going to lie to you. After watching basketball all weekend long, and watching, by the way, shout out to Bay FC. I don't know if you watched the inaugural game from Bay FC, women's soccer team out here in the Bay Area. They're going to be playing at Earthquake Stadium, Avaya Stadium, down in San Jose. Those ladies are out there. Those ladies are out there playing. It was a gutsy performance in the second half. The 8 saves by the goalie. What's her name? I forget the name slipping me. I'll get the roster in just a second. But anyway, March Madness, all the NBA games, and to see the Warriors go out there and look healthy and say, okay, now I know Anthony Davis left the game with an eye injury, and that changed the game because the Lakers were dominating in the paint 14-4. All of a sudden, there's newfound hope that the Warriors could move up in the standings. All of a sudden, looking at this week, the Knicks tonight, the Grizzlies Wednesday, the Pacers Friday, and then you go to Minnesota on Sunday. Can you go 3-1? Can you go 4-0? Can you move up in the standings here with everybody healthy now? That's the biggest thing. Steph Curry, the right ankle, he's had some monster games. You know, we always talk about the I'm back game in Portland in the playoffs, the greatest overtime in postseason history. Or what about 2017, I want to say, when he missed 11 games with an ankle injury, comes back against the Grizzlies, it cooks him for 38, makes 10 threes. He came back Saturday night, and you didn't see anything wrong with that ankle. He was moving around great.
Didn't really think about it at all, quite honestly. And then they went back to an oldie but a goodie. LeBron and Steph were born at the same Akron hospital. I do love that, though. I find...
You love LeBron.
I liked when they did the side-by-side on the 50 games.
I loved LeBron for a long time, but, man, you still love LeBron. Still, Lord.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Everyone loves LeBron.
Oh, my gosh. No,
Draymond Green wears LeBron shoes.
Yeah, no, not everybody loves LeBron.
The NXT XX 23s or whatever they are.
Everybody does not love LeBron.
Absolutely incredible. Exactly.
Gosh.
By the way, his hair has been growing. Have you noticed?
I do not want LeBron.
Something happened with the hairline with LeBron.
For this reason alone, I don't want LeBron James. Waking up in the morning here saying, oh, man, LeBron James and this and LeBron James and that.
He had 41. You know? They had no chance, it felt like, after Anthony Davis went out of that game. He's a spectacular watch.
He is.
You have to admit, if we were going best watches in sports in our lifetime, he's a top 5 guy, and it's not even close.
He will be 40 this year.
That's what I'm saying.
40 points.
I mean, come on, man. Like, you have to look, we can rip and say all the things we don't like. The guy is one of the greatest athletes.
In what, last 20 years?
Yeah.
Top 5 watch? Curry, Brady, Messi.
Could you say that for
Ronaldo,
Brady early on?
Djokovic, Mahomes. I got LeBron in the back end.
You are so, come on.
My top 5. My top 5 is different than yours. Roger Federer.
Now you're just reaching.
Rafael
Stretch
Nadal,
Armstrong.
Serena Williams. No, I'm not stretching. Serena Williams. Tiger Woods. Thank you.
All those John Deeres you watched because Tiger Woods was in the field.
Tiger, Steph Curry, Tom Brady, Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo. I said Serena Williams. Serena Williams. Joker. Djokovic. Federer. Nadal. Messi.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Mbappe.
Monte. There's
Come
an
on.
entire channel dedicated to LeBron James. It's called ESPN. All right? Like, if you don't know, like, now you're just reaching. Come on.
Hey, now you can play Robin San Bruno. What did you say? Say that again?
I said there's an entire channel dedicated to him.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
And that's why. You're dedicated to channel to LeBron James, and now ESPN is as unwatchable.
Well, that is different. There's many layers to that. Many layers.
You dedicate everything to the Lakers and LeBron and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And now you go, dude, you should have been spending more time on Steph. Or you should have been spending all that time on Steph saying, is Steph Curry clutch? He needs to win one by himself. He needs to do this and he needs to do that.
Those are ridiculous.
So we praise LeBron every step of the way, and we disrespect number 30. That's why,
Why can't we appreciate both?
We can. I want to appreciate both. But ESPN, that channel you're talking about, has never appreciated Steph in the way that they should have appreciated Steph and Curry to go to State Warriors.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5.
Thank
Let's
you.
see him to 5.
Right,
Two thank yous in there from Joe
The thing that I will miss about LeBron and Curry is that it does feel, in an era where guys are afraid to go up against each other, these two have embraced going up against each other the entire time. Early in that game, the amount of switches and screens to try to attack Steph Curry that the Lakers employed was unbelievable. Austin Reeves was trying to go at him. LeBron was trying to go at him. Rui was trying to go at him. I mean, they just kept trying to hunt and hunt and hunt. And to me, just my naked eye, it tells me it feels like LeBron is ready to bounce out of LA or switch up that entire team, because we know he likes to change the roster. But watching those two go at it, I do get nostalgic, because it is a great era for the NBA. The
Honestly.
LeBron Curry era has been very financially lucrative for the NBA.
Honestly, folks. JK, by the way, double figures in 44 of his last 46 games. 20 in 8 of his last 10 games. Jonathan Kuminga, we don't discuss him enough. We're going to get to Clay in just a second. But 888-957-9570. Since the Warriors did just play the LA Lakers, I'll entertain it this morning. Do you really want this offseason? Because I don't, there's 15 games left, and I want to talk about the season. I don't care about trades happening to y'all. We got all offseason to talk about trades and player movement and whether this guy fits here or there.
And Wiggins playing better.
Right. I mean, I heard Steiny talk about Friday, Caruso's a much better player than Andrew Wiggins. When Andrew Wiggins is on this game, Caruso can't touch Andrew Wiggins. I'm sorry. I like Caruso. He's a good player. He ain't Andrew Wiggins. He's not Andrew Wiggins. I'm sorry. And I don't know how much Caruso makes the Warriors better. The Warriors have a bunch of guys who look like Caruso. Brendan Pajimski, Gary Payton II. You know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of dudes who could fit. I'm good off Caruso. I like him. But what does it look like around him anyway? Do you really want Steph and LeBron to team up? Really? That's where we're at now, Warrior fans. I want Steph to have more.
By this.
I want Curry to have more rings in him. I don't want LeBron. This is the Steph Curry era.
But there's no guarantee that Curry ever gets another ring.
It's no guarantee they get one together.
And obviously there's no guarantee that they win together. But if that's what he wants to roll with, I was anti-CP3 coming to this team, and obviously Curry was all aboard. And you know what? I've been wrong. And CP3's been excellent for this team.
And not only that, you talk about LeBron being exciting, and what's exciting about crying to the referees all game long or talking to the refs all game? Trace Jackson Davis, there was one 3-point attempt LeBron had in the first half. Trace fouls him on a 3. Tusses the elbow. LeBron act like Trace hit him so hard that he tore his UCL in his elbow. It's come on, man. Let's go, LeBron.
He's an old man.
Stop. See, YouTube, a lot of people on YouTube, they do not want LeBron James on this team.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to say that. And then, when LeBron shows up on your team, you're going to have a change of heart.
No, well, you're going to root.
I mean, if I would ask the same question about CP3 last year at the exact same time, it would be, 99-1?
Well, there's still some Warrior fans out there who quietly, behind the scenes, I can't believe we have CP3. He's playing too many minutes. There's some. Chris Paul's been a total professional, man. I'm all in on the Chris Paul.
This feels very similar to, not exactly the same, but similar to the rhetoric wrapped around Tom Brady and the Niners. And, nobody wanted to go after Tom. And it was like, come on, man. When the GOAT wants to come to you, you say yes.
Listen, LeBron James is smart. First of all, he ain't the GOAT. Michael Jordan's my GOAT when it comes to NBA basketball.
I didn't say, no, I was talking about Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, I know.
I was talking about Tom Brady.
I know. It's just that GOAT word in LeBron.
The eras are so different.
I knew I was GOAT when we ran the 3-1 deficit in 2016. It's like, no. You got an aid from the NBA.
He is.
The NBA wanted that series extended. That's what they did. Kiki Vanaway. I still will never forgive Kiki Vanaway for what he did in 2016. But this is a great question from the 510. Would you rather, on the Comcast Business Text line, one more ring with LeBron James or no more rings at all?
That was where I was going. So that was where I was going with my hypothetical, which is basically, you keep saying like, I'd rather have AD. I'd rather have Embiid. I'd rather have Giannis. Like, okay, well, yeah. But what if those deals don't materialize? And the only deal out there is you stand pat, okay, with the current Warrior roster. You standing pat for next year. Or you're adding LeBron. And let's just say, hypothetically, you're moving Wiggins, Moody, a bunch of first-round picks in staggered years.
See, this is the problem with this era of sports fans. We're so ready to flip-flop. What happened to just having a player play on one team? What happened to just having rival? Like Devin Booker was asked by J.J. Redick, does the NBA need more trash talk? Do we need more rivalries? Do we need more player rivalries? And I know Steph and LeBron are cool and they're hugging and laughing at the end of the game, but do you think the competitor in Stephen Curry is saying, I've helped build this franchise up, our baby, we've created this thing, and we've helped keep LeBron from having 6 or 7 championship rings. You don't think he feels good about that? But in the quote-unquote LeBron era, Steph Curry stole his shine, took his chain.
I'm sure. But if there's no other deal out there, right? Hypothetically, there's no other deal out there. Like, I think that they looked at the CP3 thing very similarly. Obviously, there's some differences, but hey, there's not a lot of offers for Jordan Poole. The best we can do is CP3. And he was like, you know what? Let's lean into it. I think this is why he's one of the greatest teammates of all time.
Dude, boy, are you really ready for the LeBron James experience? No, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I'm with Joe Lacob here.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4. Yep. Let's get 5. Let's beat him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
Beat him to 5. Not let him get 5 with us and change the narrative.
So if Lawrence
and it's not even a guarantee that LeBron's going to help this team. The Lakers are in 10th place right now.
There are no guarantees.
The Lakers are in 10th place right now. What are we doing?
Wait, but you accepted Kevin Durant, even though they were somewhat rival.
No, they weren't a rival. Not really. They had the one playoff series together. Kevin Durant was a free agent, was free to go anywhere, and it was all good. It was all good. There was an obvious upgrade at the three spot.
So Lawrence Taylor's available, and Bill Walsh is like, absolutely not. I have to have more rings than Lawrence.
No, we're taking Lawrence Taylor. We took Jim Burt.
What are we doing?
We took Jim Burt.
I know.
That's a lot different. That's a lot different.
You took Charles Haley back.
That's a lot different.
Come on.
Man. Dion wasn't a real rival.
If Mahomes wanted to be a Niner, you would be on line one like, bring him here.
The Falcons never kept the Niners from winning any Super Bowls. The Falcons were poopy. They were a 5-win team. The best thing about the Falcons in the early 90s was that they had the uniform change from red jerseys to black jerseys, and they were the Dirty Birds.
Well stated.
Come on. And Katie, he did want to come here. They've had those discussions, obviously, with Iguodala and Curry, but no. LeBron is going to be 40 years old. Katie was a prime player, and Harrison Barnes said, no. So we said, okay, go get Kevin Durant. We got to go beat LeBron James.
The mental gymnastics to make it work in your brain, that it doesn't feel like this is inevitable, is quite interesting.
It's not inevitable. Here's Bob Myers on the situation on NBA Countdown Saturday afternoon.
You know what I wish? I wish we could have seen them play on the same team for one season. Yes, because you know why? They're perfect complements to each other. Their game. Forget that they're mega stars and the most popular players in the NBA. Curry and LeBron, more than anybody understands, complement each other on the basketball court. LeBron is the point forward, one of the best passers ever, and Curry moving off the ball. We're probably not going to get to see it.
We're probably not going to get to see it. And I'm not here for that. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I want my guys to have more rings.
If Aaron Donald said, "I'm coming out of retirement and I want to play for the Niners,"
of course we're going to take him. I mean,
so then why is LeBron different?
No. We will accept LeBron James. I don't think you're understanding. He comes to the Golden State Warriors. We're going to be like, sure, why not? But if we had a choice in the matter, like if I had a choice in the matter, I want to beat LeBron.
Well,
I get more satisfaction out of beating him than joining him and then coming on the Warriors. And then it's like, it would be great. Steph and LeBron will make beautiful music together. There's no doubt about that. But until we get to that point,
so what would it look like? I want you to envision what it looks like, Curry and LeBron, because Bob Myers is alluding to it there. What do you think it looks like for those two on the floor?
Oh, it looks great. It looks great. There's no doubt. LeBron James pass first guy. Curry coming off the ball. It would be amazing. It would be amazing. I mean, it looks great. They know how to play the game together. It's an offensive juggernaut. But if you had a choice in the matter, I'd rather beat him than have him join us.
I think alongside Klay Thompson, it would open up the floor for him. I think alongside Jonathan Kuminga, that opens up the lane for him. Now they're going to have to pick and choose who would dive, but having that element of a low post scorer, the Warriors have very rarely had that over the last 30, 40 years.
There's no guarantee Klay's back with that.
That's true.
There's no guarantee. Where's Kuminga slotted at?
I think Kuminga is your number one perimeter defender. That's what he becomes. You're like him and LeBron in this positionless basketball are oscillating between 3 and 4.
Okay. But then you may not have Klay. You may not have CP3.
Well,
you may not. There's a lot of
this is where Dunleavy needs to get his pencil sharp.
There's a lot of turnover here, man. So I'm not entertaining it. I'd rather beat LeBron like on Saturday night when the Warriors take a 2-1 series. He's a lead. And we got Spinoni in a good mood this morning. He doesn't care. He's done with the Lakers. He's done.
Do you think this LeBron to the Warriors narrative is completely BS?
There's always a chance if he opts out, right? Because he's going to have the option of where he wants to go.
Exactly.
I think he wants to stay in LA because his son's going to be staying at USC now, probably a little bit longer than everyone thought. I mean, I don't know if he thought he was going to go to the NBA. I honestly was talking to Bonte. This is what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to get a guy like a Trae Young, something like that in the offseason. A big enough name that you can sell the idea that they're still really trying to win a title because right now it's not working with just him and AD.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
It's not. But they also signed Rui and Austin Reeves and D'Lo and gave them all the money. So I'm over this. Until that happens, I really don't even want to entertain it. Because now that I'm thinking about it more and more and more, what can ask Steiny when he walks in? He's a Larry Bird fan, the biggest Larry Bird fan I've ever met.
That was 40 years ago.
I don't care if it's 40 years ago, 30 years ago. It's still a rival.
Times are different.
It's the same, though. It's competitive. It's sports. It's basketball.
We've seen Kevin Durant has played for how many teams?
Yeah, but that's. I don't care how many different teams he plays for, and he has no real rivals. That's no real rivals, does he?
No,
other than LeBron James.
You're clinging to something that doesn't exist anymore. Like these guys don't have the loyalty that they used to. Mookie Betts is already on his second team. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. Like a lot of these guys.
We're talking about rivalries, though. We're talking about rivals.
I understand
like,
that.
Kevin Durant want to play with LeBron James? He wants to beat LeBron James.
Kevin Durant has played with so many different guys.
Magic Johnson fans didn't want Michael Jordan fans, biggest rival to Michael Jordan. They didn't want Jordan to go play with those guys. Jordan wouldn't go play with those guys. Kobe Bryant. You think Kobe Bryant would have wanted to play with LeBron James? Kobe was like, I'm good. I'm here with the Lakers. I want to beat these guys. I want to destroy these dudes. He didn't even pick up Kevin Garnett's call when Kevin Garnett was looking to get out of Minnesota. He's like, I was trying to get with Kobe, but Kobe didn't pick up the phone. Why? Because Kobe wants to beat these guys.
Yeah, but you just watched an All-Star game over the winter where it's the Kobe Bryant era, the Michael Jordan era is so long past. These guys can't even play hard defense for 2 minutes. I mean, to expect them to have the same rivalries, everyone's making so much money and they've all played so much basketball together. They want to play with their friends. They want to play where the game can be easier for them. They don't care about the rivalries that we had growing up. It's just not the same.
Do you have that Steph cut from a couple years ago with Steiny and Guru? Look for that, Spinoni, when he was asked that same question. In the meantime, let's go to
Draymond
BPA.
Green himself specifically, I felt that him and LeBron had a huge rivalry. I thought there was one. And now he's part of his representation.
I know, which is crazy.
And it's completely zapped. Like the one guy who's the quote-unquote enforcer on the Warriors is obviously like a big LeBron guy, right? And so it's just all different now.
Just the championship season?
So this is from April 6th, 2022 of, that championship season when Steiny and Guru had to sit down with Stephen Curry. And here's how it went.
You hear what your boy said?
Who?
Uh-oh. You hear what your boy said?
Who my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with? In today's game, Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef. You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah, I guess his latest one, yeah.
No. Well, he got it. We got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
And
how's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing. Right. We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
You know, there's a big element.
We all can live in that fantasy world, which we're living in right now.
Well, he said right now, too.
Right
like,
now.
It's, like my wife, I ask her all these different questions, and she'll be like, no, which means not right now.
Right now.
Which means maybe down the line. But B.
No. Go ahead.
You know what's happening this summer, which is a great opportunity. Forget LeBron. It could be anyone.
I know.
What?
The Paris Olympics. I get it.
Steph's going to be there.
They've been in All-Star games together.
No, but I'm talking about like as a whole. Right. I think having that summer of Steph being there, because look, if you just look at all of the other pairings in the last 10 to 15 years, this dream team has been a big deal. A lot of guys are pairing up.
That
with
would have to happen before the Olympics.
Well, yeah, they practiced before, I believe.
No, but then
first week of July.
LeBron and whole if he he's not going to join the Warriors after the Olympics. That would be
No. I'm saying that all the practices and everything leading up to it is where a lot of these brainstorming stuff happens, and they've done a lot of pre-prep on this team that they're doing. I don't know. I think that there's a high probability the Warriors, even if it's not LeBron, there's going to be a move this summer.
Listen, the Warriors obviously called the Lakers about that move, and LeBron James had to clear it. LeBron James basically passed through. I was like, I'd entertain a trade to the Golden State Warriors. Now then comes the conversation, well, what are you going to give us for LeBron James? And the Warriors are not breaking up this team right now. Not right now. You're not going to trade Clay in a contract here. You're not going to do that to one of the core members of his squad. Just not going to do it. By the way, we got some stuff on Clay as we shift gears in just a second here. Let's go to BPA. BPA here on the roast. Yeah, BPA calling. Clay's been excellent. You hear that from Shasky? Trying to pull Alto?
20 off
Clay's
the
been
bench.
excellent.
20 points off the bench in the 10 games, almost 50% from the field, 45% from three.
BPA.
All up with minutes down.
BPA.
Congratulations. Bonte, keep it going, okay? Keep it going, and I'll be a happy man, okay? I'm going to say I'm cautiously optimistic, but skepticism remains. But no, I honestly keep it up, and he bring him back for 2-30. I'm good, right? So, anyways, I would say, they're not going to win another title like making incremental moves on the, Farhan type moves on the margins, right? So, and certainly not by firing their public address announcer. But anyways, I think, if this is possible, absolutely you do it. Look, the Nuggets, if you're going to compete, 2 years ago, you didn't have the Nuggets, right? You have the Nuggets that have two superstars in their prime with a, pretty incredible supporting cast around them. Like, you're going to have to make some moves, right? Like,
You do realize-
on some level, you're going to have.
You do
What's that?
realize that LeBron just got swept by the Nuggets, right? They just got swept last season. They can't beat Denver. They got swept.
Yeah, but that's with his primary perimeter player being Austin Reeves, right? So regardless of what you think of Austin Reeves, I don't think you think he's on the level of the Steph Curry. I'm assuming, right? So put Steph and LeBron together. And by the way, Steph got beat in 6 games by LeBron, right? Because of the weaknesses on their roster. So I think you're going to have to. You're going to need a major tier 1 superstar to pair with Steph.
And that superstar is Anthony Davis, Brian, in PA. That's the difference maker to Lakers Warriors.
I don't think. Yes, I think he's kryptonite to the Warriors, kind of. I don't view Anthony Davis as a tier 1 superstar in the NBA anymore. Like, how's he do against Sabonis? Right, Sabonis dominates him. Right, so
that is kind of crazy.
There's matchups and all that other kind of stuff, but like. You're going to have to give Steph a superstar next to him moving forward. Not like, oh, yeah, that's cool. yeah, he's kind of good, that guy. No, you're going to have to give him a superstar next to him, whether that's LeBron or Durant or
Embiid.
whoever. But, like, that's what it's going to require.
Well, BPA, to your point, I do believe you're going to have to take a huge risk on any of these guys that becomes available. Embiid, injury concerns. LeBron James, old as hell. You know what I mean? Like Anthony Davis,
It's not just that. It's the passive aggressiveness that LeBron James brings to the table.
All right, there's a huge box
in that
of
locker
stuff.
room.
Yeah, there's a huge box of stuff. But wouldn't you agree?
Good luck to Steve Kerr if that ever happens.
Most superstars that become available, there's something. There is like a flaw. Wouldn't you agree?
Could Jonathan Kuminga be that superstar? He's 21 years old.
That's why I don't want him a part of any of these deals.
Right. Jonathan Kuminga sits the haircut.
It still feels like he's the haircut. By the way, he got lined up.
Oh yeah, he got fresh.
When
he
did
got
that
the
happen?
waves.
Did I miss
down
that?
in LA. Down in LA.
That happened. Okay.
Yeah. No,
because he got
the
lined
waves.
up. It looks
good.
good.
No, he's got the waves and everything going on.
It still feels a year away.
Yeah, but since the haircut, he's averaging 20 a game. And now think about it all season for him. Working on his game, working on his midi, working on his 3-point shot.
I still don't think
his
that's
playmaking.
enough.
What if he makes that jump next year? It's possible in year number 4. I don't know. JK, maybe that's your superstar.
Yeah. Maybe I'm short selling. Like I still believe he's another year away. Like superstar, my thought on superstar. I only think there's like 6 or 7 quote unquote superstars in the league. Stars, different question.
By the way, we shouted out Rennell. We know our auntie here on the Morning Roast. Obviously, the Giants and Rennell part ways. She was going into her 25th season. Rennell Brooks Moon. They part ways a couple weeks before the season. Shouted out auntie, text her. She sent the text back. Sending all the love to her. She's in good spirits. And I love that Rennell. She's such a professional. And I know that whoever replaces Rennell, whoever steps into that booth, which should be named the Rennell Brooks Moon PA broadcast booth, she's going to do everything she can in her power to help that person succeed as a PA announcer at Oracle Park. That's just who Rennell is. She's just a kind-hearted, spirited, very, very, very good person, man. To the soul, man. Love auntie. So shout out to Rennell. That's not the news we wanted to start on Monday morning here on the Morning Roast, but the Warriors do win. BSC wins. We got March Madness coming up, women's tournament, men's tournament. It's a fun time to be a basketball fan. Kyrie beats the Nuggets last night with a game winner. Sacramento loses to the Knicks. We'll see the New York Knicks later tonight at Chase Center. We got some numbers on them since OG Anunoby's come back into the lineup. They haven't given up 100 points in a game. They are defending their asses off in New York City. So it's going to be a physical basketball game tonight at Chase Center. So should be a lot of fun. Laura Bennett join us at 9:20. But in the meantime, let's get to the injury report.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
All right, a couple of key Giants hitters are dealing with minor injuries today. Jung-Hoo Lee is experiencing some hamstring tightness and will be limited for the next few days. And Patrick Bailey, who is dealing with a right-hand contusion after being struck by a foul ball, is expected to resume baseball activities today and will be back in the Giants lineup later this week. Neither injury is worth worrying about. Jung-Hoo Lee, hamstring tightness. I do worry about hamstrings. That's not good. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Gurts, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll look around the league, the NFL, free agent moves, trades, and all that stuff. Justin Fields going from Chicago to Pittsburgh. Caleb Williams, Chicago. Here we go.
They're doing the opposite of what Carolina did. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Yeah, we'll do that. Plus, forget the LeBron James and the Warriors stuff. Let's punt that. I want to discuss Klay Thompson coming off the bench. Draymond Green said something after the game that I want to play as well about Klay Thompson and where he's at mentally with the Golden State Warriors as they beat the LA Lakers and win in LA for the first time since November of 2021. That's all coming up here on The Roast.
What up, y'all? It's your boy.
about them Dubs Saturday night beating Spinone's Lakers? That'll never get old. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your Chevy's dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Excellent. You got food in your mouth. Don't turn on your mic. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're out there on the roadways, good morning to you. Oh, the overnight dances. Homicide detectives, cops, firefighters, carpenters, cable car operators, security guards, ushers, elevator operators. Who else? Taxi cab drivers, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers. Rennell Brooks Moon, hopefully you're having a great morning. Shout out to you for the 24 years you put in with the San Francisco Giants.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Kings this morning.
But
Bonte Hill, the king.
No, I'm not the king.
LeBron James, the king.
The Sacramento Kings.
What is happening with this princess? What is happening?
What the hell
the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton. Have you been following this?
No chance.
Basically, and I'm gonna keep this short and sweet.
Please do.
Pressure is intensifying on the Princess Kate, to speak out as she recovers from abdominal surgery. The Princess of Wales put out a doctored photo. No one has seen her for a long time. There are conspiracy theories galore regarding what's happening with Kate Middleton. I need somebody who understands what's going on overseas to let us know.
No. Let Shasky know. You can DM Shasky. You can tweet at Shasky about the Princess of Wales. Bonte Hill, could give diddly poo about what's going on in Wales right now. We got enough problems in our country. I can't be worried about Wales and what's going on with the Princess of Wales.
I got a bracket to fill out. All right. I don't know where Kate's at.
Oh, speaking of which,
brackets, Bay FC. We got height like
Stetson versus UConn. Who the hell is Stenson?
Can I ask you this question? Total minutes of college basketball consumed. Because there was a time in my life, college basketball, Monday nights in particular, consumed tons of my time. Total minutes you spent watching college basketball this year.
I watched more college basketball this weekend than I have all year.
Okay, 90 minutes?
So this
300
past
minutes?
weekend I did tune into Illinois, Wisconsin yesterday. I watched the end of Illinois, Nebraska.
Okay.
Where this guy, I think it was Shannon Jr., just started going crazy. I think he dropped 40 on Nebraska. They were down 10. They come all the way back. Purdue loses to Wisconsin. Zach Edey misses a free throw. Wisconsin ties it. They go to overtime. They win it in overtime. North Carolina State beats North Carolina. UConn.
How many minutes?
Marquette. I mean, not a lot. Not a lot.
How many
Not
minutes?
a lot.
If you guessed it. I'm going to guess 41 minutes of college basketball I watched this year. And I got a text
41,
Friday.
that's it?
Yeah.
No, I watched, well, this weekend I watched probably about,
because like when
I watched about 150 minutes this weekend. Before that, probably a total of 30.
Okay. No, I appreciate you being honest, because when I'm consuming college basketball, it's because I have it on the TV, on the little iPad or whatever, and I'm washing dishes, and I'm not even like watching. It's just on, and I'm about to get the food ready for the baby or something like that. It's not like a war game. War game, I'm sitting down and I'm watching. You know what I mean? A Niner game, I'm sitting down and I'm watching. Giants game, sitting down watching. It's like so casual. So I got a text from the boss over the weekend. Hey, we're going to go up against KPIX in a bracketology thing where they're going to have a bunch of people over there pick a bunch of stuff, and we're going to pitch a bunch of stuff. I was like, yeah, I'm in, and I know nothing.
Yeah, I don't either. So I watched it. So before Warriors pregame live at the Houston Cougars, who were the number one team in the country.
Okay.
Playing Iowa State in the Big 12 championship.
Shout out Freddie Couples.
Kelvin Sampson, the head coach
Jim
of
Nance.
Houston. He's been at Oklahoma for a long time. Jim Nance, of course, Phi Slam Gemma. And I was like, okay, let me see what Houston's all about.
How was it?
They scored 41 points and got blasted by 28. And I'm like, that's the number one team in the country? What is going on here? So UConn, I know, which had a classic game against St. John's Friday. Patino and Dan Hurley going back and forth, and UConn outlasted them. They look like they're going to go back-to-back. UConn looks strong. They've got a little bit of everything, three-point shooting, tough guard play, a big man who could grab you a double-double. I think he had 20 and 15. They're big man in the Big East Championship against Marquette. So I haven't consumed a lot of college basketball. I really haven't. And I'm filling out all these brackets. I have no idea what's going on.
So how many have you filled out? I haven't filled out one yet.
I'm going to do 2. I don't fill them out until Thursday morning. I wait until the last minute to do them. But I like to collect all the data.
Gotcha.
Before Feeling.
Have you ever won any?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Feels really good to win.
Really?
Feels really good to win.
Most money that you think you've won, approximately?
Like $350.
Okay, that's pretty good haul. Yeah.
That was on a
like a
$10 buy-in.
I was going to say $5 or $10
buy-in.
Not
There's
bad.
a bunch of people there. So
yeah.
I won the Worldwide Hef Invitational before.
The Worldwide Hef Invitational.
His bracket challenge. I've won that before. So that felt good. So yeah, I've won it a couple times.
Oh, it's interesting. Today's a big day. You know, everyone's getting there. I used to get the newspaper, and you'd have all of the brackets in the newspaper, and I would fill it out, and then I'd put it on a notebook, and then I'd go into school, and I have my little like chart of who I picked in each round, and I'd black them, with the permanent marker when they lost, and highlight it when they win, and I'd count all the points, and I just don't have the same. Maybe it's because I'm old. Maybe it's because I'm not consuming. I don't have the same love that I used to.
Well, the one and dones has kind of killed the game, right? It's been overcoached, no doubt about that. NCAA college basketball. I think the women's game has been a lot better this season. Those girls could go. Like the women's tournament, I'm just as excited for it. South Carolina, Iowa, LSU, Stanford, what are they going to do? UCLA. I mean, it is loaded. The bracket is loaded. What's UConn? They're afterthought this season in the bracket. And they're still one of the top teams in the country, so I cannot wait for that. But I think the Warriors ascension here locally.
That's a good point.
Because I always watch NBA basketball. I love League Pass. I just love NBA basketball. Like yesterday, I thought was a great day of NBA basketball. In the morning with Milwaukee outlasting the Phoenix Suns, Damian Lillard going 31-16, 16 assists. And then you get that Dallas-Denver game where Kyrie just goes crazy. And Kyrie's on an empty stomach. He's going through Ramadan right now. So he didn't eat anything, couldn't drink anything. And he does that on Sunday afternoon against the Denver Nuggets.
A lefty hook shot.
I mean, that's the second time we've seen him hit a lefty shot this week. And he had one against the Golden State Warriors on Wednesday. So this is my favorite time of the year. It's no doubt about that. But the ascension of the Warriors, covering NBA basketball, having NBA basketball as our jobs, it's tough to keep up with everything. It's tough to keep up with college basketball every single day and every single night, especially in this market where college basketball is not a big deal. It just isn't.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And it's just, there was a point in my life, a time where the ACC championship, I would watch the whole weekend.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
ACC, Big East.
Right.
I watch it all day.
Exactly. And
A-10.
Now it's like a yawn. I can't believe I'm there. And I don't know if it's because I'm aging or it's because the actual sport just isn't as appealing as it used to be because of all the factors that you reference. Like, here's one thing. I wasn't one of these like Omar Samhan, St. Mary's all over it. But as I've gotten older, I do root for more of the local teams than I do the big national powerhouses.
St. Mary's has a tough matchup. Spokane, Washington against Grand Canyon University. I heard that's a tough matchup. 5-10 game. Let's go Gales, baby.
I mean, I'm rooting for St. Mary's though. Like that's Randy Bennett and that team. I'm absolutely pulling for them. So, but like I look at it like, it's just not the same for me, and I wonder how many people are consuming. No, look, here's the thing. I say that, and then come Thursday, I'm locked in.
Oh, we're all locked in.
Because it's so much fun, and I love the way they stagger the games so that I get the finish of this game and then the finish of that game, and I'll find 6 or 7 guys that I'll pick out that I really like. But in terms of the buildup, it's just not where it used to be.
Well, I got goosebumps when New Mexico's playing San Diego State, and they cued Eddie House, which I didn't see until later that night. And Eddie House's son plays for New Mexico. And Jamal Mashburn's son plays for New Mexico. They're teammates. And House's kid, who's won 4 state championships in high school, makes a crucial bucket late in the game. And you see Eddie House, he's got his hands up. If you're in your radio and you can't see me, if you're watching on YouTube, he's got his arms in the air like, yeah. And then he starts beating his chest. That's my MFing son. That's my MFing boy. Yeah. And I got chills with that because I can only imagine with our kids, whether Baby Chance plays girls basketball or LJ plays basketball, we're going to be, or Benny with Spinotti Sunday with Big John. By the way, Big John in for Lubbock. That's why you haven't heard Lubbock. That's why you haven't heard any baseball talk today. Big John, when he has kids and his son played out there, we're all going to be Eddie House. Fired up, like, yeah, let's go. That's my bleeping son in the Mountain West Championship.
I don't know if you know this, and she's going to get very mad that I say this. I'm not even the most competitive person in my own house.
Oh, I believe it.
My wife is the one that we have to watch out for from the stands.
I believe it.
You know what? I bet Anna's going to be the same way.
And it really, she's like, whatever.
Really? I can see her getting very passionate about chess. And whatever, if it's dance, piano, sports, whatever, she'll be in.
Well, Anna's the type, she's like, I don't like team sports because I have to depend on other people. She's that person.
Golf or tennis, let's go.
Like golf or tennis.
I
She's
kind
that
of
person.
respect that.
She's
I kind
like
of respect that.
She's just like that, man. So we got Jamal Mashburn.
No, but seeing Eddie House do that was really cool.
Jamal Mashburn Jr., and Eddie House's son, Jalen House, who won 4 state championships in Phoenix, Arizona for Stone Mountain High School. So after the game, he was like, my son won 4 state championships in high school. So to see him, this is about him. He's carving out his own footsteps here. So Eddie's just seeing her. That's my motherfucking son with the jersey on, and you see the lady next to him jumping up and down.
When you say Eddie House, the first thing I think of is Pro-Am and him out there balling in number 50.
Or when he dropped 50-plus on Cal Berkeley at House Pavilion.
Hayward High, right? Hayward High, correct?
Hayward, he played at Logan first and then Hayward High.
Okay.
Hayward Farmers, and then got to Arizona State and lit up Cal Berkeley. So, yeah, St. Mary's College makes the dance. Stafford doesn't make the dance. Cal doesn't make the dance. So go Gales. Go get a couple dubs, man. Let's go, Randy Bennett.
God, Eddie House was so sweet with Boston that one year.
All right, so we got a new feature here, Shasky.
Yeah.
We're going to be flushing callers, right? We're going to be flushing callers.
That's cool. We're going way back. Like Pete Franklin's house. I grew up.
Pete Franklin.
Yeah, I grew up with sports radio with Pete Franklin, who came from the East Coast, and in my eyes, legitimized West Coast sports radio.
Yeah, I agree with
you. By coming from, I believe, Cleveland, coming out here. I think he gave Guru his name.
He gave Guru his nickname. Guru.
Okay.
What do you think? You're some guru or something? And he flushed him.
And my dad was a plumber, and so we would be in the truck driving around, and my dad would have all the buckets filled with tools, and I would listen to people call in, and if Pete Franklin didn't agree with your take or thought your take was bad or your opinion was stupid or you came in sloppy, he'd flush the caller.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I lived for it.
Yep. And we have a flushing shot, right, Spinoni? Go ahead, please. Yeah. Oh,
that's a good one.
That sounds disgusting.
I vetted a lot of different ones.
I love that.
That sounds really disgusting because Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain has agreed to join forces with 95.7 a game. And we met Brian last week, who runs this bad boy. He's been in the plumbing business damn near his whole life. His father was a plumber, had his own business. He was part of Roto-Rooter. They sold off Roto-Rooter. And now he's back in the game with Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And who's his other buy? Was it Mike?
Mike and Markel.
Mike and Markel
are a huge part of that company. It's family owned, local. If you're in the East Bay, if you're in the Peninsula, if you're in the South Bay, they'll do it all. And what's great about it is there's no just show up fee. So sometimes, like for example, my mother-in-law had a hot water heater issue where the bottom just rusted out and there's water everywhere. Just to show up to take a look at it, a lot of places are going to charge you. No, they won't do that. No, just show up or whatever estimate fees. You can do a flat rate. Or you can do the hourly rate. It's up to you. So you're not like beholden to one thing. And look, this is my family business. My brother's a plumber. My uncle's a plumber. My dad was a plumber. My grandfather taught in the Union Hall. So I know good people when I see one. And Brian and his company, they're good people.
No, they're great people. And Markel's a great dude. His 6-year-old son, Adrian Rodriguez, Markel's son, 96 days away from being cleared of leukemia and been battling over half his life. 96 days away from clearing and being cleared of leukemia, which is great.
Yeah.
Grandson, AJ Avalos, and the Morgan Hill Raiders. They got a game next week, a spring league game, Pop Warner opening day for spring league. Didn't even know they did spring leagues at Pop Warner. We didn't do that back in my day, so now they got spring league. So the Morgan Hill Raiders and AJ, they're going to get ready to do battle. But the point is that Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain, they believe in the morning roast. They believe in 95.7 a game. They said, we got to link up with you dudes.
Yep.
So we met these guys last week, Brian and Mikey, and they're all about it. So we're willing to help them. Again, no estimates when they come out and see what you got to do here. They will come to you. They're all over the place. East Bay, South Bay, Peninsula. They're ready to expand to Marin. They're ready to expand into the city here. They want to get into the city. So Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain, the best plumbers out there in the business. But we're going to have a feature. Whenever somebody comes in with a terrible take or a terrible call, this sound will be played.
I'm so excited.
I love it.
So, J.A. Martinez, you better come strong, J.A. Martinez, or you will get flushed.
What's going on, gentlemen? Good morning. How are you?
Oh, we're doing all right, man. It's a Monday morning, my favorite day of the week.
That's right. I am pumped up for it. Let's talk about small business. Let's talk about family owned. So I'm actually calling from Martinez, the Copper Skillet. I got you guys coming down. We're family owned, 50 years in the business.
Wow.
And I got you guys coming in. About time you guys come to Martinez. Let me just say, I'm super stoked. You're finally coming to a sports town, home of Joe DiMaggio, home of Norv Turner,
Wait a
home
minute.
of the Van Gundy's.
Wait. We're coming like you don't have to tell me twice. You know, food loves me and I love food. But, Jay, when are we coming out there to Copper Skillet?
You tell me when you're coming. I've been waiting forever. No, but you guys, I got you guys coming, I hope, in this next couple months.
Oh,
you guys are coming doing a show over here.
Oh,
yeah,
we would
I'm
love
super
that.
excited.
We would love that.
Breakfast and lunch, baby. I'm so excited. Yeah, it's all planned, ready to go. I'm super stoked to meet you guys, and I'm stoked to have you guys in a town, a sports town that we represent. We represent, like I said, Van Gundy's, Norv Turner. That's what we do.
I played in a softball tournament in Martinez. You have a little field right along the water there, and there's like 4 or 5 diamonds, home run fences and everything. It's a perfect little venue for softball tournaments.
Oh, it's beautiful. So like I said, every single weekend we got softball tournaments. We got basketball tournaments. We got 2 old hangars just filled with basketball courts. Woo! It's an amazing city, amazing town. You guys are going to love it. I guarantee you we're going to show up. Everyone here is going to show up to show you guys the love as well.
I can't wait to link up with you, and I'm glad you're partnering with 95.7 The Game as well. This is going to be a lot of fun, man. You made the right choice. You know where to make your money, Jay. You know where to do it, and we can't flush you. We can't flush you. You're part of our family now.
Here we go. Do you want LeBron on the Warriors?
Do I want LeBron on the Warriors? That's a great question. See, the thing is, we're trying to build our chemistry right now on the Warriors. And what I always see is, since Kerr's been a coach, what he does throughout the whole season is find the right players for the run. Like when he gets closer and closer to the playoffs, what he does through the season is he tries to build that camaraderie, that team, that vibe. And what I'm seeing right now is he's putting in the young kids. He's getting them all in there. He's letting them play the game, get into that vibe, see how it is to play with Steph. I mean, look, we didn't even have Draymond all year. So we're building that up, and we always make a run. I love LeBron. I really do. But I don't want to give up what we have to give up to get him. And that's the thing is, like you guys always talk about, when you got Kuminga, you got all these young bucks. They're young. You don't really know what you're going to be giving up right now. And LeBron, how many years do you really have him here with him? His son comes. He really wants to play with him. Are we going to go after him? Does he want to go somewhere where his son's going to be? So you're giving up a lot for something you really don't know if it's going to work or not, too.
Copper Skillet. I can't wait to get out there.
Yeah, we're not
Copper
flushing
Skillet.
this, man.
No, we're not. Hey, Jay, I can't wait to meet you, man. Copper Skillet.
Thanks for calling.
Go out there at Martinez. I cannot wait to get out there and have a meal with you and talk some sports and share some laughs, man, about the Golden State Warriors and Niners and whatever else in life here. That's right. We're going to be flushing, guys, but not Jay. Not Jay. I may flush everybody's LeBron. Like, I'm ready to move off of this. You know why? Because Klay Thompson's balling. Who the hell cares about LeBron James? I'm worried about beating him and the L.A. Lakers, and that's what the Warriors did for the first time down in L.A. Since November of 2021, and you beat LeBron James. I don't want him joining the Golden State Warriors. No, we want to beat this guy. But that's a hypothetical we can play with all offseason long. It's not going anywhere. Let's discuss the current day, the modern day Warriors right now. The present. They're playing the New York Knicks tonight. They have a chance to get on the roll here at home. 3 games at home before going up to Minnesota next Sunday. And Klay Thompson is hooping. And listen to what Draymond Green said about Klay coming off the bench. This is very insightful. This one touched me here. Here's Draymond Green on Klay.
Early on, he was too worried about how people was judging it. And now he don't care. And once he stopped caring, his game did what we know Klay Thompson is capable of doing. So I think it shows incredible maturity in Klay and wanting to extend this as long as we can. And I said, this is our baby. Like, we've built this thing up from the ground up. And, for him to accept the role, but not only accept the role, but pour into the young guys like he's been pouring into the young guys since he accepted the role, I think has been huge. And when you got Klay Thompson feeding you confidence as a young guy, that takes you through the roof. And, it's allowing these young guys to play at the level that they're playing.
It feels like for the last 2 years, we've underrated what Klay Thompson has meant to this organization, has meant to this fan base, has meant to the youngsters on this team in terms of Jonathan Kuminga and now Trace Jackson-Davis and guys like Moses Moody and Brendan Pajimski. What Klay Thompson means in that locker room. He's giving guys all the feedback. He loves them. James Wiseman was rehabbing with him, trying to give James Wiseman all the confidence where like, yo, Rook, come be my deckhand, man. Get on the boat with me. Come rock with me, man. You're my guy. Klay Thompson accepting his bench role. You mentioned it a couple weeks ago. Hey, this may be the turning point of the season. It may be. It just may be. And he's still getting his minutes. He's still playing 26, 27 minutes a night. So it's not a big dip in his minutes played, but now he's being efficient. He's got the green light with that second unit. He gets to fill out the game. And he's still finishing with the starters at the end of the first half. He's still playing in the finishing lineups at times in the fourth quarter. So it's not like he's not playing. He's still getting his minutes. He's still getting his shots. He took 15 on Saturday, made 9 of them, 5 of 10 for the three-point line. I love where Klay Thompson is at mentally, accepting this role. And I love those words by Draymond Green, giving us some insight on who Klay Thompson is. Even though Klay does it all the time, he shows us who he is. But hearing it from Draymond Green and another teammate like Steph, I think it's important.
Jonathan Kuminga has the most games played for the Golden State Warriors this year, 65. Klay Thompson, number 2, 63.
Who led the Warriors in postseason minutes 2 years ago when they won the championship?
It was Klay Thompson.
After basically 941 days of action.
Everyone knows Steph Curry's the number 1 scorer on this team, right? 27 a game. You know who number 2?
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson. So, I think that reallocating where he's playing in terms of the minutes has been a game changer. I think it's been better for him. He's a more efficient player.
Yep.
Going up against different defenses, and I think the mindset is totally different coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. And yeah, praise him for accepting it and rolling with it and making the most of it. I think a lot of guys could sulk and never to be heard from again. And so to see him do this, I find it to be a lifeline for the team and for him. I think this is the path for him to extend his NBA career as an impact player is through this avenue.
No doubt. And look, he's got to start games as well.
Like he did.
Like the whole bench and starting thing. Like Chris Paul. Remember we had the Warriors Summit and it felt like the first hour, is Chris Paul going to accept the bench role? Is he going to do this? We haven't talked about it once since the first 2 weeks of the season. It's all about who's finishing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest tipping point. That's what set Klay off at their Brooklyn game. And he said, look, of course I'm dealing with it. Of course and he cursed out the coaches and he yelled at Steve Kerr about it and whatnot. Then he came to grips. He was like, you know what? Let's just go play ball. Let's just go play ball. Right now he's playing some really good basketball. At times defensively, sure. Look, it's hard to play defense in this league. It's hard to play D in this league. But as a team defender, I ain't mad at Klay. I'm not mad at what Klay's doing. So, all that conversation about him being washed or this and that, it's just all hogwash. It really is. You see how the teammates look at Klay Thompson, how they respect him. It's one of the sharpest shooters we've ever seen in this league.
Watch how the defenses play him, too.
The gravity. More on that coming up. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's.
Where we at with the Dubs? 888-957-9570. They got to get rolling at home, but on a day like today where we're going to celebrate Women's Empowerment Month on NBC Sports Bay Area with the all-women's broadcast tonight, and Laura Britt's going to join us at 9:20 on the Morning Roast, and we love Laura. We've had her on the show many, many years. She's a really good friend of ours. I mean, she's been awesome to us, Joe. Like, she's as authentic as they get. NBCS authentic, but she's an authentic person. We love her husband, her 3 kids, beautiful kids, Walker, and everything. So on a night where we're going to celebrate women in sports, and a day after Bay FC wins their inaugural soccer game and go down to L.A. and beat them 1-0, and I'm all up for the Bay FC experience, man. I can't wait to take my daughter down to the season opener. Jenny Kavanaugh is going to do the play-by-play. LaChina Robinson is going to be on the color analyst. She's been calling WNBA games for a long time. Laura Britt, Carithberg, Zena Cada, the pride of Yale. They'll be at the Gatehouse doing the pre- and post-game show. Jane Appel, Marinelli, and, of course, Kyla Mills will be doing Dove Talk Live. On the day we're going to celebrate women in sports. The San Francisco Giants and Renell Brooks-Moon have decided to part ways. Now, in the public release, it says that they're mutually parting ways. However, Ann Killian of the San Francisco Chronicle, columnist for the Chronicle, longtime columnist, mentions in a story. She touches on this. The headline is, Giants' latest messaging malfunction, parting with Renell Brooks-Moon, popular PA announcer. She's been the only PA announcer at Oracle Park. This would have been her 25th year in that booth. The Chronicle first reported this. But in the third paragraph, Saskia, it says, in Ed Killian's column, friends of Brooks-Moon, the highest profile African-American in the Giants organization, say she is being forced out of the dream job she has held for 24 seasons. Sudden departure is a shock. I know she's going to, Renell, she's a pro, and, she's going to take this in stride. Mm-hmm. She's going to thank the Giants for 24 years of service, and she's going to be around the team, and she's not going anywhere. But we're not going to be able to hear her voice for every single home game. So on a day, we celebrate Women's Empowerment Month with the Golden State Warriors, having an all-women's broadcast. And I can't wait to take my mom to the game today and have her meet the ladies there at the Gatehouse. And a day after, Bay FC goes out to L.A. as we support women's professional soccer in the Bay Area. As soccer grows and grows and grows, and we support these young women. And it was a fun game yesterday watching that game. I watched every second of it. And obviously having a daughter. The timing. The Giants just can't do anything right. Whether it's J.D. Davis, whether it's Sam Coonrod, I just don't, why? It's their 25th season. We couldn't figure this out 2 weeks before opening day. I think, and I know it's hit me. I'm getting a little personal here because we've grown to know Renell Brooks-Moon. She's been great to the show. She's been great for us here at 95.7 The Game. She calls me nephew. She texts me on the side. I know her niece Megan. This one bothers me a little bit, Shasky.
Well, so I always look at things like this, and I ask myself, it's not the decision that you make. Mm-hmm. It's how you go about it.
Right.
And I think that that's the big problem with just the Giants as a whole. And this is one of the many microcosms. I'm trying to think back to when Bob Sarlott, who was the PA announcer for the 49ers, when he got replaced in his job, I think a lot of people were outraged because of how it went down. And I think people were mad at the Niners no matter what at that time because of the whole leaving the city and everything like that. And Bob Sarlott was associated with Niner games. A lot of people, you hear the voice, and I don't even know how many people in my audience even remember. I don't know. I don't know. I remember, but I don't know how many people. And I've known Bob for a long time. Great guy. Coached for 30 years in CYO. Just a very generous person. Right. And I remember when they made that move, people were mad, not just that they made the move, but how they went about it. And then there was a lot of things thrown back and forth in terms of ageism and things like that. And, basically, hinting at there was a form of discrimination, if you will. Something like this. I always ask myself, okay, if you want to make a change and a position, right? Let's say for whatever reason, whatever that reason might be, we want to try someone else. Right. It's performance-based. It's whatever this is. How did you handle it? How did you do it? There's a way when someone has dedicated this much time to one company, there's a way of going about things, even if you want to change direction for whatever reason, to where even if the person's frustrated or they didn't like the way the decision was made, you could see this coming. And I feel like there's always a safer landing point. One thing I have to say about our boss and Matt Hegan, him and I don't always agree on everything. In fact, he frustrates the hell out of me at times. And he's probably listening to this right now. But there were certain moments in our career, and I know you could speak to this, B, where we thought very long and hard how we were going to present something to the audience. Mm-hmm. And how things land in people's laps does matter.
Yep.
It really does. There's always going to be blowback when you make decisions. Doesn't matter what it is. Like someday they're going to move off of you and me. I don't know when that's going to be, but someday they will. And I hope it is done in a way that, I'm not going to be happy. I know that, but
respectfully.
Exactly. And I think when you see this happen so close to the regular season, it is March 18th. Opening day for the Giants at home is on the 6th of April.
Right.
How are we just finding this out right now?
Right. 18 days before.
So
and
I guess
the pressure on this new PA announcer, not to cut you off, is going to be immense. Those are tough shoes to fill. It's a no-win situation
Paul
for
Tonelli took over for Bob Sarlat. Paul Tonelli is a radio Hall of Famer.
Yep.
I love Paul Tonelli on the side. I love Bob Sarlat too.
Yep.
That was a tough spot to be put in. Mm-hmm. And you know what? He's been amazing. When I go, it's third down.
My daughter loves that.
Exactly.
That's Nelly. And he's been great to us.
He has been great to me. And he was great to my dad. He used to golf the McGlen Eagles. And so, it's really difficult replacing someone of that ilk and a legend. So that's why I'm a big believer in there's a delicate way of handling these things, and it's how these things are done, because it does matter. Like how things are done and how you put it out there. To say you mutually parted and then everyone kind of reads between the lines like you do this 2 weeks before. To me, it's another bad look by the Giants.
It's just they can't get out of their own way.
That's what I'm saying.
They cannot get out of their own way. I don't know what's going on down there, but look, again, according to Ann Killian's article, people close to Riddell says she's blindsided. She's not, she's not thrilled about this. Again, that third paragraph. Friends of Brooks Moon, Rennell, our auntie, here on the roast, and our auntie in real life, because I ran into her. I'll see her at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner. I can't wait to do that and give her a big fat hug. The highest profile African. Think about this. She don't even play for the team. And she's the highest profile African American in the Giants organization. That says a lot about where the Giants are at right now. That means a lot to me because growing up watching the Giants, it was a melting pot. I grew up loving Jose Uribe.
Yeah.
He's from the Dominican. Where is he from? Venezuela, Dominican Republic. Forget which country. Kurt Manwating, white. Matt Williams, one of my favorite players ever, white. But then you also had D. Lou. You had Royce Clayton. You had Bonds, obviously.
Kevin Mitchell.
You had Kevin Mitchell. You had the Alou brothers.
Yeah.
You had Shinjo at one point. It was a melting pot of who's who that represented the great diversity of the Bay Area. And the fact that Rennell Brooks Moon is now the highest profile African American in the Giants organization says a lot about where the Giants are at. In the first place, we don't have a team that represents the community. Or you know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of fans have been out on the Giants. Now they got to win some games, and if they win, people will be back, no doubt about that. But she's been there for 24 seasons, going into her 25th season. The only voice at Oracle Park. So it's just the timing doesn't seem right.
It's how you do it.
And she's one of ours.
Yeah.
The reason why, and somebody told me this over the weekend. Phil Mike called us Friday. Phil Mike said he called the show. He said, Shasky and Bonte, you guys are legends in the city. You guys are role models for people growing up in this market in the city. You guys are one of us.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of hosts, and God bless their souls. There's been a lot of hosts that's been in and out of this market that's not really from here.
Yeah.
Rennell Brooks Moon is Bay Area. KMEL, growing up in our cars in the morning. If you weren't listening to sports radio, you listen to Rennell on 106 KMEL on the morning show. Seriously, she is one of ours. She is Bay Area through and through. She's one of ours. So when you do things in a way that, I don't even want to use the word disrespect, but basically you part ways with one of our own from our own community who represents our community to the fullest. When you think about the E40s and the Mullies, there's Rennell Brooks Moon right there.
It's at minimum a bad look.
At minimum.
But see, to me, and again, there might be different parts of the company. The Giants are a business, right? So there might be different parts of the Giants making different decisions, but there's a consistent theme. J.D. Davis and his agent and the baseball world were blown away by how it went down regarding arbitration.
Right.
The agent for Carlos Correa and all of MLB was blown away at how it went down. Right? Like there's the Gabe Kapler situation, firing him with 3 days left to go in the regular season. Well, I know we've kind of forgotten about it because everybody didn't like Gabe Kapler. It was odd to wait till you did it on a Friday. You couldn't have let him just coach the other 2 games out.
And I believe it was a day after the Giants celebrated the tenure of Mario Alioto. And everybody was at the Fairmont, and everybody was like, you're celebrating an all-time Giant. And so I want to make it clear here because I see a comment, and I will address it. I'm not calling the Giants racist, the organization racist at all. I'm not doing that. But the fact that we don't have a lot of representation of what the Bay is, which is full of diversity, a who's who, whether it's Filipinos, Indians, people from the Middle East, don't matter. That's what the Bay is. That's why I love the Bay, because we got a who's who. That's why we grow up, and we love all people. There's no racism here on this show. We don't care about that. But the fact that at this point in the Giants organization, that Renell Brooks-Moon, there's no shade at Renell Brooks-Moon, but she's the highest profile African-American in this organization right now, our PA announcer, which she should still be our PA announcer. But what's going on the team? The lack of athleticism, the lack of speed. Now, the Giants seem like they're getting back to what they were when we grew up. Jorge Soler, I'm excited about him. Jung-Hoo Lee coming over from
Very
Korea.
excited for
That's
him.
a big step in the right direction. You get Matt Chapman at our third base. Now we're getting back to what the Giants represent.
But I think one of the golden era of Giants baseball from, let's just say, 2009, even though it was the year before they won the World Series, to about 2017, even though they had a bad year in 20. Let's call that the golden era. That's about a nice 10-year run there. The one thing that I would say about the Giants that they learned from the Eddie DeBartolo 49ers of the 80s and 90s, class.
Yep.
Everything they did was with class and pomp and circumstance, and they did a great job celebrating their history, and they did a great job elevating their own, whether it's John Miller and pitching for him to, vote for the Hall of Fame award, or Lon Simmons getting him into the Hall of Fame, Kruk and Kipe. The way that they did business was always first class. They always took care of everyone.
So good. Such a good point.
And I think that, when I think of all of the pre-game ceremonies, Renell was a part of it. John Miller was a part of it. Kruk and Kipe, they would bring in Willie Mays.
Nobody did it like the Giants for a long time. The Giants were
the gold standard.
The Giants were. It's like, man, they know how to throw a party.
Exactly.
When they announced the winner of the Willie Mack Award, it's one of my favorite days of the season when you got Willie Mack. And there's rest in peace, Willie McCovey. But you get Mike Krukow up there discussing the history of the Giants, and you see all the former Willie Mack Award winners. And you see them all up there, plastered, who's who. That's special to the Giants. So they know how to throw a party.
No, but
they've lost a little bit of that.
That's what I'm saying. They were a well-oiled machine. Think about this. Maybe I'm a weirdo. 2011, they win their first championship. Do you remember the ceremony of just raising the banner, of having Brian Wilson sprinted out to center field? It was like a 45-minute extravaganza. It was unbelievable. Every little detail was thought out and meticulous and perfect. When you go into that ballpark, every little, whether it's a sponsor, whether it's a piece of history, a piece of art, everything was perfectly sequenced where it was. Everything was thought of. The details were buttoned up. And when I look at them now, everything seems to be very haphazard.
Yeah, and then you talk about a fan favorite. I don't think people realize how popular Renell is with this organization.
Well, that's knowing your clientele, though, and understanding how a move like this is going to land.
Well, in Ed Killian's piece here about Renell Brooks-Moon, one close friend shared that after games, it would take Brooks-Moon 2 hours to make the 10-minute walk to her car because of all the fans who stopped her to chat or take a selfie.
It doesn't surprise me. Me and Nick Friedel, this was during COVID. It was me, Nick Friedel, my wife. I believe Langford was with us. We had a whole crew of us. We went to a Giants game, and we're coming out. It's COVID, okay? So it's limited capacity. We're coming out. She was mobbed by people.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a full capacity stadium. And then she came by, said hi to us. And she said something about Nick's voice, which was hilarious at the time. And then we stepped there and we shot it for 10 minutes. And I'm thinking to myself, every 5 steps is another 10-minute interaction for her. All the way back to her car.
And you know what she would do?
Talk to everyone.
Say hello.
Yeah.
Whenever I text her, she responds right away. She's a people's person.
So going back
she's a member of this community. But I want to be clear about something before we move on with this conversation and continue this conversation. It's not about race. We're not saying the Giants are racist. We're not saying this was a race-related move.
No, I just think there's a graceful way of ending a relationship.
No doubt. We're just bringing up the diversity with this team and the organization right now, where a lot of people within. I had a friend who worked in that organization and has moved on, and now works. I won't say where. She works on the East Coast. And she was Latino. And she said, Bonte, the reason why I'm getting out is because we're not doing enough when it comes to diversity within this organization, and it's bothering me. I'm trying to have Latino Heritage Nights. I'm trying to have African-American nights. I'm trying to have all this stuff that you see the Warriors are doing now. Hey, Filipino night. We got, we celebrate Lunar New Year. The Warriors are now, when they come to presentations and bringing back the OGs like Clifford Ray and Rick Barry and Keith Jennings a couple years ago, Mr. Jennings or whatnot, Monte Ellis coming back for Alumni Night. The Warriors do a great job in that. And I think the Niners and Warriors have learned from the Giants on how to be not only just classy, because I think both organizations have been classy, but the Niners have really cleaned up their act under Joe Lacob. The Warriors have been first class all step through and through, all the way through since Joe Lacob, Peter Guber run this team. But they learned, like, the presentation, like ring night. When you go to Warriors ring night, you see Al Attles, and you see Rick Barry, and you see all the legends. The Giants did that so well, embracing their history. And for some reason, under this new regime, you know what? We've kind of lost that with the Giants.
There's a way of parting with someone. It's never going to be perfect, right? No one's saying that everyone's going to be happy. Someone's always going to feel bitter. Either the employer feels bitter that you're leaving, or you, the employee, is not ready to go. Very few times are both parties like, this is great, it ended perfectly. That doesn't happen in real life. Like you know what I mean, B, right? Like, but there's a way that you present it to your audience and to your consumer. And I just look at it this way. If I'm ranking, like, with the Giants, right? Like, the Warriors have Tim Roy is an ambassador. He works for the Warriors. He's also an ambassador of the Warriors. Bob Fitzgerald works for. He's an ambassador. You, Bonte, although you are an indirect employee, if you will, of the Warriors, you also are an ambassador of the Warriors to a degree. Mully and Festus. If I was ranking the Giants in terms of name recognition, players, and then I call luminaries or fixtures of the organization, it's Larry Bear, Farhan, Kruk, Kipe, Rennell's part of that somewhere. Fleming, Sean Miller. I know I'm omitting people. I know, but like, it was Mario Alioto.
Lee Jones, the great Lee J.
Exactly.
Shout out Lee J.
And maybe we're going too deep in this. I don't know how many, Niner fans think about it that way. I just look at it from a standpoint, if you're going to move off of any of those kind of people, how you do it, it does matter. It does in these situations. When someone gives a quarter century of their life and represents on and off the job, the job so well and the team so well, I just think you have to think about how that's going to land with the audience.
No, it's not going to land well. And then Ann Killian, later in this article, as we piece through this thing, she mentions how it's a bizarre move for a team trying to keep fans connected in this lackluster post-World Series era. We're trying to get intrigued and we're trying to get psyched up for the Giants. And a week and a half before opening day, we're like, we just lost our PA announcer. The only voice we knew walking into Oracle Park, a soothing voice, our Bay Area's own Rennell Brooks Moon, one of the first African-American PA announcers in Major League Baseball. We're going to do this a week and a half before opening day. She's part of the unique vibe. And then Ann Killian later writes, this is Ann Killian's words, not mine. And I don't even know why I read it, but I'm going to read it anyway. It's a terrible move for a team whose majority owner, Charles Johnson, funds right-wing politicians that were supportive of undermining a democratic election and who have tried to disenfranchise black voters across America. Brooks Moon was one of the few in the Giants organization to publicly decree Johnson's political activity. She was also outspoken in 2020 in support of Black Lives Matter. Doesn't take a crazy Johnson-backed conspiracy theorist to connect the dots. I'm not going there. That's Ann Killian's words, but she does have a point. And that's been baked into the streets. A lot of Giants fans I know say, we can't support that owner.
You hear that. You hear that from a lot of people. It's tough. It's tough to know any of those things. But again, I think this is...
I don't want to touch it. Those are her words, but, we're looking for diversity in baseball. Think about how many black kids don't play. Now, I know your little league team, you got a lot of African-Americans coming up.
No, but I want them all. Let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
No, I'm glad you bring this up. We went down to Carmel, and it's actually very racially segregated. I'm sure my boss, Matt, can speak to this to some. And I'm just telling you my experiences. We brought a team of every kind of, ethnicity under the rainbow down there to Carmel, for example, and we played either an all-white team or an all-Latin team. Right. You know what I mean? A Latin American team. And there were very few diverse teams that we ended up playing. Yes, we do represent a small fraction of the amount of diversity playing baseball in the inner city on our team. And so to your point, B, there's not enough of it. I mean, there's just not, and it bugs me because I've showed you pictures of my team growing up, St. Mary's Park.
Yeah,
there's two white boys, and the rest of the team was all Latin and black.
It's a who's who. It's a who's
so
who.
there is an underrepresentation, just at a, I would say a broadcaster level, at a executive level. You know, it's there's no question about that.
And look, just growing up,
ownership level.
San Francisco. I talk about this. My best friend at elementary school is Vietnamese. My best friend in middle school, Uber, who always listens to the show, and he's a diehard 49er fan. He's from Pakistan. You know what I'm saying? So that was the beauty of growing up in the city. Yeah, the who's who of whatever. Guys were hanging out and be white, black, Filipinos in the same crew. Like, it didn't matter. But the Giants, hey, look, 408 here at Comcast Business X Line. I worked in the Giants organization for a few seasons. Now, one African-American or Latino in upper management. The players were all white before the unathleticism became too much. The only minority in management is Farhan. It all stems from majority owner Charles Johnson. And we know what Charles Johnson has done here. But it's not about racism here. It's about respecting a vital member to our community.
That's treating them in the dignity that they deserve.
She deserves much better.
And making sure that if they're going to go out, which again, see, like I look at it from the employer standpoint. If you have a logistical reason on why, whether it's performance-based, you're going for something, like whatever. But how you go about making that decision and then how it is presented to the audience matters.
No,
putting out a joint statement where it was mutual 2 weeks before the regular season's about to start.
Right.
If the contract ended in December, come on.
What are we doing?
How did you let this get this far down the road?
And think about this. Rennell's been there for 24 years. Let's just say if money was an issue. And I don't even want to get into her pockets or what's going on here. But if she did want a little more money, you're not going to give it to Rennell for another season to let her go through her 25th season at the ballpark, the 25th anniversary of Oracle Park. You're not going to have Rennell in that booth for 81 home dates. You're going to start pity pitching over Rennell Brooks Moon, a lady who's been as big of an ambassador for the Giants, especially post-World Series.
I don't want to speak for her, but when you've been in similar situations, and I know I have, if you like where you're at, aren't you always willing to compromise to some degree? Right?
Absolutely.
And that's where I always say, like, hey, if we're in the ballpark, can't we find a way to make, like, we've all been in this situation. There's compromises for a reason. And so, I don't know. We're going to hear more about this. This isn't going to go away.
No, it's wild.
And whoever is the next person to take over,
how about this?
They're behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that does suck.
This is crazy, though. This is insane. And we discussed this last week with J.D. Davis, and I know people are like, oh, it's just J.D. Davis. But J.D. Davis out here speaking out. Just think about the last month, or just the last 3 months. Brady Crawford, right?
Alex Wood.
Brian Sabian,
yeah.
J.D. Davis. Now, this one flew under the radar. I don't recall this, but this is wild. J.T. Snow was interested in coaching.
That's right.
And despite his agent making contact with the Giants, never got a call back from the organization.
He's with the Oakland
Ballers.
Yes, thank you.
He never got a call back from the Giants. J.T. Snow. J.T. Snow. My favorite, like, I know everybody's going to go Will Clark, but I did love me some JT Snow.
No, I love JT
You're not going to call back JT Snow? JT Snow, you're not going to give him a call back?
And he was doing
You're going to leave him on red?
Yeah. I don't get it.
I just, what is going on at Third King? What is going on down there?
You know, maybe about a year ago, maybe it was less than that, we were doing like an exercise, and I said, what is, like, if you could take over one of the 3 organizations, the Niners, Giants, or Warriors, which one would it be? And I told you that I would take over the Giants because I believe it to be the most appreciated of the 3 products right now. Like, whatever the value is of the Giants right now, I think it's 2-3x. What it could be 2 or 3x what it is now. It's not where like the Warriors were, because you have that beautiful ballpark and all that. But like, we can all see that, like, they're not humming the way they should as a business entity. When I look at what the Dodgers are doing, maybe you're not going to replicate the finances of the Dodgers because of their television deal. It's a very unique situation. You can't be the Red Sox? No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
This is embarrassing.
I mean, Spadoni, as someone who's not a Giants fan, and you look at the amount of money that the Giants could have, considering how poorly the A's have run their business strategy, are you kind of blown away at how they operate?
It's pretty ridiculous when you have probably the worst organization in sports across the Bay who is capturing every negative headline.
Exactly.
You can't get one positive one?
That's unreal.
Unbelievable.
It makes me think, boy, if the A's were to get their stuff together. Oh, if they ever got their stuff together with the Giants. Like, the Giants have not taken advantage of this situation. By the way, Steven Risotto, our buddy, SS State, of course, covers the Giants.
Love that guy.
They have a pre-planned, the Giants, that is, a pre-planned media open house at Oracle Park on Thursday. I'm not going. I'm busy that day. I just can't imagine it. How do you even spin this? How do you spin this? Know. It's just the little things. And look,
are we making too much? I'm asking.
No, because Renell's a fan favorite.
No, I know.
But
she
meant so much to this community.
Yeah.
And it's women's empowerment.
No, I know.
The timing of it. Having that voice. And we all support women in sports. That's why I'm supporting this Bay AFC soccer team.
Did you hear Doris Burke yesterday? She's talking about Steph Curry and how much he did for women's sports, and she went on this long,
I did.
monologue, and it was a great one about what that meant to a woman in this particular landscape.
So he didn't, and Steph Curry didn't even have to do that. He had more to lose in that situation.
That's what she was saying. Yeah.
And he goes out there, competes, supporting Sabrina to sign the young lady from South Carolina, names Evadeby to his Curry brand. She's a freshman. She has an NIL deal now with the Curry brand. She was at Curry's camps for many, many years. The Giants going to get something right here. Like, I just say, every time you want to wrap your hands around them and say, okay, we're going to give this a pass. Like, J.D. Davis is still chirping. And then the players speaking out about J.D. Davis, Wilmer Flores, Mike Yastrzemski. They're not happy with the way the business. Their locker soul is empty. I think it was Mike Yastrzemski, somebody else who had a locker right next to J.D. Davis. It was like, yeah, it's not right what happened to him. It's not right. Like, they're defending J.D. You know what I'm saying?
We're all saying the same thing, and you know what we're going at.
Malaysia Full-Wiley, the young point guard, the freshman at South Carolina. Malaysia Full-Wiley just signed with the Curry brand over the weekend, and she's a baller, man. Baller. But Curry's doing that with women's sports.
Ownership change.
Yep.
Which is wild, because 10 years ago, no one would have suggested that.
We want an ownership change. That's
what most people are asking for. Yeah. They want a complete upheaval. And they want to just start from scratch.
Yep. No doubt.
I don't know.
No, I just nobody here is race baiting. We're not race baiting. We're talking about the situation. Get your head out of the gutter. We're not saying this was a race-related move at all.
I'm saying it's a horrible look, and that the timing and everything is just really bad.
Renell Brooks' move could have been white. I would have been yelling the same thing. This is embarrassing. She could have been Filipino. I would have the same energy right now about Renell Brooks' move. Entering her 25th season, or what should have been her 25th season. But we've had her on, and look, we built relationships with Laura, with Renell, with everybody in this market. It does hurt. It does kind of sting.
I'm just, for so long, Larry Bear had such a good feel for business, for marketing, for nailing the details, and boy, it just feels like they have not nailed this. And I don't know how much falls on Larry nowadays. I don't know how in control he is like he used to be. Like, when was the last time the Giants had great PR? What was the last great? Bob Melvin? That feels very eye-washy to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't
because a lot of people aren't sold on Bob Melvin.
Well, I'm not.
Right.
It doesn't do much for me, but I know it does for others. But, like, when was the last time? Yeah, bringing in Posey. I mean, even that, they couldn't even get him to have an actual press conference. It was on Zoom.
Remember, I flipped. I was like, really? You're going to have one of the most iconic players in their organization be announced as owner? You're going to do it? You couldn't get the PJ out here, the private jet, to get Posey out? You're going to do it over Zoom, a grainy Zoom? It was a bad look. The tact. And not to mention Carlos Correa.
Oh, well.
The way they recruited Aaron Judge. The way, just everything about
Bochy just won the World Series.
Right, Sabian.
I know.
Went on Larry Kruger's podcast and scorched earth on the Giants.
There's a lot of misremembering of Brian Sabian. He didn't do anything right. It's like, okay. Let me just real quick on Brian Sabian. Just because I see a lot of people.
97 to 03 was the greatest era. I know the Giants World Series, but outside of that, before that, that was the greatest era of baseball in San Francisco, in the history of San Francisco.
Absolutely. And this thing like, well, he drafted a couple of pitchers and then it fell apart. No, they had a homegrown infield of Duffy, Crawford, Panic, and Belt. that was as good as any infield in the game, all right? And then he swung big and traded for Angel Pagan, who no one wanted, and the guy had a monster year. You remember that year?
Angel Pagan was a
monster year. On top of that, signed Melky Cabrera. People forgot. That was a great free agent signing.
Yep.
That guy got popped midseason. He pivoted and traded for Hunter Pence. I don't know. Most people's top 10 all-time favorite Giant.
Yep.
All in the same year. So, it's just, I think we've kind of misremembered how incredible Brian Sabean was at his job.
No doubt. We got Laura Britt to talk about some of this here. We're going to celebrate Laura Britt and what she's going to be doing today on NBC Sports Bay Area and what NBC Sports is doing in Women's Empowerment Month. All women's broadcast today is going to be very, very special. Jenny Kavnar, LaChina Robinson on the call. They're going to fill in for Fitz and Buki. It'll be Laura Britt, the great KB, Kareth Burke, the Pride of Yale, Zena Keita, and the Gatehouse for pre and post game. And, of course, Kyla Mills and Jane Appel Marinelli on Dove's Talk Live. So, by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today.
All right, I want to do a quick exercise. Blake Snell is still out there. So is Jordan Montgomery. And Scott Boras is the representative for both of those guys. I would like Blake Snell. I'll take Blake Snell. I'll take Jordan Montgomery. We don't have enough pitchers.
I'll take both of them.
Yeah, I'll take either one of them. But if you look at the top 11 highest paid players right now from the pitching position, and Shohei is unique, but I'll bring him up anyway. How many of these guys are actually available opening day?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
I would guess more than half are probably on the shelf.
Let's go right down the list.
Garrett Cole.
Okay. So let me give you Robbie Ray comes in at number 11, $24 million. He won't be ready till July. Luis Castillo, $24 million. I don't know if he's healthy right now. Okay. Aaron Nola, he's healthy, $25 million a year. Carlos Rodon didn't pitch at all last year.
Yeah.
$28 million. Yep. Number 8. Strasburg, retired and is still collecting money, $35 million. Patrick Corbin, how'd that deal work out?
Yeah, he's, well, actually, he had a better year a season ago, but the previous few years, I know all my guys at Bleacher Report was like, it's Patrick Corbin Day, which meant you bet against the Nationals at Patrick Corbin.
$35 million a year
awful.
that guy's getting.
He had what was his ERA a couple years ago, like 6 something?
It was horrible. It was higher than whatever he's making per year. Garrett Cole comes in at number 5, $36 million. He might not pitch this year.
No, he's done for at least a month or two.
Okay.
Was a Cy Young last year.
No doubt. But I'm just saying,
he's hurt right now.
Okay, Garrett Cole. DeGrom not going to start ready for the year. Again, he barely pitched all last year, $40 million.
Yeah, 7 starts or something.
Verlander, he's also recovering.
He's hurt.
$44 million a year. Max Scherzer, same amount, $44 million a year.
He's not coming back till midway through the season.
And Shohei Ohtani is recovering from Tommy John. He's making $70 million.
Right.
Okay. I want Blake Snell and I want Jordan Montgomery, but I'm not going to lie. That's not a very encouraging list of starting pitchers making money right now.
No, it's not.
You are tempting, which goes back to, I wanted Kevin Gausman because he doesn't throw 100 miles an hour. If you were going to bet on someone long term, it's somebody with that sinker splitter.
Just for fun.
And I would have paid him the money.
Just for fun. Patrick Corbin.
Give it to me.
2021.
Give it to me.
2021, he was 9-16. 5.82 ERA, 1.47 whip.
That's a Zito year.
2022, 6-19.
6-19?
6-19, 6.31 ERA, 1.70 whip, 152 innings gave up.
Oh my God.
210 hits.
152 innings?
Yeah,
they kept trotting him out there.
He would have been second on the Giants.
152 innings, gave up 210 hits in 152 innings. Listen, I mean, but Blake Snell would be a cheaper deal. No, I'd be willing to go 2 or 3 years.
I'm with you on that. But this is where I go. Yamamoto, who got 200 and something million. Can we all acknowledge there's a ton of risk in these deals?
Think about the Giants.
These pitcher contracts are crazy.
I just thinking about the Giants though. Now, instead of being intrigued, like, hey, we got Jung-Hoo Lee, we got Jorge Soler, we're going to have a guy hit 30 home runs for the first time since Barry Bonds trotted out in left field.
2007.
2007. Long time.
2006.
You signed Matt Chapman, and, a lot of people in the Bay Area like Matt Chapman. Gold Glove winner. Your defense is going to be better. Yeah, your defense is going to be better. You have Logan Webb. Bob Melvin, who's a Bay guy.
Nobody went more 7-inning games or deeper than Logan Webb.
Logan Webb.
14 times last year.
But now you're going to do this to yourself, and the fans are going to be walking into Oracle Park. Sure, they're going to be excited about the bunting and opening day, but they're not going to see Rennell on the field. They're not going to hear Rennell from the booth. And all of a sudden, questions are going to loom like, why'd you have to do this to Rennell go into her 25th season? 25th season. And we do this a couple weeks before. Like, they just don't get it. It's just like, I don't see the Warriors. I don't see the Niners. Hell, I don't even see the San Jose Sharks doing something like this.
I mean, Jim Barnett was so beloved by the fans and everyone. They let everyone know, this will probably be his final season. And then the fans demanded him back for another year.
And you know what the Warriors did? They said, you know what? We agree with you because it's about the fans.
Exactly.
And Jim Barnett stuck around for another 3-4 years.
Exactly. Now, look, let's play the full gambit of this. When the Niners replaced Ted Robinson, there were a lot of people that thought that they had pulled the carpet out from underneath Ted Robinson. And, there's two sides to every story. But I still hear people to this day that are angry about the Niners replacing Ted Robinson.
And I like Ted Robinson a lot. There was a little bad PR with something he said.
Yes.
Kind of stained him a little bit to some people. And then, of course, was he married to the Niners? He had all these other obligations.
Well, he wasn't a football guy either. Right. He had to learn the game
tennis,
to his own. Right. But I still believe Ted Robinson was a good job.
No, he was a good Niner, but he had a lot of other things going on.
Starkey was my guy.
Pac-12. Yes. Tennis.
Baseball.
He wasn't married to the Niners. Rennell's married to the Giants. Jim Barnett's married to the Warriors. Fitz is married to the Warriors. Cookie Kuiper married to the Giants. You know what I'm saying? Like, the new Niners, broadcasters are married to the Niners. So that's why this one hurt. This one stings. This stings.
Not going to lie, I'd love to be married to one of these teams. Could you imagine me just full-on homer?
Well, you already are.
I knew that was coming.
I say this a lot.
I can't argue with you.
I gotta
say it.
Nobody butters up like a Joe Shasky. He knows how to butter them up with the best of them. He knows it. He wouldn't say a bad thing about the organization.
I'm here at a packed house here at Oracle Park. It is unbelievable. Feel the energy.
It is deafening out here right now.
Bill Walton right there. It's unbelievable.
DJ Umami is playing in center field right now.
Shassy's out there. It is deafening out here. 25,000 rabid fans. And then you look at the crowd, like, actually, there's only 17.5.
Well stated.
Oh, man. All right. We're going to get Laura Britt here on the other side, man. We had to riff on that. But by the way, OG Anunoby out for the New York Knicks today due to injury management.
Injury management.
So
sounds like a Shasky kind of a recovery.
No Julius Randle, no Mitchell Robinson, no OG Anunoby for the New York Knicks. Big deal for the Golden State Warriors is the Knicks in their last 5 or 6 games have not allowed 100 points in a game. They've been handcuffing teams. They've been defending at a high level. Just ask our boy Kenny Caraway up in Sacramento. You know I'm only doing that because Kenny's listening. I'm only saying that. That was a tough loss for them, though. I don't know what the hell Keon Ellis was doing. Did you see that play? Jalen Brunson, waits for a fake screen. Keon Ellis turns all the way around and got duped. Brunson goes in for a wide open layup. Like, what's going on here in Sacramento? But they're right now in the 6th spot because they got help yesterday as the Phoenix Suns lost to the Bucks. But a lot going on with basketball. Let's talk to Laura Britt, who will be hosting Warriors pre- and post-game live tonight as the Warriors and NBC Sports Bay Area celebrate Women's Empowerment Month. We'll talk to the Queen of the Roast, Laura Britt, on the other side. That is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Purchase new wiper.
He showed his ass.
The morning roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Oh, yeah. Just FYI, as you are listening to the morning roast, we don't do politics on the show. We just don't. We talk sports.
Well stated.
We talk about the politics of sports, but not the politics that you want to talk about. We're not.
Tremendous.
Yeah, we're not CNN or Fox News or any of that stuff. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. I'm not going to tell you whether we're, explain why we're a blue state or a red state or anything like that. No.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
How many times will Bonte flush him in this upcoming season?
Yes, that's right. We're going to be flushing people because Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain is now part of the family here at 95.7 The Game.
Support the people who support us.
Support local. Support Brian. Support Mike. Support
not Brian in Palo Alto.
Not
Brian who owns Flowing.
Brian who owns Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And when you hear his story, he's been in the plumbing business for a long, long time. Long time.
He was birthed in it.
So he knows all about it.
I can relate.
They come to your house. They're not going to charge you for estimates whatsoever. Really fan friendly or consumer friendly. And they do all the Bay Area, man. They're all around. So Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And if you come in with a bad take, we're going to play this out right here, Spinone.
Yay!
We're going to flush you.
I mean, ESPN just sent me a notification. Giants, PA announcer Ronell Brooks-Moon are parting ways after sides failed to reach an extension.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, even ESPN is posting it. Wow.
Man. We got Laura Britt coming up here. I don't want to put her in the spot to have to discuss this, man, because she's the host with the most of Giants pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. And, of course, she's going to be hosting Warriors pre- and post-game live today on NBC Sports Bay Area alongside Kareth Burke, the great KB, Zena Cater, the Pride of Yale for Women's Empowerment Month. It's a women's empowerment broadcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. It all starts at 6 p.m. again with Laura Britt, Kareth Burke, Zena Cater, Ginny Kavnar, the new voice of the Oakland A's, and, of course, LaChana Robinson, who's been on the call for WNBA games for a long, long time as a color analyst. She'll be alongside Ginny Kavnar and Jane Appel, Marinelli, and Kyla Mills for Dove Sock Live. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to come by and say what's up to Laura Britt as I'm taking my mom to the game. Seems appropriate to take my mom on a day like today. Laura, good morning, man. The Queen of the Roast is back. I saw you yesterday before we get started, and we'll get to Ronell and what's going on today at NBC Sports Bay Area. How'd your little guy do? What did he play T-ball yesterday, Little League?
Oh, yeah. We got a little – it's not T-ball. Now he's in like a real
Coach Pitch?
baseball association. Yeah, Coach Pitch.
So are you in Little League where they can't take leads? What are you doing right now? Are you Mustangs? How old?
They're 7 and 8, so it's first and second graders.
Okay.
And they're definitely significantly more coordinated than last year. Like somebody can actually throw it to first and they can catch it, which is kind of amazing. Not every time.
Laura, I've got all the gear in my basement.
Yeah,
anything
let Laura finish.
We know you're
anything
you need, I've got gear.
You've got your 15-time title winners, a CYO coach. We know Shasky. Let's go.
11-time CYO champion.
I might need you to come out and do like a hitting clinic or something. We'll talk about it.
Well, he might get hurt doing that.
No, this is what I would recommend.
He just saw a chiropractor twice last week.
For less than $100, go on Amazon and get yourself a tee, a batting tee, and get yourself a hitting net and put it in the backyard and just make sure that the kids aren't swinging the bat around each other. That's, numero uno. But hit off the tee. If you keep hitting off the tee every single day, you'll work up good reps.
Okay. The tricks are in. There we go. I thought about trying to get Rich Aurelia to come teach the hitting clinic.
Now that's smart.
7-year-old.
Anything better than Joe Shasky or Carlos Ramirez, Laura?
Yeah, so we're really excited about it. It's really fun.
Laura, you're killing him. I am killing him. Laura, he saw a chiropractor twice last week, man. He's a walking injury.
I don't
want Shasky.
Can we talk about that for a second? I know we have a lot to discuss today, but I have friends that swear by chiropractors. And I've never been because I'm terrified. But my friends that go are like, it'll change your life. You have to go. Bonte, have you ever been?
No, I will be going soon. I mean, I'm going to go see Dr. Jaime soon. There's no doubt about it. But I just don't want Shasky to tear some rib cartilage with some dry swings, teaching some little leaguers how to swing a bat. And then Shasky's out on the morning roast for about a month.
He could still do the morning roast with the little injury, right?
I mean, I was coaching on the sidelines, holding my 1 month, 2 month old baby, screaming and yelling. I can do anything. You'd be shocked.
This is unbelievable.
You'd be shocked what I can pull off.
How terrible of a friend am I? I'm so sorry. I haven't even gotten to tell you congratulations here.
Oh,
I mean, I told you, but not on the morning road.
It's okay.
Yeah, you told him at the Super Bowl. Yeah,
I'll be at opening day with the little guy. I went and ordered him a Giants jersey personalized, and I went extra small. And they sent me a small, and this thing is basically a blanket on him. He'll never be able to wear it. But we'll be out there on opening day. Me and my wife and my brother and his son. And we got a big crew going.
Oh, I got to see you guys.
Yes, I will come by. Where are you going to be?
Well, I might be in the studio, but I'll be there before and after the game. Not after, but before the game. We'll try and connect.
Yeah.
Well, I know you'll be at the Gatehouse today.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be at the Gatehouse today alongside the great KB, Garrett Burke, the pride of Yale, Zena Cada. They're going to be hosting Warriors pre- and post-game live as NBC Sports Bay Area celebrates Women's Empowerment Month. And it's been a great 24 hours with the Giants. We'll get to them in a second. But Bay FC yesterday in our inaugural game, they win 1-0 down in LA against Angel City. And then, of course, you will be hosting Warriors pre- and post-game live, and you do a great job as a role model for not only just little girls, but also guys who want to get into the business, boys who want to get into the business. You're such a professional, Laura, so I'm glad you're getting this opportunity and showing just how skillful you are. I mean, you can do everything, football, baseball, or basketball.
I got big shoes to fill here, Bonte, all right? I got to up my game.
Yeah, Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. Yeah, I mean, they're getting an upgrade in my chair. That's for sure.
No. We're really excited. I've gotten to know Jenny Kavnar, who you mentioned earlier. She's going to be doing play-by-play tonight, as everybody knows now. And I haven't gotten the chance to meet LaChina in person yet, and neither Jane. I haven't met Jane in person yet. So I've got some of these people that I'm really excited to meet in person and all come together for this tonight. And, really, this is just about, I think the main thing for me, because I got the opportunity to do this with the Kings a few years ago as well. And the great thing about this is, I don't want it to be super ooey gooey. These are all women that know the game and want to go out and talk about the game tonight. Mm-hmm. So that's what, we're planning to bring to the table tonight. There will be, some interviews celebrating Women's Empowerment Month, but tonight is about a huge game for the Warriors. I mean, they've got 16 games left on the season. They've got to knock this thing out to be able to, it's going to be a stretch to try and make the top 6, but maybe they do it. If they want to be in the play-in tournament, that win over the Lakers on Saturday was a huge win for them. So this is a big game. Every game counts now. We got the chance to talk to Steve Kerr on a call the other day, our entire broadcast crew. So we're all ready for tonight and really just ready to talk about the importance of the Warriors and Knicks tonight.
Well, I'm curious now, Laura, what got you into sports?
Yeah, so I get that question a lot because I actually interned. All of my internships were in news.
Huh.
So I definitely have a very, a journalistic core to me, and that carries over into my sports as well. I really just try and bring, the facts to the table and kind of let people take them however they want. But that's kind of where my core is my background was in news. But I was a cheerleader all the way through college, so I was used to being on the sidelines. It was very natural for me. And so my last year in college, I actually covered the UAB football team, and it was just being down there and on the sidelines was natural for me. And so I got to switch from being a cheerleader into covering the team. And one thing I love about sports, and this sounds so cliche, but when you have news, which is a lot of death, destruction, and mayhem, right? That's what I call it. It's needed. People need news and they need journalists. But I love sports because people come to the table because they're passionate about it. They're not turning on the Warriors or the Giants or the Niners because, the building's burning down. They're turning it on because they love it. And now whether things are going well or they're not going well for whatever team, you're still turning it on because to your core, you love that team. And, what an honor it is to be able to bring that coverage into people's living rooms every night. I just don't take that for granted. And so that's really why the switch happened, is I wanted to cover something that people were really passionate about. And it's the interaction. I mean, you guys know this from hosting this show, and also Bonte from you doing stuff with us at NBC Sports Bay Area. The interaction with the fans, it just doesn't get better. Yeah. There's this combined passion and energy that's around these teams that's really fun, to be honest.
And Laura, you've come to the Bay Area. You know, you came in as an outsider, and you've become one of ours here in the Bay Area. That's one thing about the Bay Area. Laura Shasky could attest to this. You come here, you embrace the Bay Area, we'll embrace you back, and we'll love you back 10 times harder. And I think the Bay has embraced you, especially with your covers on the 49ers. And then now the Giants, for you to cross over. How difficult was that for you to go from football, as you were a cheerleader, they covered UAB your senior year, to going over to baseball? How much experience did you have in covering the game of baseball?
Well, I came from Chicago, so some people might not know this, but I was part of a team that launched this. It was the first ever digital sports network. It was called 120 Sports. Now it's called Stadium. They have a partnership with Bally, so some people might be familiar with them in that format. So I actually was part of the team that launched that network. So launched Stadium. It was called 120 Sports before Stadium. So we were partnered with Major League Baseball. We were actually partnered with every league. So I had extensive experience covering baseball from my time in Chicago for 5 years, where we were partnered with Major League Baseball, the NHL, the NBA, PGA, NASCAR. We literally talked everything. And the idea behind it was you would switch topics every 120 seconds, which it was like broadcast boot camp. It was wild. I would leave it and I would host 4 hours of live television every night. And it would be, digital, whatever you want to call it, digital television every night. And you would change topics every 120 seconds. It was the most insane thing. And we would toss live out to Major League Baseball games that were underway. And it was really cool, but it got me, I studied a ton. We had 3 months before we even launched the network where we sat in cubicles and just studied. So I was just preparing for, hockey players' names and just all of it. So I had a really, it was a lot of work, but that's where I really feel like I built my foundation of all of the professional sports leagues.
Laura, you got the personality and the charisma. Some have it, some don't. And I just mean it just an infectious personality. I want to get into the Giants because I don't think their roster's that infectious, to be quite frankly, with you. But I do believe they're a better team this year than last year. I don't know about the starting pitching. I feel like there's a lot of holes. But I'm looking at this Giants team, and I would say that Jung-Hoo Lee is an upgrade. Jorge Soler is an upgrade. Matt Chapman is an upgrade. If you can get a full season out of, Tyro Estrada. I don't know what you're doing with Conforto and Yaz or whatever, but just on the surface, the Giants feel like a better team this year than they were last year. Do you think I'm right about that?
I absolutely think you're right about that. And I know some people have ridden the roller coaster up and then some are back down now, but I think the Giants are a significantly better team than they were last year. If you can get leadoff production from Jung-Hoo Lee all season long, you've got Jorge Soler in the middle of your lineup now. How is that not better? I think the defense is where the Giants struggled last season. Everyone knows this. The Giants were the worst team defensively in all of Major League Baseball, had the most errors of any team in Major League Baseball last year. There's been an upgrade there from what we know about Jung-Hoo Lee. Now, these scouts go scout these players. I haven't seen Jung-Hoo Lee play in the KBO, but people that get paid money to go do that have, and I'm assuming that they know what they're talking about. So you've got Jung-Hoo Lee, you've got Matt Chapman, a Gold Glover, multi-time Gold Glover at third now. And not that, that's what's hard for me too, because J.D. Davis was very solid at third as well. But if you can have Matt Chapman there, that solidifies your defense. This is a ground ball pitching staff. They induce a lot of ground balls. Everybody knows that as well. You've got to have solid defense behind a pitching staff like that. And we're in complete agreement. Your assessment, I think, is spot on. The pitching staff, the starting rotation, if they can get Blake Snell, which we've been saying for like 3 months now, when are these things going to happen? Can these things happen?
Scott Boras, Laura. It's Scott Boras. I blame him.
Yeah, this has been one of the more strange free agencies in baseball that I've been a part of. I just don't remember times where big name players, even Matt Chapman was just signed a few weeks ago, Blake Snell, where these players are not signed to teams yet. So, and now the market is completely different than it was in December.
Not just players, Laura, premium players. Like last year, JD Martinez didn't sign until late in the offseason. He ends up hitting 36 home runs for the LA Dodgers. And now he's still sitting out there a couple weeks away from opening day. It's just not just fringe players, but premium players. Laura, we're talking former Cy Young Award winners waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. It's not a good look. And what else is not a good look, Laura, as we're talking to Laura Britt here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, is what happened over the last 24 hours with Renell Brooks-Boone. Now, I don't want to put you in a position to have to speak on that because I know your position and your title here, but I think I'm gonna phrase this. I'm going to present this to you like this, Laura. It's going to suck to not hear her voice. And it's going to suck to not see her at the ballpark every single night.
I will talk about Renell Brooks-Boone all day. How much time do we have?
We got plenty.
Because can I tell you that I know a lot of fans. I mean, she's a woman of the people, so I know a lot of fans have gotten the chance to meet her. But when I tell you one of the most welcoming people I've ever interacted with, such incredible presence about her. And I've gotten to spend some time with her over the past few years since I've been covering the Giants. And when I switched from the Niners to the Giants, she was the first one to welcome me. She made me feel like that was home for me. And that's not always the case. And I'm sure, many people listening can attest to that in their businesses too. You're not always, immediately welcomed by, whoever, because you're in a new position. She did that for me. And behind the scenes, she's an even better person than she is of what you see, what everybody sees when she's broadcasting or when she's on the field hosting those ceremonies. I love her so much and I respect her so much. And I'm so appreciative of the person that she is. And she really is kind of like one of the heartbeats of the Giants. That voice, I mean, it's just classic. You walk, it makes it feel normal. It makes Oracle Park, there's Renell. Like it's
right.
She's just the best. And I could not say any more great things about her. I'm just so thankful that I've gotten to know her and that I get to have her in my life and be in her sphere. Because if you ever get the chance to meet her or be around her, do it. She's just awesome. She's an awesome person. So I will say that, and I will absolutely miss having her voice at that park. And she's a wonderful person, and very talented at what she does too. That's not an easy job. I know, some people, it's a very difficult job. You're on for a lot of hours, many hours. You've got to be on, and she does it flawlessly, day in and day out for a multitude of games.
It's beautifully said. There's really no other way to expand upon that. I'm really glad that you put that out that way. So now here comes the hardest question I'm going to ask you. Do you know what is going on with Kate Middleton overseas right now? What the heck is going on here?
Oh my gosh.
I've done
She's smiling because she feels me, Bonte. Give it to me.
Am I the only one that gets sucked into this rabbit hole? It sounds like I'm not.
No, you and Chasky do. I was watching Bay
I don't understand what's going on.
I don't either. And I usually don't get I'm not too into all that stuff, but it's just Kate Middleton. You're like, wait, what is happening? And then you do start to wonder, you're like, what could it possibly be that she was in the hospital? I don't know. I have no royal insight. I don't know anybody that has royal insight. So I'm just like you, Joe. We're just out here going down rabbit holes trying to figure out what happened to her.
No, I'm going down the rabbit hole of the New York Knicks like you are, Laura. Oh, no OG Anunoby tonight. Warriors have a great chance to stack a win today, coming off that Lakers win Saturday night. That's what I'm locked in on. Kate Middleton,
I'm
maybe
locked in on that too. I think one of the biggest storylines too, and I know it's been talked about a lot, is Clay settling into that bench role, the 6-man role, and he's really doing it. And when he does that, I was looking at a stat last night. When Steph scores 25 or more points, the Warriors win a little over 70% of those games. When Clay scores 25 or more points, the Warriors win a little over 80% of the games.
Yep.
Wow. So he's such a key piece because we've seen Steph go off and score, 40 or something and they lose. And it's not just Steph. It's got to be Clay too. And really him settling into that bench role and we've heard him talk about his conversations with Steve Kerr. It just goes to show, what an incredible coach Steve Kerr is. Like anybody needed to hear that again, but everybody knows that already. But in the way he manages these players, and what I've heard from Clay talking about how Steve kind of made him realize that that's not a bad spot to be in. That at this point in his career, with what he's come back from, to make it back to the level that he's at is pretty incredible. And then to still be playing at such a high level, you don't have to be, in the starting lineup.
All right, last question for you, Laura. And Shask and I have been fighting back and forth with each other on this one. LeBron James to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you. We don't even need to talk about
I'm
this.
Laura Britt. We've got the king, LeBron James, coming up right now. Come on, you wouldn't be in all that. Come on.
He's a great basketball player.
Right. Thank you. I didn't even have to ask the question.
Wait,
All I had to say is something.
Wait, is it? But this is different than KD.
Right.
That feels really different than KD.
Why?
It just is. That's just not. No.
No. I'm with you, Laura. You don't even have to expand on it.
Bonte's coming into his next negotiation with entire clutch management, and he is going to be all in on this. He is so full of it.
No, listen, I will embrace it if it happens. But if I had a choice, I want Steph to have more rings in him. I want Steph.
Wait, is this like something that y'all have made up, or is this legit?
No, I have a hypothesis that LeBron wants to play with the Warriors.
He did say 2 years ago that he wants to play with Steph. Steph was like, yeah, we're good now, but Joe Lacob. I'll play this 15-second clip for you. Here's Joe Lacob on the situation, Laura. Listen to this.
It's a year ago.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title, and I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's beat him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
Beat him to 5. That's what I want to do. And you hear Shasky flip-flopping there. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you're right, Joe. And now he's flipped because there's an article.
Wiggins absences ago.
A week after the trade deadline, Laura, there's an article from ESPN saying the Warriors engaged in conversations about possibly trading for LeBron James. And look, I know there was calls made. Obviously, LeBron had to press the okay on that and say, sure, why not? But that would have been a complicated deal. I just don't. I'm with you, Laura. I want to see us beat LeBron. The competitor in me wants to have more. Like Magic Johnson fans didn't want Magic to play with Bird.
Yeah, is it? No. It's no. It's a no.
Yeah, see, for me, it's a yes for me because Avery Johnson's number 6 is available for LeBron to just come in and swoop it.
No, he wants number 23. Draymond ain't giving that up.
Draymond is not giving that up.
Yeah, can you imagine that locker room?
Yeah, we're good.
Absolutely incredible.
That would be the best reality TV show.
It would be.
It's always fun game.
LeBron and Draymond, what would that be like?
Ratings would be to the roof, though. I'm not going to lie. NBC Sports, how many segments we can just build? Like, the show's already done for the next year if LeBron joins. So there's some pros to it. There's some pros to it. But it's not how. I'm with you, Laura. It's not happening. By the way, I'm coming by with my mom. We're going to say hi today as you get ready for Warriors pre- and post-game live. I'm really excited for you. And you've been great. Like, what you said about Rennell was special. But I got to say this, Shasky. When I first got to NBC Sports Bay Area, Laura was one of the first people who embraced me, took my number down, said, if you need anything in terms of makeup, how to prep, looking at the rundown, I got you. And she's been solid from day one. So, Laura, I'm so happy you're getting this opportunity. So happy you're part of the Bay Area community. You, Walker, your beautiful kids. And a special night for you and the ladies there at the Gatehouse today for Women's Empowerment Month as we are celebrating Women's Empowerment Month with the all-women's broadcast today in NBC Sports Bay Area. Laura, see you later.
Thanks, guys. Good to see. I'm looking forward to seeing you tonight, Bonte. I can't wait to meet your mom.
Oh, she's out of control.
She's the best.
She's out of control.
One of my biggest fans.
She is.
So thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, Laura. See you later. She does love some Shasky.
She does.
She does love some
Every
Shasky.
time you FaceTime, and she's like, "What's up, Shasky?" I'm like, "God, I love his mom." She loves me so much.
So she doesn't know where we're sitting at today. And she's
Where
like,
do you
I
have
don't want to.
the Bob Myers
No, we don't have the Bob Myers seats. We're in the nosebleeds.
We have the Joe Lacob seats.
But I know how my mom is, though. When the starting lineups get introduced, she's at games. She's standing there. She's like, okay, now. Okay. Like, so I took her to a Cardinals game, right? we took it to a Giants-Cardinals game. The Cardinals on a Sunday afternoon just smoked the Giants. And it was like 11-3. And this dude hits a 4-run jacket. My mom goes,
"You mean a grand slam?"
No, not a 4-run home run. It was a 3-run home run, not a grand slam. Duh.
I kind of like 4-run jacket.
Yeah, 4-run home run, grand slam. That's how you know I'm running out of steam here. 4-run home run, a grand slam. I probably will not be on Giants pre-post game.
I love you
He just
so
hit a
much.
4-run home run, Richie Aurelia. You know, I'm just well-rounded.
It's a 40-burger.
Listen, but they hit a 3-run homer. It was a 3-run homer, not a grand slam. 3-run homer. Guy comes around. They do this special handshake. My mom goes, "Oh, they out here skunking us. Oh, hell no. They doing too much out here." So she's one of those fans. She starts hearing the beats, and she's like clapping. She's like, "Oh, hell no." And so Steph starts hitting, she's going to be screaming. It's going to be a show. It's going to be a show.
My favorite would be if Lake Up somehow gave Brock Purdy courtside seats right next to Bonte and his mom. That's what I want.
Oh,
the Purdys right next to the Hills.
Oh, my God.
That would be great.
Oh,
Bonte, hi, how you doing? I'm Bonte Hill, and I'm happy you're my quarterback.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I am happy with Brock. What was the context?
That would be hilarious.
Just like you at the Olympic Club?
Yes.
Brock Purdy looking at us asking, "Oh, I know who you guys are.
Exactly.
Oh, we're your biggest fans."
My dad would have loved to be here right now.
Oh, my God. Shatsky
I
telling
dropped
Brock,
that one like right away.
Shatsky telling Brock, "We're your biggest fans." With 30 seconds after the Super Bowl, Bonte's just the difference of quarterbacks. The difference of quarterbacks.
Pivot, don't panic.
Drew down, YouTube. So Bonte's looking at Brock Purdy. "Oh, hey there."
So you'll learn this one day when you're coaching Baby Ches. You have to have psychological warfare.
I'm not coaching Baby Ches.
You're so full of it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No.
You know why you will? You know why you will?
Nope.
Because you're a good dad who volunteers your time.
No.
You're going to end up volunteering.
I'm not going to let the coaches do what they do.
And then no one's going to step up, and then you're going to end up stepping up.
There's too many parents trying to coach who don't know anything about the damn game.
I'm going to get a phone call.
No.
He's going to be 6, 7 years old. He can go, "Hey, I need a couple of drills." And I'm going to be there to help you. I'm telling you, trust me, you're going to be a great coach, and I love you for it.
I'm not coaching no more. My coaching days are done.
Bonte, what? But if you had to coach, which one of the 3 major sports?
I did coach already.
Which one?
High school football.
Oh, there you go.
Varsity
That's the one
football.
you would feel the most comfortable with.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
I coach a little basketball. I would love to be an assistant coach.
But
I'd be like the Mike Brown. I'd be controlling the rotations and the timeouts and everything.
There's a psychological warfare.
Hey, Steve, we only got 3 fulls left. 3 full timeouts left, Steve.
It's 1st and 3rd here. We got 1 out. Let's get this batter. 9 hitters up, all right? Let's just get the batter first. Bonte, you're going to learn this one day. Baby Chez's best friend is going to be one of the worst players on the team. And you're going to be like, "Hey, look, the reason why we don't start you is because it's really important that we play you in the 2nd and 4th quarters because we want to build up a very big lead, and hopefully it doesn't matter by then."
Nope.
And then,
Mo Salah comes off the bench.
I know you're batting 9th, but the reason why you're batting 9th is because we want double leadoffs. You're going to do all the psychological warfare.
I'm not
double
coaching.
leadoff. Am I wrong?
I'm not coaching.
Let's pick a bet right now.
No, put the bet right now. I'm not coaching.
Bonte will help coaching at some level. He may not be head.
If Baby Ches, because she's kind of a girly
lock
girl.
it up.
Baby Ches is kind of a girly girl, although she does like watching basketball in person. She likes going to the football games. I'm eager to see how she reacts to the BAFC inaugural, their home opener down in San Jose, I believe, March 30th. I'm not coaching my daughter. Because you know why? I covered high school sports. And I watch these parents berate coaches, berate coaches left and right. I'm not doing that.
The majority aren't like that because I've been coaching a long time. The majority are good. Here's the one rule we have.
You're going to be coaching Baby Ches, and then I'll just curse you out.
Probably.
Chesky, the hell you doing with my daughter? And I'm going to blame everything on you. I'm going to be humble in this one.
Hey, look. This is what I said. The majority of parents are actually really cool. There are some bad ones. Here's the rule. Don't be a jerk. Just don't be a jerk.
Nope.
Not you. I'm talking about the parents, you know?
Hey.
You are going to be coaching at some point.
Not coaching. I'm not coaching my daughter. I'm staying out the way. I'm going to be on an iPad. I'm going to sit at the top row. I'm chilling.
I'm not going to coach. Recording everything.
No, I will record everything, but I will not berate the coaches because I understand the coaches have a tough job to do. They don't get paid a lot. They volunteer their time. I'm not going to be the guy berating coaches, nor do I want to coach my daughter. Nope, because that could interfere with this at the dinner table. What if I pulled her out of a game late?
You're a good person who likes to give back, and I promise you at some point you will get sucked in.
I will give back in different ways.
I had the same conversation with Rocco. Nope. I go, Rocco, Rocco, high-level soccer player, played in college. I'm like, you're going to be coaching her at some point. He's like, yeah, I know. I'm trying to let somebody else coach. No. And the guy is on the sidelines like, yes, Gabby, left foot, back up field. And I'm like, I know this is coming.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm telling you, I'm not doing that. Nope.
You will be an assistant at some point.
I will be giving back in different ways. Fundraisers.
I'll do book.
No. I'll do book. No
See,
joke.
that's helping. Book. You're coaching.
No, that's not coaching. That's
and then he's going to get into the huddle.
That's just a statistician.
Double team 11.
Nope. That's just being a statistician. Like when I was at City College of San Francisco, I wasn't coaching. I was doing a PA.
With the cowbell on the sideline.
Nope. I'm going to be giving back
after they win. Light the beam!
When that beam wasn't lit on Saturday at Kenny Caraway, I didn't see no beam in the sky even the 916 Saturday night. Listen,
I've had enough.
I will be, when they have car washes to fundraise for a trip to like maybe LA or Florida, I will be there at the car wash. I will help wash cars. I will help out in other ways. I'm not coaching. Not going to be an assistant.
Okay, guys, John and I love you. You're a control freak. Spadoni,
I'm a control freak.
Yeah, we both are. That's why we're here. We're both type A.
No.
Spadoni, he's 100% going to be helping, correct?
Yeah, but not in the way. See, because Bonte, when he's going to be there, Joe, you have to realize this guy's the king of Bay Area sports media right now. He's going to have to be dealing with all the other parents, asking them questions. He's going to be holding court in the stands.
Yes, he is.
So he's not going to have time to be on the bench.
He's just going to have them. He's going to waltz into the gym.
Like Morant, he's going to be doing too much on the sideline.
He's going to waltz into the gym like he's LeBron, and everyone's going to be looking and turning over.
Like Bronny James.
Are you going to hop into the layup line too, like LeBron?
No, I do sometimes.
Are you going to be like storming the court?
No, hold on. Listen. Number one, I will definitely storm the court.
I can already picture him clapping at a referee as they're backpedaling. Some Dan Dibley type in CYO's backpedaling, making $12 an hour. And Bunter's like, you missed that call on Chaz. Someone could get hurt.
Now listen, I will storm the court.
Like
Number one,
T. Morant, they say he's going to have glasses in the front row. Like he's T. Morant.
I will storm the court, number one. I will probably do that. Two, I do hop in layup lines with kids just to play little basketball with kids or whatnot.
Would you volunteer at the Snack Shack?
The what?
The Snack Shack?
Oh, absolutely. I'll make the nachos for the kids. They get extra cheese and everything. I'm hooking them up.
The least profitable Snack Shack out there.
I don't charge for the jalapenos.
No, because I'll take money out of my own pocket and make up for it. Because I'm all about the kids. I'm all for everybody having a good time. So I'll be in the snack shack. I'll be in the snack shack. I'll be doing the book. I can do some announcing. I will be there giving kids rides. I'll give out the fruit snacks. I'll give out the orange slices, the Capri Suns. I'll do it all. I will not coach. I will not berate refs. Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
So we have a father, DeJuan Fields Sr., who's out there somewhere. He brings music to the games for baseball and like a speaker and everything. He has playlists. And so like if the umpire calls like time and the two umpires come together, he does like the X-Files theme. Or
Suchi May calling me the water cooler man. I'm coming in with the freshest Gatorade in the water.
I could see you bringing the speaker box out there and all the music.
Oh, yeah,
I could see you doing that.
I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll do that for the kids. I'll do that for the kids.
And honestly, for baseball, it makes it so much fun.
They do.
So much fun. My wife loves when the music's out there for the baseball games. It's a lot of fun. But we always go up against some like grizzled, bitter old coaches like, we don't like music in our baseball. It's like, come on, dude. These are 12-year-olds. Like, we got to spice it up.
I will be all these things. I will not coach. I will not berate refs. I will be there to support the kids, give you rides, donate some money, donate time when we have car washes or we're selling lemonade.
Capri Sun, orange slice Bonte.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all about that life.
I got the igloo ready.
Yeah,
Who wants Capri Suns and orange slices?
We'll lose 11-2 and I'll be in the front row. All right, girls, hey. It happens.
I'm going to be real with you. That gets old real quick. Losing sucks. Yeah, no, I don't care what anyone says.
I know.
Losing is so demoralizing.
I played on a 1-7 Pop Warner team. Trust me. It got to the point where we were 1-2. When it comes to like, Bonte, y'all ready to go today? Y'all ready to go? And I like struck my son. I don't know, man. We on 5, dude.
Jade's high school soccer team. It was like either junior or senior year.
They're bad.
Winless. She scored one of the only 2 goals of the year. That was like, babe. Hey, top on your team though.
My nephew's team, I coached him for 4 straight years. For 3 years, we won 1 game.
Oh my God.
We were horrible. They dropped us down to one of the lowest divisions. We won the championship. It was the greatest feeling watching because the team wasn't good. And a lot of these guys weren't going to play high level varsity sports. To see them have that experience just made it was one of the greatest accomplishments ever.
Stephen Candelaria on YouTube.
Give it to me.
2468. Who do we appreciate? I can't wait for that life. If Baby Chaz does play sports. Now, I mentioned she's a girly girl. She is a little girly girl. She takes after her mom in that situation. She's got nail polish.
Here's the remix. 2468. Who did we just annihilate?
Oh, my God.
Fast
See,
five.
you're terrible.
It's time for the...
You're terrible. There's a final thought during the last break I had in my mind, but you start because I've already forgotten it. I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago.
Here's my final thought. I truly believe that Klay Thompson going to the bench has changed this season. Not saying they're going to win it all, but it went from being, I don't think it's salvageable to I think they could finish it on a higher note than what I had previously thought. And what I mean by that is I think they're going to get into the playoffs. I think they're going to win in the first round. And I think they're going to at least get to that second round.
I like that. I like that a lot. My final thoughts are with Renell Brooks Moon. Also, Women's Empowerment Day at NBC Sports Bay Area with the all-women broadcast. We just had Laura Britt on, Kareth Berg, Zena Kata. And that's the thing. Laura's right. It's not just about, hey, we're women, we're doing this. They know their stuff. KB and Zena are as prepared as any reporter in this market. They're going to provide high-level analysis. I watched the game Saturday with Zena in the green room, man. She knows her game inside and out. She's really talented. KB, we all know. Talk about Kareth Berg. When Roscoe Nwude moved on from the Golden State Warriors, we all thought, boy, whoever fills in for Roz and takes that job is going to have a tough time here. That was a seamless transition for KB. Seamless.
Good point.
20 games in, we were like, we got KB. Now she's been here for 7 years. So shout out to KB, shout out to Zena, shout out to Laura Britt and the rest of the crew who's going to do the damn thing today for NBC Sports Bay Area.
You know, I'm not shouting out U.S. men's and women's national team soccer jerseys. The new ones got released. They suck. Why do we have the worst? Literally, we have so many professional sports teams in this country that have red, white, and blue that could somehow do better than our national team. Like, I look at Mexico, I look at Belgium, I look at Brazil. Why is it so damn hard to have a good national team jersey? We had one back when, the stripes, the red, white, and blue stripes with Landon Donovan and Clint Dempsey, all those guys. Why is it so hard?
Did Fanatics do it?
I don't know who did it. Yeah, Fanatics. Thank you. God, sorry. It's just, it bothers me.
No.
It bothers me.
How you feel? So
Spinotti's going to be like Eddie House. That's my son, Benny. That's my son.
And that was me at Benny with Chuck E. Cheese last week when he was nailing it on the basketball game. He's got a jumper. He's clutch.
These are the jerseys? These are ugly.
Go ahead, Big Jock. Get in here.
Speaking of Jalen House, March Madness is right around the corner.
Yes.
Love me a good bracket. Little stat out there for people that haven't filled out brackets yet. A double-digit seed has advanced to the Sweet 16 for 15 straight tournaments.
Oh, wow.
I like New Mexico.
Ooh.
And I like NC State.
Name a player. Name one player on New Mexico.
Jalen House. Jamal Mashburn Jr.
There it is.
Let him answer it.
I got to pick up Big John. That's what I do. I pick people up.
He's already tall enough.
Not tall enough. Not taller than me. No, probably is. But shout out to all the little leaguers out there. When Baby Chaz ever plays, I will not berate coaches or referees. That is a myth. That's Shasky projected onto me. I'm going to be the cool dad in the corner. A little flask or something. All right. Anyway, that was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny Guru coming up next from 10 to 2. They'll be talking some Dubs here at 95.7 The Game.
Rayo's homemade pasta sauce is made with tomatoes grown for 800.
Well, I've been waiting an hour for this one, and I purposely said,
"What's up, baby?
Don't tell me until the show." But Goo,
yay,
has.
I didn't even tell Bonte. I almost told him.
I don't know if it's a theory or how would you describe?
It's a theory.
Okay,
that
on the Warriors.
Yeah, it's on the Warriors, and I didn't even. I want Bonte is my dude. I almost gave it to him, but I'm about to tell you this: if this keeps up, and this means the NBA letting guys play and not calling fouls, because I'm watching the league pass and it's real, especially when you bet on team totals for the people out there. You're like, that's a foul. Right. They're letting it go. And the Warriors, I'm telling you, Steiny, who already had a problem with fouling for, last year, sometimes this year, if they start letting these teams continue to play like they're playing, headed down the stretch and into the playoffs, the Warriors got major action. I'm going to leave that there. So, that is the one thing I took from the Laker game.
So Steph's going to get less calls.
Well, it don't matter because he doesn't get the whistle like he should anyway. So now it evens out. But they're playing thug life on D, Steiny. They're putting their hands, and the refs are letting it go. Just something, just jot it down. The Warriors will be the biggest benefactor of this if it continues. You just watch. And it starts tonight at home against the Knicks. Because the Warriors now can be the Knicks.
That's what you're holding on to.
Yeah, that's it. It was hard not to tell you and Bonte.
It shouldn't have been. Go ahead, Evan. Here you go. Here we go. Here you go. Hey, before we get... no breaking news. You know why? Because it's not breaking news. It never is.
But
go ahead, Evan.
Yeah. Have you noticed that they're letting them play?
Knicks in town tonight.
Yeah, they are letting them play, but one player who will not be playing is OG Anunoby. He is out tonight, according to Fred Katz, with a right elbow injury.
Dude, that's the same elbow that's been ailing him, man. God. The Warriors getting everything going.
When does the NCAA tournament start? Those guys at least play.
Tomorrow, actually.
Well, that's not the tournament.
It is. If you win, you keep going to get in.
I don't consider that the tournament.
But it's not up to you. It's the tournament.
Well, it is up to me. You can consider it the tourney. I don't.
What about my theory? Well, you've noticed it, though. I mean, Dallas, they look like prison ball.
It cuts both ways. It'll eventually cut both ways.
All right. So I love the eventually.
So what you're holding on to is the officiating could help the Warriors.
Yeah, they're Olivia Newton-John. They're more
Lakers,
physical.
Warriors got a nice win on Saturday. No Anthony Davis.
I want to rip him, but his eye was closed, so I'll let him go. Yeah. Give him a pass. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I have a theory on the Warriors, too. This is where, okay, you were optimistic. Here's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
So they basically played 8 guys on Saturday. They played 9, but Gary Payton II only played like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. So the Warriors have 9 games in 16 days. They're on a stretch now where they play Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. So they have no 2 days off. They're playing every other game, and then they have it back-to-back in the middle. That's where, if he's going to cut the rotation down, I wonder if it can be done in this stretch right now with as many games as they have in a shorter period of time.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. If it were up to you and you know where they're at and where they're trying to get, I think 6 is off the table. In a crazy world, is it worth it to do that and have them tired for when it's go time?
I wouldn't.
All right.
But maybe you could accomplish 2 things at once where you can. I mean, I don't know how you play 8 or 9 guys for the next 2 weeks. That's going to be a challenge, I think, for the Warriors. So that was your theory. The theory is that the officiating.
I mean it, man. And you sit here every day. You're not the only one that tells me, oh, the whistle's even out. But if they can get a little more leeway.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm telling you.
I'm going to be honest with you. If that will not help the Warriors in the long term.
Now, it's interesting because we're so new into it, but you said the long term and eventually.
I mean, if you're telling me that teams they're going to let teams play more physical, I don't see that as helping the Warriors consistently over the long term. I mean, I think it's better for the game. I love the game more.
I'm with you.
Like that.
I'm not used to every time I watch now. I'm so conditioned, Stoney. Oh, there's a foul, and so are the players, and they're complaining and stopping. But it's like, dude, you didn't get the memo. They're going the other way.
Yeah, hold on a second. I have. Let me cross this out. OG Anunoby is back for the Knicks. They were 15-2 when he played. That can now get crossed out.
Wow.
He's not playing tonight. Game just got easier. He's our best defensive player.
No doubt. And they didn't see him in New York. No doubt about it. They did not see him in New York. And they had a big win over the who did they beat, Stein?
Sacramento.
Yeah, look at you smiling. Yeah, my Sacramento Kings.
47 win pace coming down to the wire.
Man.
Meanwhile, Warriors still got action in that road win bet. They're like 17-14 now on the road or something. All right, you want this call was on the board as soon as we got on. I'll take it.
And I bet I know what it's for before. Do you know what it's?
I have no idea.
Can I just give you a?
You're going to make a prediction on what the caller may want.
If it's this early, I know.
Okay.
Renelle Brooks-Moon and her departure from the San Francisco Giants is my guess.
Well, can we take this call and see if Guru's right? Let's go out to. No, we can't take.
Kill. Yeah, man, I
should know better. It's yellow. Yellow means caution. Green means go.
Look at my
and
man.
If they're blue, it means don't even look at the screen anymore.
I don't know anything about that, and I've been in your seat. I'm a little irritated too, Stoney.
Why now?
Because you were just in the unit at my dad's party, Norm Johnson, last Saturday. A guy in the business that I thought was a friend had a party, a birthday party.
Yeah.
All the celebs were there, the Bay Area people. And you were there.
Yeah, I was there.
And I thought this guy was my guy. I guess I'm sounding selfish. I wasn't invited. Sal, what happened? Yo, Sal, what happened? I didn't get the invite.
He's not Italian.
Oh, I guessed it. Spadoni.
Coach?
Yeah, dude. Why do I have that mechanism of, I don't care what you got or happy birthday. I wasn't invited.
No, you weren't.
He's an Italian.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
Sal Castaneda turned 60. He had a party at his house. It was fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of
all
people,
the pictures you posted on your internet.
I didn't post that.
I know. We would have never.
I'm not doing
by the way, your Twitter's jacked. People added me saying, "What's up with your partner's Twitter?" I frantically make sure nothing's wrong with my guy. Somebody got you, so you need to fix that.
I won't.
And I believe you're real.
I am real.
You didn't miss it. Or you got a way to spy on. You can look and see what's going on.
No, honestly, I went to, usually it's just set up for me. I hit a button and then I can see what everybody says. I hit the button and it's like, you got to log in. And I'm like, I don't even know my password.
Oh, boy.
And then I started hearing, Steiny, somebody jacked your Twitter. It's like, okay, night-night. Night-night, Twitter.
Speaking of night-night, how fresh did Curry look, man? Who gets injured? And I know Stoney wasn't a broken leg or torn Achilles, but who has a good game back after they've been injured more than the chef, man? I mean, I'm just saying 30 points is 30 points. No points in the first quarter, Stoney, but they got a big win. And like you said tonight, with that news about OG Anunoby not in, this is another winnable game. My thing is just where can this thing go as far as seeding?
Probably to 8, I would think.
And that would get you a home game the first go round.
Well, if you win on the road first, you're in.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But yeah, we'd give them a guaranteed home game if they lost the first game. By the way, I've coined something. I got what happened to you Friday?
There's a movie called Jackass. I won't call you that. But how dare you say that? I was at the parade with John Curley, our former colleague, here at 95.7 The Game, St. Patty's Day. Evan told us he couldn't make it. Derek Zeta. And you were like, I'll be there, to where people were buying you beers, and I'm watching your beers, waiting on you, and you faked, as we say in the union. You faked. And you lied and you faked, but we had a good time.
I didn't lie.
I was with the great Rick Tittle.
I was with Rick for a while.
We went.
Here it is.
To the cafeteria.
You've heard of the Irish exit? I've now created the Irish entrance.
No, that's a lie.
You tell people you're coming, but you have no intention.
That's called a lie. It's not that,
dude.
People would have you can't do it from the outset. That's a lie. When you're there, you can do however you leave, you came, you get to do that.
Come down to the St. Patrick's party. Okay, I'll try. It's a zoo down there.
Oh,
you couldn't get in. And
you could get in. We were looking at the entrance for you.
It was really difficult. Anyway.
You get mad at me for cheating in pickup, but you'll lie about your whereabouts.
It's not a lie. It wasn't a lie.
Yeah.
It's a fudge. It's just a fudge. I did feel bad. The last correspondence I did have with you guys, I said, let me see what I can do. I was back in Oakland. In front of the TV.
But you're laughing like an infant.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, wait till I tell the fellas. Well, you're telling
Curly
me.
knows.
They're listening.
Curly knows.
Sonny, Guru would have ate all the cannolis. What's a cannoli?
It's either, I think it's Italian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is it a dessert?
Yeah, it's a dessert.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was down in Spadoni's neck of the woods, too, yesterday.
You call him?
He wasn't down there. It's just where he grew up. Down at Bayonet Golf Course. I played yesterday.
Tough greens.
They were 92.
You did not swing a club.
Yeah, 92.
How you feeling? That's what I care about.
Feel great.
You're back.
Mamba, baby. 7 weeks after hip surgery.
You'll be ready for
shot of 92.
ATCO Pest Control's golf tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, with Billy.
Actually, we got to talk about that. I heard something about that course.
Oh, boy.
There's no way they would have us do a show from a golf course that's private and we would have trouble getting on. No way that would ever happen, right?
Where's that intel? Where's that intel? That's some heavy intel.
I've just heard this course.
Nah, Billy takes care of us.
Well, Billy doesn't own the course. He's just going to be there.
But he owns ATCO. He's the man.
Yeah, but we'll see. Anybody know anything about what is it called? Stone Tree up in Novato? Stone Tree.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Apparently owned by the Bay Club, which has all those clubs around the Bay. Yeah, I got some research to do before I. Although, what are we getting for mileage these days? Is it up to like 58 cents an hour?
You should know. You just turned in your last expense report.
I've never turned in mileage. Have you?
Yeah.
When?
To and from the airport on our last.
Oh, God, that's 7 miles. You put in for $3.19.
Yeah, gas is higher than that, buddy.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Caddy in the shop.
Again?
Dude, it's a sensor that's covered, an emission sensor. So it's making my car jerk. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
As long as it's covered.
An emission sensor? That sounds like it's...
And it's happening.
Your car's like what year's your car?
19.
Oh, I kept thinking it was the old Caddy.
Yeah.
They didn't have a...
It's the Caddy you said, "Goo, get away from the car," because you thought it wasn't mine.
Well, you were leaning on
it. Sounded pro-racist. Oh, my God.
I was looking out for you.
Me. You said, "Get away."
I was looking out for you. You were on a street, and you were 1 block away from that one street.
Smiling.
Where something almost came down, if you know what I mean. Steve Kerr told the Warriors before Saturday's game, we got treated like a playoff game.
Love that.
Can they do this for 16 more games?
Now, you didn't ask that, and I don't know the answer to that, but I love that he put that out there. And the fact of the matter is, Tim Kawakami wrote a piece in the Athletic over the weekend just alluding to that, Stoney. They are in playoff mode. Doesn't mean you lose, you go home, but...
Also doesn't mean you're in the playoffs.
True, but if you want to get there, you got to hit the switch now. That's why that Laker game was big.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors beat the Lakers on Saturday. They jump up to 9. Anthony Davis gets hurt early, and they take advantage. And now they'll have the Knicks coming in tonight. No Randall, no Anunoby.
But still, I mean...
No Robinson.
I know, but...
Hey, it is Steiny. I mean, the Warriors, all they can do is play who's in the jersey, right?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And right now they're healthy, and they got about 5 weeks left in the season, and we'll see if they can make a run here. But they get a win. By the way, was it Spadoni, or who sent the text that said the end of the game was embarrassing to the league?
Why? Spadoni.
Why?
Everybody says that.
But why? You don't like when they get things right?
Well, no. First of all, they need to fix at Crypto.com Arena the shot clock. Like, I should not have a $1 billion industry, and we're relying on a stopwatch and a PA announcer.
Lawrence Tanter. Now there's a PA announcer.
It's on your board,
Legend.
Steiny. Steve Kerr also agrees about what's wrong with instant replay right now in the NBA. There's just too many mistakes, too many things open for interpretation. They need to get a handle on this thing. It's bad.
Well, you said it was embarrassing. Is it
was,
bad
though, because the last minute and 40 seconds took like 25 minutes.
That's
Evan Giddings had to stay later in studio.
Oh my!
That's
forgot about the Evan factor.
All right?
Good God!
He crushed it.
Jeez, Evan had a long Saturday.
Saturday night too, Steiny. But what about LeBron throwing the ball on the ground like an infant, bouncing it up into like a little brat and no tech? Hey, we know we're having malfunctions.
Draymond never does that.
Still be a pro. Why you got to go to Dre when I bring up LeBron to prove your point?
Well, because
that should have been a technical. Warriors were clamoring for one too.
Yeah, a bunch of crybabies. That's why. You know what? That is I will say this. That is the ultimate. When the other team goes to the ref and says, "Call a T on him," call a T on the other guy.
I admit I don't like it when I do see it, but dude, you can't spike the ball down like get it together.
Let's listen to Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of replay. I think we should have replay just for the buzzer beaters, and that's it. I mean, we don't. The whole goal is with replays to try to get everything right. But there's 100 plays at each end every night that are subjective. It's not a game. It's not tennis. It's not Hawkeye where the ball's either in or out. It's there's all kinds of subjective stuff that happens. We're never going to get everything right. I think the flow of the game is way more important.
Thank you, Steve.
And he means that. And that call helped them, the ability to go back and look at stuff. LeBron, foot being on the line, Steiny. But the games are slowing down because they're looking at too much. And for a coach, his team, benefited from the call or the ability to do that. What about the fans and the flow of the game? Let's knock some stuff off of that list on what you can go look at and stop the game and seeing guys in zebra shirts leaned over and we're sitting there like we're in court waiting on a verdict.
The minute your team gets hosed by a lack of a replay or a replay, then we'll all change our mind and say, well, they got to go back to replay. They're never not going back. I mean, they're never going back to the way it was. There's just no way. But I would love that. Evan, Goo, would you like that? Replay only for buzzer beaters. Period.
I would prefer to get the calls correct.
Okay.
That means replay.
Okay, we all would. Okay, so you want to do replay?
Yes.
How?
I disagreed with Steve Kerr in the moment. Yes.
Oh, so you're not just doing it to do it?
I think that the end of the game was highlighted because of how unbelievably terrible the shot clock malfunction was, in addition to the two replays right back to back. So I think that's what pissed off everyone.
I mean, a shot clock malfunction. You can't blame that on
I'm not
anybody.
putting that on my list. I'm with Evan, but I'm a condensed mind. The only thing you should be able to look at, to me, Steiny, is the ball out of bounds. If Evan hit it out my hands, that's what you should be able to look at. Other than that, let's go. And that's why I love what you're saying, and I feel it about this, the refs letting it go. I mean, the NBA going to get the last laugh when right before All-Star break, everybody was scoring 140, 150, it felt like. But, man, to watch the games now, hey, that was good D, contact, let's go. Let's keep it moving.
I also think there's a different tone if LeBron, they give him the 3 points, the Warriors lose that game, and then everyone's looking at that call like it could be the reason why the Warriors lost.
888-957-9570 is the number. I tell you what, the one thing it feels like as we're talking about the Warriors is that things change every single game. You lose to the Spurs, feels like people are bailing. They beat the Lakers, and it gets us to thinking maybe they can make a run. What did you think of Saturday's game? 888-957-9570. Warriors got 3 games this week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Knicks, Grizzlies, and Indiana. Knicks, Grizzlies, Indiana. Then they go to Minnesota on Sunday. I mean, the games are just going to come in a hurry right now, and it starts today at Chase Center with the Warriors playing the New York Knicks, who will be without Julius Randle and A.J. Anunoby.
Well, look at him.
OG Anunoby.
Well,
Will be without OG Anunoby.
I'll tell you this. I would like 2-1 at minimum. Like, that's just, at the least, you got to go 2-1 with who you're slated to play. You just beat the Knicks in New York. Again, no OG Anunoby, but, Stoney, they're still 17-17 at home.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, how valuable a home game in a play-in situation would, like, how much of it, you need that to be. No doubt about it, but you want this to improve, so when you get to that plateau, if you do, they got to come to Chase.
888-957-9570. How you feeling after the Warriors' latest win against the Lakers? They haven't gone down there and won since 2021. Also got the NCAA tournament coming up. I'm looking at my bracket right now.
An actual paper bracket. I love you.
I will be participating this year. I feel like I got... So we're doing something with KPIX?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Mm-hmm. And Lucas has one for the station.
Okay.
Lucas, the director.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be a factor this year. It's like last year, I don't know if you remember this, it was about March of last year, early March, and I said, you know what? I'm getting into baseball. And I had 5 fantasy weeks where I won. So I'm just telling you, I'm going to lock in on the NCAA tournament. You guys know I've already started my homework with watching college basketball, and I got to believe that I'm going in as the favorite.
You got Tennessee winning. You can't.
No, I don't. How do you know what I have?
That was a joke. You just got the bracket.
Oh boy, those and wow, what an important week of conference tournaments. Boy, Tennessee gets embarrassed twice. Yeah, they're still the 2.
But you understand who they're important for. The bottom feeders is like their last chance to get in.
Okay, so who's in now? Who's in?
What was it?
What happened?
Yale and
Yale's in.
Who did Yale play yesterday?
Probably an Ivy League
I watched
school.
the whole game. But
I'm telling you right now, they didn't play Kentucky.
No, they didn't. And I got them going far on my bracket.
So Yale upset Brown.
No, Brown was about to shock the world to
I
get in.
just guessed Brown. Are you sure I was right?
It's Brown. And
sure it wasn't
tricked off the
Columbia?
game. No, it was Brown.
I think it might have been Dartmouth.
And my buddy O.J. Brooks from Union City, California, lives in Maryland.
Good name.
Yeah, O.J. Brooks the third. His best friend is the head coach for Yale. So on Facebook, I go, wow, how long has he been there? 24 years, Goo. I didn't know. My bad. But shout out to...
How do you stay at a school 24 years and you make 2 NCAA appearances?
Well, the brother's doing it.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's not a priority at Yale. Good luck to the Yale Bulldogs, I believe, also known as the Eli. You know why? That's the dog's nickname. Bet you didn't know that. Also, Yale plays in one of the biggest stadiums in the entire country, the Yale Bowl. It's never filled, except sometimes when they play Harvard. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's loving the Warriors today. He loves the way they're playing. He loves the rotation being cut down, and he loves the way NBA officials are apparently calling the game, which is letting them play a little more. Where are you right now with the Golden State Warriors? We'll talk some NCAA tournament. We got some free agent news in football to get into. 888.
And Ronell Stein.
And I will give you the opportunity to address that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open in First NorCal First Class Money Market today. That segment was also sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
I'm not.
Chris Paul II.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you, 95.7 The Game. And I'm looking at ESPN. I heard there's a good story out there on the Warriors. Let me see. Oh, Kendra Andrews. It just dropped on ESPN. And the story's entitled, "The Partnership That Must Keep Thriving for the Warriors' playoff hopes." And it's a story about how Draymond Green has been mentoring Jonathan Kuminga. And Kuminga said, Draymond watching the games at home. This is while Draymond was suspended. Draymond watching the games at home. It was him watching the film pretty much, and it actually helped me understand who I am. And I wanted to pick everything up he knows. And so Draymond Green, according to this story, is really impacting Kuminga. I'm looking quickly because it just dropped.
Gotcha.
But it looks like most of the quotes are from Kuminga about Draymond Green.
Well, I'll say this. So when I hear that, to Miss Andrews, I can't wait to read it, Steiny, but I'll say this. That's a hell of a 180 from what we heard last year when Dre admitted openly that, he wasn't there for the youngsters, and that was including Jonathan Kuminga. And as a diehard, lifelong Warrior fan like myself, I couldn't process that because I thought Draymond, that was his job, is to, take guys under his wing. But we've seen a breakout year from Jonathan Kuminga. We also seen him be boisterous in regard to his playing time, and he's taken off. And if he says that Draymond Green now is a big part of that, I would sound like a hater if I'm like, well, that sounds different than last year. But guess what it is? Because Jonathan Kuminga was just an afterthought on the bench against the Lakers in the most important series, if you agreed with it or not. So I'm not going to hate and try to dispute what Jonathan Kuminga has shared about his big brother, and that's Draymond Green, because he's having a hell of a year. Kuminga, they don't win that game Saturday without him. And whatever they're going to do, noise, loud noise, quiet, this upcoming play-in and playoffs, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a big part of it. So kudos to Draymond for doing what he said he didn't do last year, Stoney, and that was lead the youngsters.
I mean, look, this gets back to your greatest strengths, your biggest weakness. Yes, do you want Draymond Green to be a mentor? Yeah, of course. Guy's one of the smartest defensive players in the league. There's no doubt about it. When he's locked in, everybody says, this guy's a genius when it comes to defensive basketball. The problem is half the examples he sets aren't good ones or don't help the team. Maybe not half, but the bottom line is if you can get the good Draymond, that's a different guy than the whole Draymond. I think that's just the way I look at it. Like he's a positive. He's always been a positive, but there's stuff that he does that detracts from his positivity. And we've seen more and more of that the older he's gotten the last 2 years. But there's 16 games to go. And if Kuminga's saying that Draymond Green is helping him, that's all that's important right now.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
And we'll see how long it lasts.
Because it's working right now.
Yeah, and it could last up until the third possession tonight when Jonathan Kuminga misses a defensive assignment.
And let me add this too, Stoney. I mean, we heard Kuminga talk about it, what life was like on the road. I mean, sometimes what I was hoping, the bonding was bigger than basketball on the court. It was, when you're on the road and there's no kids and there's no wives and no family, it's just you and the guys. And for guys to be in their room and not be with the OGs, that's why we asked Bob Myers and we asked Mike Dunleavy when we got to see him about the word connectivity. And right now the Warriors, I don't want to say have mastered that, but that thing has definitely improved. And for Kendra to write this article, Steiny, who can argue with what's going on that front with the Golden State Warriors right now? They seem like a connected group. Even when they were losing, though, they seemed like a connected group.
They didn't seem connected against the Bulls.
Right, but they
didn't seem connected against the Spurs.
Well, no, but that's just the tangible of what's the score they lost. They didn't play good. But I'm talking about, no fighting or infighting, that type of stuff. No Jordan. I mean, seriously, no Jordan Poole, Draymond. Guys might be out to.
So nobody's been knocked out this year.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that.
Good year for
and
the
then
Warriors.
Looney, if you still watch him, I still got my Looney cam. He's smiling but he's rooting on the guys. And I know people, Guru, that's probably, come on. But, some guys take demotions or less playing time differently.
Right, except the ones that you can demote and they won't be a problem. We saw it again Saturday. Moody and Looney, the two good soldiers.
Right, gotcha, Sarich.
But Moody didn't play on Saturday. Gary Payton II played just 6.5 minutes. And, again, the thing that I'm interested to see with the Warriors, they have games coming up so fast right now.
This is going to be over quick, bud.
9 and 16 days. And, it'll be very interesting to see how Steve Kerr manages these last 16 games. You got to try to win as many as possible to see if you can get up to 8.
Yeah.
Can you get higher than that? I don't know. Do you want to? I mean, obviously, if you get to 6, I think you would kind of cash all your chips in and get there somehow to avoid the play-in. This is what Steve Kerr said about Saturday's urgency.
Yeah, I thought we were sharp, especially offensively. We did a great job taking care of the ball. Got a lot of good possessions, and it just was a matter of time before our defense kicked in. I mean, they had their way in the first half, so much better job in the second half, challenging shots and getting multiple stops in a row to try to generate some momentum.
That was Steve Kerr on the last 16 games. By the way, did it feel like a playoff game to you on Saturday, Gil?
Going in, it did.
Oh. Clay, how about you?
No offense to the crowd, but you couldn't really tell. I mean, I've been here during a finals game when I was 20 years old. I was very lucky to go with my dad in 2010. So didn't quite feel the same, but it was still a very important game, and I'm very happy with the turnout from our fans. It's cool to see how many Warrior fans show up.
Leave it to Clay to just take a little of the oomph out of it.
But he had 26, he brought them 9 of 15, 5 of 10 from 3.
And 35 mil coming down his way.
It ain't even about that. Right now, it's just about he is their secret weapon. It might detonate, it might not. But if it does, you are in a whole hell of a lot of trouble. And I'll say this, our own Evan, who was on pre and post Saturday, Stoney, I retweeted this tweet. It was after the game. And LeBron James, what can I say, Stoney? He's special. Sometimes when he's in his zone, unstoppable. But the reason I bring this tweet up is he said, yeah, Warriors won. I'm paraphrasing, but he wants no part of them in a win or lose situation. And that's the plan. And I feel that way. And Anthony Davis wasn't there from the second quarter on. But Stoney, that's just, and I guess you can't avoid the smoke, as they say in the streets. But the Warriors got this one. But Curry didn't score while Anthony Davis was in the middle. And, they only had 1 point lead after the first quarter or two, the Lakers. But that changed everything. And that was a good change because AD wasn't there. But moving forward, if he's available, you do wonder if this is still a scary matchup for the Warriors.
So I'm on the YouTube chat, and I guess I didn't hear the end of Bonte and Joe's show. They were talking about LeBron and Steph. Is Curry versus LeBron the best player rivalry in the NBA today? Or in NBA history? I guess there's a poll up on YouTube. You can jump in there if you want. Is Curry versus LeBron the best player rivalry in NBA history? I'm looking at 800 votes, and it's about 50-50, 52-48.
Damn, well, you think about how many times they met in the finals, but to me, it's Bird Magic.
How about Russell and Chamberlain?
Okay, I wasn't here for that, but I'm not mad at that. And I ain't mad at the Curry LeBron. I mean, how many times have they met in the finals? It was a lot. And I'll just say this. To me, Steiny, Magic and Bird saved the NBA, but they didn't ask about that aspect or component of it. But to me, that's the East against West, and that's what LeBron and Curry were. But, man.
I mean, listen,
I ain't rebuking that. If that's what somebody wants to say, I get it.
Well, Okay.
Yeah. No, explain that. Okay.
Bird and Magic saved the league. I mean, they saved the league, essentially.
They did. Yeah. But what if you could take that out of it?
Russell and Chamberlain were like two behemoths that played against each other all the time because one was playing in Boston and one was playing in Philly.
I'll say this to you.
This is the kind of thing where it's like...
There's no wrong answer.
What?
But Bird and Magic had smoke in college. To me, that's why they get the edge. And they both came in and weren't the 2021 quarterbacks that we see in the NFL flame out for right now. So to me, that component of it that they were, they had smoke in college. Both came in, got drafted to two of the most storied franchises in the league. And then that Lakers-Celtic was a video game. But Bron and Steph that's a real thing. And I got to tell you, partner, Warrior Dub Nation might come for me. That's why I don't want LeBron here in a Warrior uniform. Maybe I'll feel different if the Warriors somehow end the season on a sour note.
Do you think that Chamberlain-Russell, obviously the two best players, great rivalry, but Chamberlain never beat him in the finals. How much does that actually play into what you consider a rivalry?
I mean, but they played each other like 9 times a year back then because there weren't as many teams. I mean, Chamberlain-Russell was... Listen, I guess Guru's right. There's no wrong answer. Me, I always take offense to everybody who always thinks what we're living through now is better than anything else. You know what I mean?
But if you take Magic and Bird as a collective, and this is where you can't go wrong, and what they are as basketball players and what they meant to the league, and you do that to LeBron and Steph Curry. One guy's revolutionized the game with his three-point shooting. He's got 4 rings. The other guy's got 4 rings, and he leads the league, the whole NBA. You know what I'm saying, Steiny? like he's still balling at 40. Like, that's heavy. You put that together, that's heavy. So I get it.
The other thing is, see, I don't mean to hate on the Warriors, but I mean, it's getting to the point where, yes, they won Saturday. And that's a nice win.
No doubt.
But they didn't have Anthony Davis for the last 3 quarters. And again, you got to go win the game, but that's where, to me, this team's still, and they got 16 games to prove it, but, they're going to have to start beating teams that are, here's the
Dallas is what you're saying. You're
Dallas just beat Denver.
Yeah.
Right? Dallas just beat Denver.
Hell of a game.
Well, the Warriors, they haven't beaten a Denver. They haven't beaten an Oklahoma City. They haven't beaten a Minnesota. And so one of the reasons that it's going to be difficult for the Warriors to catch those teams is they're going to have to start beating some of the better. Like, they play Minnesota on Sunday.
Yeah.
They need to go to Minnesota and beat a good team, not just to rise up in the standings, but to also prove they can beat a good team if they have to. By making it past the play-in and into the postseason.
And they're 3 back of Dallas. If you got dreams of catching
4.
Dallas and Phoenix, I got 3, 11.5, 8.5.
They lose the tiebreaker already to both.
And Sacramento as well. Yep. So the margin of error is not there. Now, if you want to say, okay, we're 9th, we're not 10th, I get that, and you're tied with the Lakers, but I hear you, Steiny. I think that will take care of itself. And I will say this, in any sport, you can't control who's in or out and who starts and goes out. But I can already hear you, and I'm ready for you. I got my Captain America shield. When Anthony Davis went out, there was more pressure on the Warriors to not have a colossal mishap and lose that Laker game. Like Evan said, if that 3 would have counted from LeBron, you just wonder how that game plays out. Bottom line is they didn't, Steiny. They didn't. But Curry to be able to penetrate and other Golden State Warriors and have action in that paint, that was everything because they weren't able to do that in the first quarter with AD.
Yeah, and
that's a big deal, but duh.
See, to me, the Warriors have not proven that they're over some kind of hump or they've got momentum that other teams don't have.
Do you think they're still in
9th place?
Right.
They're in 9th place in the West. They're coming off a week in which they lost to the Bulls. They lost to San Antonio. I get it. Curry wasn't there, but now I got to look at the next 9 or 10 games. The games are going to come fast. They got a 5-game road trip after these 3 games they have at home. let's see if they can climb the standings. But up until this point, they haven't been able to, even though they've, I don't know, what are they, 18-7 or something now over the last 25, 17-8, something like that.
What's uncanny, Steiny, real quick, is of the top 10 teams in the West, their home record is just abysmal compared to the rest. Now, you could say, Goo, that doesn't mean anything. It starts tonight, but good God, you have to take it. And just last year, this was their I mean, when you come to Chase, you were going to get slapped up.
Well, what that means to me is they can't win games at home just by effort. They have to play with effort, and they got to play well. Like back, over the course of the last 10 years, all they'd have to do is show up and be conscientious, and they were going to win 30+ games at home. Like, that's not who this team is anymore. They've got to play harder on balance more than they've had in the past to win games because they have less room for error. They just do. They're a ninth seed right now. They're 4 games over 500. And listen, I came in here all last week and tried to be positive about what these young guys have been doing because I do think it's important. Mm-hmm. And I do think that they can move forward with some of these young guys and be better next year. I was telling Sal, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wanted to hear it last week. Hey, you know what? Why don't we take stock in how much Kuminga's gotten better in year 3? They talk about the year 3 jump. Has he taken it? Oh, yes, he's absolutely taken it. You got a guy, Pajemski, 19th pick in the draft. He's in the rotation. You got Trace Jackson-Davis, who's now starting. They got 2 guys in their starting lineup right now who are 21 and 23 or 24 respectively, which they've not had since the start of the dynasty. And like, to me, that's important. That's all good. But nobody really wanted to talk about it last week.
That's interesting.
Oh, we lost to Dallas. That's all that mattered. We lost to Dallas. Well, the young guys kept you in that game. Like, this is what I mean about, to me, a little bit of the baby steps you got to take. And if you're going to cut the rotation down to 8 or 9 guys, then guys are going to have to be more effective with less playing time. And let's see how that goes. But you gotta do more than beat the Lakers without Anthony Davis for me to start once again saying, well, they could make a run. All right. They could make a run these last 16 games and still have to play in a play-in game. Like they could maybe go 11-5, and they're still going to have to play a playoff game, a play-in game at some point.
I love the fact that you said your conversation with Sal ended with you saying nobody wanted to hear it. And I'm bad at analogies, but I'm going to try one. So fan is short for fanatic, and Dub Nation's married to Steph Curry, Steiny. And before you get married, you have a wedding, and the groom has a best man. And right now, that best man is somebody that's been with you, somebody that means a lot, and somebody you go back with most of the time, right? And that's why fans are married to Steph Curry. And I think of the young guys you mentioned and their strides that they've made, people are not blind to the fact, but they're more invested in Steph and him getting his 5th, this Warrior team getting his 5th, and also the ability, Steiny, or the possibility that something could pop off in the offseason. And before somebody gets or falls in love with one of these 3, I'm even including Kuminga, they could possibly be moved because of Steph and the Warriors looking to enhance or trying to cash in on the Steph window before he's retired. So to me, that's why we went at it a little bit, because I was saying, hey, I'm not blind at the growth of the youngsters, but man, this is about Steph playing at a high level still. And when you lose, that's how you I believe that's how a lot of fans are looking at it through that prism, as opposed to you to take the big view and step back. Like, you know what? Yeah, they lost, but the youngsters are doing well. But it's like, what about Steph?
What about him? They're helping Steph Curry. They're helping Steph. They're good enough to, like, this is the part that I just don't get. The young players have proven they're good enough to help the older guys win. or be more competitive. The older guys can't be as competitive without the young guys. They can't play 35 minutes a game and win consistently. They're too old. And I look at this schedule coming up with game off, game off, game off, game off, game off, game off. And that's where I want to see these young guys continue to build something with this older group, because that's the way I look at, well, maybe you could win a play-in game and give somebody a tough first-round series. This is where I'm at. And people can, I don't think you can win a series from where they're going to be against the team they're going to have to play. But it's not going to be because of the young guys. I think the young guys are going to be the reason that they get there in the first place, or as big of a reason as they get there as not Steph Curry, but all the other guys.
Oh, okay. Like, I was just about to say, isn't that an insult to Steph? To me, you're here because 80% of him. And I'm saying the youngsters are helping, Stoney, but when you're talking about beating Denver or winning a series,
well, that's not what I'm talking about.
He needs all-star caliber type help.
They haven't beaten Denver in 2 years. They're 0-7 against Denver. That's not the young guys getting beat by Denver. That's the old guys getting swamped by a younger team that's more athletic and more skilled. Again, we can get into it, but this team, to me, it has become crystal clear to me that these young guys are the best way to get the most out of this team. I'm not saying they should be playing 30 minutes a night, but what I'm saying is Draymond's got to play 30, and then Trace Jackson-Davis plays 18 to 22. I'm saying Podziemski's got to play enough to keep Klay Thompson's minutes in the high 20s. Chris Paul, can he help Steph play 30, 32 minutes? I just don't believe. Wiggins is another one. I just don't believe that the recipe for the Warriors
Saturday.
I do not believe that the recipe for the Warriors to make a run is to lean more heavily on the old guys. I think that is a recipe to fail at this point, especially with the schedule coming up, especially with the games going to get harder and harder as teams continue to gear up for the playoffs. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, I'd love to know what Warrior fans think about that with 16 games to go? 16 games to go. And, to me, you got to keep incorporating these young guys. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was sponsored by Alameda County Probation Department. 888-957-9570 is the number. I know it may fly in the face of conventional wisdom, but I think in order for the Warriors to make a run, they got to keep these young guys engaged, and they got to keep these young guys playing consistently, because I think we saw the first half of the season what happens when you rely on too much of the old guys. Am I wrong? Tell me. 888-957-9570. And that's sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
tell him I said hi?
I did not tell him you said hi.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. 95.7 The Game.
Bonte turning into you. Sorry.
How so?
Shasky's like, did you tell him I say hi? And he's like, no. Damn.
Bonte and I can recognize thirst when we see it.
You're evil, man.
Cool.
Yeah. Bonte
by the way, now
on your level. But boy.
Now
what you got?
I guess I was supposed to tell you about Sal's party.
Well, David Hernandez said that this is why I love what we do, you and I, Rick James in the station, and YouTubers, the Texas. He goes, Goo, you know who asked about you at Sal's party? Nobody. And you're right, David. That's pretty good.
Sal did not tell me to tell you about the party. Well, he didn't say specifically not to.
I'd rather us just stop this conversation.
You brought it up
to a bad start. No, it's all good. I didn't get invited. I get it. It's all good.
You know what? The list of people who didn't get invited is pretty long. So
remember I told you that about your party that I threw for you on air, and some people couldn't make it. I said, you don't want that list. Yeah.
My number one thing with the Warriors at this point is to keep the young guys integrated into this thing the last 16 games. And last game, I thought they did it, even though he cut the rotation down to 8 plus.
Mm-hmm.
If Moody's out, Moody's out. But the other three guys, I'm looking at their minutes, and I don't think they're going to be able to do this all the way in. I'm looking at Draymond. He played 34. Steph played 33. I think one of the reasons Clay's been playing so well is because they've kept him under 30.
But he played 30 Saturday. Yeah, and hoisted up 15. I mean, Steiny, once you see his first one go in, you know that felt good, being back at the house. That's where he's from. His daddy had Laker ties. He's watched his daddy playing that in L.A., but I'm telling you, they're a different team when he can get you 20 to 25 points.
The other thing is I saw the story in The Athletic about the fouls. The officials may be calling less fouls right now, and Kerr likes that. And now I'm seeing how a lot of Warrior fans think that could be an advantage. Let's wait and see.
Oh, so I wasn't the only one. I didn't hear Kerr speak on that. So he's seeing it. But Steiny, I'll tell you what. These guys are conditioned.
You really want to play a game tonight against the New York Knicks where they let you play really physical? I mean, all I'm saying is it's not, wow, if this happens, the Warriors have an unbelievable advantage.
But
they might have an advantage some games.
Because last year they led the league in fouls.
Right.
I'm just saying, I get you.
But it cuts both ways, that if they're going to let you play more physical,
before
know what's going to come down the pike.
What did you say the other day?
Steph doesn't get any calls anymore.
Well, some feel like that's already there.
Right.
But they don't have other guys that could do it.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest. If they start allowing the game to become more physical, I don't necessarily believe, that's just an inherent advantage for the Golden State Warriors. I'm not there yet.
That's something I'm watching.
Go ahead. You wanted to bring something up.
Oh, no. It's basketball time, bracket time. The Warriors are making, their dash to the playoffs, hopefully. And, you get out of bed this morning and you find out a fixture of the San Francisco Giants and just a pillar of the community, Steiny. Rennell Brooks, the PA announcer for the San Francisco Giants, after 24 years is no longer there. And I'm just telling you and anybody that will listen, I don't have the skinny. I wasn't in the room. But Steiny, from afar, I know right and wrong. And right now, the Giants have been striking out when it comes to confidence from a fan base, regardless if that's with acquisitions, getting asses in the seats over at 3rd and King. And it didn't feel that way in 2010. It didn't feel that way through that whole decade. And now here we are with the Gabe Kapler situation. He lost his job after 107 win season, which you thought was magical. But I do know this, being born and raised in the Bay Area, the Giants have been class personified, even when it was the bad times and hard times. So again, I don't know if Rennell Brooks Moon went in asking for the moon, no pun intended, But I don't believe that to be the case, Donnie, especially when you have a relationship over 3 decades and all of a sudden she's gone. I mean, to me, this is a black eye. Some may not even care. But to go to that ballpark, part of the experience is, I know she doesn't play a position, but she's part of the experience. What could have gone wrong for the two parties to be in the room and say, you know what? This will be no big deal. The fan base, which we care about, won't be mad because you can just look at social media for that. So, Stoney, I thought it was the Giants dropping the ball again, because if I would have heard the great Rennell say, you know what, I was tired, Goo and Stoney, time something else, I would get it. But it just reeks of something was off.
Well, maybe that's why they're making a change. But something was off.
But like what?
I don't know. We don't need to know that.
But she was announcing the batters and all that was good. So when you say off,
well, I got to be careful here because I love Rennell. Yeah. She's been doing it for 24 years. I have no idea what happened.
But we do. She's no longer there.
Okay.
So you have maybe that means, and I get what you're saying.
This is really hard for me.
But you can't understand. People are upset. She's part of the Giants and their experience. It might not be yours, but can you just look abroad and say, I could see how somebody, now if Tim Roy were to leave, and I'm not saying
somebody wouldn't know anything that's going on about the situation. And what happened to Rennell? Well, she's no longer with the Giants. That sucks. But listen, I met Rennell a few times.
Right.
She's a class act. I have no idea why she's not getting into her 25th year.
But does it seem odd?
No. It does not to me.
Well, you're different. It does to a lot of people because, Stoney, like I said, she's part of the experience and she's part of the Giants. She doesn't play a position. She doesn't affect winning or losing. But at the end of the day,
let me ask you a question.
I think this was another drop ball by the front office of the Giants.
Why? Okay, the Warriors made a switch at PA announcer about 5 years ago. You know who they got rid of?
No.
He was there for about 20 years.
What was his name?
Matt Hurwitz.
Okay.
I don't know why they went in a different direction. They did.
But that name doesn't, and I love Matt. Should have known his name, but I didn't, and I'm not going to front. I don't think his name carries the same weight.
Why not?
Because Matt wasn't doing what I believe Rennell's done in the community. I'm going to throw that at you, at the community. You don't have to have a rebuttal, but it's okay. It doesn't, I get you.
No. Let me be clear what I'm saying. I have no idea what happened.
You do. She's no longer
the what if she asked for
employee
100% raise?
Is no longer the PA announcer after 24 years. That's all you need to know. She didn't leave on her own.
You don't know that.
Leave on her own.
What if she gave them an ultimatum that they couldn't come through for?
Well, I'll give you that. But
that's all I'm saying. Like I can't comment on it. I don't know. I have no idea.
After 23 years, I don't think there's been many ultimatums. And this is a relationship that you would think a franchise would cherish and try to fix just from the optics of it. And they're throwing the middle finger to the people that care that we don't care. That's how I feel.
That's how you feel.
That's how I feel.
But
we know how you feel.
That's not based in fact. You have no idea.
But you're cold. You're sinister.
No, you're making an assumption that somebody threw a middle finger at somebody.
Yeah, the organization didn't know. They did it to Rennell.
Do you know that?
Yeah, I know she's not in her position, so that's how I know that. I'm a grown-ass man. We would know it would be different. Steiny, come on.
Maybe she wanted less of a schedule because she's been around for a while.
Let's just say this.
You can't
Let's put
say
on my shoe. What if I'm right? What if she was done wrong?
That's fine.
Okay,
then you guessed right. Okay. But I wouldn't even bring up the idea that somebody gave somebody a middle finger.
Well, I know she's no longer there. And if you read the story, Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, it doesn't reek or sound like she retired, Steiny.
Well, maybe she asked for a raise that they didn't want to give her. Maybe she asked for a different kind of role that they felt uncomfortable. All I'm saying is, yes, she's a fixture, 24 years. I think she was one of the, well, she wasn't the first, but she was one of the first women, African-American, all that stuff. And yeah, it sucks, I guess, but we have no idea what happened. That's all. That's all. But she had a great run. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got some calls here. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Mark. Mark's on Highway 680. What's up? What if they asked her to take a pay cut?
I think we would know that.
I don't.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, not much. Just wanted to go back to the replay thing with the basketball. They're going to keep it, man, and they're going to only make it worse and worse because somebody is convinced somewhere that the stress and the drama and the anticipation makes for good TV.
Wow.
They can sell more advertising time. They can squish more logos on the screen while we're all sitting there waiting, you know? They could plug in a laser and a computer, and they could find all these things in real time, whether or not there was a buzzer beater that went through or whether a guy's foot was out of bounds. But they don't do that because they love the drama. Thanks to you guys for putting on a great show every day and to your crew.
Hey, thank you, man.
Appreciate the call.
I'll say this: we go to the NFL, and it's like, come on, my 8-year-old son could see that the ball he caught the ball, but that I can do nothing about the shot clock, and that was a lot of what got people up in a roar. But as far as what Evan said about he wants the calls right, I've been thinking about that since we had that conversation. And what do you do, Stoney? I just think they're reviewing too much, and too many times I'm seeing the refs bent over on calls that, okay, you counted to 3. Can we keep it moving? There's too much stoppage.
I mean,
in the first quarter, stoppage.
You got me thinking about Rennell. I mean, you just do.
Well, and again, you're right, because I don't know the facts.
You're being unfair.
Okay.
If I can be completely honest.
My question is to who? Who am I being unfair to? Can I ask you that?
You're to the Giants.
And then what if I said you're being unfair? Who would you be being unfair to?
I'm not being unfair. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry to see Rennell Brooks-Moon go. She was doing it for 24 years. I'm looking at a release that says it was a mutual parting of the ways. I don't know if it was over money. I don't know if it was over a role. I don't know if they wanted to stick it to her and tell her that she had to take 50% on the dollar. I have no idea, but I don't think it's fair to assume like bad intent here, or you can be sorry.
Disappointed.
Fine.
Because that's what the bottom line is.
You're making it seem like the Giants stuck it to her. And I just do not know that at all.
As a Bay Area resident, all I care about is I won't hear her voice on the PA system. And you could be right. My nosy ass doesn't need to know, and I'll probably never know. But I'm grown enough to know something happened. You had a relationship for 24 years. So if it was about money or a cash grab, you don't get to this juncture. Now, if you wanted to make a change, you wanted to make a change. But we know how some people could tap dance around that. But for it to be mutual parting, Stoney, I don't.
What happened to Bob Myers? Why is Bob Myers not the GM of the Warriors? Whose fault is it? Who do we hate because of it? Who gave who the finger? Like, sometimes stuff just happens.
Well,
and again, I love Rennell Brooks-Moon. She's been here for 24 years. We've all gotten used to her. She's had a great run. I have no idea what happened at all.
Well,
and I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to say that the Giants did something wrong until I know they did something wrong or something happened. Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, man? We can get into that if you want. I mean, she's an employee who's been here for 24 years, and she was a fan favorite. What do you owe a fan favorite? What don't you owe? I mean, I don't know the answers to those questions.
For you to just go to imply that maybe she asked for a raise,
you just said somebody gave somebody the finger. Like, what are you talking about?
What does that got to do with me telling you what you said?
Because you're guessing.
But you said, what if she asked for a raise?
Well, that's because I was trying to bring up...
my point is you don't got a license to do that and allow me to do it.
You're not going to let me finish.
No, how are you going to use that to me?
Because you said somebody gave somebody the finger, and I said, we don't know that. We don't know if she asked for more money. We don't know if she asked to take a pay cut. We don't know if she wanted less of a schedule. Like, we don't know anything. So no, I do think it's unfair if we don't know anything to say, well, somebody gave somebody the finger here.
No, the finger was for the fans, and I'll speak for myself. Just for me to go to the ballpark, she's not there. That's why I said that. Yeah, I'm asking you.
Are you not going to go to any more games?
No, I'm going to the games. I'm asking you, why is it okay for you to say, what does she ask for a raise?
Because you assumed there's acrimony and they screwed her. Like, that's what you're assuming. That's what it sounded like to me. And I'm just saying, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry to see her go. She's been a fixture, but I don't know what happened. And so I'm not just going to say, well, the Giants, they really F this up. They might have.
Asking
they
you to
might
say
have.
That. Right.
And you shouldn't say it if you don't know. That's what I'm saying.
I can say whatever I want.
Not if you don't know. Then you're just guessing.
Well, so are you.
No, but I'm allowing for every possibility. You're pinpointing a possibility that the Giants told her, pound sand and we don't care.
Yeah. No, Stoney.
You know what you said.
I said I may not know. I said I may not know.
Right. Well, then
just say you don't care and move on.
I do
Quit
care.
tap dancing.
I do care.
Up here front, you don't care. That don't make you a bad person.
You said something.
Taking the Giants' side all of a sudden because I'm up here implying that they messed up and it was a bad look. Bottom line. So now you want to
don't imply
you
that
want
if
to
you
wear
don't
a
know.
cape for the Giants. Go ahead.
No, not at all.
Because you could give a rat's ass. She ain't there.
I don't know what happened.
Now say what you said. That's how you really feel.
I don't know what
I'm tired
happened.
of playing with you. You don't give a rat's ass. She ain't there. Say that. Now you're a spokesman for the Giants, coming at me as if I'm wrong for implying that something was wrong. Just say you don't care.
You didn't imply. There's a difference between implying and saying you know something for a fact. Antonio in Oakland, what's up, eh?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, man, like, I like that it's been less foul calls and all that because, they be calling ticky-tack stuff on the Warriors, man. I'll be thinking, like, man, they act like the Warriors are the bad boy Pistons or something, the way they be calling ticky-tack stuff. Man, I be calling fouls. It's like Ronnie Lott's hitting them or some way they be calling fouls. But anyway, as far as Steph Curry, I'm used to not seeing him get fouled, so it doesn't really make a difference in that regard. So it's going to help the Warriors out, in my opinion, man. Let the guys play. Let us get some rhythm, and that's what I think, man, because it's about time they wake up and smell the coffee in this. And as far as Rennell goes, I'm an A's fan, but I like hearing her voice over the Giants, PA speaker and all that on the radio, et cetera. So at the end of the day, she'll be missed, but I don't know what happened. So that's that.
All right, hey. Hey, what happened? Oh, hey, hung up. I was going to ask him what happens if they go back to the way they used to be officiating. Like, if they're going to do this, they got to do it. They got to keep on doing it.
It looks like it's good. I'm watching the game like, good God, they didn't call a foul. The players think they're going to call a foul, and we'll see how long this lasts.
Let's go to No in San Francisco. What's up, No?
Hey, good morning, you guys. It's nice to be with you again. I hope you had a good weekend. Now, listen, just a few real quick things. Stanley, you guys were talking earlier in the week, last week, about these corporate ways of managing your teams and your organizations.
Yes.
And, the problem that comes when you don't have an awareness of your community and the personal touch that really makes like those quality family style organizations so successful. I think this is just an example of the Giants kind of messing it up, really making a bad type of decision. And you don't have to know what happened. You can just look at the outcome. And draw inferences from that. It's a bad look for the Giants. For all we know, they might have asked her to take a pay cut, and she said, "Hell no."
Right,
So
we have
also,
right, exactly. We have no idea what happened.
Oh, we do have an idea, Simon. She's not working there anymore.
Okay.
She's not there anymore.
Okay,
so that means something. That's a data point.
Okay, what if it was? We don't know how much of it was her decision.
Simon, if it was even an option for her not to be here, then that says everything. That says so much. Though,
what if they thought? What if they want?
Read the Slusser article.
What?
She's no fangirl. Like that's an article about what happened. I just want to let you.
Okay, what happened? What was in the article that happened? What happened?
Hold on. Just you do that work, man. Go read the article.
I read the article, and it's all vague. There's no specifics in it. None. Like, what if, let me just ask you this. No.
Okay, yeah.
What if they thought they could find somebody better? Should they have kept her on?
No.
Okay, well, maybe that's all there is to it.
But what I mean by no is yes. They should have kept her. She's a PA announcer.
Okay.
For the Bay Area for 25 years. So, like...
And I'm going to get replaced on the radio at some point. What are we talking about?
We're talking about it. What a smart organization does versus one that is totally out of touch with their fan base and their community. You were mentioning the Niners seem to be having the same problem too. Like, why aren't people trying to resign? Like, why are they playing holdout games and all this stuff? It's a cultural issue, in the business, and I just think that when you see things like this on the outcome side, it's pretty clear that it wasn't handled well.
It's a cultural issue. I'm not throwing that around lightly. Like, I don't know enough about the Giants organization.
Don't straddle the fence with me.
Who's their general manager? What's his name?
Steinmetz. Listen, you were just talking about.
You don't know what happened, and I don't either.
So you can listen.
Sorry, he dropped out. But I think what he's referencing is Ann Killian's piece in the San Francisco Chronicle that mentioned, quote, friends of Brooks Moon say she is being forced out of the job that she held for 24 seasons. That is what people around this are saying, that they couldn't come to terms.
And
they amicably, according to the press release, decided to part ways.
And I'm sorry she's not around anymore. It happens every day. Like, somebody's going to push me out of a job. Somebody's going to push everybody out of a job at some point. My only thing is, I don't pretend to know what happened. And of course, Rennell Brooks' friends are going to support her. Like, I get that. I get it.
Would you say that the San Francisco Giants have had an issue with optics, say the last 5 seasons?
Give me some example of what you think that would be.
Just the way that they're viewed by the fan base. How are they viewed better 5 years ago than they are now?
Yes, because they lose now. That's what I think the optic is, to tell you the absolute truth. If I'm being completely honest, I think the optics are from 2010 to 2016 they won, and from 2016 till today they haven't really won a lot.
I think there's also more information about some of the decisions off the field and the money that they choose to spend or not spend, and where they put that particular money into particular coffers. And there seems to be breadcrumbs or dots that people are connecting that they're trying to move away from some of the things that were a part of them when they were winning. So that people that people are connected to.
So in other words, the Warriors are going to have to make a lot of these same decisions as their dynasty comes to an end. Right?
But will we agree the Warriors feel more familial than the San Francisco Giants?
At this point, I would say yeah. But I'm talking specifically about a PA announcer who's been here for 24 years and the assumption that the Giants did her dirty. I don't know. Like, I don't know that.
But I don't think it's too far it's not too far of a leap to make that this isn't a good look for the organization. That's not an assumption. That's not taking information we don't know. That's just taking facts that we've seen over the last few seasons, right? And maybe we could get into it on the other side because we got to hit a break.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We're talking Warriors. They beat the L.A. Lakers on Saturday. Also talking about Renell Brooks-Moon. After 24 seasons as Giants public address announcer, her and the Giants have parted ways. They haven't named the replacement yet, but she's been named PA Emeritus. She got the booth named after her at the stadium.
And I got to say this too, Stoney. During the break, I was in my corner because I ain't mad at you. I'm just like, we feel how we feel, but I mean, she means something. She's more than just a PA announcer, and she's the first ever black female PA announcer. She's a fixture of the San Francisco Giants. And people, I do understand things change. It's time to move on. But I guess that's why I'm a bit irritated, Stoney, when I saw this news. It's like, I get what you're saying. If it was money over a contract or whatever, but everything that she's built and built a part of, I would just hope the Giants would have been, and I don't know what went on, but you would hope that they look at her as an icon almost for what she means and what they let her, the heights that they've gotten to together. So to just say, they reached, a mutual decision to part ways, it kind of reeks of what? I'll keep that to me. But I just feel like everything that she stood for with the community and with the Giants and being the first black woman PA announcer, you just kind of think you would be able to hash whatever out. And I guess that's why I'm in my feelings.
And the way I look at it, and I appreciate that, Goo.
No, like you didn't make it happen. Go ahead.
No, listen, the way I look at it is, so she was there for 24 years.
Man.
And I'm not talking about a woman's age. It was in the paper. Yeah. She's 65.
Gotcha.
I mean, maybe this was just a natural time that it was going to move on. Maybe she wanted to stay. Maybe she didn't. Maybe they wanted her to stay.
But if you read that article, Slusser's article, it kind of, and you're right, you could be like, well, but you hear from her friends or people that are in her camp, Stoney, she wasn't done. Like, it doesn't seem to me that if I had to guess that she don't want to come to the yard. And then I look at, and then tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm asking you to tell me because it's still not going to change how I feel. And he may have had nothing to do with this. I look at Charles Johnson, the majority owner for the Giants, and some of the contributions he make. I'll leave that there. But Stoney, I think of all that when I think about how everything she accomplished and what she meant just goes out the window, and the relationship is severed for what? And again, she was so iconic.
Well, let's be honest.
And that's why I bring up Johnson.
But see,
and he may have had nothing to do with it, but it reeks.
How long? But why wouldn't
2000? She's been there, Stoney.
Right. Why wouldn't he have done it 10 years ago? Yeah. If that's really the way.
That's what I don't know.
The other thing is like it's to me, and I'm complimenting Renell. Yeah. The PA job is only one thing she did. She was an Emmy Award winner on television. She was a radio host who was very successul. I mean, she wasn't just the PA announcer for the San Francisco Giants. I don't know. I mean,
but you can't understand how some people don't like it. But I guess you keep telling them like you don't know what happened.
You have every right to not like it. Right. You have every right to say, "Oh, I don't think it's a good look."
That's where I was going, Stoney.
I look at it as though, yes, we are talking about a PA announcer here for the sake of the argument, and then B, like I just don't know what happened. And if the Giants, I don't know.
Maybe. Well, Evan asked you this too, Stoney, and I took offense to this, and I don't know why. But he was asking you, kind of just keeping it real with the Giants brand here lately, whether it's baseball, on the field or off the field, they've taken some hits. And you could say, well, Goo, what do you mean by hits? Just like maybe being cheap, just not caring what the fans think. Well, and we've already seen empty seats, and I don't think this helps. Well, and you could be like, she don't play center field, but it's bigger than that.
Well, that has nothing to do with her then. Like, she's just a casualty.
But they're committing the same, I guess whoever's making the decisions, Donnie, they're committing the same quote-unquote air. Because if you're saying the fans, you don't care what the fans think and their experience. Like, I don't think this is going to bring people to the park, and maybe some can pick up the phone and say, hey, Goo, I don't think nobody's not going to come. But to me, it's kind of going down that same road of doing the wrong thing. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Shaka's in Berkeley. He agrees with you. What's up, Shaka? How you doing?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man?
Okay.
Hey, Guru, that was a great take, man. I'm so proud of you for doing what you did, man. She is an icon. She was on radio first.
Hey, Shaka, you got to call us back because I got to give you.
We couldn't hear him. But yeah,
people are going to say you cut him off because he was pro Ronell. Now call us back, Shaka. He's one of our.
Next
question.
Yeah.
Let's go to Clay in Union City. What's up, Clay?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to back you up a little bit on that assignment. It's just like I don't know what's going on until we know the facts. I'm not really going to formulate too much of an opinion other than my heart is upset because she is synonymous with Giants baseball. And, it's just something you look forward to hearing her voice when you get to the park. And, it's just a connection of multiple, I feel, bad decisions by this group of front office personnel with letting Bochy go, not giving Crawford a little bit of a sweetheart at the end so he can retire a Giant when, just leaving a bad taste in the mouth. You're not going to have her voice there. And it may be that she wanted to retire, so that's fine. But, I'm going to wait on that judgment. But it does hurt as a fan, and I just have no faith in this front office to really entrance me back to the park like it was in 2010 through 2016.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, hey, Gary Radnich, how you feel?
Oh, man, Ratty. Again, another bad analogy, Steiny. I don't know if you've ever been there, but I do. You are right, and you're right on this front. We don't know what happened. But what I do know, the result of us not knowing what happened, she will not be in that booth for the first time in a million years. Now, I've been broken up with, and sometimes I got this, Steiny. Hey, no reason, just, I need to part ways. And normally you need that, well, what happened? What did I do? And when you get that general, you know what, it's just over, that's worse than it being over because you need that one reason. And that's how I believe fans are feeling, and fans are Ronell.
I mean, it could be they want a new voice.
No.
She's been there 24 years.
Don't you think that would have went better had they just said that? I'm being honest. Like if they could have said, you know what, we appreciate everything she's done, and I
mean, I'm not saying that. If the Giants said, we needed a new voice, I don't necessarily think that sounds great from their point of view. I mean,
she's just meant a lot to a lot of different people, and I thought the Giants, were one of them, and it seems like for whatever reason, they couldn't work something out. And reading Slusser's articles, Donnie, it doesn't feel like she was ready to retire. That's all.
And neither will you be.
No, I know that day's come on, man.
I don't. And here's the other thing. We can talk about this because it's who we are. Like, when do you? Okay, so the Giants hired Ronell, and she was
2000.
Among the first black
female PA.
Okay,
yeah.
So, do they get credit for that, or do they not? I mean, is that what we're talking about? Like, is it a racial thing?
It can be if you're telling me, did that run out? Did that all of a sudden not mean something? And I'm not saying, oh, don't judge her, or you can't critique her like you would anybody else. But Steiny, we're talking about an icon to me that still was on top of her game. And I just don't get why all of a sudden the Giants would feel like a woman that was honored by 100 black women in the Bay Area Black Journalists Association for young girls, inducted to the Bay Area Hall of Fame. How does that run out? Like, I'm not asking for a scholarship, but you asked me a question about racial. I don't know, but it's on my scorecard of like, okay, so you're telling me she's been here 24 years and it had to end. I would just ask Steiny, to whoever, why did it have to end? This was supposed to be unless you wanted another voice, come out and say that. I think it reads better than this.
You know why? You know why a lot of people who've been in the business, any business, 24 years, part ways with their employer? Because they're making too much money.
Wow.
Because they make too much money, and the organization then says, well, let's hire somebody with no experience, and they'll make half as much.
Well, that's going around.
That could have been it. And it might not have anything to do with her performance. And if you want to say, well, the Giants have gotten cheap.
Like they didn't value her as much as I guess they have the last 24 years, Stoney, when obviously money wasn't an issue, right?
I don't know. Like I'm just using one example of why I've seen people get retired at a certain age. It's because they make too much money. Jay's from the Bay. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Hey, I don't think she had any leverage for negotiations. It's not like she was a player for the Giants where she brought money to the table. They didn't come to see her. They came to see the Giants. So I don't think without leverage, it was just a contract dispute. They agreed to disagree that she's not worth what she was asking, and they parted ways. It's as simple as that.
Appreciate it, Jay. Well, yeah, I mean, here's a question too for Giants fans. Like, how big of a deal is this?
And man, I appreciate that. But Stoney, again, in my world, you didn't ask me. You're asking them if they could call in and text. No, I think it's a very big deal. And I think had it been the New York Yankees or a different franchise that's got the benefit of the doubt from their fan base, this would have went over well. But doing things like this, and you're going to say, Goo, what is this? Having her not be in her position any longer is like her voice. If I were running it, her voice would have had to run out for us to be like, okay, somebody's going to replace her. That and if the money thing is,
we're just outsiders. Yeah. We're on this one. We're just outsiders.
And I hear you keep saying the day's going to come for everybody. And I totally, I get that and I live that. But Renelle was different, man. She was untouchable. And now, for whatever reason, they couldn't come to an agreement. I hear you say, like, what? Year 25, I'm going to try to get it all.
I got to be careful.
Yeah. But it's got a Bruce Bochy feel to it. He's walking off. No, he's not. He's still got another World Series in him. And guess what? He walked off because you guys pushed him out, and he won again. That's how I'm feeling. It's not like, you're telling me, give me the real. And if you wanted a younger or a different voice, say that. But, Bochy, we parted ways.
Well, how's that going to go? We're getting rid of Renelle Brooks because she's 65, and we want to get a 30-year-old in here. They can't do that either.
But you could say things, Donnie, not like that, because that ain't going to do it. But we appreciate her services. She's been wonderful. None of that.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, I'm right here.
We lost a couple guys about a year ago.
Oh, right. But that is different.
How?
Because we know, and they shared it. This is, we don't know. This is big business. This is an iconic woman we're talking about, not just with the Giants here in the Bay. So I would think Farhan or whoever, Spadoni, would be like, maybe I want to do this, but just because of what she means, we'll make something happen. This might be the last year. But to have it wake up in the way it's reading is just...
So now PA announcer gets a farewell tour?
But see, I
am. I'm going to try to keep it somewhat lighthearted.
Yeah.
James Malberet pays $9.99 for the following text on YouTube. Last year, the Giants fan base watched Bruce Bochy win another World Series. Same year, we fired Gabe Kapler. This isn't working. Big game, James. Well, we got to has the Giants win total moved in Vegas?
Well, no, it was 81, I believe. Just Donnie, we're giving you that. Before and after Renelle?
You got to Google it.
Yeah, we're giving you that. But Donnie, she ain't safe. Nobody is.
You know what? I said I didn't know what was going on before. I know. You ready?
Yeah.
We know what happened. We know what it's money. It's always money. Giants want to save some money. They got rid of her.
Wow. And what do you do with the savings? Because this ain't Stanton.
You put it in your pocket. That's why rich people are rich.
And that's why there's empty seats on 3rd and King.
There's empty seats on 3rd and King because the team's not very good. That's the one thing.
Right, I get that. Now, what about the owner's politics? If I can go there, I'm just saying I'm not CNN, but I do see some stuff, Steiny, don't sit well with a lot of people of color.
So I saw that Robert Johnson bought into the Giants in 1992 with Larry Baer. Now, I know he's taken a more first of all, he's never taken a prominent role. He's always been in the background. That's obviously something. But then I would say, well, why now? He's been around for a while. He could have done this. He could have done this 5 years ago if he really wanted to. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about Renell Brooks Moon. She's not coming back as the PA announcer for the San Francisco Giants, and opening day is just, about a week and a half away.
Let me throw this to you. Another bad Spadoni. I felt my 4th bad analogy, Evan. Okay, your mom and dad sit you down and they tell you they're getting a divorce. Starting at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You still got to deal with the pain of your parents being apart. And that's how I look at this. You're right. We don't know what happened, but the bottom line is when we go to a game, and we're going to go to them, she won't be on the call. Now, some can say, Goo, and I know they're out there, oh, you're tripping over nothing, but this is, to me, an icon, and that's why it just sounds like a bad deal. Regardless of what it was, you're still going to feel the brunt if she meant something to you of her not being in this position. And maybe in the next couple of days, she'll tell us why. But and you said money, Steiny, you could be right. But the bottom line, even if it is that, it's like, if I were the Giants, is this the one? Is this the money I want to save on this one just by the optics?
Well, to me, let's go to Nick. Nick's in the city. Wants to jump in here. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. What's up, guys?
Hey.
I just, my first thought was, oh man, a couple weeks away. That's a little bit sketchy, right? Like, who do you have in mind if this is so quick? Because this is no easy job. And I don't know. My thoughts are, you can conspire in your mind. It's always entertaining to do. I think they either had someone in mind or they kind of did the situation that Joe Torre got in New York, where they gave him an offer he knew he'd refuse because they wanted to move on. And you saw it from the top down with Brian Sabian coaching, everybody, Boch. So it's, to me, partly no surprise. I love Renell, man. She was, an icon. She is going to the park without her voice is going to be very strange at first, but that's all I really got on that.
Appreciate the call.
I didn't even think of that. I'll throw it to you on that. The timing. Unless maybe you are right, because if they had somebody in mind, we wouldn't even be this close to opening day.
You want me to tell you the truth?
No, always.
They're the last priority. The announcers, the PA people. When you start talking to them 2 weeks before the season, because and again, I don't need to say this because I'm not saying Renell's Roger Clemens, but she's Willie Mays to me at what she does and what she did for the Giants, and to have her not a part of the team or the organization it's a gut punch. That's all. And I remember her on the radio. She's been good to us and everybody I could think of. She is royalty. And they decided for whatever reason, if it was $20, $100, whatever it was, that everything she stood for, they could do without. And it just stinks. And I'll leave it there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the New York Knicks tonight. No OG Anunoby.
You going?
I'm going Wednesday against Memphis.
Okay, gotcha.
It'll be too much of a zoo out there.
You know anybody on Memphis? Coaching staff?
I know everything.
No, anybody.
Of course.
Well, you know everyone then.
Look at their head coach. Where'd he go to college?
I have no idea.
University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
Where you sitting?
That's why I'm going to Memphis. I'll have my choice of seats.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
That was great.
Brad's in San Francisco. What's up, Brad? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I love listening to your show. I just got to say, I can't think that this is about money. I mean, let's say she gets paid $200,000 a year and she doubled it to $400,000, which I think is more than what we're talking about. That's nothing to the Giants. And the Giants aren't so stupid that they would have this kind of public outcry over $100,000. I mean, it's got to be about something else. I wonder what's going on.
That's interesting, Stan.
Well, if it's about something else, then we absolutely have no idea.
But to
what
Evan's
it's
point
about.
an hour ago, are the Giants in position, do you think, Stoney, to have this bad optics, if we can agree on that it's bad optics if the fans are upset? Like, you felt like you got enough in the bank to take this one head on? And again, it's not going to affect their win total. The fan base is upset and they're talking.
I have to be honest with you. Okay. You're right. It's 925. I better be careful. Like, Rennell Brooks is more than just a PA announcer. That's why when I think of her as an Emmy Award winner, I think of her as a radio host, I think of her as socially conscious.
Activist, yeah.
She just lost her PA job. That's like, and I don't mean to, that's all that happened. Her PA job. And I don't know why she lost her PA job. But again, the reason I'm saying she's an Emmy winner and it's a PA job. They're changing their PA announcer job.
But something she's done for 24 years, Donnie. 23 years.
But, like, part of me has a problem acknowledging something like this when it also happens all the time with players, coaches, people in their daily lives. I just don't know that we I don't know how big of a deal it. I don't know what happened there. I just know that, to my way of thinking, I was just like, well, she's done it for 24 years. She probably is making a ton of money or a lot of money. She's 65, and they got into negotiations, and we're like, yeah, you know what? Let's just go our separate ways. It's not going to work. And I just kind of feel like
she
kind of life.
Giants, yeah.
It's kind of. I mean.
She's not somewhere having a Caesar salad. I don't want to act like I'm her best friend, but she's hurt.
Brian Sabian loved the Giants, and they told him to go pound sand.
And he also just came out and said she was the voice of Giant fans for generations.
Bruce Bochy was beloved, and they kicked him to the curb. Now, that's the part if this is business as usual for the Giants, but it hasn't started with Rennell. 888-957-9570 is, listen, I hope I do not want to sound insensitive about this. I really don't. It's too important. I just don't know enough about what's going on. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 12 o'clock, 12:03.
Do your Chad doing. What's he saying? It's 12:03 on the Monday.
12:03 in the Bay.
Oh, no.
He would reset and say the time. I'm so old, I remember when you could call a phone number and get the exact time.
Popcorn.
Was that what it was called?
Yeah, the time is 12 o'clock. Or movie phone.
Yeah.
Welcome to Movie Phone. If you know the movie you want to see, press 1.
That was a Seinfeld. Kramer was doing his own movie phone and giving reviews. I got a story for you. You want to hear a story? As long as you're talking about Rennell Brooks Moon.
Yeah, I got one for you. I'll say my story. I got a nugget. I don't know if you know, tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area, it's women's empowerment broadcast. So it'll be Jenny Kavanaugh, LaChina Robinson, Laura Britt, Kareth Burke, Zena Keita, Keita, Jane Apple Marnelli, and Kaylin Mills. They're going to be all over this thing, and it's Women Empowerment Month.
Tonight.
Yeah, the month of March. And tonight for the game starting at 6 on NBC Sports Bay Area, and then the Giants do this. But go ahead.
So, no Fitz or Kalena or Mully or Bonte tonight.
Yeah.
Good riddance. That's what I say.
Bonte's taking his mom to the game tonight, so he'll be there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's nice.
We got to love Bonte. We had a show with him.
It took a while.
Oh, boy, we had a show. How many episodes do you think we went to Vegas? BS&G.
Man, those pandemic shows.
Yeah.
What.
Boy.
Are you saying our shows were sickly?
If we could do a 30 for 30 on what went on at the house while we did those shows, I might be fired. Dude. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. Evan looking at me
like. Now I want to know.
I want to know, too.
Helping the house.
I was just in my dining room, and it was boring as all get out.
Shocked you talking to me.
Oh, God. Hey.
Go ahead. What you got?
You have some mentoring to do, Draymond. Let's go.
You're doing a good job.
A little story. So my daughter, she's 26, and she works on, get ready for, get the faucet stream working here. She works on Capitol Hill. Mm-hmm. And she called me about 2 weeks ago, and she said, Dad, can I talk to you? I was hoping for some professional advice. And I thought, well, finally, after 26 years, I get to be a father.
Let's go.
And I was very excited about it. And so she called me, and she said she's got this job. Did I say on Capitol Hill?
Yeah.
Working for a congressperson in the House of Representatives. I'll tell you who it is if you really want to know later. Anyway, there's a promotion at her office that is pending. It's kind of been hanging out there for a couple months, and now who's going to be out there till April or May.
Yeah.
And she got another job offer from an ad agency, political ad agency. And she's like, it's a little more money, but it's not all the way up my alley, but I could, learn and then go down that avenue. But I really like what I'm doing here, but this promotion, they won't promise it to me. And I said, well, all you can do is be honest with them. Just be honest with them and tell them you got another opportunity that you're really thinking about.
Yeah.
And you don't want to leave, but maybe you're going to have to leave. She does that. And you know what they said? You have the promotion.
No, come on. Good.
They said you got the...
But she kind of did what back in the day we wouldn't have...
Right.
They would have frowned on it.
But my point, no. She said...
Yeah.
I got this opportunity, and they said, no, we want to keep you. They could have very easily said, bye-bye, Draymond.
Go take it. Yeah, no, Draymond go bye-bye.
Draymond go bye-bye.
All that's a way to say, you just, we don't know what happened with Renell Brooks-Moon.
Well, we do it. I love that story. Congrats to your young daughter because you told me that. But the bottom line is we know the result.
Right, but what I'm saying had my daughter's initial... the people on Capitol Hill said, well, we're not promising yet. Then she would have left. And then
I tell you what.
I don't necessarily think that the people on Capitol Hill would have been wrong.
I'll tell you this.
Or they're screwing my daughter or.
No doubt.
I don't know.
But Evan Spadoni, listen to this. And I mean it. You tell me what you think. If Larry Bear still was doing his thing, this would not have happened. Even if there was some, I'm playing this card or whatever, if Larry Bear still was on the throne, there's no way in hell Renell Brooks-Moon is not doing opening day when they throw first pitch. So Larry Bear, you being not whatever's going on or went on, that's just
Giants
me.
Made a conscious decision to go away from Larry Bear in the wake of a certain incident.
I got you. But they operated from a family type of, you're a lifer to me.
Let's go to okay. You don't just get to be a lifer. Like, nobody does.
But
nobody gets to be a lifer.
No, I'm Steiny. But what about the timing? You obviously had somebody in mind.
Now back to Steiny and Guru.
What was that for?
He's a lifer.
We'll see.
Come on, Steiny, talk to me about that.
What?
The time, you obviously had somebody in mind.
The timing, I don't know.
So you think oh my gosh, their hair's on fire, the Giants. We got to go find somebody to replace the iconic Renell.
Well, they may have gone into negotiations saying this is going to be a tough one because we got to bite the bullet and I guess what I'm saying is, you know what I shouldn't do? Maybe John Miller's got to take a pay cut. And he's just said, okay, I'll do it.
See, that's still something we think that might be what it is, but the bottom line is she's not here. Steiny, when you have a relationship for 24 effing years, it can't be about money. Somebody doesn't just wake up one day, I need my change, I'm going to just flip the script. And I'm not sounding naive. Come on, man. This is and you know what? If you've been with me 24 years, I might be like, how much you need? This ain't they don't got this, come on. Something was up, and I get it. Bobby Brown, their prerogative if they felt like we just want a different, fresher voice. But this is reeking of not the truth. And maybe she'll come out and say something, but where I'm going, and I'm on the 880 freeway is, the Giants seem like they don't tell you the truth anymore. And that's why we got fans ripping them left and right. My point is, partner, this don't help them.
Listen,
this might help them on the finances. If it's that, this is not helping them from afar.
I got to tell you, I don't look at the Giants any differently than any other corporation or company.
Well, you don't look at them like you do the Warriors. We talked about that Friday, and that's a problem. And we were asking as Kyle headed down that street, how we treated Wilkes, that stuff matters.
Okay,
they're not there yet,
but hold on. The Warriors, if we can agree the Warriors do things differently than the Giants, I don't jump to the conclusion that the Warriors are right and the Giants are wrong. because I don't necessarily, let's say the Giants are 100% a business. And let's say the Warriors are 100% a family. Let's just say that. I'm not sure that the Warriors' business is going to be better long term. I mean, the Warriors are a family. And they gifted Draymond Green 4 years and $100 million because he's family.
He earned that. But I'll read this from before you go back, get to the phones. First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chats, Donnie. Never go full Jeff. Giants coming off their worst season in years in fan attendance, mostly due to talent. But this doesn't help. Why would you let her go? And I guess that's my biggest. That's just the iceberg I'm on. And what did Bob Meyer say? Well, who told you? Just because you can do something, Donnie, doesn't mean you have to. But if you care about what the public thinks.
I mean, honestly,
that's what I'm saying.
It's called capitalism.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is. Very few employees get to go out on their own terms. You think I'm going out on my own terms? No chance.
But you and I have been fired before. You shared that with us.
That's okay.
So
does a person have the right to never be fired?
No, I'm not saying that. We're not iconic. I mean, we got Guru's gripes, but we ain't Renell.
Okay, we could find plenty of people in the media business who are iconic who got let go.
Next question.
Hey, Clay. By the way, Clay doing the impossible. Clay doing something that everybody thought was impossible, that he could go to the bench and make more money. You ain't getting him for 24. No chance.
He might be a starter if he's not here. So I'm just saying.
Let's go to, is Big D in the hospital?
Oh, man.
Hey, Big D. Get well soon. What room number, baby?
Man, I was saying this is Big D from the hospital, meaning I work there.
Oh, okay.
I call you guys on my lunch.
Yeah, I hope we didn't commit
you. guys are iconic. Man, you guys are iconic. Guru and I was going to call him Stumpy. I mean, Steiny. Yeah,
I like that, Stumpy.
Hey, Renell, I've known her for years.
Okay,
and you know what? We'll always take her back. Hip hop and R&B. That's what she's legendary for. For announcing the Giants, man. You know what? The Niners will take her. I'm gonna speak for the 49ers right now. We're gonna pull that free agency back in, and bring her to the Niners or maybe the Warriors. You never know. Bonte got to watch his job. You guys take care. I love y'all.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I think we are looking at this the wrong way.
I thought he admitted himself listening to us, but I feel better.
I look at it now like, that means Renell's a free agent.
Tick, 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 tick.
Exactly.
He called you Stuffy. Yeah,
Stumpy.
No, Stuffy.
Oh, I thought he called me Stumpy.
Yeah, Stuffy.
Either or.
It's Stuffy. I like it. Got to fit.
You feel sorry?
Quit talking about people's jobs. I'm riding for hers. I'm Malcolm X when I need to be.
We'll see.
It's not a good look.
We'll see how sorry Goo feels for Renell Brooks Moon when I tell him that the boss is on the phone with her as we speak.
I saw him go by
about
on the
some
phone.
opportunities over here.
But I'll tell you what, if it's Renell, I'll just see you later.
Yeah, okay.
It's been a good run.
You would be
see it doors.
You would have to be bound and gagged to drive you out of this. Out of here.
Wrap.
I'm proud of you.
No, you're not.
Not on this Renell thing, but on you. The fact that you had a paper bracket I filled out 3 brackets last night, all on the computer. It's not the same as when you do. You said, "Give me the paper."
I need the paper,
and I'm gonna take a picture of it. Thank you, Evan.
Mike's in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Well, I disagree with you on the way the Giants handled Renell, but there is a precedent. I don't know if it was under Cohen or under Laca, but the Warriors had an in-house announcer through the lineups and everything. He was there forever. He was beloved, and the Warriors canned him and replaced him with the guy who does it today still. So, but in that case, they just let the guy go. They said, "Hey, your services."
Right.
It didn't come down to a budget negotiation. So, Giants blew it as usual under this new regime. Ownership's a bunch of turkeys. So we just got to live with the Warriors and the 49ers going forward.
Appreciate the call.
Hey, can I say something to you, partner? Because now I'm starting to really, Evan. I mean what I'm about.
Starting to realize the Giants have a method to their madness?
No. Mm-hmm. This started way before today or a week ago. And that's what I don't. They've been thinking about this, I believe, for some time. You could say, Goo, you got no. Steiner, you don't just do this.
I have no idea. Well, maybe they were
What's
negotiating.
that word
What
when
if
you
they were
try to get rid of
negotiating all
somebody, but you
offseason?
do it you're in the slow lane trying to do it, or you change the snacks and the
Slow play it?
No, push out. Like there's ways to kind of.
Oh yeah.
Like this might not have happened overnight.
Maybe happening to us as we speak.
You keep saying that, and I keep telling you I'm waiting. But damn, what you want to do?
Guru didn't like the one text.
Oh boy, I shared some good news
Guru
on
shared
the Vine about the show, and this dude, Evan, nobody liked it, man.
I don't care,
but
it's the truth.
That's not
I can't
really
believe
you,
that was your first reaction.
My first reaction.
I said, "What a miserable SOB!"
I'm not a miserable SOB,
dude. You have to be.
Guru sends out a text about
a great text, by the way.
Okay, it was.
The next thing should have been, where are we going for dinner to celebrate?
All right, we had a good week or something. I don't know if it was a week or not. We were doing well.
Yeah, might be quarter.
He shared some positive news about the show. It might have been ratings. I'm not sure.
Spadoni, Evans, Confetti, their text, yours.
And I said, you know what this means, don't you? Is they're probably trying to figure out a way to replace us for less. Because the way some management thinks is, well, if Steiny and Guru can pull this kind of number, well, any two could pull this kind of number, probably at less money. That's capitalism.
Yeah, it is, but I went from popping a bottle to looking for a razor blade.
I'm sorry.
Like, why would you just enjoy it, regardless of what happens? Can you enjoy something for a minute?
We're saying the show is great, and your response is, well, the show's actually expendable.
I put up EDD on the computer, typed it in. Like, enjoy it.
What's my favorite saying?
Well, I thought you were going too short.
Your greatest strength is your biggest weakness. You know what, Gil?
You're special,
you know what,
man.
Gil? You're right. We're killing it. I say you go into the boss and see if you can get yourself
I'm happy.
Not a raise. Not one of these 3-5% pieces of garbage. No, I want you to go in there and say, I want an adjustment. I want a salary adjustment.
We don't know if that was it, but she will be missed, and I think they dropped the ball for whatever reason. I don't like it.
Let's go to Gretchen in Concord. Hey Gretchen, how you doing? It's my sister's name.
Hi there. Steiny and Guru, I haven't talked to you in quite a while, and I just wanted to say hi and talk about Renelle for a minute.
Go ahead. See, we can do this for sure.
You know, she's been in our lives for over a quarter of a century. And, God, I was only like 55 years old when she came on the scene. And so I'm really going to miss her, but I also wanted to say that it's like, to me, losing Jim Barnett.
Wow.
I mean, I know that Jim was kind of a friend of mine, and he wanted to keep going. And so losing both of these voices, it's just a huge impact, and it really makes me sad.
You know what? I think that's a fair comparison.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Can I say this about Jim?
I don't feel like
get
the
my
Jim
doses
uproar
of
was
Jim
like
when
this.
he does the radio, though, Steiny.
Well,
it's not. I hear you.
and
I
you
hear
can get
I
you can get your doses
but
of
Jim
Renelle
was
through
like
other mediums.
Okay, all right.
What do you think about that one?
Well, it's interesting because Barnett went from television to radio, so there's kind of a progressive step of him leaving. I don't know what I guess.
He got pushed out of TV by Coletta.
No, he did, but you could still hear him though. Like
Sure,
those that are looking to
He's
hear
not gone.
Renelle don't have an opportunity to do. Like she's just gone. So, and I think it also sounds like part of it too is either her career on KMEL or in radio, on television, other mediums, and now it's just like she's gone to a lot of people, which is hard.
And guys, I'm not trying to play the emotional card, Steiny. I just thought she was family. She was a fixture. She was, again, just a PA announcer. I'm getting some of that. No, she was part of the experience.
But so was Jim Barnett.
And she was the first black woman to ever do it in Major League Baseball, and she was on your team. Like, that's almost statue-like. I know I just, like, there's nothing that can make me have a guys go in the boardroom and say, you know what, it's time we make a change.
Why did Joe Lacob move on from Jim Barnett? And you can say, oh, he went to radio, but He went to radio, not even for all the radio games.
I've never gotten over that hurt. So I'm being real with you, partner. I don't know why.
Well, because Joe Lacob bought the team and said, I want to get some fresh faces on the broadcast. And he kept Fitz, and he changed to Kalena Azubuike instead of Barnett. Yeah. And Barnett's loved every bit as much as anybody else, but
why do I still feel like he's still there with the team, though, Steiny?
Why? Well, Renell's got the booth named after her.
Well,
and and they made her
she's
PA
not showing
emeritus.
Up to the park every day. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if Barnett's there every day.
I gotta believe
they named the media room after Barnett.
Well, they did do
the
that.
Warriors facility. Yeah.
And
good call.
And the Giants have named their PA booth after Renell.
And I've never had anything like that happen to me, but I gotta believe, fellas, that doesn't supplement me being off the call or even doing my job.
I guess that's and help me. What's the difference between what happened to Barnett and what happened to Renell? I know he's still on the periphery.
Yeah.
But is that really the big difference? Is Barnett's on the periphery? Barnett was there for 30 plus years. I think the Warriors just go ahead, Evan.
Well, she's more of a trailblazer. I think that's probably the biggest difference.
And if there's a difference, it's still here we go, Stoney. Some Macbeth to it. It's still some Macbeth to both. Like now we don't need to tell the tape between the two of them. Even if we decide they're both equal, he's right. She's a trailblazer. The first Jim Barnett wasn't the first guy.
No, I know, but
you know what I mean. Like
I want to make this clear.
Okay.
When I was like, hold on about Barnett, you said I want to make sure nobody. When you said Renell's a trailblazer, and I said, well, Barnett. What I meant about Barnett was after his playing career was over, he devoted all his time to being an announcer. No, he was not the pioneer.
Okay.
That Renell was. I didn't mean to say it, but what I'm saying is Jim Barnett poured his heart and soul into a completely new career that he was really, really good at. And that's all.
And as your partner, I'm asking you before we go to break here, and I'm starting to, come on Tupac said only God can judge. I'm not judging you, but in your mind, in your 21-year-old mind, you really believe if you had a gun to your head on why this went sour or this relationship has severed, you think it's financial?
That's probably at its core, I would think. I'm just using everything I know. It's money had to be a part of it. Tom's in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, hey, Gerber, how you guys doing, man?
All right, baby.
Hey, you guys are missing the point here about the Giants. I'm really unhappy the way everybody's knocking the Giants. You got to remember, man, they gave this woman 25 years ago an announcing job. How many women in sports were an announcing job? They opened the door for many women to get those jobs. Steiny, it's all about the money, man. That's what it is. It's about the money. You know, the Giants right now are trying to put a winning team on the field. They're spending money. Your announcer wants more money. They're going to find somebody that can get it done cheaper. I don't think it's personal. I think it's business, man. And you guys are missing the point. Steiny, I'm with you on this one, man. Guru, it's about the money. It's about the win. And I'll say one more thing, man. The Warriors Saturday night, that rotation, stick with it. It works.
Yeah, but
I've been talking about this.
But Tom,
you don't want them gassed at the end like Snotty. You say they were against the Lakers. I just don't believe he would do that all the way to the end. And you're going to need things are going to happen. Guys are going to get fouled. You know what I mean? We'll see Looney. We might see him tonight. We're going to see Moody. We might see him tonight.
Looney's out of the rotation.
What for now? No, he's out of the rotation until your number's called.
He's out of the rotation unless something happens to the guys in front. He can't. It's out of his control right now. Yeah. He's like John Malkovich in Dangerous Liaisons.
But what about this? Moody in Sacramento earlier, the coach sat you down 2 hours and said, you know what? You're going to be out for a little minute, and then they need you.
That's because Wiggins went AWOL, didn't he?
No, he got...
What happened?
What happened in Sacramento?
Something happened.
Well, he just told Moody he was out some foul trouble or whatever, but Moody balled. We got to go.
He's out of the rotation for now. Come on, Looney. Hey, we don't even have to do anything. 888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru. Mm-hmm. at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot the free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
Oh, my God.
He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, and every time you listen to it, something new jumps out, and
I let Evan down. Go get the read.
That was the best part of it. When Evan goes, gotta get it, Goo.
This wasn't over.
You had to get
Evan,
your own
I let
rebound.
you down, buddy.
I was looking for the putback, Goo, but next time.
Yeah, and I let the Yoon down, but the fact that I didn't even have to say I'm out, you just went Jim Nance. Why were you so happy? He did it through Miracle on Ice.
You were pretty giddy.
Good God.
Sometimes Goo's youthful exuberance turns into something different, and that's then when I change. He was talking about it too seriously.
Oh, my God. Boy.
He was just too...
You don't like me happy. I told you that.
No, I love you happy. I don't like when you...
I'm happy.
I don't want to finish that sentence. I'm not finishing that sentence. I do want... Let me...
It was wrong.
Let me... What was that from? It doesn't matter. It was about the Renell Brooks Moon.
We should try to get her on. I told Evan. I know she declined to comment.
She's not going to.
She'll probably come on in the morning, or hopefully she'll join the station.
She's probably doing just fine.
Okay, see, that's the part I don't.
But here's where I want to go with this. We're talking about Renell Brooks Moon. She's not going to be back as the PA announcer for the Giants. 24 years, pioneer in the business. Evan brought up optics, and that's kind of what I want to get into here, because, okay, so follow me here.
Twitter.
Over the last 5-10 years, the Giants have moved on from Bruce Bochy, right? Brian Sabian. Essentially, they told him, they didn't want him.
He hurt himself. I'm thinking of Larry. Go ahead.
A couple players, Brandon Crawford, obviously recently talked about how he was, they said you got to make the team. That was a bad optic. And I'm going to even throw Buster Posey in there in this regard. He might have played a little longer had he not sensed some kind of change coming over the organization.
Well, he came back and played the part trying to help them land guys. So
right. Yeah. And now he works for the organization. But what I'm saying is, haven't the Giants proven that, like, Renell isn't a one-off? Like, she's just part of either an era or a group of longtime employees who the Giants are trying to move off of for whatever reason. Like, we saw it with Bochy. We saw it with Brandon Crawford. We saw it to a lesser extent with Sabian. Like, that's the part where, when you guys are saying it's bad optics, I was like, I guess I'll give you it's bad optics. But it's now been a consistently bad optic thing with the Giants. And they used to be an organization that was probably considered overly loyal.
Man.
Okay. All these changes we're seeing right now, including Renell, seems to me like they're making a conscious effort to move on from their past, get new blood in there, whether it's a player, a manager, or
what about alienated fan base?
Well, that's part of the optics bad optics that I'm more than willing to talk about. Absolutely. But now keep in mind, the Giants were the same franchise that for a few years in a row there got ridiculed because they were being overly loyal to their players. And their players got old and they stopped winning. And that's why I think they were sensitive to giving all those guys contracts late in their career. It's like when a coach has a motivator, or a coach is a motivator and he gets fired, then they're going to probably hire the guy who's opposite of. They're going to hire more of a teacher. Or if they have more of a teacher, but the team's not motivated, Like they're in the process of wanting to change how they're looked at, I think.
Yeah.
And it's been that way. It's been that way for 5 or 6 years. And the latest has been no Rennell Brooks Moon as a PA announcer.
Yeah, I hear you, but you might even scoff, or some might scoff at this, because I'll never say a PA announcer is bigger than any player on the field. But in this instance, Steiny, those guys that you just mentioned, and we know Buster Posey's a Hall of Famer and Crawford or whatnot, but she was in her own Hall of Fame because she was one of one. And they helped her, and she helped them get to the status, that she was at. The first woman public address announcer to do the World Series. My thing is, when does that ever run out? Now, as far as getting old, right before a team's eye, that's kind of different, and it still comes with some negativity. But Steiny, I don't know what Rennell was asking for, but if it were me, and I know what you're going to say, that's why you don't run anything or run a team. If it were me and it had been this long, you could damn near ask for anything and get it. And I just don't believe she was asking for too much. And if the team really just was tired and all her accolades and her being raised in the Giant system or Giant franchise doesn't mean anything to the powers to be now, come out and kind of say it, and then we understand it, as opposed to guessing. Some mad that some people like us are making a bigger deal than they think it should be. But we're talking about an iconic woman, not just in the Bay, not just with the Giants, everything that she's meant to a lot of people that are still here.
All right, fair. And I'm going to use it. Okay, I'll use this guy. Brandon Crawford grew up in San Francisco. He was a homegrown talent. He came onto the Giants and became their greatest shortstop ever. He won 3 rings. He's been playing for him forever, and they told him to kick rocks this at the end of last year, or in the offseason. They told Brandon Crawford, we're moving on without you. So because I've now seen the Giants do that with a few people, Bochy, Sabian, I tend to look at it under that huge umbrella of this is just an organization that's going in a different direction, and they're actually, is it bad optics? Probably. They're getting rid of their older players. They're getting rid of the mainstays in the organization.
But
I guess what I'm saying is
we see that all the time. I don't think Brandon Crawford got old right before our eyes, and I appreciate everything.
But I don't view Rennell as any different in a way than Bochy, than Crawford, than Posey,
and maybe that's where the problem lies, Steiny. Maybe you should. I can't tell you how to feel.
Crawford has 2 rings.
Yeah, but maybe you should.
But what I'm saying is if they've unceremoniously kicked their icons, Bochy and Crawford, to the curb,
why are you surprised that?
I guess that's what I'm saying. Why are we surprised that they're moving on from an announcer who's been there 24 years? I just think they're trying to rebrand, and they're changing their philosophy. And listen, it may be awful in terms of the results they get with the fans and all that stuff. That's very fair. I just don't know if this is. I'm trying to figure out, is this a really unique situation? I don't know that because I've seen them do this now to a half a dozen people in the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, hopefully Kruk and Kipe are not in trouble. Hopefully, where does this stop? I'm
all
just
right.
going there.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
Because she wasn't Harry Carey or Kruk and Kipe, the play-by-play in our living room every day, but she was because she could be heard.
Okay, so let's do that. So now we have John Miller, we have Dwayne Kuiper, and we have Mike Krukow.
Yes, sir.
Those are 3 guys who are all getting up there.
Icons.
Okay, what do the Giants owe them?
To me, as long as you can do the game sound, you're good. You're good. Like our guy in New York. New York has had his, what did I do wrong? You've earned that. and you still got a job.
I think he's a laughing stock. I think he's a flat-out laughing stock.
But I hear you.
I'm being honest.
Yeah, but and I know you don't operate or your blood doesn't run to the heart like a lot of people, Steiny. But that makes me love the Yankees more for willing to, you know what I'm like, all right, not old man, but we got your back because you're a Yankee. And we've watched you get old, and we still are letting you go. And yeah, you got some videos. Like, I love that. That's who I am, Steiny.
Right.
And maybe there's not enough of that in the world. That's going away.
With all due respect, like, you're a fan. You don't own the team. And, like, I'm looking at just do the Giants guys. They're all three of them are probably going to the Hall of Fame. But, like, Mike Kruko's has been getting up there. He's not doing a full schedule anymore.
Gotcha.
He doesn't travel either at all or as much as he used to. Like, I'm telling you right now, they're not going to last forever, those three guys.
But I believe it would be on his terms before they would come.
I absolutely.
Hey, we love you.
I don't.
Okay. Well, with this move, you might be right.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think we're going to get bad news. You know, this is going to happen to all three of those guys at some point, I think. And just because it always happens.
All right, and I'll say this, because I've been married 21 years. Not perfect. Steiny, if this were greed or this was, hey, I need more money, I think you find that out before year 24. I believe you find that out in you don't get, that's just me. And you know what I mean, Matt?
Yes, I do.
This woman loves the Giants. It's not like we're talking this is bigger than her job. It's preparing, getting ready to come to the yard like she plays. And you're telling me all of it. And I could be wrong. Hey, you know what? I need $100 million. I kind of find that highly and somebody's getting at me on the YouTube chat saying, Goo, you got to quit speculating. I'm not, but I find that, and I'll use Rennell as that person coming out of character in year 24 to try to bring it down financially.
Well, I don't.
That's where I guess I'm.
And I don't. Maybe she didn't have a pay raise in the last 5 years, and she went in and asked for a pay raise, and they said we're not giving pay raises anymore to the broadcasters. Is that bad optics? Of course, it's bad optics, but it feels to me like she's gotten caught up in an organizational decision of them trying to move on from their past or a lot of the people that maybe were associated with the championship years.
I've never cared about a replacement, but I got to be honest, I can't wait to see
for 2 days.
Who gets it? You think, well, no, in 2 like who's going to get that job?
I am a firm believer in Gary Radnich's famous saying, nobody cares. Nobody cares. People care today.
No,
but there'll be somebody introducing the Giants starting lineup in 3 weeks.
Or say, coming to the plate.
And I just don't think that people are going to care after that. Gary Radnich worked in this town 40 years, and the minute he left, it was over.
Right.
It's over.
But, Steiny, that's how people love her, is when she probably first started. It was like, nothing to see here. But because of what she meant and her being a woman.
You realize she replaced the first woman ever who did PA, Sherry Davis.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Like, I don't remember the hue and cry when she replaced the one before her, Davis. It was Cheryl or Sherry. I'm sorry, I should know. Let's go to Jason's in Danville. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on. Just wanted to respond to a previous caller who talked about this being all about the money. I can't, I'm not trying to count Rennell's money, but I can't imagine her salary to make a needle, to move the needle, in an organization like the Giants. She may have, asked for a raise. She may have, whatever the case may be. But my opinion is this, and I'm a business owner. Sometimes change is good. And Rennell is a living legend in the Bay. She's always going to be that. She's always going to be respected. But sometimes change is just good. All respect to her, all respect to the Giants. Change is good. All I'm trying to say is I don't think it's all about the money whatsoever. That's all I wanted to say, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate the call.
Oh, Well, then he's almost like you in a bit, Snotty. I don't want to speak for you. Like, it's the next man up.
That's kind of the way I but even if they tried to lowball her and she went out and she did get hosed, they've been hosing people. Like they clearly hosed Brandon Crawford and they hosed Sabian.
I'll say Bochy.
And many people say Bochy. So I think it's just the way they're doing business right now. And I think the fair question is, I don't know that Rennell will or won't be a tipping point, but I'm not dismissing that maybe this is something where not just Rennell, but all the people I mentioned before and the way the team's doing business, they are done with the Giants. It's possible.
Right.
Mystic is in the city.
Our guy.
What's up, Mystic? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. Just real quick, I know that the Rennell thing is hot. The Rennell thing, because we grew up in the Bay Area, I mean, everybody loves her. I grew up listening to her, of course, on the radio. So to me, she's just as warm to my ears as the late Pete Franklin was. That's how I view her. However, when it comes to a PA announcement, of course, no one's going to miss the game or not go to the game because of it. But I don't think it's a fair comparison to compare to Bochy or Crawford, because those were guys that the Giants were looking at and questioning their performance. I don't think Rennell's performance as a PA announcer is a question. I think that more than anything, we just have to understand that corporations are not people. They don't care about people, and the San Francisco Giants are not made for the local fan base, unfortunately. They are made for those big corporate dollars. So that means that they don't need somebody in the PA system that's going to speak to someone who grew up in the Bay Area like us, because we're not the ones who are shelling out the big dollars at the game. So I think that's the mindset of the corporation, and that's the crux behind the move.
Well, appreciate it.
Thanks, Mystic.
What about this from Beard? He made my bad, Snotty. Beard on the YouTube chat. Bad look not to be able to come to a contract terms with a PA announcer.
I mean, this is like, why? Why is it a bad look?
I don't think I've ever heard it.
Like, okay,
somebody of this,
right.
This when you got a tenure this long. I guess that's where I'm going.
Here we go. Because to me, it's the same thing. What about what the Giants just did to J.D. Davis? Like, to me,
it was cold.
Okay. And that's why I can't, at this point, differentiate their coldness among the players and the employees who they've been cold to.
See it.
But 510 brought up J.D. Davis.
Yeah.
Now, were they within their rights? Yes. Could they do it? Yes. Did they take advantage of a rule? Yes. They did all those things.
But is it good for business?
Well, that's a question we can
because the attendance has been suffering before all this popped off. Like this, to me, this don't help it. Or some could be out there and I understand it. Goo, that ain't gonna bring people to the yard. Had we got, hey, Rennell's coming back for another 5 years. I don't know, but
I guess
when are they gonna try to do the right thing for the right people? And that's the one you're dependent on to fill the stadium.
This is a good one from the 510 Comcast Business Style. I bet this one will get Evan to laugh.
Let's see.
Giants are said to be in the mix for a new announcer.
But you gotta. You said Evan.
You don't even have to explain it.
Evan,
I can.
They're in the mix for Cease. They were in the mix for Cease.
Let me give Evan his credit.
Snell.
Yeah, I'm good against lefties.
Yeah, I came in this morning. I go, Evan, loud, Steiny. I have never in my 50 years on this earth seen a left-handed game winner. Evan goes, James Harden.
Has he ever made one down the stretch?
Yeah, come on now. Yes, but this premise was a lefty.
Chris Mullin.
All right, I said Mully after, but Evan, you're pretty good.
Just the way you framed it. Like, have you ever seen a guy made a game winner with his left hand?
That's not what I meant, but I get it.
Of course.
What a shot. Are you going to comment on that shot? What a shot. We talked about it last week.
This is my new push.
And I had Denver -1.
There we go. This is my new push.
There we go.
Have you ever seen it before? Is this I saw a guy play a whole game left-handed. His name was Larry Bird, and he had 47 against the Blazers. What do you mean? I ever see a left hand? I saw a guy make 19 field goals with his left hand.
I hit a spot.
Oh, it's a one of a kind. We've never seen anything like it.
It was that was incredible.
Yeah, no,
okay.
Billy Booth was the 9th man on our basketball team. He knew how to make a left-handed layup.
Dude, this wasn't no layup. This was a shot, Jack.
You think Wiggins could have made that shot?
Now, why would you go there?
And that's where I was like, whoa, he is over there. Just Lex Luthor. You're going to need
What about
Wiggins
Jaylen
tonight.
Brown?
What'd he do?
He got the most money and can't go left. Jaylen Brown cannot go left, and the Warriors made him go left in 2022 when they figured it out. He's still getting his chicken. I'm telling you, there's something to exploit there. I love Jaylen Brown.
You'd kick him off the Warriors as a number 2.
Oh my God, I wouldn't.
I know you wouldn't. So don't pick apart his game when he'd be a superstar on the home team.
You're so macro. Can we give Kyrie his credit and not bring up Bird? That was a hell of a shot.
It was a hell of a shot.
I go, what are you? It went in. I said that. What the? It went in. And the emotion after, you just hope the Warriors get some of that. They had it. 2022 in Boston. Game 6.
Yeah. Richie's in Queens. What's up, Richie? Richie knows. He goes,
hey, guys,
hey Richie, what's up, buddy? Thanks for calling.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of stuff on the East Coast and no PA announcers really want to go to Frisco. So I don't know how you guys are going to take that. So last time we spoke, we talked about players not wanting to go to Frisco. So now we got to worry about PA. You know, it's funny with Renelle. The first time I heard her is when I went to the playoff game when they've moved in 2000 and against the Mets. And she's been, you know, I didn't realize 24 years when you talk about it.
Yep.
But, and your point being, like, really, with all the issues they've got, we got to deal with the fact that they can't come to grips and terms with a PA announcer. I mean,
I'm with you.
I mean, it's laughable to a point because everything that they've had and all the problems they've had trying to get real top stars, although they've made some moves since the last time we spoke. But you know, the situation with the way Crawford left was pretty bad.
Yeah,
I don't know if you mentioned the thing with JD. They went from $6 million to fight.
Steiny just brought it up.
Guaranteed.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And then the capital guest thing. I mean, the guy was a manager of the year 3 years ago, but I know that the team wasn't too fond of him. And now you have this situation, and But I was basically calling because I feel like positive. It's baseball season starting, although St. John's got shafted out of the.
That was terrible. They should have been in, Richie.
Can you real quick tell me what Richie said at the end?
St. John's got jobbed. They didn't make the tournament. Dude, seriously, Steiny.
You can't coach a team like that. And let me guess. The selection committee didn't think Patino believed in the.
But that has nothing to do with it. But Steiny, they should have got more.
You want to talk about your team like they stink?
Wow.
People are going to take your word for it.
Now that he should hear that. And they denied
Put it up on X.
Hey, they denied the NIT. They said we're not coming.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't.
That was going to be a gripe this week.
Oh.
You go play ball.
Let me tell you.
You go play. Who are you to say you don't want to be in the NIT?
There's only one guy on that team that matters, and it was the guy sitting with 987 career points. He was the only guy that wanted to go to the NIT tournament. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by In at the Tides.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Moses didn't
Stay
play
ready,
on
baby.
Saturday.
Sugar free.
Oh, no.
The great rapper Steiny had the famous line of, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. That's Moses Moody, baby.
I am ready to go.
That is the greatest. You're laughing. You're smiling.
Yeah, you know what? I can't wait. Let's see how many of you Warrior fans out there love this new officiating tonight when the Knicks lay an 83-80 special on you.
Oh, boy.
And it doesn't even matter if you win or not.
Man, they're not calling this, Steiny.
To jump on the under tonight. Jump on the under. Do you know that Knicks held 3 straight opponents under 80?
Sacramento, one of them.
That's fun.
That was crazy.
No,
I never hated the game. It was 80-something. It was 70-something.
98-91, I think.
No, I'm talking about going into the fourth quarter. It was like 78-71.
No, this was after 4 quarters.
Oh, okay.
They done it for the first time, and like Evan has it at his fingertips. But everybody loves Evan.
I loved NBA basketball when it was Heat Knicks. I never once said, I need 100 threes. That's all we knew.
How about a balance? That's all I'm asking for. A balance.
My bank account. What's your balance? Hey, my guy Hawk had the best text to me, personal text. Shout out Hawk. Goo, my brother, the Giants traded Willie freaking Mays.
Oh, but this is all brand new.
That hit me. Oh, but this is all brand new.
Steiny Guru with you. No, Uncle Looney. I love Loon. You notice Uncle Looney, I said 83-80. I didn't say who won the game. I said it's just going to be an 83-80 special, I'm telling you. And we're not going to like it. Just get a balance.
No, but we want defense.
We want some defense.
Wow.
We want some.
You don't want prison ball?
Who's out?
What do you mean?
For New York.
I don't know. Is there an updated list?
OG he's talking about.
Okay.
That's a big one, dude.
And Julius Randle.
Yeah. And Robinson. But they've all been out for a while.
That game starts at 7 o'clock. That means you got it? Yeah. Evan's got it tonight.
You didn't hear me ask him?
Are you
green room?
No, I wasn't listening.
Oh, boy.
You doing it from the studio?
I'll be at the Warriors team store tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that rotates, kind of. Is that?
Yeah, the great James Kincaid just tells me where he wants to put me pregame or post. Then I just make my way around. But generally Thrive City. And then on Wednesday, it'll be Ballast Point.
I'll be there Wednesday. Maybe I'll see you.
Come on by.
Ballast Point. Go see the Memphis Grizzlies.
You going solo?
Yes.
I'm not trying to invite myself. Well, I've seen you at a game for 2 years, buddy. I'm over it.
Oh, by the way, speaking of parties you weren't invited to, so I was talking to
Hey, Sal, you got to call me, brother.
I saw Mark Ibanez this weekend, and
he was at the gig.
I asked him as nicely as I could.
Mark,
we said we appreciate your support. We love that you're part of the show, but I'm going to ask you to refrain from texting Guru between the start of the show and the end of the show.
You got to tell me his response. I can see him smiling now.
He just laughed.
Oh, that's good stuff.
He just absolutely laughed. I was talking to Nahigian, dude, and he brought up some really great points. Like he's such a great person to lean on.
All he needs is from you as an apple. You are in love.
He's such a great person that, he's great. He gives a lot of support. Anyway, Riddell Brooks Moon is not coming back for her 25th year as the Giants' PA announcer. And I don't know the specifics, but the way I look at it is this is kind of who they're becoming for whatever reason. We saw it with Sabian. They moved off him. We saw it with Bochy. They moved off him. We saw it recently with Brandon Crawford, who said he was kind of unceremoniously kicked to the curb. The question that I have is, at what point do you, as a fan, say, yeah, I'm not supporting this anymore? And does this qualify as one of those things that you're going to chalk up to, you know what? I don't like the way the Giants are doing business, so I'm not going to any games, or I'm not going to support them like I used to. that's what I would try to gauge for this specific decision involving Rennell Brooks Moon.
Wow.
And I don't want to get into nobody cares about the PA announcement. Nobody's not going to go to games. But it's part of a bigger texture that the Giants are creating where they're looking to get off something in their past for whatever reason. And I don't know. I don't view her as being singled out, though she might have been. I look at it more, there's some kind of organizational philosophy going on with the Giants right now that they want to do something different and create some other kind of environment or atmosphere. Nahigian said this to me. He said that the Giants right now have what was it, Evan? The last 30 years, this is the least the fans have connected with an organization in the Bay. Like, he's like, the fans can't stand the Giants right now, essentially. And he hadn't seen anything like it in 30 years. And I said, well, Chris Cohan's Warriors are on the phone.
Yeah.
Now, Chris Cohan's Warriors went 12 straight years without making the playoffs. So I think a lot of that had to do with the lack of success. The Giants have had success in the 10s, 12, 14. They went to the playoffs in 16. But since then, they've only gone to the postseason one time.
And, Steiny, I hear you, man. I feel you, and I'm going to say this. And it might piss some people off. I'm not trying to do it. I'm just trying to give you some insight of how I was raised and what means what to me. And when anybody of any color has activists next to their name and they've been out in the streets in the community and they've had multiple jobs and people love to be around them, and every time they talk, they're presidential, and they become a fabric of the Bay Area, and that's what Rennell has done. She's almost bigger than her job she's had with the Giants. So you can sit here, and when I say you, I'm talking to everybody, and say compare her to players or coaches or whatnot. But to me, the component of what she meant and all the hats she's worn, and Daryl L. Johnson the first, her being /activist, to me, that makes me get mad at the Giants. Now, not the players, but the management. And then I go to what we talked about with Shanahan and Wilkes. Just, not that you can't fire Wilkes, hell yeah, you can. But the way it looked weasel-like from Kyle, that still rubbed me the wrong way. Okay, and I feel like there's some of that when Farhan did get fired and Gabe did. That's just, I said, okay, step back, not the first time, but I smell something. And then you follow up and do this to this lady. To me, that is foul. I think it's unprofessional. And again, I'm going to watch every pitch of Giant baseball, but if I'm a fan, Stoney, I hate who's running or flying or driving this car or flying this plane. And it's their prerogative, but I don't like it. And I'm curious to see, not just this, if that fan problem they've had before this is fixed this year.
Well, if they're 20-12, I don't believe this will be any kind of factor. If they're 12-20, we got another story. Like, to me, I think when we always talk about optics, to me, the optics are whether you win or lose. And the Giants have been losing outside of 1 year.
That was a big year, though.
Why? They didn't even win a playoff series.
But 107, you're right. But we didn't know they were. But the world was like, oh, my God, Farhan's a genius.
But they,
I just pictured rough home run.
I got news for Giants fans.
Yeah.
How about this? I'll bet you the same thing's going to happen with one of the three guys in the next 5 years. Something's going to happen with Kuiper, Kruko, or Miller, and they'll move. They'll move off them, and
Miller's 72 and they ain't messing with him, so he should go to 82 if he can go.
Here's the other thing, and that's a factor, or it could be a factor. It's easy for us to say, well, Kruko's the greatest.
Yeah,
Kuiper's the great. I'm going to use them because I don't want to use Rennell Brooks Moon because I don't know
I feel like you're going where Mystic was, Steiny, about the performance. Like, they don't sound like they've lost their fastball.
Well, please. I mean, like, I can't sit here behind the mic and say that Kruk, Kipe, and Miller are the announcers they were 15 years ago. I can't do it. Like, I can't. As great as they are.
Well, they probably.
First of all, they don't do as many games, so they're not there day in and day out anymore. Like,
but if you judge them on that, who's what they were 15 years ago? My thing is, we could watch 9 innings of Giant baseball on the radio or on the TV.
But this is
you. We are not destined to be like, oh my God, he just, like our guy in New York. Like, it's nowhere near that to me.
I'm saying it's very much within the realm of possibility that inside the Giants organization,
they want to get younger.
Or they think some people have lost a step. I mean, again, why did Jim Barnett get replaced by Kalena Azubuike?
Do you want me to really, truly be honest?
Of course.
To me, it had nothing to do with it. I thought maybe he was too critical. He kept it real too much. That's just me.
Oh, okay.
I never looked at Jim Kruk, is he perfect?
Kruk and Kipe have made a reputation for being extremely pro San Francisco Giants and yet being critical when they've had to be. And I think that's one of the reasons
I won't disagree
that they're kind of beloved.
But what about Barnett? I thought he did that, no? Both.
They moved on from Barnett because they wanted a new voice in there.
Or a younger voice.
All right. And, like, there may be
some Barnett. Man.
I guess what I'm saying is there may be something to see here with Ronell. But I don't know that there is. Like, to me,
well, you're not going to see it anymore.
Well, but to me, it's like signing the Giants moved on from Ronell. She's been there 24 years. Ronell Brooks Moon, and I'm like, well, like my first thought was, well, they told Bochy to go pound sand. They told Sabian to go pound sand. Brandon Crawford just ripped the organization saying, they treated him like a stranger after 20 years in the family. I mean, look what they just did to J.D. Davis. Yeah. I just feel like, okay, this is.
I don't know why I feel like I had her separated, and I still do.
It's okay to be. I'm not saying you're wrong for having her separated. I'm just saying, to me, this is part of a pattern where the Giants are moving off their past. But here's
remember Albert
here's the
used
other
to be
thing.
Fitz. What was the Albert brother? Remember where you hear? Yeah, that was your era. He used to do the games before Fitz took over, Stoney.
But the other thing is, and we can leave Ronell out of this one. It's like, let's also be honest. And the Giants over the last 6 years have not only been criticized, but in a way they'd become a laughingstock for the team that signed their former champions for too long, and they were over the hill by the end of their contracts. Like, that's what we associated with the Giants. Some people loved it because it mattered that we won 3 titles and we want these guys around. Yeah. And if they have to stay on the end of their contracts for a couple years and they're not producing, you know what? That's what we do. They're not doing that anymore. It doesn't feel like. Here's the other thing I was thinking. And I think this is one of those where I'd love Giants fans to weigh in. And I'm going to try to find this sound for tomorrow. But I remember an interview with Brian Sabian, and it must have been 6-8 years ago. And he was asked about the Giant fans. And it was when the ballpark was pretty full pretty much all the time. And they asked him about how much the organization takes into account the fans and their feelings and their reactions. And I swear to God, I was shocked because Brian Sabian, the guy from New York, his answer was, you know what? It does matter here.
Loved it.
It absolutely matters.
I remember hearing
what the fans think and whatever, whether it's the love of the panda hats or the giraffe, all that kind of stuff. They don't care as much anymore.
Yeah.
But here's where I don't view one as good and one as bad. One's different than the other. But the Giants, I think their fans are having a tough time adjusting to the fact that maybe they're not being catered to like they have been catered to in the past with either their input on decisions or their importance within the organization. Well, then I'll be okay. I'll take it the next step. Then you better win. You better win. And maybe that's the bottom line. They don't win again this year.
Well, it costs Kapler.
Kapler's an outlier. Kapler's an outlier. Kapler.
Bastani, I'm going to be...
Kapler ain't Brandon What do you mean, what about Kapler?
No, I was just saying...
Should they have kept Kapler?
No.
I thought he had no stock
But
here.
I'm going to tell you something, and this was about to say, when they got to 107, and I know it was an anomaly now, I was like, this dude has went from he'll be fired in a year or two to Elliot Ness, untouchable. But he turned out to be touchable, and they got him. And I'm just surprised that Farhan survived.
But I guess
now, I feel like Farhan's on his 9th life. Like, how many more so-so seasons can he have? And I feel like, Goo, you're stating obvious. We all know he ain't Calipari one and done, but the jig is up if they don't win here in the next.
I feel like what you're saying is when Kapler won that 107, that should have guaranteed 3 to 5 more years.
The way that he even got called upon to get the job after his reputation or what I thought was a joke in Philadelphia, Steiny, I'm not saying somebody walked me down that road, but it was one of those things to where, Farhan, look at me, I'm the smartest. I made Gabe win 107. I'm going to ride this thing out. So I did think that got him 2 or 3 more years, even of just average so-so baseball, but it didn't.
When did they win 107?
2 years ago. When Shasky was running down the street, Embarcadero with the flag, and Bonte was doing play-by-play. Dude, that was crazy, and they lost that game.
We always talk about how professional sports is cutthroat and it's a business, and then when they prove it to us time after time after time, we're like shocked. And here's the other thing that specifically as it relates to a PA announcer, it's like, how could they? Couldn't have been that much money. Whether it was $1,000, $10,000, or $100,000. I'm 59 years old, and to my way of thinking, corporations act like that's all the same amount. My $1,000 raise would be huge, but they'll stick to their guns whether I'm asking or whether a player's asking for 100 or $1 million more. Like the money itself people are about winning the negotiation. They're not about losing.
I hear what you're saying, man. I just some people outstanding. I think just they're lifers, and I'm like everything that she's built and stood for. I didn't think had a number, unless we find out she was going to try to bring the house down. Or would I drive home? Well, I'll be on Bart. What I'll be on Bart thinking about is what you said. You know what? Maybe they just wanted to go a different direction. But still don't ease the pain or the disappointment.
I mean, to me, the idea of a lifer's interesting, too.
Well, 24 years.
But an employee doesn't get to determine whether they're a lifer. It's not them. It's their company. And Rennell Brooks Moon probably isn't the first person who deserved to be a lifer, and the company said, sorry, you can't be a lifer for whatever reason.
But wouldn't that company sound cold, though? Because we hear a lot of times when somebody's there that long, you're familiar. Yeah, you are family.
Well, I believe more companies are like that than not like that.
And I would love to work for, if we had the preference to work for a company that if I'm 24 years, it's like everything is good. I'm not trying
just
out
get
for
to
my
mail
job.
it in?
No.
What if your performance has been suffered? And I'm not saying hers has.
Okay, that's where I was going.
How do we know? How do we know one way or the other?
But I guess I would say to you, be smarter than that. What did she say? Matt Steinmet's coming up to the plate. The pitch, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't that job for her to be like, oh my God, she's lost her fastball. That's why we know this is personal.
No, see that, and that's where I believe, and that's where
maybe they thought, you know what, we're threatened because you think you might be here forever. We need to put you in your play. Everything that you're saying, Stoney, I can see now them like, you know what, we got a problem. She's been here 24. She probably might think she's been here 50. We got to put our foot down. Like, tell me I'm wrong. I mean, it could have easily went that way. The more I'm thinking about it.
Well, sounds like you're answering your own question then. I mean,
Steiny, 24 is 24.
So 24 just gets to be 40 if that's what the person wants. Like, that's kind of what I mean. I mean, okay, she's been there 24 years, but she's still an employee of the Giants. That's like, it's still up to them. And again, it may be bad for business. Yeah. It is bad optics. It may even have an effect at the gate. I don't know. But, like, this happens a lot, I guess is what I'm saying. Or it's not, it's more
would
the,
you say around
it's
here,
more the rule
say,
than the exception. Yeah. I just think.
Yeah. And the biggest nugget to me in this ingredient, Steiny, is 24. Her tenure, that's a long ass
That's
time.
right. And like
there's not a lot of
maybe we should be grateful for 24 years. Yeah. She got 24 years. That's a hell of a run.
And maybe we'll hear her say that, but if I had to bet my right arm, I'm sure she's pissed off or devastated. I mean, she's not a part of that team that she loves.
And let me be very clear about this, because I'm not even going to single her out. Let's talk about anybody. I mean, if Matt Nahigian says, you know what, Steiny's losing his fastball, I'm gone. And even though people out there may be, well, I still like Steiny. He was really good. There's no way it was performance related. Well, yeah, it was. The boss said I was losing my fastball. Like, I don't know what happened, but the minute the boss thinks I lost the fastball, night. Santino is in San Bruno. I like that. Santino, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys. Hey. Just real quick. I think two things can both be equally true in this.
Ralph Barbieri.
I think that the timing of it is definitely fishy, right? 2 weeks before the season, that's not just business. There's something personal behind there. But at the same time, as Giants fans, Steiny, you're totally right about this. We have been pandered to for the last, 5-6 years. And if you're looking at an organization or a corporation to be your moral compass, to make morally right decisions, then what are you doing? This is a company. This is entertainment. This is a baseball team. So you have to be able to separate these two things. And if you're looking for them both to be the same, then honestly, you're looking at the wrong areas for that sort of comfort.
Hey, you're making a great point, but what about the human part of feeling bad for the person that no longer has their job? Because I agree with what you're saying, but I think a lot of this is the fallout if she's upset, which I think she is, What about that part of it? Of
course.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Sam.
The human element of it, Steiny. Yeah.
SF Gate, 2012. Forgot about this one. Longtime talk show host Ralph Barbieri filed suit against a certain radio station on Monday, saying the station fired him because of his age.
I remember this.
And disabilities. I mean, it's unfortunate. Question is it how much is it going to matter if and I'm not saying it doesn't matter, because I think if the Giants get off to a bad start, nobody's going to say, well, I'm not going out because of Rennell Brooks Moon. But I think they will say, I'm not supporting this team because I don't like some of the decisions they've made with their longtime employees and the people who worked for this organization when we fell in love with them. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's really a shame Dick Vermeil couldn't still be a head coach in the NFL right now if he wanted to be.
I don't know what street you're going down, but Goo ain't home.
I mean, once you hit a certain age, you should be able to just mail it in. And
look at Hubie Brown. He's still incredible.
Has he lost a step?
Yep.
Steiny, have you lost a step?
Yes.
So have I.
Right. And at some point, someone's going to say, that's too many steps. And now we need to get better.
I like what the Yankees are doing with our guy.
I know you do. Because you like
what did I do wrong?
Because you like to because he's a buffoon.
I'll say now that
he's I'm sorry, he's a buffoon.
No, he's earned this though. He's earned.
Okay, that's the way you feel.
Sterling, yeah.
And I could tell you that there are many other owners that would say,
"You're out."
I'm sick of my announcer being the laughing stock of our team and being the guy they talk about most because he makes mistake after mistake after mistake.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think that's what's happening here. But you're saying just in general.
What's happening to Sterling?
No. Well, the president of the Free State should be. Did you see him get out of the
right?
Listening. Did you see him with the umbrella?
And right, he doesn't get to decide if he can be a lifer. Employee. That's the.
I get you.
Hey, I'd like to live in fantasy land.
Yeah,
I would love it.
A surgeon has an X date on him.
Employees
I get it,
don't get to call their shots.
I know that. Come on now.
And the Giants, over the last 5 or 6 years, have more and more cut ties with the people who have been there for a little while and had a part of their success. Coach is in Vallejo. Boy, did he have a bad take on Friday.
What did Coach say? I got pods. Pods. Yeah. What's up? He don't like pods. What's up, Coach?
Right. I forgot. Actually, you know what?
I love
Go ahead, Coach. I got you mixed up with somebody. You were fine.
Yeah, Goo. Pause. 35 minutes, 6.4 rebounds. But
I think of you, Coach.
No. No. What? I agree with you both. Guru, you're absolutely correct, and your heart is big as outdoors because Renelle is an icon. She was the first woman and the first black woman, and that made it a tremendous icon to the sport and to the Giants, and kudos to them. But being a retired person myself and being the old dude at the job, yeah, you will get pushed out. And the optics of, I love Jim Barnett, but his face was no longer right for TV. And I hated to see that. He still had his fastball. His analyst is great, and I still like listening to him. But in a business, Steiny is absolutely correct. There will come a time when both you, he, if you're lucky,
I believe it,
the management are going to come to you and they say, hey, it's time to move on. We were hoping you would walk away gracefully, but if you don't, we're not going to renew your contract. I've been there. I'm retired from a major transit company here in the Bay Area, and I was on top of my game, but I looked around. I was the old dude at the club.
Wow.
And it's time for me to go.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Coach. What a bounce back.
I got to sit down.
Now that's a bounce back performance.
I got to defend the old guys at the club. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, if you can still rock, go rock.
They can't.
You don't want to be the old guy at the club. I hate that. And I've been it, but I ain't felt like it. There's not, if you can get up and put that fit on and get out there, the little chain dangling, come on now, sipping on a little yak. Ain't nothing wrong with the old dude at the club if you handling your business.
That's on me.
Just don't be surprised when you're made fun of.
But
that's all.
You don't get to that age if you care about what people are saying.
Obviously.
Look at your hair. Your hair is better than 30-year-olds. You're in the club. I'm doing a double shot just because my hair is gravy. Come on. That gets to me. Dude, go at the club. What about the old lady at the club?
Same thing.
Oh,
it is. It's pathetic.
Dude, what's pathetic
I saw those
about? So we can't go to the gym then, huh? Old guy at the gym? Where does it stop?
Just do your stuff in the gym in the corner. Look, if we're learning one thing, it's a young person's world.
See, I'm giving.
That's why the Warriors are in 10th.
No.
And that's why LeBron is in 10th. And that's why Kevin Durant is in 8th. And that's why the Los Angeles Clippers are shot.
Lakers went to Western Conference Finals last year.
It's about Tatum. It's about Brown. It's about Giannis.
Yeah.
It's about Chet Holmgren. It's about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Man.
Move along.
That's your future, Steiny. I get that. But, man, these young people got to realize there is a blessing in getting old.
You need to go to Finland or Sweden. What's the socialist country?
I hate the old dude in the club.
There's a few.
Yeah.
You toast to the OG. Get him a shot. That he's able to still do it and move.
And then you laugh behind his back.
What are we laughing about?
The old
He's
guy in the
about to go
club.
home. He's got a house.
Don't you realize when you say old guy in a club, that's the punchline. That in and of itself makes people laugh.
Evan laugh.
He knows.
No, I don't. Hey,
No, he knows.
There were a few this weekend.
Hey, they were like, toast him, Evan. Get the OG and drink. You still doing it? Like, they could be, not able to. I'm just saying. I'm going to bring old people at the club back. I'm at the bar.
Yeah, bring them back in a wheelchair. That'll be great.
You can try.
Oh, boy.
In Guru's world, if you're working at 58, you've earned the right to work there for the rest of your life.
Just see, how you.
What are we talking
Coach
about?
Durant, dude, that is so fictitious of what I was saying. Celebrate the people that can do what the young people can. That's all. Celebrate them. I see an OG always. What's up, OG? Got the hat, the brim. You up and moving. You active.
Barely.
When would you consider yourself an OG?
Right now.
Right there.
I've been an OG for 7 years.
They passed the ball on the hoop court, and I got better hair than some of these dudes in their gray beard. And they like, OG, good shot. OG, I look younger than that to me. But they know. They know who's in the fraternities, Donnie. They can tell.
Who?
The young cats that I play ball with. They pass it to me and say, OG. I'm like, my hair's better than yours. What do you mean, OG? You don't know how old I am. They can tell.
I used to play basketball with this guy, Henry. I shouldn't have even said his first name because everybody knows who's going to be when I tell you. He's the worst player we've ever played with. He's the worst pickup player I've ever played with in my entire life. And you know what? And you know what? We gave him the ball once in a while. He was like the old guy at the club. That's your humor. Hey, toast to the old Henry. Take your 19-footer and get back on defense.
Oh, boy.
That's all we want out of you at this position. We'll let you take a shot.
You only let him shoot when you're up 5.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Cheers to the OGs, man. That's what's wrong.
Know when to pack it in.
Ow.
Guru,
that's an A. Like, dude, come on. Your hair is phenomenal. You should never, because we've talked about before, I don't ever want to be the old guy. Who cares? Somebody going around, sir, can I see your ID? Oh, you got the award. Oldest guy? No, it don't work that way. Get out your own head.
I think the way it works is they actually don't ask for your ID.
I went somewhere one time. I thought somebody recognized the Guru. I go, who paid for me? I double back. She goes, sir, if you're over 42, it's free. I go, oh my goodness. I thought somebody recognized me and paid. It was a couple years ago.
Yeah, I try to stay out of environments where people make fun of me. There's no phone number anymore. We got the boys on the other side, Willard and Dibbs. It's called the crossover. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
I was going to call him Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It's the crossover.
Yes. Welcome back, Will.
I appreciate it. My God, it's good to be back. It's good to see your face.
No doubt about it, baby.
It's good to be back.
Oh, they got a play-in. Play-in?
I just told you that. That's why it starts tomorrow. You were like, no, it doesn't.
Well, the tournament.
First four.
Those games, first four start tomorrow.
Don't you diminish the achievements of these young men.
I can't believe he's doing it.
And call it a play-in, even though it's totally a play-in.
It's the first four, and just one little freebie from me to you, because I love you. Bet the under on that game, Virginia and Colorado State. Okay. Virginia plays the maybe the slowest tempo in the country, and they are known for their defense. Virginia is borderline unwatchable as a team.
Be careful. I have a good buddy, and Tucker, if you're listening, who I saw.
Tucker,
yeah, at dinner last night. The kids were having a little end of the season party. And he had his T-shirt on. He had his Virginia T-shirt on.
Ready.
He was smiling ear to ear. He's like, "We made it. We made it." And I hadn't even looked at the bracket yet because I was off doing whatever all day long. And I'm like, "Oh, you made it. Like, you made it to the first four." But yes, they're in. That's a tournament team.
I love it.
Yeah.
They're in. It's not like the NBA where if you don't win the play-in tournament, you didn't even make the playoffs.
Well, speaking of four, Willard, there's three of us that are in the Lucas Alexander 95.7 The Game League, and I thought it would be four, and Dibs is Tupac. Machiavelli strikes again and informs me, and I'm hurt, that he won't be a part of that.
Of course not.
Dibs, why is it always you?
Well, it's not always me, first of all.
It's kind of always
why you ain't in our league?
Because you're anti-establishment. That's why.
You know what I am? Mark, and it is Mark, right? With a K. I'll be honest, I miss Mark with a C.
Yeah, he's right there. Yeah.
I don't miss him that much.
Yeah.
I mean, we grew very close over the course of a week, but I haven't looked at the details of this pool, and hearing what I've heard about the details of the pool, for one, I don't like winner take all, and for two, like, what is the point structure of the picks? Because I don't like a pool that is just 1 point for the first round, then 2 for the second round.
You know what's interesting?
Then 4 for the next round, then 8.
You like a multiply seed pool.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, love it.
You know what's interesting, though?
The
multiply seed pool is not what it used to be. Because remember, like a 12 always beats a 5, and it's a big upset. Not really. Not anymore. Now.
Nothing. Numbers mean nothing.
The Blue Bloods all have players who've been there since September, and then these other schools, in some ways, like a St. Mary's, a San Diego State, these mid-majors who come in with players who've been playing together for 3 years, it evens the whole thing out. I looked at before you fill your bracket out. This is just my only.
I got 3 of them already.
My only tip I'm going to give people, because I am not the person to come to be like,
nobody is.
Tell me about McNeese State. I don't know.
Very good team.
I've heard.
Veteran laden.
Great. Of course
only
they are.
3 losses this year.
Right.
Shout out Iowa State.
But
that's my dark horse.
My only tip is, before you pick your upsets, go look at the individual game spreads. There is one 11 seed that's favored to win the game against the 6 seed. So when you look at which one? I'm going to pick my upsets. I don't even remember which one.
New Mexico.
That's
Clemson.
That's precisely.
Clemson's terrible.
There you go. Well, Clemson's a 6. New Mexico's at 11. New Mexico's favored by 3 points. So in your multiply seed pool,
shout out Eddie House.
You should take New Mexico.
Yep.
You should take New Mexico, no matter what. Even if they don't end up winning, you should take them. It's just a good bet. That's my only tip. I'm done.
No, you're not done.
Back to Wiggins.
You're not done. You got 4 more.
So you're not going to be in it, huh?
I don't know. I haven't really looked at it, but my gut feeling tells me no. I'm not. I'm not just going to throw $25 for some cockamamie Lucas Alexander run sham just to feel a part of the team. I'm a part of the team anyway. I show up to work Monday through Tuesday.
Yeah.
One of the things I've learned about Dan over the last 2 decades is that there are things like this that come up that he will choose not to deal with or become affiliated with.
Thank you, Matthew.
When he does that, Just let it ride.
Yeah, because the more you try to convince him, the
Richard
worse it gets.
Dreyfuss.
Yeah.
Okay.
But can I ask you a question about it?
Yeah.
That was a great one.
Why can't you just not want to do it, as opposed to, and this is I think why it gets goo.
Yeah.
It feels like you're taking a stance.
Well, because
when you don't do something, you're taking a
With
stance.
your guy.
As opposed to just like, I don't feel like doing it.
Well, because
I'm gonna be in Vegas. I'm gonna be in Vegas, and I don't really like all of you, and so I just don't. I don't. Like
that would work better.
I'm gonna be
They
drunk.
don't get it, Dibs.
I'm gonna be drunk at a blackjack table. So like, why?
Talk to me.
Whatever.
I get all of that.
Right? Like I'll lose the paper.
There's a backstory I'm gonna give to you.
But it's like you're taking you're sending a
I'm
message.
going to borrow from my friend Matt Steinmetz and just say this. Don't you get it?
Took me 4 minutes.
Don't you get it?
4 minutes to tick you off since I got back.
Yes, and welcome back. I can't wait to be gone after tomorrow's show. It's not about it's not about like will I or won't I. It's about the why, and he wants to know why. So I'm going to tell him why, and the why is where the reason lies. The lie is the why. The why is where the reason lies. I'm not going to do it because I don't like the pool. If the pool was constructed differently, I would love to be a part of it.
Do you even know how? It's not like you don't even know how it's constructed.
I do know because I asked Lucas.
How is it? I don't know yet. I haven't looked.
I asked Lucas, and Lucas said, we're doing the standard scoring. Standard scoring is for morons. I don't do standard scoring.
Here's the bottom line.
And I'm going to share my pain, son.
Lucas now has a history of running half-assed pools.
Facts.
And fantasy leagues.
Facts.
I'm sorry.
I rebuke that, but you guys
those are facts.
Did you send his Zell back that you got at the end of the fantasy season?
The one where, hold on, the draft, he messed up and called you personally.
It hasn't become
and
a problem
you.
for me.
He was the geek
but
squad
I could
for
see
you.
how it would become a problem for others who sometimes take this more seriously, like Dibs.
Yes.
Dibs takes his
I'm about to
gambling
tell him why
a
I'm
little
hurt.
more seriously. And you know what? He doesn't want to put money into a pool. Who knows who's going to win, and who knows how accurate the scoring is, and who knows what might not be changed willy-nilly between the play-in and the second round.
There's an old saying in Texas, I think they have it in Tennessee too. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me can't get fooled again. And I got fooled on the fantasy football with...
you were hot.
Oh, Steiny's got internet issues.
He did have, it was legit.
It's great. It was legit. And the first time ever in my life doing fantasy sports, which goes longer than any of you. It was before these whippersnappers were born. I did fantasy sports.
Internet.
We've never had a stop down.
I love the young people.
You know what, Grandy? You and I bonded. I thought we bonded. Yeah, whatever. You carried me for a week.
One-way love.
Well, the morning roast is morning toast right now because I'm about to burn them.
I'll tell you what.
So
Wow,
listen,
that's a four.
I'm about to put it all direct on the table, Joe and Monte.
It's not a what's bugging you Friday,
I've been working with them years, and they've always participated in our company fantasy football league. But for whatever reason, they did not, both of them did not participate.
Man.
I was like, y'all didn't win big time. Yeah, that hurt me, and I never shared the pain. I'd say something to them. So now we got those two. Monte said he's going to be in the pool for the NCAA pool, and I ain't asked Shasky because I got PTSD. But to hear you come in and say I'm out, it's just PTSD for me, so bear with me.
It's Bobby Brown.
We're the super friends. You got to do it. It's the job.
If Dibs is out, it means you're once again the oldest guy at the club.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'll tell you what. You put up my entry fee, and then I'll enter a bracket, and then...
Do you know how much gas is these days?
I mean,
exactly.
You're going to have $25 on a blackjack hand that's going to last 8 seconds.
Incorrect.
And you're going to make this about the $25?
First of all, your boy does not play blackjack.
Okay, what do you play?
Are you kidding me?
I don't play anything. I bet on the game.
You're just sportsbook only?
Actually, I
That's
have
a lie.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lie.
You know what I'll do?
I'm looking at
What will you do?
You know what?
Are you Pai-Gow poker?
No.
What do you do?
Video poker, nickels to get the free drinks. Only for the free drinks.
That mine doesn't read a deck of cards.
When you get beers, they aren't watered down. You know what's happened to these sports books in Vegas? And I'm going to spend 30 seconds on this, and then we can get back to
Renell.
whatever.
We got to get to Renell.
Dude, I don't even want to get to Renell because it is just... Steiny, your take is so outrageous, and we'll get to it momentarily.
My partner. Yeah.
I love your partner. The idea of Vegas, you used to be able to go, and if you were gambling, sports book or whatever, you get drinks.
Oh, they still come.
That was part of the allure. Now when you go to a sports book and you go up to the window and you make your bets, you have to bet $100 to get one drink ticket. $100, one drink ticket. So, I mean, what's the point even?
No, Gibbs, I was just there. If you roll at the crap table, the lady comes around, you give her $5 or $10
if you roll at
tip.
the crap table.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
I'm talking about the sports book.
Well, you shouldn't get a free drink.
Well, that's because you could
play
play $5 and then sit there for 3 hours.
I
actually get that.
I get that. I mean, $25 or $50 or
you want something for your wager.
You know what I want? I want them to want me. Shout out Cheap Trick. I want them to want me to be there. And honestly, if they're smart, they want me half in the bag so that then I will, hey, let's play some blackjack. And I'll actually do that. But instead, they make it so I don't feel welcome anymore. It used to be they would make you feel welcome. Now you feel unwelcome. Kind of like the way the Giants made Rennell feel, Steiny. Unwelcome.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I can't wait for this, guys. Willard, can you start dibs? I know. I just thought it was a bad look. I don't know what happened, but she was a fixture, man.
Of course it's a bad look.
Okay.
Look, I got 2 teenagers at my house right now, and it's actually a funny time to bring this up because Dibs and I were and Matt were just out in the next room talking about socially awkward teenagers and how they have difficulty if you are one of those introverts.
Wow.
Having the most simple conversation with another human being is terrifying to some people. I was joking about how my son last night got up, not upset with me, but he's begging me. His car needs routine service.
Okay.
And he's begging me to call call the car dealer for him because he does. Dad, I don't know what to say. I say hit 1 for service, and then when they say hello, you say hi. I have a car that needs routine service. Can I bring it in tomorrow morning? But they're going to ask questions. No, they won't. And even if they do, just say, I don't know. I'm new here. I want to bring my car in. And it's going to be okay. But for some people, they really don't. And I get it. They don't really have an understanding of how to deal with other people.
Wow.
Now let's go to the San Francisco Giants. You are socially awkward teenagers. This baseball team seems to have such a high level, a lack of understanding of anything on the human side of what they do on a day in and day out basis. Some of it's obvious, the Brandon Crawford thing, obviously the J.D. Davis thing. Some of it is laying in the weeds a little bit more, such as when you sign Matt Chapman, don't break it at 11:15 on a Friday night, because that's something people might be happy about. And in the PR world,
you get nothing
don't bury it at midnight on a weekend. But they are so formulaic, and part of the switching from Gabe Kapler to Bob Melvin that should be exciting to people is it does away with that robotic, formulaic way of going about it, having something that you can touch and feel and talk to and whatnot. But then they do away with it. They sit here and have what is by most accounts a pretty good offseason. And if they go get Blake Snell, it turns into a great offseason. But what's everyone talking about? Well, you didn't call Brandon Crawford, and you did J.D. Davis dirty, and then not only did you, let's be real, you forced Rennell Brooks Moon out for I don't know why, and you did it while they're mowing the grass getting ready for opening day. If you were going to do that, January, not March 18th, there's a game next week. And they wonder why the fan base is so upset.
She's a legend, Dibs.
Yeah, she's a Hall of Famer. Radio Hall of Famer, and she's been the only voice you've ever had at that park. Think about that. You've been there 24 years, and she's been there 24 years. And so now you're going to lose her based on salary or whatever it is. I can't imagine that she didn't want to keep doing the job.
Oh, there's no doubt she's devastated to me.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm at is, like, the Giants have kind of been telling us who they are for the last 5 or 6 years. Whether it's Sabian saying they didn't want him back. I still think to this day, maybe Posey doesn't retire if he liked the direction of the team better. I know he sat out the COVID year. Maybe he doesn't retire if he really likes what's going on. Crawford, obviously. So, it's hard for me to separate Rennell from, this is starting to become their MO. There's something, a perception, a brand, a reputation they're looking to get off of for whatever reason. And I don't know what it is. I do. Let me ask you this, because I don't necessarily think I have the answer. They became a laughing stock might be too strong. They got criticized a boatload for signing players for too long a period of time at the end of their careers. Well, you hear that day in and day out and day in and day out, then maybe you start saying, well, let's just get off guys earlier, get off people early, get off employees earlier. Maybe we run it less like a family. We need to be more like a business. I'm lumping kind of all these things together with the Giants, and the J.D. Davis thing too is it. They're showing you what's kind of going on. I just don't know why or what they're fighting against in terms of a past perception.
Well, so here's the thing on that, and I'm almost in a way, here's one, I hate everything about this, here's one silver lining. The silver lining is it gives an invitation for people to let's have a real conversation about the ownership of this franchise. Because this has nothing to do with Farhan Zaidi. Farhan Zaidi and Pete Patella have nothing to do with Rennell. But what I can tell you is that morale amongst employees of the San Francisco Giants for some time now has been bad. And that kind of thing starts with ownership. And I've talked some in recent months about the distrust of ownership. That's on the baseball side. It's on the non-baseball side. And the whole thing has led to one spot, which is you're coming out of an offseason, another one that was so important. You actually did what most people would say is a good job of dispelling the myths that people use, such as you'll never spend money. Well, they spent a lot of money. They were very active. But what's the number one takeaway of the offseason? You're cold-hearted. And this city, this fan base will not do that. Some cities will. This city will not do cold-hearted. And the Giants have found a way to have Jung-Hoo Lee, smiling, grandson of the wind, out in center field, Matt Chapman reunited with the Bay Area.
Bob Melvin
reunited with the Bay Area, and they came out of all of that and felt cold-hearted. And that is just a pure lack of awareness.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that leads to
Well, the J.D. Davis move was genius. I mean, it was cold-hearted genius is what it was, because you intentionally lost the arbitration hearing, knowing that when you lost the hearing, you could sign his replacement and you could cut him and not have to pay a cent.
That shouldn't even be allowed. How do you intentionally you don't show up? What that is, wow. But go ahead.
It's just, it's the rules, and it was collectively bargained, as they would tell you. And so the players knew what they were doing when they had that collectively bargained. And I don't know if any player has ever won an arbitration settlement and then been cut like that. It's probably pretty rare.
I don't think so.
Right. And so, they intentionally went low on J.D. Davis, and J.D. obviously didn't know about the rule. Otherwise, he would have taken, he would have taken that off.
But he says he did. They knew.
Yeah, his agent should be fired.
And that's the only thing where I take pause in terms of siding with who or whatever. It's you only got the news 45 minutes before the hearing. You take it.
Yeah.
Say yes.
Yeah.
You could have.
Take 6.2.
But you took a gamble for $400,000 and you lost $4 million.
Yeah.
Thinking they wouldn't be that cold, maybe too.
But right. Yeah. That doesn't absolve the Giants.
Well, I'll tell you what, you gave me some closure.
Yeah.
Because this is my 2 cents. I just felt like when Kapler left, Farhan should have left. Okay, he didn't. It's happened before like that. But my biggest thing walking to the car when we get done here is when we say the Giants, who are we talking about? Because it ain't Evans and Bear and all the stuff that goes with that run that they had. But you know what? I got to lay off of Farhan for this move. Because it is ownership.
Yeah, this isn't baseball
this is
operation.
Ownership. And you can look at Charles Johnson, and I won't even go there, but that bugs me. You know, and I ain't rooting against the team because of him, but the way you said ownership, that's where this starts and sits at. This had nothing to do with Farhan.
We've all watched this happen a bunch of times in sports. The most recent and maybe best example of all time is what just happened with the A's. But when you build a deep distrust between ownership and a fan base, nothing good happens. Yes, sometimes that leads to relocation and it's purposeful. But I've watched like Frank McCourt, former owner of the Dodgers, built a deep, bitter distrust between himself and the fan base. And it led to the point where he had to sell the team. You know what I mean?
Wow.
At a certain point, Donald Sterling, when his words went public, distrust and distaste and hatred between him and the players and the fans and all that. And it's like, dude, you're out. You're out. So the Giants are still like they're teetering on that.
How do you fix it after this move? And they had to have somebody in mind. Don't tell me you do this. I told that 2 weeks before. Yeah, this had to have started.
And who is it? Do we know?
No, not yet.
No.
Okay.
I told Scotty I'm bad excited to see, but he's like, come on, Goo. But they had to have somebody in mind. They are not blindsided.
If they had any sense of timing, they would have signed Blake Snell about an hour ago.
Man.
But I'm sure they'll wait till Friday night at midnight.
Yep.
I hate it.
Or actually, we all know they'll finish in second.
Exactly.
Or what's the line Larry Krueger uses? They're in on it. What's the tweet? The Giants are well, there's some verbiage, but yeah.
You know, you want to get serious for a minute.
All
that
day.
needs to be retired.
Yeah, they said joke.
No. They signed Matt Chapman and Soler.
Gotcha.
Like, it's no longer a joke that they haven't gotten anybody.
And the center fielder, Ho. So you're
Jung
right.
Hoo Lee, yeah.
Jung Hoo.
Exactly.
Like the Who.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Roger Daltrey.
What do you guys got coming up today?
You'll see that. Did this just break the Chase Young?
No.
Oh, to the Saints?
New Orleans Saints. 1 year.
What'd you get?
Fully guaranteed $13 million.
Huh? We wasn't going to get that here.
No?
He stinks.
On 95.7 the game.
Oh, look at
that would have been a perfect.
He wasn't even ready to go.
No.
That would have been perfect.
Too late. Now you have to stay for 4 more minutes.
That would have been perfect. Yeah.
Well, FP is going to jump on in about an hour.
Oh, I'm sure this.
So
man,
FP will jump on in an hour. But I want to get into this and actually, I think if people are feeling a certain kind of way about this, I think one thing that we'd love to do is send a text message to Renelle and tell her to turn the radio on. And if anybody would like to say what they'd like to say to Renelle,
say it.
We'll use our platform
She's
to do
an icon,
that.
man.
Because I know she's meant a lot to this ballpark and the fan base and the whole experience. And I'm sure, I am quite confident that today is a difficult day for her.
No doubt.
All right, well, you guys
I'll be listening.
have a great show. And Warriors Knicks tonight at 7. And Evan Giddings with the Warriors Live at 6 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. The first thing that I want to say is thank you. Thank you, Grandy. Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Lucas.
Welcome.
Thank you, Matt Nahigian. Look. I'm sure the crossovers were terrible last week without me poking at everybody.
No, it was fire. Steiny stayed till 2:30 every day.
I bet he did. But yeah, thank you everybody for handling last week. I very, very much appreciate that, and I am just pleased as punch to be back in the saddle and back talking to everybody. So hello and good afternoon, and how the hell did the Giants turn this offseason into feeling so damn cold-hearted?
I mean, it's not that hard.
It's a hell of a trick.
It really is. And the J.D. Davis thing, when you look at just that on the surface, not many people understand the nuance of what took place. And yeah, you make a fair argument about, J.D. could have just turned that down and not had to fight for $400,000, and he could have taken 6.2 and said, all right, cool, I'll play for that. And then that contract becomes fully guaranteed. And if they cut him, he gets 6.2. Instead, he went for arbitration. He went for every last dollar, and he got it. And then they realized that they could bring in his replacement, and they could cut him and not have to pay him a cent. And so they did. Cold-hearted? Yes. Smart business? Absolutely.
Probably.
And, contractually legal? Yeah. And it's what they all collectively bargained for with the players, and his representation knew that
100%.
So less cold-hearted than what we are talking about today.
Well, but that's, I guess, agreed. Yes, because that's an actual business move, and usually in sports, when your team makes a move that feels cold-hearted, but it's all in the name of we want to improve, we want to be better. There are very few people who would say that Matt Chapman's not an upgrade over J.D. Davis. So if that's the case, you go, yeah, sorry. It's a cold-hearted business. That's the deal. This one felt a little bit different. And again, I would argue this. Any one of these situations on their own, you'd be like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Sometimes it's hard to come to agreements. You have to make hard decisions. What are you going to do? But when it starts to build, when it's just over and over and over again, and whether it's we signed, go back to last year. We signed Carlos Correa without calling Brandon Crawford. Or then the way that, Brandon Crawford, you can come, sure, you can come fight for the last spot on the bench if you want, DJ BC Raw. Or you bring in Pablo Sandoval for what clearly now feels like a publicity stunt to me.
He's not making the team?
He's never making the team.
Okay.
So that feels like a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
Then you do J.D. Davis in a way that whether you think it's good business or not, as you just detailed, there's a secondary argument and conversation about that, which is even if you think it's good business, well, how does it resonate with your future employees that you would like to woo?
Right.
How does it resonate with other players around the league? I can already tell you, not good. Not good. Joe Lacob said a couple of weeks ago that a big part of the Warriors being good is we're the damn Warriors. And that matters in our league because we've got a hell of a reputation. Well, how's the Giants' reputation doing right now? I would argue less. It's less than what it was a few weeks ago. And then you add this in, which is mysterious, odd, confusing to me. And even if someone could explain it to me, maybe there are things we don't know about, I still would argue, March 18th? What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? You are decorating the stadium for opening day right now. And you told us this today? This is when you chose? Let's wake up. By the way, this is in. So Matt Chapman, you sneak that in at Friday night at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
But Rennell, how about if we do 8 a.m. on Monday so that everyone can talk about this for a whole week? What are you doing? What are you doing? This is San Francisco. This is not New York. This is not Philly. And this is not Chicago. Your touchy-feely nature, it matters here. I don't need to tell anybody this. This is a fan base that sort of kind of cares about the players. I'd like to know what I follow his wife on Instagram, and they just had a baby. Brock Purdy got married last week. That was so fun. I love the pictures. That's this fan base. Stop doing things that feel cold-hearted. It's horrible for your brand. Horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, the one voice you have ever had at that ballpark, and now, for whatever reason, you're going to have to part company mutually. It's a mutual parting of ways, Mark. And as we know about mutual parting of ways, they're never mutual.
BS.
That's right. And all they are is parting. And Bruce Bochy is the one that springs to mind first and foremost, where, Bruce wasn't forced out. he left of his own volition, and then he went back and won a World Series somewhere else. Turns out he wasn't retired at all. He might have been forced out, and Brian Sabian was probably forced out. And, I don't know about Bobby Evans and how his ouster went, but it didn't seem like he left of his own volition. And now your PA announcer, which if she's asking for double her salary, whatever that is, you can't afford to pay her whatever she wants to be paid. And even if that is the way this was going to go, you make a good point about the timing of it, because here we are March 18th and this news breaks and you've got a game in 10 days.
Yeah.
It's a road game, but...
Yeah, your home game's not till, I think, it April 4th or 5th?
Sure.
I think.
But she is an absolute ambassador, not only of your team, but of the city. And maybe they didn't realize how important she is to the brand, but there's more outrage than I possibly would have thought about any team parting ways with their PA announcer.
They're getting torched on Twitter.
Crushed.
They're getting absolutely torched.
Devoured.
People are devastated. And I've been thinking all morning about how to say this. I'm not a reporter, okay? I do talk to folks here in town. How did Ann Killian phrase this in the Chronicle? Did she say in paragraph 3 that Rennell was forced out? Does anybody see that article?
I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it.
Okay, that's what I've heard. I've heard that in paragraph 3, and I got to look it up here when we have a second. And but I've heard that Ann characterized it as Rennell was forced out. Here's how I'll put it. I think Ann is correct. And I have a reason for saying that.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. And again, I have no background info on, like you said, where these conversations were, the why, whatever. But here's the bottom line. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to distrust between an ownership group and the fan base. When you say mutual parting of ways, we're moving Rennell to an advisory role in the broadcasting department, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And this is what has been building for so long with Giants ownership. Okay, so this isn't even to give an out to the whole baseball operations department, which I do think has had a good offseason, J.D. Davis situation aside. As far as what they've actually done in roster construction, contracts, putting a team together, I think they've had a pretty productive offseason. But my concern, even though they have had many warts on their process, the baseball operations run by Farhan Zaidi, many warts in recent years. My bigger concern has always been not them, their bosses. Their bosses. Why do you keep finishing in second? I don't think the baseball operations department wants to not get good players. If somebody is motivated to not spend big dollars, it's not the baseball operations department, it's their bosses. And I don't trust the owners. I haven't for a while, and today made it a whole lot worse.
I really quickly have the language from Ann Killian in the SF Chronicle. She said, friends of Brooks Moon say she is being forced out of the dream job she has held for 24 seasons.
Okay. I'll back that.
But they named her public address announcer emeritus.
Emeritus.
Mark. I mean...
I don't think that's the job she wants.
That's a promotion. So I don't know what the big deal is. Even though she doesn't get to actually... address publicly anymore. So you're the PA announcer emeritus. Does that mean you stand over the shoulder of the new PA announcer and go, yeah, good tone, good tone? I would have gone with starting at shortstop as opposed to starting at shortstop. But, so she's going to sit there over the shoulder as the PA announcer emeritus.
Now announcing.
Totally.
Someone else.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's
BS.
Well,
you're full of it, Giants. You're absolutely full of it. And it is like that last scene from Usual Suspects, where when something like that happens, our brains go backwards. And I go, oh, so wait, you were probably full of it when you said this. And when you said that, and when you, we finished in second, and you were probably full of it then too, because you're full of it right now. This press release is recycle it. It's trash. It's complete and total trash. And by the way, I'm not like, here we are, we get high and mighty over, right? For many people, they're going to go, it's the public address announcer. This is the last straw. Well, yeah, for a number of reasons. Number one, it doesn't even matter what the job or who the person is for a second when you talk about trust. But secondarily, like, if you understand Giants baseball, you understand that Rennell is so many things beyond the person who tells you who's coming up to the plate. The soundtrack of the stadium, the only one that they've ever had, an ambassador for the entire organization. And by the way, in the shadows of International Women's Day and the women's empowerment celebration that is literally happening today, here are the Giants with their timing again.
Right.
They go ahead and do this to someone who is representative of diversity in this industry in multiple ways. And then do it, in my opinion, in a very disrespectful way with a bogus press release about what's actually happening. Very, very frustrating as a fan.
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
It's just off-putting is what it is.
Totally.
So if you're a casual fan or if you're somebody who traffics in Giants news and this is your Giants news and you've got the opener in 10 days and the big headline today is that you are disposing of your PA announcer for 24 years on Women's Empowerment Day where the Warriors are celebrating women's empowerment with an all-female broadcast team, and on that day, you're going to send out one of the most iconic broadcasting women in our market?
Who sits down and comes up with this?
Right?
They're like, hey, we just signed Matt Chapman. Call JP Morosi. Hold on. Actually, wait. Wait. People are still awake. People are still awake. Hold on. Text JP Morosi right as he's getting out of the shower and brushing his teeth on the East Coast and have him break the news now. We don't want anyone to actually know that we signed Matt Chapman. But when we disenfranchise one of the favorite employees of the entire city, let's make sure we rock 8 a.m. on a Monday. Who's doing this? Who's driving over there? You guys have just taken a really cool off season and you feel cold. So, look, we're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. We'd love to hear from you on this, 888-957-9570. But especially, like, I'm literally going to do this. I'm going to text her right now and just say, turn the radio on, okay? Because what I think Rennell would love today, and this is just me. This is me making a guess. I bet Rennell would love to hear what you all think of her work over the last 2 decades plus in this ballpark. So what's your message for her? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we could have come in today, if the Giants had any sense, and been talking about the shot clock at the Los Angeles Lakers arena.
Clock. Totally.
And we could have been spending the day ripping that and getting ready for the Knicks. But instead, they had to weasel their way in with, I would argue, their biggest PR nightmare of an offseason that's had a few.
Yeah. I mean, this is, in terms of PR nightmares, this is as bad as it gets. You take somebody who everybody knows, even if you're not a Giants fan, a diehard fan, you know the voice, and then when you say the name, it's like, oh, I know the name. We all grew up with Ronell.
Thank you.
Right? And I'm closer to her age than you are, but even I remember being a kid, listening to her on the airwaves, doing her DJ thing, and then when she became the PA announcer, when the park opened in 2000, it was like, oh my God, perfect. She's got the perfect voice, the perfect energy, and yes, it's so San Francisco. She's a Bay Area native. She's one of us. And so it fit. It fit perfectly. And now to have it end like this, it feels beyond wrong. It feels, sadly, Mark, like a harbinger of more change to come.
Oh, speaking of which, hold on. This just handed to me.
Is it breaking?
Let's see. Let me read this release. The San Francisco Giants have decided to change the name of McCovey Cove.
Oh, boy.
They will call it from here forward.
This is going to be good.
Pierzynski Plaza.
I love it.
The Giants say, let's talk about a real left-handed hitter, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that breaking news.
And the release that I got indicated that they're going to fill it with concrete. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Giants have decided...
Sorry about that, Willie Mack.
Yeah, the Giants have decided boats will no longer be allowed in the water in right field. Yeah, like it's still water, but no boats.
Yeah, no boats.
Yeah, because just let the balls float out there.
Yeah.
And it'll be a tourist attraction.
Exactly. Make it a part of that new Mission Bay development. Slap a couple condos out there. Am I right? It's a shame. Willie Mays Plaza. Going to be called Von Hayes Plaza in honor of the Phillies outfielder. What are we doing, Mark?
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. The whole thing feels blind. And I'll be honest with you, I got a bad habit, but I think a lot of us have it. Do you go to your phone the second you wake up? Do you go to your phone like right when you wake up? Is it the first thing you do?
It's one of the first things, yeah.
I mean, for a lot of us, it's our alarm.
Right.
I kind of wake up usually on my own.
You know what my alarm is?
Yeah, exactly.
Mommy, Daddy, up, all done. So I don't need an alarm anymore.
PTSD.
Because I've got a human alarm, and she's 18 months old, and she's wonderful, but when she wakes up, you wake up.
Yeah.
She's next door, and when she's all done.
But do you check email before you go get her?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We give her 15 or 20. Because honestly, she wants to have, she loves her cribby.
Right.
So, spend some time in the cribby.
No.
But when she wakes up, you wake up. And so the first thing I do, grab the phone.
I got Tony Bruno in my brain the second my eyes open. Let's go to the phones. and I grab the phone and I look, and this is what I woke up to. And I'm like, I feel blindsided. I'm like, of all the things, if you had told me, oh, the Giants are going to be in the news on Monday. If you told me that over the weekend, you all know exactly what I would have thought.
Oh, Snell.
Either Snell's on the team or Snell's a Dodger.
Oh, God.
And we're all freaking. This? On March 18th? We're moving on from Ronell, but hold on. We're not just moving on from Ronell. We're going to lie to you about it first.
I mean, she's emeritus now. Wouldn't you want to be emeritus at something? I mean, I'm obviously joking because and I wonder if her emeritusness comes her emeritusness.
Do you know how many Giants fans are like, what do you even mean by that? Like, what does this mean for the broadcast department?
Right.
Like, what does this mean?
It means you're still the PA announcer, but you don't get to announce.
No, it means that we just are too chicken bleep to use the word fired. You're too chicken bleep to use the word fired.
But the way they make it sound, Mark, it's like she got promoted.
Yeah,
She got emeritized.
Right.
Is there a salary bump?
Just like Brian Sabian did when they never called him again. Is that
when he was a senior advisor?
Senior advisor. It's like, what are we going to go get these people a chair in the corner? Just put Uncle Sabes over there in the corner. Well, hopefully he won't notice that we're all having a party over here. It's just, all right. Let's hear from some of the peeps who I know want to talk about this. And no better place to start than Filmo Mike.
Filmo Mike is on the phone?
Let's go, Filmo. Do your thing.
What's up? Oh, man, it's crazy. I just got the breaking news on NBC Sports. Instead of Lucille, they're going to go with Lucille Ball. You feel me? They have a white girl with red hair.
Okay, you got to let the joke sit. You got to let the joke sit for a minute, Mike. That was good. You feel me? You got to let that one sit for a minute. You got time now. You know you got rope. That was good.
Got you. Nah, for real though, man. First of all, let me say that look, Mark said it. That's BS, man. You can't do this, and you already alluded to it. You can't do this in Women's History Month, Women's Empowerment Day. Renelle is a legend. I worked with her personally. She's a legend. She's a boss. She's you feel me? Like she's a real one. And working at the radio did not do any justice in comparison to her stories of watching Willie Mays and her mom and her dad's relationship that they had with Willie Mays and all these touching moments. And it goes to what I was saying when I went on a rant. We all had me go viral. They don't have a sense of the people of the city. They don't really get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who's running the Giants, but obviously it's not someone that's from the city, from the area, from the soil that gets it. You know what I'm saying? You got to be rooted in the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? And Renelle is an institution. Yes. Come on now. She's worked radio for 30, 40 years. Man, Camille, 98.1 Kiss to what she do. She's a legend. Who's more iconic on radio in the Bay Area than her as a female? No one.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure Filmo had his space.
Yeah.
Filmo, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. And in a year where we have spent way more time than I am comfortable with trying to work our way through apparent Bay Area national hate to the point where free agents won't come here because, San Francisco. You're going to take somebody whose voice has resonated with so many of us, has been bouncing around in our ears for multiple generations, and do this and do it right up against the start of the season. And that's why things get so uncomfortable really quickly. Like, Renelle knows this. This is not going to affect the standings. But that's not the point. The point is you do this right up against opening day, and what you build between you and your fan base is the feeling of you're a brick wall. You're either cold or you completely lack awareness. This is you know how when you talk to people at a party that don't take social cues, you know what I mean? You're in the corner, you got a beer in your hand, and you start drinking it faster because you're like, this person doesn't understand that I'm leaning. The lean when you do the okay, I'm going to head somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so there's that little okay, it's been great talking to you.
Really great.
And that person's so let me tell you about what happened to my mom over the last 2 months. And they start a new and you're stuck in there. When you lack social cues, it is very uncomfortable to talk to you. And the Giants do. You just do. Look at all of this. You lack social cues. From Brandon Crawford to J.D. Davis to Renelle to the fact that you've now twice gone public. Well, free agents won't come here because San Francisco. It's do you guys have any idea how to speak to us? So you came in second on Aaron Judge. Okay. Seiya Suzuki chose Chicago. All right. But do you have any idea how to speak to your people? That's why I'm so frustrated today. You have no clue how to speak to us.
I don't think they care. That to me is the bigger part.
And that word is necessary in this market. If you want to do well, you better care. You got to care.
And you have to care about what the fans care about. And that's where, you try to bring in Pablo Sandoval for a spring training cup of coffee, and it's a big story for a day or 2 days, and then, you realize that it was just a PR stunt. And you ran Bochy out, and Bochy went and won a World Series somewhere else. And Crawford, you kind of thought that you would, thank him for a great career, and maybe he'd retire as a Giant, but no, he went out and got a job. And Brandon Belt has gotten work elsewhere. And, Gabe Kapler, who was never one of us, he's gone too. And now you bring in Bob Melvin, and you're not even really championing, in my opinion, the fact that he's a Bay Area guy. And you're kind of missing out on so many of these opportunities to connect with your fan base. And now you remove a beloved PA announcer, somebody who, when you hear her, she's Bay Area. So if you're a Bay Area person, you grew up here, and you hear that voice, she's one of us. And now, like you said, 2 weeks before the start of the year, or 10 days before you even begin the season, you have no PA announcer. And I wonder who that person's going to be, who's going to take her place.
I mean, and by the way, I feel for that person too.
Totally.
Because following a beloved person and performer is not easy to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the years when I was working in LA, that would be something that people would talk about. They're like, whenever Vince Scully stops doing games, who on earth in the hell? I mean, how about like Kruk and Kipe? Someday they're not going to, like, this is the beauty of Dave Fleming and John Miller, because like there's a way. There's a way to hand that baton. But otherwise there wouldn't be. You can't replace people like this. They're irreplaceable. You can't do it. And so I don't know. This look, Ronell is a friend, and I hate this for all of the traditional reasons, but I hate this for other reasons too. I hate this because of what this represents for everything that the Giants organization is doing. I thought a good portion of the offseason, I'm like, okay, right? You spent. You're trying some different things. You're paving the way also for some players to come up from the farm and do some things. I can't wait to go see Kyle Harrison. But it's so unnerving to root for a team that's so unaware of itself that they can find a way to take a bunch of positive news and just douse water all over it. And if you look at the last 2 weeks, like literally from the moment they signed Matt Chapman, look at what the Giants have given us. You've got deep-seated behind the backroom bar conversations between reporters and J.D. Davis and unnamed players around the league and agents who are fighting with Farhan in the papers. And as soon as he signs with the A's and people start to wrap their head around the fact that JD lost at least $2 million and he'll be okay, he'll survive. But, right, let's wrap our, boy, that didn't look good. Okay, we wrap our head around that and we wake up on Monday morning to this. And it's like, you never want to feel like the people you root for or the people you surround yourself with don't know what they're doing. You don't want to feel that way. And the baseball operations side, like, again, had an off season where you're like, okay, you know what you're doing. But, like, it doesn't matter if the larger organization and the bosses of the whole damn thing don't.
Right. And ultimately, what matters is, are you building a product that is attractive to your fan base and the people who are going to pay money to come out and watch you? And I had this very conversation with somebody close to me over the weekend, and this person said to me, why am I not as into the Giants as I used to be? And I said, that's a really interesting question, because I know you're not.
It's a great question.
It is a great question, and I think it's a number of reasons. One is you don't have the same familiarity with the roster, and that's natural when you have veterans and legends who move on and retire and go elsewhere. But also there's not a lot of connectivity between what they're doing and you as a customer to make you want to come out and watch this team.
Well, the other thing on that, though, because that's a really interesting sort of a conversation I think that a lot of people are having, and we do. Part of it is like whatever, no matter how old you are, as you get older, some of this stuff, it just evolves. Like I was going to come in and say the same thing to you about March Madness. Like why don't, like this used to be a holiday. Monday, bracket Monday.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like I'd have 8 of them laid out on my table already, different permutations and ideas. And
you know what that is, right?
It's a permutation sensation.
Thank
we would
you.
do it in pencil.
Grandy actually did one last week.
Right?
One.
You only did one?
Yeah.
And then
like on Thursday.
Were you able to button yourself? Like, were you able to still kind of hit the thingamabob?
Yeah, Luke was kind of slow, so I had to do it myself.
Doesn't have the same effect.
It was fun having Lucas on the ones and twos.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
A little wonky, but it was fun.
I appreciate it. I
Throwing
appreciate
beers at me on Friday.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. How come you
for
never
it.
throw a beer at me? I'd love for someone to throw a beer at me on a Friday afternoon.
That's coming up.
Good. No, you won't even be here.
Yeah.
You're gonna be wasted in Vegas. No, but like that, it is like that for me now. March Madness is not what it used to be.
That's funny.
I like there's
crazy.
You're right.
Yeah.
It used to be Kristen Leitner. Now I'm like Fab Five. Now I'm like who?
Yeah.
Who are all of you? So it's different.
Yeah.
But the one thing I would say about most Giants fans that I run into, the whole picture of the whole thing is based on some level of anger. And anger is very different than indifference. What you're speaking to, your friend, that might be indifference. And I get that. Baseball as a whole has that issue right now with the younger generation coming up. There is some indifference. But I still hear more anger than indifference. And so that's a message to the Giants franchise. Anger, in a way, is your friend because it means that the people out here still care. And the reason they're angry is because they want to believe in you, and they haven't found an entry point to do so. And stuff like this makes it worse. So as long as you still are encountering anger as opposed to indifference, you have a chance. You have a shot. You have an opportunity, Giants. But you keep finding ways to not take advantage of those opportunities. And gone are the days of, well, we finished in second again on all the free agents. No, you nailed 2 big ones this offseason.
Yeah.
2 really big ones. Like when people had their list of these are the top 15 free agents of the offseason, well, you got 2 of them. And by the way, 2 of the top 15 are still out there, and you're linked to one of them. You could make it 3, and you could really make this an absolute banger of an offseason. But then there you are. There you are.
Yeah.
At the other end of the week, going, just want to remind you that we're still going to tick you off. We're still not really in touch with you, even though we might have some players you've now heard of.
Right, and why is the question. And from all the reports that have come out and all of the inferences that are being made, it's not that, she decided that, she was done or she wanted to, talking about Rennell here, she wanted to maybe explore other avenues or, wanted to give the mic to somebody else. She was pushed out. And if she's pushed out, is it because of job performance or money? Because her performance has been awesome. Her performance has not waned at all.
Neither one of those even makes sense, though.
Well, if it comes down to money, I don't think that she comes under the cap.
For the PA announcer?
Right.
/ ambassador? What? Like,
well, that's the part,
in your
too,
wildest dreams, let's say that was actually a real story. Well, 2 sides.
She wanted too much money,
submitted their bids, and they just couldn't come to it. Let's
no arbitration for PA announcers.
In your wildest dreams, what could that gap have been?
It could have been like double what she makes.
$100,000?
Maybe 200.
What, like...
Let's say it's 200.
Jung-Hoo Lee's going to make that in the opening series.
Right.
I don't know.
No, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make.
That's a third of what Steph Curry will make tonight.
$200,000
tonight.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think there's any way it's that much. There's no way it's that much.
Right.
The gap between,
but even if it was that much, and if we're going to have this conversation and we don't know and we don't, but if that's the number and that's the gap, well, what are we even talking about? Because like you said, you paid, what'd you pay Stripling? And what did you pay Anaya? And what did you pay?
You paid a lot of them to go away.
Exactly. So you can't.
You paid J.D. Davis, I think, $1.7 million to go across the bridge.
Yeah.
Sort of. Or does he go to Vegas or Utah? Where does he go?
It's Oakland this year. It's Oakland.
I know.
I'm kidding. It's Oakland. How dare you? Those are my A's.
Like every Giants cast off this year. They're like, all right, fine, we'll go play for the A's.
Yeah.
I'm a Giants fan.
Don't have to move. Yeah. Keep your house, whatever.
Yeah. Do any Giants have houses? Do they?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
He doesn't deserve 2 for that.
That's a pretty good question.
That's a really good question.
If I'm a Giant, I'm renting. I'm renting if I'm a Giant.
If I'm an A, I'm renting for sure.
Or if I'm me. But that's a completely different subject.
Right.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. No joke. If you'd like to say something to Rennell, I would just suggest now would be a great time to do it. Something tells me she might get the message. And those of you who are on hold to do so, stay right there. We're coming right to you. 888-957-9570 is the number. NFP Santangelo's in 20 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath,
have taken an offseason where they have signed Jung-Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman, and who knows what's about to happen next. Apparently still in the running, and Bob Nightingale thinks they're the favorite and all these good things.
Right.
They've taken that into the lead up to the season feeling like the coldest-hearted team in all of Major League Baseball.
Right, in a move that, didn't need to be made, and it didn't need to be made the way it was made in late March, where you take a very popular and well-known PA announcer, and a lot of us don't even know who the PA announcers are for various teams, but you know this one because she is a Bay Area icon, and you heard her through her work on the radio, and you heard her here for, every single game that's ever been played in this ballpark. And, you know Ronell a little bit, I know Ronell a little bit, and we all feel like we know Ronell, even if you haven't had the chance to meet her, because she's one of us.
And that's how she made you feel when you talked to her.
Exactly, and when you heard her on the radio. And we work right next door to a guy named Chewy Gomez, who is, equally iconic, and he's been iconic as long as she has, basically, in the radio business. And just when you say the name Chewy Gomez, people know immediately who you're talking about. You close your eyes and you can hear his voice, and she's the exact same way. She's been on radio forever, and now the Giants have chosen to go in a different direction. It just sucks.
The next caller is in the city, and the name is No. Yeah, there's a few different ways to do this.
Nice.
Let's see how the caller does it. Hi, No.
Hey, you guys. It's good to hear from you. Mark, Dan, you guys are great. I just have two short comments. Just want to make it to the point. First is to Ronell. Her warm, bright, possessive voice is like the view, looking out to the East Bay and in that stadium, in that ballpark. We love her, we support her, and we're going to uplift her. Okay, so I want her to hear that. The second comment is to the bosses over at the Giants. You guys, what are you doing? Here's what has to happen. Rehire right now. Her emeritus status should get her a jersey in the rafters. The raise that she asked for, or, if you guys tried to short pay her, she deserves a raise. And 5 more years, at least, on her own terms. So we love you right now.
Thank you, No. For calling in. I just here's another thing. See, this is what happens, and I know that he didn't mean it this way, but I don't even know if what the premise that we're working with is true. Right? Ronell asked for a raise. I don't know that. I have no idea.
Right.
Oh, we couldn't come to an agreement. Well, automatically your mind goes to money, but I don't know that it was about that. I don't know that it was about that at all.
Nobody knows.
I have no idea what it was about. I do know that when corporations use language like that, they view it as a catch-all. It's like they know where your brain is going to go. Oh, we could not come to an agreement on a new contract. Oh, the finances. Maybe, or maybe that's what they want you to think.
Right.
In other words, we could not come to an agreement on a contract because we didn't offer her one.
That's possible. That's possible.
Right? And they use that catch-all language because they're like, we didn't lie. Like, come on, man. You're misleading at a minimum. And the bottom line is this. You asked this question a few minutes ago, and there's no way to answer it because there's no good answer to it. Why? You can't answer that.
Right.
Because there is no answer. Why would you do this? Why? Give me one good possible reason.
From the organization?
Other than they found Ronell stealing from the cash register.
Right, if there is one
and
in the booth.
I'm gonna bet that she didn't.
Right.
Other than that.
She was dipping into the 50-50 raffle.
Give me.
Come on, dude.
Does anybody ever actually win that?
Somebody does.
Have you ever giant. Call the station right now if you've ever won the 50-50 raffle.
Totally.
Because there should be some rich people out there, man. And I've never known anybody. I'm over there every night for a few years. And I never met anyone who on the way out. Because, right?
I just won 74 grand.
Yeah, well, I'm for a few years, I'm the last one out of the building. And you'd think that whoever just won, thank you, Whoever just won 28 grand, I don't know, might need to stay after the game and sign a few pieces of paper.
Yeah, some forms.
So I would have figured I'd run into this person, like really with a big smile. I just won $28,000
in the 50-50 raffle.
Never saw it.
Yeah.
Never saw it.
I wonder.
I'd love to know who actually won that thing.
Well, if they would have been scraping off the top of that thing, you could have paid Rennell. Am I right? But you are accurate in saying that.
What's the possible reason for doing this?
She was too popular, and they wanted to have somebody who was a little bit more monotone and less energetic. Somebody who connects less with the fan base, Mark. We're looking for, actually, we're just going to go to AI. We're going to use artificial intelligence now to do our PA. Now batting, center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee, beep, 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 boop, boop, boop.
It would be amazing, actually, if they hired Kapler to do this job.
I'm back.
Now batting, Jung-Hoo Lee.
P.S. He won't be batting in the fourth. I'll be pinch hitting for him from the booth.
Oh, God. Yeah, they could have Gabe only do it when it's a pinch hitter.
Right.
They could actually just record that. Pinch hitting. That's it. That's
so
it.
stubborn.
Just Gabe. It's time to pinch hit. Or when it's time to make a pitching change. I don't see what a good reason could be. The only thing that pops to my head, and this is a horrible reason, but Rennell, because Rennell is an institution in the Bay Area, and because Rennell has a very big personality, one of the things I really loved about Rennell is that, as you put it, how many fans in baseball even know who their PA announcer is?
Right.
Probably many don't know at all, but we did because Rennell was different. She wasn't just the PA announcer. She was an ambassador. And by the way, when she had something to say, she said it. And that was a very positive thing.
Positive for whom?
Exactly.
So, I mean,
just a guess, by the way.
No, but you're starting to bark up an interesting tree because
right.
the things that she believes maybe do not align with the principal owner.
I don't know. Well, I do know that.
Right.
We all know that.
Correct.
98% of this city doesn't agree with that. So,
okay.
Right.
So if you have somebody who is a front-facing member of your organization and you're the boss, maybe you want to go in a different direction just because that individual is not somebody that you want to be the front-facing person for your organization.
And we're
spitballing here.
We're spitballing here, but if that had something to do with it, my God, how cowardly. Like, how cowardly. And again, anybody with the last name Johnson, not all of you, because I know a lot of you have that name, but anybody in the ownership group of the San Francisco Giants with the last name Johnson, just know that what you do with your money and the way that you have sort of conducted things the last few years, largely in silence. Sometimes you'll come out, have a thing or two to say, such as, well, we hope to break even. That's our goal this year. When you come out and say stuff like that, just understand there's no way to silence anyone or anything. Like, you have got a very long way to go to earn the trust of this fan base, and there's no way around that. No matter who you want to sign, not sign, fire, promote within, there's no way to avoid that. If in some way that was a motivating factor here, that's a joke. And I have no idea if it was, but if that was, that's a joke.
Yeah, and that would never be uttered openly. Like, he's not going to come out and say, politically, I didn't align with our PA announcer.
He's not going to come out and say anything.
Exactly, which to me is an even bigger issue. And, I heard Goo mention it earlier. If Larry Baer were still in charge, this never would have happened. And I firmly believe that, as far as, the ownership change that happened after Larry Baer had the dispute over a cell phone with his wife in a public place, and he ostensibly lost control of the team as a result. And since then, Mark, a lot of things have been done differently than I think they would have if Larry still was in control.
Did the Raiders just get Madison? I'm saying, like, I know he was visiting there. Did that just become a thing? I'm seeing some percolations.
The who?
Yeah. The Alexander Madison.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Madison Bumgarner.
No. That would be incredible.
Yeah. Mad Bum, he's back.
Not rocketing on his own face mask.
Yeah.
That would be incredible.
And Jimmy G's a Ram now, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is an accurate statement.
Wow.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and FP Santangelo joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for member deals on USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steaks, $6.97 per pound, limit 1 per household, and Signature Farms.
mutually and amicably?
Yeah. I haven't heard from anybody to the contrary.
Mutually and amicably?
That's the way it always goes, Mark. You know how these partings are.
You guys suck.
It's mutual. It's amicable. We're good. She got emeritus status. What's wrong with that? She's emeritus. Emeritus. You all right?
Yeah.
These are your guys now.
I know.
It hurts.
It's frustrating.
Really frustrating.
It's really frustrating.
2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Yeah.
Right when you start to really get ready and roll up your sleeves and baseball's back and nobody like us. And
I just realized what this feels like. It's the best way for me to describe it. You like playing blackjack?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
I mean, I like winning.
Okay.
I don't like losing.
So you ever sit down, and FP is going to join us here in like 30 seconds. You ever sit down at a table and let's say you're at first base. You know what that means at a blackjack table?
Yeah, you get the first choice of hit or no hit.
You're in the first slot.
Yep.
Dealer to the dealer's left. You're in the first spot at the table. All right. You get a 19. Okay? And the dealer's got an 8 showing. Actually, let me give you a better example.
Okay.
Dealer's got a 6 showing.
Oh.
Dealer's got a 6 showing.
Even easier.
We're going around the table. We get to what's called third base.
Last man standing.
Dealer's right. Person,
yeah.
Right? And that person has a 13. And the dealer's got a 6 showing.
Right.
And that person goes, hit me.
Oh, no. And they get a face card.
And then the dealer flips over a face card under their 6 and has a 16 and puts down a 5.
Oh, boy.
Dealer
Everyone
has
loses.
21. What do the rest of the players at that blackjack table do?
You look down to the person at third base and you think, I want to kill you. I want to hurt you.
What's the next thing you do?
You actually go down there and physically assault them?
No.
No,
you leave.
Oh, yeah. Well, you should.
You leave because you realize you are in the presence of someone who does not know what they're doing. That's what today feels like. FP Santangelo joins us on Willard and Dibs. Hi, FP. How you doing?
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
We're doing good. I just I didn't know until last night because I've been in a total fog that when Dibs goes on his little Vegas soiree here in a couple days that you're going to be in here later this week.
Let's go, baby. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm fired up.
LFG, man.
Yeah, let's go. Let's Wally Pip Dibs ass. I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, first of all, settle that down. I got a baby, FP. You met my wife, for God's sakes. How dare you try to pip me? Man, I brought you into this world, and I'll take you out of it.
I'm going eastbound on the Bay Bridge right now, and traffic is moving smoothly. In case you want an old traffic update, there, Danny boy.
I appreciate that. Normally it comes on the 8th, but I'll allow it early.
All right.
Lower deck.
We're moving smoothly. I'm heading over to Albany High School to watch my buddy Joe Wallace. He coaches at Camp Lindo. I'm going to watch a high school baseball game today.
Oh, I thought you were going.
Cougars.
I thought you were going eastbound on the Bay Bridge because you've had it with the Giants, and you're headed east, and that's it. We're done.
No, I headed west a couple of years ago, and I ain't going nowhere. But yeah, it's a weird day today, right? It's just weird. Renell's a dear friend of mine, and she's the voice of the Giants. And while you never know what goes on behind closed doors, and I don't pretend to know, it's just I'm sad that I won't be hearing her and she won't be at the ballpark. From a selfish standpoint, I saw her every day, and she's a dear friend of mine. I'm going to miss that.
I mean, FP, I wonder what you would say about this. I actually think the Giants and the offseason is not over yet, despite what Farhan says. They've spent money. They've got some people now on the team who were pretty interested in watching. We'll see where this goes. All in all, a positive offseason. Yet, over the last 3 weeks, they've found a way to feel like the most cold-hearted team in all of baseball in the midst of all of that. And that's a head-scratcher to me. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, that's a really vague question, Mark. I mean, do you want me to address the J.D. Davis thing? Do you want me to address the Renell thing today? What specifically are you talking about?
All of it. That's my point. From Brandon Crawford to J.D. Davis to Rennell to the fact that they've started the offseason by saying people in baseball don't want to come here because San Francisco, like they have found a way in the midst of bringing in players to feel like they do not understand human interaction or their fan base. And I find it very, very concerning as a fan.
Yeah, I thought Ann Killian's article today in the Chronicle was really poignant, and it just kind of resonated with, a kid that grew up a Giants fan, has been able to work for the organization for a long time, whether it's on the field or off the field, that forever Giant thing is real. Whether you play a year for the Giants or you play 15 years for the Giants, they always treat you the same. And I think that's amazing because a lot of organizations, that isn't the case. That said, the J.D. Davis thing to me, like if I'm going player mode, my agent's got to sit me down and say, look, if we go to arbitration and we win and you get this number and they release you, you're not going to get that number. So we should probably just settle for the lower number that's guaranteed. Because anybody that didn't see Matt Chapman on the horizon, let alone my agent, like that's, to me, I mean, is it a great look for the Giants? Probably not. But, like, that falls on the agent for me. He's got to lay out that scenario. And if he lays out that scenario, and as a player I say, let's go for it, then that's on the player. That's not a smart decision to go to court in arbitration. And if you win the case and you get released, you don't get the money. When all of us kind of had an idea that Matt Chapman was going to be a Giant, and where would that leave J.D. Davis? So that my first gut reaction is that's on the player and that's on the agent. Like it is. I don't know what your guys' take or what you discussed on it, but like if you sit me down, you guys, and say here's 6.3 guaranteed, or let's take a chance on 6.9, and there's $600,000 difference, I'm gonna take the 6.3 guaranteed every single day. And if they release me, I got 6.3 million.
Yeah, no doubt. So, I'm in the same.
That whole thing. Publicly, did it look good? No, I get it. And then publicly, does the Rennell thing look good? No, and I get it. But I don't know what went on behind closed doors. I don't know what Rennell asked for. I don't know what the numbers were. I don't know if there was contention there previously. I don't know how Rennell was. I don't know any of these things. That's all I do know is I'm going to miss Rennell. And that's kind of where I'm at today, because I don't know if you guys saw my tweet today. I did my first ever TV show with Rennell, Giants pregame show, on a stool outside the dugout. It came my turn to talk. I had no idea what I said. We went to break. I blacked out. And I said, how did I do? And she goes, you were great. And she was like my mentor my whole first year in television. It just kind of like held my hand, guided me through it, had fun, always laughing, always smiling, always giving me huge hugs before and after. Like, she's a dear friend. So from a selfish standpoint, I'm really going to miss seeing her at the ballpark this year. And today's a tough day, I think, for a lot of Giants fans.
Yeah, many Giants fans. And we all have Rennell stories. And I was telling Mark mine during the break about when I made my appearance doing a first pitch back in, had to be 2006. And she was on the mic for that. And it's forever etched in my memory. And I think a lot of fans out there have the similar Rennell memories, whether it's from the ballpark or just hearing her on the radio. So, FP, I know you're close to the team, but as a fan of this ball club and you hear about all the things and all of the fan angst, what can you tell fans as far as, reasons to maybe still come out and not harbor ill will toward the organization after another choppy moment in the offseason?
I mean, it's all perspective, right? If you're a Giants fan like I am, I can't wait for baseball. Like I'm, it's been my life, you guys. When I got to Scottsdale, whatever's going on in my life changes. I'm bouncing around the ballpark. Whenever I'm at the yard, I'm happy. And I think it's safe enough to say that there's a lot of Giants fans out there that are the same way. It's one of the best ballparks in baseball. We all grew up Giants fans. It's baseball season. Opening day should be a national holiday. These are all things that take priority for me and take precedence over, the lens that I want to look at things through. Like, are there things where you're just like, oof? Yeah, of course. But I think every team, if you're on a sports talk radio in every market, has things where they're just like, oh, can't believe we did that in the off season. Can't believe we did that. I don't know about this year. But that's the beauty of baseball. We don't know what to expect. And definitely we don't know what to expect from this ball club. I have no idea. I'd like to come on here and give you the homer take and say, hey, wild card, baby, mark it down. I don't know. I don't know what this team's going to be at this point. I think it's just a wait and see. And I always say it's like pizza. I like it any way it comes, and that's baseball for me. And whether it's frozen pizza at 2 a.m. or the best pizza in San Francisco, I like baseball and I like pizza, and I can't wait for this whole thing to start this year. I'm excited.
FP Santangelo with us here on Willard and Dibs. FP, do you buy the Blake Snell thing? Do you think there's a decent chance this still happens?
The fact that Blake Snell is throwing for scouts right now for them to see what kind of shape he's in order to sign him or not is the biggest joke in the world. That's like, I don't know. That's like, I saw a Buster Only tweet, so I'm copying this. He says like Tom Cruise auditioning at a local playhouse. Like, this guy's a Cy Young Award winner.
Whoop. Did we lose him? And gone.
Yeah, probably just went through the tunnel.
He's just on the bridge, yeah. Get him back.
We'll get him back in here.
We'll get him back.
Real quick, yeah. It's interesting, though, about Blake Snell.
Oh, he's good. FP, sorry, we lost you, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I was in the middle of a good one. I don't know where I left off, but the fact that Blake Snell has to throw bullpens in order to be, like, for a team to see him, to sign him, when he's a reigning Cy Young Award winner, is like Tom Cruise auditioning at a local playhouse for a part. Like, I don't, and that's from Buster Only's tweet. I stole that from Buster Only, full credits to Buster. But, like, what are we doing? What are we doing with scouts? I mean, not scouts, but agents right now, and guys holding out, and guys coming to camp late? And I understand it's all about the money, but, like, the fact that this is going on right now is real concerning to me. There's a lot of red flags in baseball right now, whether it's with people that are forgetting there's people inside the uniforms, and I think that goes with agents, and I think that goes with a lot of front office people right now too.
It's collusion, but it feels like it's collusion against the one guy, Scott Boras. So what's the solution for trying to break up the monopoly that he seems to have over these big-time free agents?
I don't know, man. I don't know. The way it's structured right now, these guys are holding out, but I think, like, Matt Chapman took a lot less money, and these guys that are signing late, Cody Bellinger, took a lot less money. And this master plan of, like, wait, doesn't seem to be working to me. And when I was on in the morning for a couple of weeks, I was talking about, like, if you want to play baseball, go play baseball. Like, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 isn't going to be a big deal down the road when you're all said and done and you're retired. And when you're holding out for maybe an extra year or something, like, I just want guys on my team that want to play baseball. Like, I understand it's a business, and I think we're seeing that side of the business on and off the field right now. But, like, I just want to get back to where we're seeing baseball, we're watching baseball, and baseball players want to play baseball. And talking to coaches down when I was in Scottsdale, the game is evolving back into baseball, not just swinging as hard as you can with two strikes, not just trying to hit home runs, but base running's being emphasized, defense is being emphasized, and just first to third, reading balls in the dirt, all kinds of things that we love as fans, the little parts of the game. All of a sudden, it's evolving back into that with the rule changes, and I'm looking forward to the brand of baseball at the major league level that I hopefully we're going to see this year.
FP, I want to go back to Snell. I totally I agree with your point that it's crazy that we're even in this situation. But that said, and I don't know whether to believe the reports or not, a 3-year deal with opt-outs every year at somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 a year. I don't know, man. If I'm the Giants, I'd do it yesterday. What's the holdup? Would you do this?
I mean, come on, dude. You're talking to a guy that maxed out at, I think I made $900,000 was the highest I ever made. So, yeah, of course I would do this. Mark, I hate the business side of baseball. I always did. I hated having an agent. As blasphemous as it sounds, I hated the Players Association, all the collective bargaining and the meetings I used to go to. I just wanted to, like, wind me up and play. Like, push me out between the lines. Let's get dirty and let's beat somebody. Like, that's all I cared about. So all of this stuff, I'm probably sounding really old right now, but I have trouble wrapping my head around it. Like, go play. Go be a part of a championship. Go be a part of a parade. Get yourself a ring. Like, those are the things that motivated me. And obviously other guys are motivated by accolades and money and awards, and that's fine. Whatever gets you going. But, like, when you're haggling over just what I feel like is just stupid stuff, like, go play, man. Go be a part of a winning team and a winning culture and a winning ball club. And I'll say this, you guys, being down in Scottsdale, it was really cool to look to my right and see a coach that had been a Giant, and then look to my left and see another coach that had been a Giant, and then see another coach that comes over and gives me a hug that was a Giant. And now you got Giants coaching Giants. So for whatever that's worth, That's kind of where I'm hanging my hat this year, that within that clubhouse and with the parameters of those 26 guys that are going to go out and try to win a game every night, there's lots of great influence right now, whether it's Matty Williams, whether it's Pat Burrell, whether it's Bob Melvin, whether it's Brian Price, whoever. There's just a lot of baseball people around the team, and more importantly, a lot of Giants around the team. And I think that's going to bode well for this club.
Beyond that, the coaches that you got to see who made you feel like Giants are now coaching Giants, what excited you about being down there from a player standpoint?
Probably the nightlife, Gibbs. It was crazy.
Nice.
Scottsdale in the spring is nuts. What motivated me about the players? They were working on things I haven't seen them work on for a while. I like the left side of the infield with Nick Ahmed and Matt Chapman. There's defense now for the Giants. Tyro at second can play defense. Jung-Hoo Lee in center field can play defense. You got good defense up the middle with Patrick Bailey. So all of a sudden you have a team that's been really questionable defensively the last couple of years that's going to be able to catch the baseball. How many wins does that equate to? I have no idea. But it's just going to be a cleaner brand of baseball because we're all doing, there's an any double play, and then he boots it. And we've gone through that. We've seen a lot of Giants chasing the baseball down the lines when it's thrown away the last couple of years. And you're not going to see that this year. They have a good defense, and I think that's how have the Giants won World Series with pitching and defense? The bullpen's super. The starting rotation has question marks. We'll see.
FP, you mentioned Ahmed, the shortstop, and it's amazing how quickly the Giants have just sort of quietly transitioned to Luciano went from the future to we're going to give him a shot to somehow like he's maybe not even going to make the team. What's going on there?
Well, Luciano needs to play. He needs reps. Shortstops, you're the quarterback at shortstop on defense, and that's a big position to play. And if you haven't had the reps and you've been injured a lot in the minor leagues and you're 22 years old and a shortstop at the major league level, you have to know where to be on every cutoff and relay. You have to know where to be on every bunt D. You have to know where to be on every first and third defense. You have to know when to take a trip to the mound and calm a pitcher down. There's so many different layers to playing that position, whether it's your internal clock and the speed of the runner versus the speed of the ball hits me and how long before I get rid of it. And if I go to my left and go to my, there's so many different things that needs repetition, that needs reps. And so the hardest place to learn for me is at the big league level because you're on TV every night in front of 40,000 people. Wins and losses mean everything. So I don't know what they're going to do with them. It looks like Nick Ahmed's the shortstop, but that doesn't mean you give up on Marco Luciano. This guy's got talent, but he's just got to go play. He's just got to get reps. He's got to get like 500 at-bats somewhere and play 140 games somewhere. And then all of a sudden as an organization, you make the decision, like, is he our shortstop of the future? Or do we stick him in left and let him lift weights and hit home runs? Like, I don't know what that is right now. That's not my call. But for that position, you got to get repetitions. And just based on how little he's played in the minor leagues, that's a big ask to make him your everyday shortstop.
Drive safe, buddy, and I look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Yeah, man, look forward to seeing you guys. Thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your show.
No, you too. Thank you for doing it. Appreciate it. There he is, FP Santangelo, live from the Bay Bridge.
Yeah, boy, FP. Drive safe. Enjoy that high school baseball. Beautiful weather out there.
Yeah.
Albany and Campo.
Just because he said Wally Pipp, don't get sarcastic. He's just kidding.
Not sarcastic at all.
Okay.
I actually
want to make sure.
He changed his tune from earlier when Lucas was calling him, and I walked in to see if Lucas needed anything from me, and FP was just browbeating me, badgering me.
Well, speaking of changing our tune, we got this.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
San Francisco 49ers have agreed to terms with quarterback Josh Dobbs. Quarterback Josh Dobbs will compete to be the backup quarterback to Brock Purdy this year for the San Francisco 49ers. So he joins a room that obviously includes Purdy and Brandon Allen, and I would think takes off of the table the rumors that you've seen over the weekend about Jets quarterback Zach Wilson.
Thank God.
Thank God.
I mean, nobody wanted Zach Wilson in here except maybe Kyle Shanahan, so Josh Dobbs comes in to compete with Brandon Allen for the 2, and likely Josh Dobbs will be the 2, you would figure.
So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, but 1 year deal, And Dobbs is somebody who, with multiple organizations, got a bunch of looks this year.
Yeah.
Very, very like I wonder if this opportunity will even present itself now that he's going to be a 49er. I'd love to pull that guy aside and just go, dude, just take me through last year. Take me through last year. You're on the Cardinals.
Yep.
And Kyler's not ready, and you're starting, and you crush the Dallas Cowboys. You do that video where you go into the team store with the Cardinals.
Oh, my God.
They don't even have your jersey.
Don't even have it.
You're the starting quarterback. They don't even have your jersey. Then you get traded to the Minnesota Vikings because Kirk Cousins gets hurt. You're the starter there for a little while, and then that goes sideways, and you're watching Nick Mullins by the end of the year. But all the feels and all the twists and turns of Josh Dobbs' year now bring him to the 49er quarterback room starting next year.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's a depth piece, but it's one that you don't know that you need until you possibly need it. Hopefully they don't need it. Sam Darnold last year was mostly window dressing. And if you're Josh Dobbs, you look at the Darnold playbook and say, yeah, I'll have what he had, which is 1 year of not really playing, and then you go out and get $10 million to be somebody's starter-ish, possibly. And that's what Josh Dobbs is hoping for.
That's what he's hoping for. I think it's probably pretty unlikely that'll happen.
Yeah, you never know.
I look at it this way, too. Like this, you see what the 49ers did in free agency last year. They did it right away. They did it for more money. There was more name value. It was Sam Darnold. That speaks to a group that, whether it was because of injury or who knows what, they were not 100% confident in what their quarterback room was. Trey Lance is still on the team. Brock Purdy is under the knife. They don't know what's going on there. This year, Sam Darnold leaves, and obviously that's not the 49er target. And now they're bringing in backups that are lesser name value, lesser money. It speaks to the confidence that they have in their guy now as the clear-cut starting quarterback.
No doubt. Yeah, there's no need for an emergency or an insurance policy, rather. You've got Brock Purdy. He's your guy. So now you're just dealing with twos. Can we get the best two that we can have? Sam Darnold was probably more of a two plus, just in case Brock wasn't ready or the elbow flared up, or if something would have happened, you had more of an experienced guy. This to me feels much more like a true backup, and let these guys battle it out for the two.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Rennell, we love you. Also coming up next, can we talk some Dubs? I haven't got to talk about the Warriors in about 10 days, and I'd love to see where everybody's at.
Oh, sure.
I'd love to see where you're at.
Saturday was something special.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And the Warriors will play the Knicks here in just over 3 hours. This is Willard and Dibbs.
As winter turns to spring, we at Hotel Via are reminded of our favorite four-letter word, hope. Hope for
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, people. Josh Dobbs is a 49er.
It's big, if true.
Rennell got jobbed. Don't let anyone, especially a Giants press release, tell you different.
It's a mutual parting of ways.
Yeah, amicably.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Reminds me of my multiple partings of ways.
I was going to say, you ever have that when, I'm so sorry to hear about your marriage. Is it amicable? Do you even know what that means?
Yeah. It's funny because mine was.
Well, it is.
I was thinking about all my firings, and let me run through them all. No. God,
hell no.
That got ugly. Then there was that other one. Yeah, well, no, Mark.
Right. Like, by definition.
None of them were mutual parting of ways.
Right. It's not very amicable, at least at some point.
They all involved the phrase, hey, why don't you close the door behind you?
There's a bunch of Band-Aids just all lined up. Warriors are back in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Knickerbockers, which means Warriors Live. Evan Giddings, 6 o'clock, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Now, I love the E-Dog. I do. I love me some Evan Giddings, but I was almost sort of hoping that it might be the Grandy Man tonight, because boy, do I want to hear him talk Warrior basketball, because, and I've told some people this last week when I was away, it was, I'll just say, not a vacation, and also the most dialed out I have ever been from sports and sports radio, quite frankly, since my career started.
So, that hurts me because I had a good week. I actually had a week in which
you were cooking.
I got to speak. It was a week of me getting to speak. I called it Speak Week.
No.
Speak Week.
Is that why you're only doing 2 days this week?
I'm tapped out.
You're all out of words.
All my takes.
I'm all out of words.
Thank you.
I'm so lost without Mark.
I had a Mark.
That's true.
Good
With
point.
a C. With a C.
And I told him this to his face. Did a really nice job.
No, you did.
Mark with the C.
For all 6.5 minutes of the week that I listened to. But I tuned in one time, and I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, one time. I tuned in on Thursday, Grandy, and you were hot. You were hot. You were mad. You couldn't believe that they did Kuminga that way. He should have been in more.
Yeah.
And the Warriors should have tried to win, and they didn't try enough. And I've added up to here and all of those things, right?
Oh, we went through it.
Yeah.
We went back and forth. It got ugly.
I know. I was like, look at these two gentlemen really getting after it.
So that's what Dibley sounds like.
Yeah, I'm like, that's
weird.
Who is Grandy's partner? Don't recognize that voice. Anyway, so I'm listening, and I totally kind of, I get it. Like, all right, I see where everyone's coming from. But there was an underlying tone to the whole thing with which I took issue.
Oh.
And it's this. Don't be dream crushers. Why do you think that the 8th seed is now chasing daisies? I'm looking at this and I'm going, why? Like, it felt that day like everyone arrived here and just accepted, well, that's the end of that. So let's just get ready for the 9-10 game. Let's hope it's at home. Maybe they can beat the Lakers, and then we'll take a flyer and see if they can win a road game in Phoenix or something crazy like that. But I guess it's just not meant to be for the Golden State Warriors this year. And I was like, wait a minute. You know my rule. I don't want to get on the coaster.
No, we're taking it one game at a time,
One
Mark.
day at a time. Why do y'all think that the 8th seed is now gone? I don't think it's gone at all.
But a lot of it's tiebreaker, and you don't have the tiebreaker against anybody. So when you're
not yet, but you still play Dallas 2 more times.
Right, but even if you win both, it comes down to conference record, and you are woefully behind them in conference record. You are 4.5 games back of them in conference record.
Okay.
So that becomes the next tiebreaker, and you lose that tiebreaker against virtually everybody, Phoenix, Dallas, and the Lakers.
Okay, so fine. Whatever.
So you need to, so you're 3 back at Dallas. You need to be ahead of Dallas, so you're really 4 back of Dallas.
But you're actually kind of only 2 back of Dallas. You're not really 3 back of Dallas because you're only 2 back in the loss column because you've played a lot fewer games and you get to play them twice. So I would argue it stands literally in the Warriors' own hands to call Dallas and the Warriors tied right now. It is in their hands. I know what you're saying.
But you still would lose the tiebreaker.
You would lose the tiebreaker.
So
but
you'd be a game back
It is in your power to have the same record as the Mavericks.
Sure.
I'm not calling this likely. I'm not calling it anything. I'm simply saying, why y'all giving up?
It's not giving up.
It felt like it.
Well, you can talk to
all 6.5 minutes felt very, very negative.
Exactly.
Very negative.
Well, there was frustration about Kuminga being their best player against Dallas and not getting a chance to play to start the fourth quarter. And I explained to Grandy what I thought, which was he played 10.5 minutes in the third, and he was going to get his break, and he got a 3.5 minute break in the fourth, and you went from down 6 to down 15 in the blink of an eye, and that's the way that game went. But it's not so much that you're giving up on the 8. It's just the reality of where you sit as far as the tiebreaker goes. You're not in a very good spot.
Oh, no.
And even if you beat them twice.
I would not argue that you're in a very good spot.
And the win over the Lakers, though, definitely, it was a big win because that at least kept you in the conversation to maybe get the 8.
I definitely think the 8 is still in play.
It's possible.
It is definitely still in play. Yes, it's possible. Unlikely, I'll grant you, but it felt to me like a lot of people that day were accepting the idea that it was now foregone.
I don't think it's foregone.
Foregone conclusion, the Warriors are going to be in the 9-10 game. Is that how we're feeling today? I don't feel that way at all.
It's not a foregone conclusion, but I know that I myself am preparing myself for that reality, that they're going to be in the 9-10.
I mean, sure, that's always been a very, very high possibility. I mean, you've detailed this a lot in recent weeks about how hard it is to make up ground in the NBA. Yep. Remember when they won 13 of 17 games and they went from the 12 to the 10?
Yep.
And they were like
3 games.
Yeah. It's like, my God, how many do y'all have to win? But here's the other thing. Like, are they not allowed to go on a winning streak? I could wrap my head around a 3-0 homestand real easy right now.
Let's not do that.
But I could.
But let's not do that.
I'm not doing that.
You did it before.
But no.
And when they beat Milwaukee,
yes,
you said, 3-0 homestand.
Right.
It's got to be a 3-0 homestand.
And it did. I would argue.
Puked on themselves against Chicago, and then they wet the bed against San Antonio.
Well, and
1-2.
Yes.
1 and 2.
Steph Curry missed one of the games.
Fine.
Yeah.
But you went 1-2 in the homestand.
You sure did.
And so I don't think that, look past New York and
I'm not looking at Indiana.
I know you're not.
No, I'm not saying they will, but that is, again, here's what I'm saying today. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not picking the 8 seed. I'm not calling or predicting a 3-0 homestand. I'm simply saying, to me, these things are on the table. They're absolutely on the table. And it felt Thursday morning to me and Thursday afternoon. It felt to me like many observers had moved to a fait accompli. That's it. Bye-bye to the 8 seed. You can't find a scenario where the Warriors will get to the 8 seed. And I was raising my hand. I'm like, I can. And yes, am I a stupid eternal optimist? Totally. Totally. Does that get me in trouble sometimes in my life? Absolutely. But that's also, in many ways, the only way I know how to look at things. And I will never forget all of the things, when things go well for teams, you can always look back to the spots where people were like, no chance. No chance. Absolutely. Remember when the dynasty was over 2 years before 2 years ago? Remember when the Giants were about to play the Rangers in 2010? And every expert was like, well, Cliff Lee has never lost a playoff game. So that means the Rangers are already up 2-0. And then the Giants beat Cliff Lee twice. Like, for things to happen in the postseason, it's already part of the definition that something very unlikely needs to happen. That's just the way it works. So the idea of a late season collapse by the Dallas Mavericks, hell, we just saw it last year.
Yeah.
Could an injury happen? Could the Warriors win both of those games against Dallas that they still have and change the entire picture of this? Totally.
They could also go 0-3 on the homestand.
Absolutely.
Which is why...
And then we'll have a different conversation next week.
Right. And tomorrow we might have a different conversation if they go out and they lose to New York. And I look at what this team has been through 66 games, and they've been a team that you can't really rely on. They're 35-31 for a reason. And I know you hate the expression of you are what your record says you are, but when you play 66 games and you win 35 and you lose 31, it's more than just injury, suspension, a player missing games for a personal absence, another player playing for his contract. Now he's on the bench, and Chris Paul in a broken hand and all the rest of it. Kuminga's good, and Pods hits a rookie wall, and now you got TJD, and Kevon won't play, and where is Saric and all the rest of it. It's everything about an NBA season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I look at where they are in this marathon, and they are this team. They're up and down. Just when you start to put faith in them, they disappoint you. Just when you're ready to give up on them, they surprise you.
Correct.
And that's where Saturday for me was such an impressive win. And I know Anthony Davis missed about 3/4 of the ball game, but Supper and I, my lovely wife Supper, we went out for supper. We went and had dinner, and then we had a little time before we had to get back to the baby. So we went to one of our old favorite spots in Oakland, and we walked into, it's like a restaurant bar, and it's packed. The game is on, and people are watching the game. Yep. People are locked in on the Lakers and the Warriors, and I thought, you know what? This feels like a playoff game, and they treated it like a playoff game, and it felt, for the first time in a long time, there was an actual palpable amount of sizzle around this team. And people were watching the game, people were listening to the game, and the Warriors came through with a great effort and won the game. So that one for me felt bigger than an ordinary March basketball game.
I agree with you. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Think about it. Step back for a second, okay? The Warriors do finish that 1-2 homestand. And you walk out of the week last week, Saturday night. Spurs came in, hit 413 three-pointers at Chase Center. You walk out of that and you go, okay, the Warriors went 1-2 at home, and Steph Curry is hurt. And then you show up in San Antonio Monday, and after one quarter, you're like, all right, I give up. You guys, I'm giving up on you for the 7th time this year. How did the week go from that point forward? I know, especially if your name's Mark Grandy. Boy, that Wednesday night, that was frustrating. But I'd argue they had a great week. They navigated the loss of Steph Curry on a 3-game road trip, went 2-1, while they were trailing San Antonio early, then come to L.A. in a had-to-have-it because you're really going head-to-head with that team in the play-in tournament bracket, and you get that one too. That's a really good week. If I had offered you 2-1 when you started the road trip and you knew that Steph Curry was going to miss at least 2 of those games, you'd have taken it, for sure. So the Warriors get that. And I'm with you. Like, I get it. I get why you wouldn't, and we've tried to not do this, look at the big picture and go, oh, I'm going to now predict this about the playoffs. No. It goes day by day. It goes game by game. So we'll say the same thing that we've been saying when they play games in recent weeks. It is Monday, and the Warriors play the Knicks. That's it. But is this team, is it within the realm of possibility that this team gets hot? Going to go on a winning streak?
I mean, sure, it's within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I don't find that.
Yes.
It's funny. I don't find that hard to believe. It would surprise me, but I don't find that hard to believe. The idea that we are searching for a scenario where the Warriors get to 7 or 8, I know the scenario. You go win most of your games. And they can do that. They're totally capable of doing that.
They've got 3 at home and then 5 on the road, including Minnesota, Miami, Orlando in a back-to-back.
Yeah.
and then Charlotte and the Spurs.
They play better on the road.
They have, yeah.
They're a good team on the road. So that
they're pretty good on the road.
They got a good road record.
They're 500 on the road, which is comparable to what the other teams in the conference are doing.
18-14.
Yeah,
that's a good road record.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams better than you in the West.
I mean, they're 4 over 500 on the road. The Nuggets are 5 over 500 on the road.
Yep. Minnesota's 10 over.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City's 7 over. So you're comparable to the good teams in the conference.
It's a good solid road record. And so
if you look at these next 8, and I know we're taking it one game at a time, feels like 5-3 is probably what you're looking at. You go 5-3, and after these 8 games, you look and you're probably still the 9 seed.
Probably.
Yeah.
But
could they go 8-0? Sure.
Yeah.
They're more likely to go 7-1 than they are 1-7. I'll give you that.
Sure.
But honestly, if I gave you 5-3, 4-4, or 3-5, if I took those 3 records and gave you the field, you probably wouldn't take that bet. If I said the Warriors are going to go either 5-3, 4-4, or 3-5 over the next 8, and you can have every other permutation. You get 6-2, 2-6. You get 7-1, 1-7. You get 8-0 and 0-8.
I mean, it's funny. They're probably going to be favored in 6 of them. Don't you think?
Maybe.
Don't you
Won't be favored in Miami.
They'll be favored in Charlotte.
Not in Orlando.
Nope. They'll be favored in San Antonio. Orlando, that's a maybe.
Second half of back-to-back.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep.
I understand. Yep. Yeah, they're favored in at least 5 of them. At least 5 of them.
Not Minnesota, not Miami.
No, and they're favored in all 3 this week.
You would expect, yeah.
Right?
What's tonight?
I don't know.
Favored by probably
I haven't looked at it. I'll pull it up.
5.5. 6.5. Yeah.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
That's a big number.
6 and a hook, yeah.
The Knicks are good.
But they don't have Randall.
Yeah, but isn't Anunoby back?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
Anunoby's out tonight.
Oh, he's out
He came
tonight.
back, but
he came back.
He's
and
out
now he's
tonight.
back again.
Yeah.
Okay.
AJ Anunoby.
Yeah, because their record with him has been insane, like insanely good. But apparently
not tonight.
That explains that number a little bit to me. Yeah, they'll be favored in at least 5 of these basketball games.
Yeah,
I don't know. Some of this is just the way that I view sports, and I get it. I totally understand this about myself. It's a little whimsical sometimes, but I have a hard time going, well, I'm not even interested in sitting down to watch the game tonight if my lens is, oh, well, this isn't going to go well at all.
Sure. Well, it's entertaining no matter what.
Yeah, I guess. But I want to believe in the unbelievable. I don't know any other way to approach sports. I know that almost, dude, save the 2 KD championships and everything else I've ever known as far as championships for my teams have come when it's like, well, no, that's not going to happen. And then it does.
Yep.
All of the Giants ones, certainly the bookended ones for the Warriors. You could argue maybe not the year that the 49ers beat Denver by 150 points in the Super Bowl, or maybe even the Steve Young year, but go to the year where they even beat Miami, right? The Dolphins, oh gosh, you're not going to be able to beat the Dolphins. Like, we're going all the way back to the 80s. This stuff, and so I'm not talking about championship right now. I'd actually argue that for the Warriors, there would just be tremendous value in even getting into the playoffs at this point. Tremendous value. Forget whether you even look at it as, oh, it's a good season or it's a bad season, it's a disappointment. I just think there'd be tremendous value for some of these players to go through a 5, 6, or 7 game series.
For sure.
Jonathan Kuminga never really did it. They didn't let him play last year.
Pretty much.
They didn't let him play.
And as a rookie, he was a bit player.
Right. So
and Pods never has, and TJD.
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
You get 2 to 3 weeks more of entertainment, and who knows? Maybe we'll put the fear into somebody. Maybe they'll win. Who knows? I just think there's a ton of value in that, and I don't have a hard time believing at all that this is still where this can end up.
It should end up there. I mean, if you get to the 8, then you have 2 cracks at getting into the playoffs, and whether or not you actually win a first-round playoff series or not, you at least would be in a spot where you would get that experience for the young guys. I'm with you. And I think that they could, and I don't even know about go on a run, but how about you beat a New York team that you're expected to beat, and then you go out and handle Memphis, a team that's not very good, and they're just about ready to wave the white flag. And then Indiana comes in, a team that's been up and down, and a team that could give you problems. Go ahead and beat Indiana. Then you go out on the road trip and you can think about things a little bit differently.
No doubt about it. Let's go to Vince in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Vince. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening to the show. I wanted to give my take on, I think Dibs was talking about it earlier, about Warrior fan reactions when the team wins or loses. I mean, let's be real here. The team's shown that they've been consistently inconsistent. They lose games that they're supposed to win. They win games they're not supposed to win. And you don't know what's going to happen on any given night. Unlike before, we would be like, oh, that team, that's a dub. Put it in the column. Now it's like you don't know what's going to happen. We haven't had a consistency to close. And I think, we get really high when we go on a run, but it's against a bunch of bad teams, and then we run into a really good team, and then it's like, oh, we suck. Just have a little more perspective on who we're playing and keep into consideration, like, this isn't necessarily a winning roster, but they're trying to make it work.
Yeah, Vince, I tell you what, the characteristic you just brought up that stands out to me that feels like it's waning a little bit, thankfully, is this whole we blow it in the fourth quarter thing. They haven't been great over the last 2-3 weeks, but they also haven't done the whole, we were up by 16 the whole night, and then we just gagged it. Coughed the whole thing up in the end. I really was on alert for that against the Lakers on Saturday night.
And that one got a little bit uncomfortable with the 3-point shot that got waved off and the shot clock conundrum that made that game go on and on and on. I don't know why or how we're at this point in our professional lives in the 2020s and we have a shot clock that malfunctions at that level.
And then apparently there's a backup clock.
Right.
And that didn't work either.
No. So
what are the chances of that?
The chances shouldn't be as good as they were.
I was like, will you guys stop trying, though? That was what bugged me. I'm like, it's fine. Not your fault. The stupid thing malfunctioned. But can we just, do it by hand? Let's go.
Right.
That was crazy the way that whole thing finished.
That thing took forever.
Oh, my God. Talk about ruining it. I'm like, is Major League Baseball running this? What is happening here at the end of this game? I get why Steve Kerr was so frustrated about that. I was even thinking about you with the looks that were on the refs' faces.
Yeah.
I'm like, this one, this one's a little bit tough. Hey, Captain Clay report brought to you by City Cruises. Book your one-of-a-kind experience today at citycruises.com. Back on Saturday in L.A., Clay helped the Warriors to an important win over the Lakers. 26 points off the bench, went 9 of 15 from the field, 5 of 10 from deep. Don't look now. Clay's getting kind of consistent. He carried the Warriors early with 21 in the first half before Steph Curry put the finishing touches on the rest of the evening. So, 888-957-9570. I would love to take your Warrior phone calls. I will tell you one concern I have about the Warriors. It's nothing we've brought up yet. I'll share that with you coming up next. We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. It's Willard and Dibs.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's Anniversary Sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley Sleep Mattresses start at $250.
We've got some things going on.
So much.
Up here in this room.
Up in here. Up in here.
So these are the kinds of conversations that we have during the breaks. Okay?
Yeah.
The first thing I want to do, you don't even know this. I got breaking news for you. I got breaking news that you'll care about.
Oh, S.
I don't think
Is it bracket related?
Not that bracket.
Okay.
Different bracket.
Oh.
But yes, bracket related.
Oh, S.
The bracket that I care about.
Okay.
You'll care about it. Most of you won't care about it, but I'm going to ask for 10 seconds of could you care about our lives for a moment?
Yeah.
Because
for a change?
they might be in their cars driving back right now. I would like to congratulate the golf team at Tam High, for which my son plays.
Yeah.
And
golfers.
They just finished up a tournament at Silverado in Napa.
Hello, friends.
Those privileged little bleepity bleepers.
Seriously.
I'm like, it's Monday. I didn't have this in did any of you have this in high school? Where the administration comes to you and is like, so here's what we're going to do on Monday. You're going to get to go to a beautiful resort in the sunshine and play 18 holes of golf. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, that didn't happen with my sports. I played basketball.
Yeah.
Nobody sent me to Madison Square Garden on Monday to just shoot free throws. That never happened. But happens here. However.
Unfortunately, basketball games don't take 7 hours to play.
No, they don't, Lucas. And I don't know if you're supporting my point or making fun of it right now, but thank you for chiming in.
I'm wishing I played golf in school.
Seriously.
Yes. I'm like, it's Monday. And you're just like, yeah, we're going to Napa. Like, okay, good for you. Anyway, I think maybe 20, 25 schools, and my son shot 80, and they took third place. One of the teams that beat them was De La Salle, which they knew prior to even getting there. They're like, we're going to lose to De La Salle because the whole team is D1 golfers. They only lost to De La Salle by 6 shots.
Wow.
This is for 5 players, cumulative. They only lost by 6 shots. So anyway, I'm proud of the kid. I'm proud of all the kids. So Hayden and Max and Ben and Abe, the whole group, they're awesome boys. And I just want to tell them congratulations for a hell of a showing today.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Silverado is not easy.
Not easy.
Not easy. Especially
I don't know which course they played.
Yeah, if you play the South's a little easier than the North. The North is where the PGA players play. And the North, that's a problem.
I think I've only played there twice, and I think it was the North both times.
Yeah,
right? Because we're out there for the media day.
Yeah,
and stuff
exactly.
Like that.
Media day, you play the North.
Yeah, I was behind you.
Correct. That was
Do you
back when
remember that day?
I do remember that day.
That was the day.
I am flashing on it now.
You had some breaking news for me.
Yeah.
Well, we both did.
We did.
Thank
Totally.
you.
Well, we were working for different companies at the time.
Yes, we were.
But we had a pre-round little how you doing, a little meal and maybe a beverage.
Yep.
And actually a couple of salespeople who now work here were working with you at the time.
Correct.
I'm flashing on that very day.
The whole day.
Let's go
do dibs, half of the bag?
Actually, maybe only a quarter of the bag that day. Yeah.
I had only had coffee at the point that you're talking about.
Boring.
Yeah.
This guy.
I might have had a drink on the back 9, but
yeah,
it messes up my game.
Yeah, me too.
No, it doesn't.
Straightens me right out, coach. Yeah.
Anyway, so there's that.
Yeah.
And then you're over here dealing with B-Gate. So, like,
B-Gate.
I am all into this story, which you can tell because I don't live near you.
Right.
But so you've got 2 neighbors
with bees
who have bees.
They got bees.
I've never even understood this. I don't understand how you can have bees. They're not dogs.
Correct.
You can't just be like, come here, bees.
A lot of leashes on these bees.
Right. Like, and I knew someone down the street once who had bees.
Yeah.
And the bees can just leave whenever the hell they want.
Facts.
She knocked on our door one time. She was like, hi, my name's Barbara. I live down the street. I'm like, hi, Barbara. Good to meet you. She's like, could I go in your backyard? And I'm like, that's a very weird question to ask someone who you're just meeting for the first time. But I guess, why do you need to go in my backyard? Well, my bees got out. I don't understand. I'm already like, I'm confused. And she's out. I'm watching her through the window.
Yeah.
She's out there. She's looking around. She's looking at him. She never said, here, bees.
Sure.
Here. I'm like, even if you find them, lady, what exactly is it you're going to do? What do? What do you call to them?
Right.
what do? You
tell the queen, get you and your 800 buddies back in the box.
Must save the queen.
That's basically how it is. So I got a text from my wife, the lovely Supper, because we text back and forth. We have a baby, and sometimes you got to pick up something from the store, whatever. We got a back and forth. You have the same with your kids and the lovely Christy.
I feel it weird that you need to explain that you text with your wife.
Well, during the show.
During the show. Yes. So whenever she texts, yes.
Whenever she texts, I usually glance at it during one of your many monologues, and if it's pressing, I'll step out. She sent me a text about an hour ago saying, we've got 3 giant swarms of bees in the backyard. And I said, that's not
good.
It's not good. Oh. And I was in that very spot yesterday. I was doing some gardening. So I know they weren't there yesterday. So now we're trying to figure out, how they got there and, what we need to do for them to, move on, guys, because we have an 18-month-old and I don't want her toddling and getting stung 714 times. So turns out the next door neighbor has bees. And we believe that these bees are their bees. So now you got to go to the neighbor's house, knock on the door and say, hey, would you mind coming to get your bees? Would you mind coming to get your bees?
What is going on here?
No, lovely Christy used to work for
bees.
Yes, she used to work at a home, and they had bees, and they attacked her one time.
Oh, no.
They got all up in her hair and all, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying I don't understand the concept of having bees. I don't even get it. I don't even understand how you can do that.
You have like a box, and the bees live in the box, and then they go out and they do what they do.
What's in the box?
It's a pollination sensation.
Good job.
So they go out and they pollinate, and then they come back, and after the pollination, they have honey, and then they deposit the honey on like the little shelf that you have in the box, and then you go in there and you pull out the shelf, and you've got honey. And it's pretty awesome.
Do you know what's the funniest part of this story, which no one else listening to us will ever experience? Hey, here, don't listen. Hey, listeners to Willard and Dibs, whenever somebody brings up an injury and Dibs immediately clicks into, I'm a doctor.
Oh, yeah.
Even though
I'm a beekeeper.
I'm not a doctor. I wish everyone could have heard you call your wife or your wife call you, because you immediately, you're like, well, here's the deal. So they're not yellow jackets and they're not wasps. They're honeybees, because honeybees, what they will do is they will congregate. It's a congregation sensation. But if you mind your own beeswax, pun intended, they will, within the next day or two, they will move on. And I'm like, here Clavin goes again. Why? First of all, every time you do this, I don't know if you're just spitting hot crap. I have no idea
hot fire
if what you're saying is true. But you say it in such a way that you really know what you're talking about. And so if you do, my next question is, why?
Yeah.
Why do you know these things?
It's because I've had a vast experience with these sorts of insects. I don't even know if they're insects. They're bees. I know that yellow jackets, I know where they live. I know what their domiciles look like. They're like those triangular mud huts that go underneath your eaves. This is not that. We have a paper wasp issue in between our roof line. So I know that paper wasps, I know where they live. You don't just have 800 bees show up. They don't just show up without constructing a certain amount of a hovel.
Right, or if the neighbors told them to go over there.
Right. It's not time to trick or treat, bees. So these bees got out, and I know that the bees like to travel together. So they get out, and for whatever reason, and I actually know what happened. The neighbor next door, Jeff, who's an awesome neighbor, he had the edger out today. So he's doing some yard work, and that obviously scared them or stirred them up, and so they flew the coop.
I don't know if bees get scared.
All I know is
of a weed whacker.
Well, whatever happened, they flew out of their box over the fence and into my yard.
Okay.
So that's why I knew exactly what had taken place.
Let's go live to Pete in Santa Rosa, who is apparently a beekeeper. Pete, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What do you got for us here?
Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking my call about this. Plenty of opinions on sports, but this is more important.
Thank you.
So when the bees arrived into your yard, likely in the spring, that was a healthy colony that reproduced, and the old queen left with probably half the bees or so. Before they do that, they're like us in the second half of the Super Bowl, fat and happy. They eat a bunch of honey before they fly away, and they're resting and looking for a new home. So they're not defensive. They're kind of like Drunky the Clown, slow.
Yeah.
Flying around. So in that situation, they're not attacking people. It's not dangerous. But if you can catch them and put them into a box, you have a safe home for a new colony. So they don't just fly the coop and leave forever. They're reproducing like many animals do in the spring.
Okay. So
Does this make sense?
Well, they're getting after it. I get that.
If the queen took half of the group, then we're talking about maybe 2,000 bees, because I've got a solid 1,000 in my yard right now.
And by the way, Pete, why did the queen leave? And was it a mutual and amicable parting of ways?
Yes, it's very amicable, because the old colony can make any egg into a new queen, and they'll probably make a few, and the first one that comes out will dispatch the rest and take over as the new queen.
Pete, I still don't get it.
Pete, thank you.
I understand
totally
everything. No, but my one question, Pete.
Thanks.
If you keep bees and then they get out, what the hell do you do?
You catch them and put them into a box.
How do you catch? But how
chopsticks?
They're flying. They're 200 feet in the air, Pete. How do you catch them?
Well, to be brief, I have a box with me right now. Sometimes I caught one last week, and I just snipped this little branch off like waist high and shook it into a box, and it's a safe place, and they love it, and they move right in. Sometimes when they're up high in that ball, you get this thing, I call it a bucket on a stick, and you bonk that against them and dump them into your box. That's much more comedic for you to see and observe when it's happening, because there's some trial and error, and you just try and hope that you catch it. You hope that you get the queen or enough bees like the location, and they'll call the rest of them in.
Can I ask you a personal question, Pete? It's not really a personal question, but can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Why do you do this?
Go ahead.
Like,
I'll tell you why, because I live in town in Santa Rosa, and I'm fascinated, and I can sit out right next to my beehives, and it's not dangerous, and it's a piece of nature that I get within this busy place that is California. It's my little piece of nature, and I can escape and look at it. It's fun to look in the hive. Might get some honey. It's an amazing thing.
Hey, man, do you? No, and I love it.
This man.
No, Pete, thank you for calling. Honestly, that's very educational.
Pete is actually, so the texting with my wife is ongoing.
Okay.
And she just said to me, the neighbors can't take them back because once they split, they don't want to go back in the hive. That's exactly what Pete just said. So we've got half a hive.
They're leaving for college. They're gone.
That's right.
That's it.
The queen bounced, and my wife said they're happy. And so now the other neighbor who keeps bees.
I love everybody who keeps telling us that the bees love it and that they're happy. You don't know how the bees feel. Don't tell the bees that you don't know.
Dude, go ahead. And he's talking about
totally depressed right now.
Break off the branch and shake it in the box.
Yeah, I can't think of anything less pleasant in life than.
No, George.
Thank you. My bees got out, and now I'm going to go catch them with a box one by one.
So the other neighbor
sounds like the most unpleasant hell I could ever imagine.
It's not
in
one
my
by
life.
one. You break off the branch and then you shake it in the box and you shake them all free
of bees.
Correct.
I mean,
so the other neighbor who keeps bees is going to come down with her beekeeper friend in full suit at 6:45. They're going to take the branch.
Right.
They're going to lure them back with lemongrass.
Just film it. That's it, Supper. Will you film it, please? I want to see the people in the hazmat suit.
Apparently,
chasing bees.
My wife says all the neighbors have just been in the backyard and they have videoed the hive. So,
oh, good. I'm glad we got video of it.
Yeah.
How about could you catch a bee? Stop filming it. This is just like a fight at the 49er game. Will you stop filming it and break it up?
You're in your bag today.
Stop filming things and get your hands in there and do something about it. For crying out loud.
San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube. The old queen was unable to come to terms with the new queen.
I mean,
the texts are amazing.
Speaking of which, Robert in Castro Valley wants to mention something about Renell.
I'm going to have to go home.
Yeah, well, at some point, yes.
No, I'm not going home.
See if your
Staying in a motel.
Wife can catch you, too. Hey, Robert, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing today? Willard Cinnamon, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Mark, last time I talked to you I was still in the Beehive state. I called you from Salt Lake all those years ago about Willard, Utah, and everything.
That's a 4.
Willard, yes, I've been
solid
there.
4 in the Beehive state.
No, I do remember this call because I've been there. I've been to Willard, Utah.
Yes.
Yeah, my parents drove. They drove me and my sister to Big Sky, Montana, where my uncle had a home, and we went and stayed up there. And that was the way my parents did it. They convinced us that was the way to travel when I was a kid because they didn't want to pay for 4 plane tickets. And so we didn't know any better. So we got into a caravan and freaking drove to Montana. And when we got to Willard, Utah, we stopped the car, got out, and started taking pictures of the signs.
That's right.
Yep. Okay, Robert. All right, what else?
Beautiful place. Yeah, but I wanted to tell you this Renell news, man. Seriously.
It's brutal.
So it's brutal. Yeah, that's the first thing I woke up to this morning. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So anyway, I grew up listening to 98.1 Kiss FM, like I'm sure a lot of people listening did. And that was, the first voice I heard in the morning when I was a little kid. And that was my musical education sensation. And listening to Luther Vandross, Santana, Earth, Wind, and Fire, the list goes on and on, right? So I'm 33 years old, and I'm like, having that and everything. Anyway, I finally got to meet her last year at FanFest at the Giants Park, and I told her the story.
Yep.
Of I listened to, when we were listening in the car, my mom would turn off, whenever I turned on a Marvin Gaye Sexual Healing, she would just switch to another station. Because you don't need a 7-year-old listening to,
Yeah, it's inappropriate. That's right. Yeah. It's inappropriate, Robert.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I would, I told her that story and she was just laughed. It was great, man. But, she's a number one. She's a legend. God bless her. I hope she hears this. And you guys have a great one, man. Take
Robert,
care.
Thanks.
You so much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
she hears it. I promise you, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We can reboot that a little bit. For those of you who are just joining us here in the second half of the show, we spent a lot of time on this in the first half of the show. In that Renell will not return to the Giants this year, at least in the same capacity. Emeritus. PA announcer emeritus.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just made up out of thin air and is complete BS. And I find the press release that the Giants sent out today to be the most offensive one I've ever seen them send out, period. Because the rest of the ones I've seen them send out are about baseball, and that's part of life in the big city and big business. People send out press releases just literally by virtue of the fact that they're sending out a press release means that they're trying to convince you of something in a persuasive way. So that's fine. I get it. You're sending out a press release to sort of give your spin on whatever. And if it is that Matt Chapman has signed to be the third baseman, and here's all the wonderful things that Matt Chapman has done in his career as a baseball player, leaving out that he hit 180 for the second half of the year last year. Like, I get that. But this is different. This is different, and it's filled with lies. And that's what really bums me out about this. This whole idea, mutually and amicably parting ways. It's been reported in other places. I can back that 1,000% that that's not what this was. That's not what this was. And so the issue with it is very layered because A, it's the voice of the park, and we love that. B, it's Renell, and we love her. So it is all of those things, but for me, it goes way bigger than that. It is a sign that the Giants are, A, very willing, even on like human interest stuff, very willing to lie to their fan base. It is a sign that that is absolutely 100% true. And B, it also signifies to me that the Giants have found a way to take what should have been a very healthy and positive offseason and walk out of it into opening day feeling like the most cold-hearted team in all of baseball. From we can't get people because San Francisco to Brandon Crawford to J.D. Davis and now Rennell. We've said it a few times. If you took any one of these on their own, okay, I can handle that. You put them all together, and it just it makes you ruin all of the other things that you've done this offseason because you are socially unaware, you're cold-hearted, and you're not being authentic with us.
Tone deaf with what, the Bay Area is really interested in. And to have a sports talk show do multiple hours, and we've talked about it all day on this station, and we should because of who Rennell is. One of the first black women to serve as a PA announcer in Major League Baseball. She called no-hitters, perfect games. She called 3 World Series championships, and you're just going to move on. And I know that part of the release was they're going to name the public address booth after Rennell, that's nice. That's a nice honorarium, but it doesn't replace the stench of how they're going about replacing her.
I'm pretty sure she'd rather be in the booth than on the booth.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
Yeah.
She'd rather still be doing it at 65 years young. And I wonder what direction they go because, you were so progressive when you hired her.
Yep.
And now are you going to continue to be progressive in your next hire or?
I would hope so.
Right.
I would hope so. But by the way, also, boy, I feel sorry for whoever the person is that's going to get this gig.
Yeah.
Because you're going to walk into a storm you didn't create. And people aren't going to like you. I don't even know who I'm talking to. But whoever you are, people are not going to be happy that you're there. And that stinks. That's totally unfair to that person, too. Yeah. But that's the way this works, and you can thank your new employer for that.
Yeah, and it's never easy to replace a legendary figure, but when they are pushed out or forced out, or when it happens in this manner and you get to be the person to come in and replace them, it's even more difficult than if she went out on her own terms, which she clearly didn't, even though the release would indicate it's a mutual parting of ways.
This is one of the strangest stories I have ever sat here and talked with you about. It doesn't make any sense. It flat out, and that's what I'm struggling. I'm struggling again on multiple levels here. All the reasons I just stated, but I can't. I'm racking my brain for even what could have been the reasoning behind this. Why would you do this? Why would you do it now? That's the stupidest thing I have ever heard of in my entire life.
That to me is the most interesting part because if you didn't want her to have the job any longer, if it was a personal thing and you just didn't want to have her be the voice or be the face anymore, you don't wait until March 18th.
March 18th.
So if you did
do
kind of want
do
her,
it on Christmas Eve. What did the season sneak up on you?
Exactly. It had to be something to do with contractual terms, I think. And if it's money, if they wanted to have her take a pay cut or didn't want to pay her a pay increase that she felt like she deserved, well, now we're talking about pinching pennies for a multi-billion-dollar organization that just is about to open up a brand new development that is going to have them raking cash hand over fist.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more to say on that. We've got that. We've got Dubs tonight. We'd love your calls. And we've said it a couple times before, especially if you're a Giants fan, if you're a Rennell fan. We want to offer our platform today for you and to you to send a message to her and to them. And so you absolutely can do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We're also moving you toward Warriors and Knicks tonight on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Want more speed? Then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In sports radio, most don't get political. And I'm not going to really either. However, I do want to read something from a politician. But it's about the Giants, and it's about Rennell. Matt Haney, who some of you will know that name. Matt Haney has been a local San Francisco politician on a few different fronts. And a short time ago, he quote tweeted the story that Susan Slusser wrote about the Giants and Rennell Brooks Moon, quote, BS, parting ways mutually and amicably. And Haney wrote, yet the Giants have decided that after 24 years, the woman who connects so closely with their fans is expendable. An organization that could definitely use more diversity is announcing it was unable to find a way to keep their most visible, non-playing black employee. This is a bizarre move for a team trying to keep fans connected in this lackluster post-World Series era. Brooks Moon is a part of the unique vibe at the Giants ballpark, and her voice invokes all the good times and celebrations. It is a terrible move for a team whose majority owner, Charles Johnson, funds right-wing politicians that were supportive of undermining a Democratic election and who have tried to disenfranchise black voters across America. Brooks Moon was one of the few in the Giants organization to publicly decry Johnson's political activity. She was also outspoken in 2020 in support of Black Lives Matter. It doesn't take a crazy Johnson-backed conspiracy theorist to connect the dots.
Right. And here's one more dot that you can connect if you want to connect dots. 19 years ago today, at the time mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom, declared March 18th, 2005, Rennell Brooks Moon Day. March 18th.
You got to be kidding me.
19 years ago today. March 18th, 2005, Rennell Brooks Moon Day. And so 19 years later, to the day, Mark, to the day. And I wonder if Rennell even knows that or made that connection. I mean, I'm sure she remembers that day. I didn't even know if she had connected the fact that, and I just Googled it to be sure, Gavin Newsom, who is not politically aligned with Giants ownership, no. He proclaimed it Rennell Brooks Moon Day, March 18th, 2005. So there you have it. If we're connecting dots, that's a dot I think that should be included in this connection if you're going to connect those dots.
I'm really frustrated with my baseball team.
It's hard, and I don't want to speak for you, but knowing your love of that team and everything that they've brought to you as a fan, as a broadcaster, you broadcasted their pre and their post for a long time. I used to do diamond notes for their team it seemed like a lifetime ago when I did that. I don't have nearly the deep connection that you have, and you still have a love of the sport, a love of the team, the guys who play. You love the manager. You're kind of smitten with the president of baseball operations in a certain way, but
not smitten. I've obviously, and maybe